to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy it's Friday on Radio Row. It is Getaway Day. Hopefully there's a day down the road where Friday is not Getaway Day. Friday is the crescendo of a week where we're sticking around for a Super Bowl involving the Houston Texans. But that is not this season. We are on our last day on Radio Row. Flight by Yingling. Plenty of Flight by Yingling. Been flowing all week long. And they got us here, and we're so thankful for that. And we've got a great show lined up for you today on Friday. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne.
Yo, what's up?
How you doing, buddy?
I feel good, man. I was a little bit nervous yesterday because being in this environment for several days, both Radio Row and the Super Bowl itself and everything that goes along with it in a city like this, I was starting to feel a little worn out. But now today, with just one day left here,
see the finish line.
I feel energized almost.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, it's starting to feel more about like, oh yeah, there is a Super Bowl to be played.
We have not talked much about this Super Bowl.
Screw that Super Bowl. Excited yet it excites me.
Yeah. I'm very much looking forward to this Super Bowl.
Screw those teams.
We just haven't dug into it that much for whatever this week.
But you guys, you guys. So I decided to stay in last night because, I could tell I was starting to. I was starting to. But the ends were getting a little frayed on the old wires there.
I think you made the right choice based on your energy this morning. It seems like you're pretty chipper this morning.
And I knew you were going to go all out like you were 19 years old in Cancun or something. Yeah,
I did.
So I wanted to be sure that I was here for you to lift you up.
Thank you.
I can lift you up.
On Angel's wings.
Yes.
Yeah.
You met some interesting people last night. You met Dak Prescott.
I met one Dakota Prescott. Yeah. I went to a party. Thank you to Matt Appleby, the CEO of Zamora. Zamora owns Liqueur 43, which is one of my sponsors, and he invited me to an intimate party at an old New Orleans mansion. I don't know what part of town it was in, but it was an incredible mansion and a courtyard in the back, and it was to unveil Dak Prescott's new tequila. 3 different flavors. So it was a fun party.
Is there a boysenberry?
There's pomegranate. There's a reposado that was very good. I will say that.
What's a reposado?
I don't know. It just tasted good. They had it in a tequila old-fashioned there that I was drinking.
Okay.
So it was good. So I got to meet Dak Prescott for a few minutes.
Did you actually get to talk to him at all?
For about 3 minutes, maybe.
Oh, really?
And then I stood next to somebody who was chatting with him and acted like I was part of the conversation, so I could look like a big deal.
A reposado is a type of tequila that is aged in barrels.
There you go. Yeah, so it's a lot like
barrel-aged tequila.
That would make sense that it's in an old-fashioned then.
Boy, his name's Dakota, huh? I don't
know if it is or not. I don't know.
It'd be a shame because
Dakota's
a cool name, but if you get named Dakota and then 3 years later a young girl named Dakota Fanning comes along, all of a sudden Dakota loses its luster as Dakota Fanning becomes the most famous Dakota.
Let's see. No,
as a guy at least.
His name is Rain Dakota Prescott.
Rain, how's that spelled?
R-A-Y-N-E.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a town in Louisiana. It's known for its frogs. It's exit 87 off of I-10. I'm going to drive
known
right
for like frogs that you eat or like scary murderous frogs?
No, just like frogs.
Oh, okay.
A lot of frogs.
Psychedelic frogs?
I don't know if they're psychedelic, but you do eat. Okay. Yeah. So I met him at this. He couldn't have been nicer. I told him that I do work for the Texans.
Yeah.
And he said, "That's okay. We can still take a picture together. It's no problem." He was nice. I told him that I have the receipts for this. That I wanted the Texans to draft you back in 2016.
That is true.
That's a true story. I said this is the solution for the Texans draft. Dak Prescott in the second round. That's what I said back then. And I think I even pulled up the article to show him. There's the link. And instead they signed Brock Osweiler.
Right.
Which did not work out quite as well.
Who's had a better career since then?
You know what, Cowboy?
Okay, I know everybody wants to talk Josh Allen versus Lamar Jackson.
Not us.
Let's talk Dak Prescott versus Brock Osweiler.
Brock Osweiler, yeah. So he was really cool to net it all out. It was fun. It was a good party. Came home, met up with a few of the fellas, and yada, yada, yada. Wound up at Lafitte's with Aaron Raybald at 11:30 at night again.
Let's see.
Sat at the piano this time while the guy's saying, I could sit there for 6 hours if there's a piano player singing cover songs.
How many times did people request the Piano Man in the course of that
It was playing when we walked in.
Really?
Yeah.
That's got to be the worst part about being a Piano Man is how many times you have to play Piano Man.
Yes.
And you probably can't take any liberties with it. People want to hear that arrangement that Billy Joel did. I don't want to hear your little artistic interpretation of it.
So I got home around 11:30. My bags are all packed. I'm ready to go.
Yep.
It would have been nice to drive my own truck over here today.
Clint held the
for 2 out of 5 days. We've had 5 days where there's needed to be an exchange of the one part. It's locked in his truck on his dashboard.
Is he being absent-minded or is he being passive-aggressively? Is he pulling a power trip?
I think he's being absent-minded, but I'm retroactively irritated by the fact that the day after he left it in his truck the first time, that the next day when he actually remembered to bring it in, he emphatically slapped it on the table as if to say, well, here's your parking pass.
Yeah.
Here's your big parking pass.
He's like my accountant every 9 or 10 years when I actually get my taxes done on time. I'm like, there you go, big. You whiny. He's always complaining about me being 3 months late. Well, here you go.
Right, yeah. Sorry I'm complaining about the one thing you needed to do, bring in the parking pass. So it's not a huge inconvenience. We Ubered here. It's more of an inconvenience for Odyssey, who will now have to pay for a $28 Uber ride that they didn't plan on paying.
I don't think you're going to get that this year, Sean.
Well, then Clint's going to pay me back $28.
Oh, okay.
I'll shake him down for
Clint learned how to cook, though.
Yippee.
Because of some gentle prodding by me, he now understands. He knows how to. He knows what spatula to use in a stainless steel pan, and how to clean it afterwards as well.
Right. No, I saw the video.
Yeah.
In fact, I think we have the audio of that video.
He's coachable.
Yeah.
He's coachable.
Well, for one thing, at least. For pan cleaning, he is.
Yeah.
Can I take that pan and bring it here and show it to the parking attendant?
Not without getting arrested.
Can you?
You're like, here's my parking pass right here. Pow!
Slap him with a pan.
I've been watching a lot of Looney Tunes.
Right. Yeah. No. Here's Ben. If we have it, here's Clint bragging about the fact that he learned how to clean a pan this trip.
Hey, Big Seth. Appreciate you being patient with me, my man. I'm a rookie in the kitchen, if you know what I mean. I want you to check this out, baby. Look at this right here. Boom. Ooh, mighty fine, might I add. And I know y'all see that in the background right there. That's that pan. That pan's cleaning the whistle, baby. Hey, guess what? Low heat and a metal spatula. It'll do the trick now. Hey,
there you go.
Dirty's in this kitchen. Always willing to learn, baby. Trying to get better.
Yeah.
He's very coachable.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah.
Says you.
Big Seth.
You're not the one that has to worry about parking a vehicle with him.
You know what? I'm not big in. I'm glad that I've lost weight just because I probably won't die quite as soon. But there is a part of me every year at Radio Row, ever since I've shrunk down from my playing size, that and I'm old enough now that nobody really looks at me like, oh, wait, who's that? Is that a former player? Is that a former player? And they're like, now I'm just another schmuck. Which is, there's a little part of me, and I fight against this. I feel weird that I even notice it. I'm kind of like,
I think you're off base on that.
Oh, really?
I think people know you're a former player. I think when people sit down in the exclusive furniture hot seat, they know you're a former player.
I think they're
you're
more.
You're still a very big individual. But
I think it's more because I'm good looking. I think it's more that
all players are good looking.
I think a lot of people are looking at it more like, is that guy an actor or not? Don't I know him?
Because all football players are good looking.
Is that the guy that's been nominated for an Oscar a bunch of times but never won it? That character actor?
To counterpoint your theory, I present Carson Beck.
No,
I must be a football player.
No, they're not. No, they're not even looking at me as a football player, Sean. They're looking at me as that. Yeah,
I got you.
Poor Carson Beck.
Oh, you know what? There's nothing he can do about it. He's making $4 million this year to play for Miami. I can make fun of his face.
So last night were the NFL Honors Awards.
Yeah.
The most notable one, and the weird one. And it's almost – because you know where I was with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. I was pretty much straight down the middle. I veered towards Lamar Jackson because he's the one who scares me the most.
Yeah.
That's how I made my decision ultimately is he scares me the most. And look, I'm going to use my personal bias just from when I've seen those guys in person play the Texans.
Sure.
We didn't see a version of Josh Allen that scared me all that much this year.
No, it's the total opposite.
I mean, it was his worst game of the year.
Yeah.
He didn't have receiving options, all of that. But there is a part of Lamar Jackson, whether was partly because of Derrick Henry or not, I don't care. It's a team sport. Lamar Jackson scared the crap out of me this year. But the weird thing about all of it is when you start to look at the way the All-Pro voting went, where it was more heavily in favor of Lamar Jackson, first-team All-Pro quarterback, Josh Allen was second-team All-Pro.
Same voters.
Yeah.
Same 50 voters voted Lamar Jackson first-team All-Pro and gave the MVP to Josh Allen.
I think one of the biggest driving factors, and as you pointed out before the show, you got to remember, this is like the difference is like 5 or 6 guys that might have voted differently. I think there's a hesitancy amongst some of them to make a guy a 3-time MVP when he hasn't done that much in the playoffs. Yeah. When he really hasn't proven himself. He's almost like early-stage Peyton Manning. That would be the good test. How many MVPs did Peyton Manning win?
It's funny you say that. I just put in most MVPs NFL in Google, and as literally as you're saying Peyton Manning's name, his name pops up. Peyton Manning has won the most NFL MVP awards with 5.
Did he win his 3rd before he actually won a Super Bowl?
That's a good question.
Because Peyton Manning had kind of the same reputation as Lamar Jackson early in his career was, my gosh, this guy's incredible. And yet he hasn't had many notable playoff performances. He won his first Super Bowl in 2006. Yeah.
And the one that's the recognized Super Bowl is the AP. Yeah. So let's take a look, Seth. Peyton Manning he won the MVP he tied with Steve McNair in 2003. They were co-MVPs. Okay. Then he won in 2004, and that was it. He didn't win his 3rd one until 2008.
Until after he had a Super Bowl in the bag.
Yeah, like it was, the Sean Alexander won it in 2005. 2 running backs, LaDainian Tomlinson in 2006. Brady won it in 2007. They went 16-0 that regular season.
Pretty good.
Yeah, and then Peyton Manning won it in 2008. 2009, and then he won an MVP with the Denver Broncos his second season there in Denver. Mm-hmm. So he's the most with 5. Aaron Rodgers has 4. So you may be right. It's a pretty exclusive club. I think it's an interesting theory. I would not have thought of that. Yeah. I would not have thought of the hesitancy.
Well, you're hungover, and I'm not.
I'm just tired.
Yeah.
I don't have a headache or anything. No, but I would have thought more just like voter fatigue. Like that's more so than like some specific.
Yeah. I do think the Derrick Henry dynamic mattered a little bit too.
For MVP?
For some people.
Yeah.
That people credit for doing more with less, and I think Josh. Now, if James Cook had been allowed to run the ball at all in the second half of that conference championship game, that wouldn't have. Now
second half, the last series, they're still giving it to Tyler Johnson.
That wouldn't have mattered for MVP voting because of it's a regular season award. But I'm just thinking about you look at the weapons that Josh Allen had versus the weapons that Lamar Jackson doesn't have incredible receivers either.
No.
It's just that 1-2 punch of him and Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
I'm so stressed. I'm thinking about it right now. I'm very stressed.
They play him next year.
I'm thinking about being a defensive end trying to play against that offense. And I'm like, I don't know what to do.
You're preemptively stressed out over the Texans-Ravens game this coming fall.
My D-line coach is going to yell at me when I get to the sideline because I didn't make an impossible decision correctly.
Summer, man.
Why'd you play the run? Because I'm scared of Derrick Henry. Why'd you go after Lamar Jackson instead of Derrick Henry? Because what the hell do you want from me?
It's going to be a long summer if you're scared of that game right now, man.
All right. That's what it all boils down to. You're never scared of the exact challenge. You're scared of your position coach.
Going back to the sidelines?
Yeah.
I love that.
I'm not scared of Lamar Jackson. I'm scared of my position coach.
I'm scared of Todd Grantham.
No, that's the truth.
Yeah.
Todd, you don't talk about old school.
Yep.
I was never scared of Todd because Todd was kind of looking at me and Gary Walker as the veterans that he was going to treat us like veterans, but then as a show of to the rookies why they deserve to be treated like dirt. And it gets uncomfortable sometimes when you're the veteran player and you make a really dumb mistake. And just kind of like, no, that's all right, man. You'll get it next time. And then a rookie makes like a minor little the stupid mistake.
It's MF'd.
Yeah, and he's the worst guy who ever lived.
Thanks for the one die, all die, Seth and Gary.
All in this together.
Hey. All right, Will Anderson was on In the Loop yesterday. Really, really good interview with the Texans defensive end. We'll hear Will Anderson in the next segment.
That'll get you going.
Yeah, this morning. That's your cup of coffee. Will Anderson and his energy. Talking about I loved what he said about his relationship with Danielle Hunter yesterday, his perspective on C.J. Stroud's 2024 season. So we'll hear from Will Anderson, who was on the set here yesterday with Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. Good stuff from Will Anderson. And also a reminder that we've got the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest going on. We're 14 minutes into the show, so you stick around for at least another 46 minutes, and you're going to be entered to win a trip to Vegas. You and 3 buddies headed to Circa in Vegas to their big sports book and their stadium swim and the whole experience of staying at Circa. It's a beautiful, beautiful property there. And you're going to get $20K in your pocket as well if you win this contest to go do with what you wish in Vegas. You could go a long way with $20K. You can turn $20K into more money out in Vegas. But keep listening. 60 minutes every day until February 23rd, and you're entered to win our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. You're going to be going during the college basketball tournament. Best time of year to go. So keep listening all day long here on the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and log in, and you're entered to win that contest. Will Anderson up next, but first I want to talk about daily.
the first flag. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. Our last day here on Radio Row. Thank you to all of our sponsors who brought us here. Our title sponsor, Flight by Yingling, Low T Center, getting us here. If you're watching on the stream, it's Mokaram Injury Lawyers sponsoring the stream. And we are light on guests today, but that will not stop us from mentioning the exclusive furniture hot seat, which people have really enjoyed. I don't know how it took so long for us or any station to bring a recliner for their guests.
A lot of podcasts have that set up. Yeah. Guys will sit, and I've always looked at it, and it actually looks kind of uncomfortable for doing a 4-hour show from because
they all sit in recliners.
It's almost too relaxing. I feel like there's a certain part where you want to be, but for people that just need a brief respite to sit down for 15 minutes, their dogs are barking.
That's right.
Tired.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those puppies. Yeah. Yeah. So it's been fun, man. And so thank you to Exclusive Furniture.
I was out yesterday. I did my NFL Trust health screening.
Oh yeah.
It's awesome, man. I always get upset when I hear these ex-players whining about how the league doesn't do anything for them because there's certain things. Yeah, you can always there can always be more.
It's a complicated conversation.
But some of the things we do, like you go and you get this battery of tests done, and it took about 2.5 hours.
Okay.
And it's like extensive blood work, neck artery scans, all those things, and you do it in like 2.5 hours. It's awesome.
Do you get answers right away, or are you waiting
3 weeks?
now?
I got to wait 3 weeks till I find out if I'm dying or not.
Okay.
We're all dying, of course.
Dying, yeah.
But so you ran it. I talked to Jake Reed a little bit. Remember the receiver?
The wide receiver, yeah.
Kind
of the forgotten man on that Minnesota. That was Chris Carter, Randy Moss, and Jake Reed.
Jake Reed had several 1,000-yard seasons.
He was really good.
Yeah. So he's looking really good. I thought he was my age. He's like 10 years older than me.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I talked to him for a little bit.
Yeah.
And met a guy from the what's his name? Othello. He was in the league briefly, but was with the Jaguars in their first year of Tom Coughlin in 1995. And he had some stories about that first training camp. But then especially, I wanted to hear about him being a rookie with the Saints.
Yeah.
Because the Saints were notorious for a long time of being like absolute worst place to be a rookie and they ended up getting busted for it. Because somebody almost lost his eye when he had to not run the gauntlet but walk the gauntlet.
Cam Cleveland was a tight end, and he got hit with like a sock full of pennies or something.
So Othello was telling me about what it was like, and it was Othello Henderson. With the Saints, you'd always hear the stories about guys, getting tied up to the goalposts. And Coughlin squashed all that when I was a rookie, so I didn't get subjected to much hazing at all. I had like light to mild hazing. And so this is how it would work with the Saints, who are notorious as the worst.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, when they tied rookies to the goalposts, they would leave them out there until right before wake-up call in the morning. So they'd be out there all night, taped to a goalpost, and it gets cold at night, because they would have training. I think they had training camp over in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So you're out there, and I was like, did you manage to fall asleep tied up? And he's like, barely at all. And then you'd go out and you'd have an old school training camp practice. So the vets would come out, and Sean, it sounded like Lord of the Flies.
Well, and these are people trying to make the team.
Yes, you're trying to make the team. And Jim Mora he would have the rookies basically out there the entire practice. It wasn't like, okay, the ones are in, the twos are in, now the rookies go in. They'd be on scout team, all three.
That's just stupid.
Right. Oh, yeah, incredibly stupid. So, and then the vets would come out and they would cut them down like 15 minutes before wake up, because they weren't supposed to be doing it. So there's that. But then the gauntlet, it wasn't, you think of usually a gauntlet you run through and people are punching you, whatever, but you're running or crawling or trying to get through. You had to walk through the gauntlet.
So they could just wind up and smack
Yeah, and do whatever you want. And you were not allowed to run. You had to walk through the gauntlet. And so this was the rule.
Amazing they were never winning Super Bowls.
I know. This was not to mention trying to be a rookie. And a lot of the hazing was all year long with taking them down to the French Quarter or whatever. But so the rules Othello said was you never wanted to be caught alone. You always had to be in a group.
Yeah.
You had to be in a group of rookies. If you got caught alone, and you can imagine the scenes of where a guy realizes all of a sudden that he hears the footsteps and they're coming for me. Yeah.
It's like going to high school in the inner city or something like that.
It's rough, man. It was rough out there as I hypothetically thought about doing it.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Let's get to Will Anderson. Will Anderson was on with the guys on In the Loop yesterday, and he talked about his relationship with Danielle Hunter.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. He's a special guy, man, on and off the field. I have to commend him on the type of guy he is off the field. You know, when I first met him, I was like, I don't know how this is going to go because, you know, usually when you have two alpha dogs in the room, you know, it's usually somebody got it. But, no, it was great working with him. Like, he taught me so much. He learned from me the system and stuff like that, and we were open to learning from each other and playing for each other. Like, he spoke so much life into me this year, and he helped me, and he gave me so much confidence this year. And just to look at him on the side and be like, that's who I'm out there going to war with every time we got on the field, it was a great feeling.
That was a perfect signing. The Danielle Hunter signing was a perfect signing.
Yeah, there was, you can see exactly what they were thinking, I think. Aside from Danielle Hunter's, his value as a football player. Yeah. Remember, because they had signed Danico Autry, and that was going to be the guy that played opposite of Will Anderson.
Yep.
And then they realized that Danielle Hunter was interested and available, and I think probably he was open to a short-term contract.
Yep.
That was a big one.
Yeah.
So they gave him an almost completely guaranteed 2-year contract. And I know, I don't know this, but I would assume a big part of that is, man, he's going to be a great mentor for Will Anderson.
Yeah.
And he really was, because he's a technician. He's kind of one of these guys that really looks at it like it's a credit at.
Yeah.
And for a guy like Will Anderson, who in college was pretty much just like see ball, chase ball, a whole lot of grunting, and like he needed that refinement.
Yeah.
And it was really cool to see it start to take effect as this season went along.
That's funny you say that. He actually talked about his playing style. Hey, Ben, let's skip up to Will Anderson 1. And I think this is the cut that I'm looking for here, because they asked him about, hey, you were finding some moves like you did last offseason. You were perfecting a Euro step, and Will was like, I'm not really a Euro step guy.
Yeah.
I'm just a bull in a china shop kind of guy. Here's Will Anderson on his playing style and what he's doing to improve.
I'll tell people all the time, like, what you see on my tape is not pretty. I'm not the type of dude that go out there and do all the fancy moves, all the cute moves. Like, I get right to the point of attack and try to get to the quarterback, and that's something I just want to do consistently and keep building off that. And, my biggest thing this offseason is with my flexibility and stuff like that, and really getting the right training this offseason to help me do that. But turning that corner tighter and just having more precision on the ball and getting some more strip sacks and fumbles and stuff like that, and that's where I want to take my game to the next level.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Will Anderson, when you start thinking about, okay, who does he compare to? And I've always felt like Nick Bosa is a good comp, because Bosa's very powerful. He doesn't have real fluid hips or anything, but he's very good with his hands. And I think that's probably where Will could watch a lot of Nick Bosa. Now, the nice thing about Will is I think he cares more about the run than Nick Bosa does. So I think he's got the potential to be a more complete defensive end than Nick Bosa mentor, or at least occasionally in-house mentor for him. For a guy that, when you hear a guy say he wants to work on his flexibility, I think a lot of people have a knee jerk, like, all right, well, there's only so much you can do with that. J.J. Watt, another guy that, especially when he's playing on the edge, he didn't have fluid hips. He's not a Danielle Hunter type. But J.J. was working on his shin angle and his ankle flexibility in high school. He had a really good coach that was really teaching him all that stuff that, like a lot of stuff that I'd never even heard of until I was out of the NFL. These guys now are so much more polished in really refining the technique of everything. And JJ had been working on that his entire career. So he was able to turn the corner even despite not having that fluidity that a lot of other edge rushers do. So I think JJ's probably already been a great resource for Will. But I think, but for a lot of that type of stuff, you can look at JJ and, you'd think, like, that's a weird comp, JJ to Will Anderson. There's some similarities there in the types of athletes that they are.
Yeah. Let's hear from Will Anderson Jr. on his teammate, draft classmate. They were drafted back-to-back, second and third in the 2023 draft. His perspective on the season that C.J. Stroud had.
Man, I thought he handled it really well. One thing I always talk about Coach Saban is, which I love about him so much that helped me out through all my seasons of playing football after him, was I asked him, I said, Coach, why do you love coaching football? Like, what keeps you going? He said, it's the challenge of a new season. Yeah. Every season is going to be different. No season is going to look the same. You're not going to go 15-0 record that you think you're going to have. You're not going to have the season that you're always going to think you have. And that's what keeps me going, that thrill, that challenge. And I commend him so much for that because I look at that in my own life. And I think CJ did the same thing. Like, every season is not going to look the same. You know what I'm saying? But the way he persevered through it, the way he played through it, he still led us all the way to divisional game. And that's not like, of course we want the Super Bowl, but he's a young player and he's still learning. He's still enjoying his process and learning his process. And he can take us to how far we want to go. And I truly believe that. And I'm excited about it.
You know, I think that
he just fires me up.
I know. Well, if you think about both CJ and Bobby Slowick, and this goes back to a lot of people that had reservations about the fact that the original plan was to have a rookie center snapping the ball to a rookie quarterback and running the plays called by a rookie offensive coordinator. I think both Bobby and CJ this year came into the year, and remember, I told you during training camp, I started to get a little nervous when they started talking about doing that 300 level stuff. You know, last year was football 101. This year we can start doing more advanced stuff. Because the lesson you hear over and over again from Andy Reid says this every single year after one of their annoying Super Bowls is that you got to start from square one. You really gotta rebuild everything from the ground up every single year because every year it's a different team. There's always going to be rookies. There's going to be the people game planned against you, so you don't know what they have in store, what they've concocted in the offseason. And I started to get really nervous that they were a little too in love with this notion of being the greatest show on field turf. And you get into the season and they can't run the ball. They can't do the basics. They can't pick up blitzes.
Yep.
And it's almost cliche and it's almost too simple, and yet it's a cliche because it's true. You can't put the cart ahead of the horse. You got to genuinely start with the first layer of bricks.
You talking about that gets me excited to see what this Nick Caley thing is going to look like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just to see what his offense is. You know, because there's all these assumptions.
Yeah.
He came from the Sean McVay tree. I'm hoping it's a Nick Caley offense.
Well, no, this is what's so – I'm genuinely confused by it because people take a guy's most recent 2 years of experience and assume like, oh, yep, he's going to run the McVay offense.
Like the guy hasn't been thinking for 10 years.
Right, he was a coach for 10 years in college, then was with the Patriots for 7 years, then was with him. He's got a brain of his own.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing the biggest thing I would want to hear if I were a GM is adapting your scheme to the personnel you have.
Correct.
And that's where when you talk about – and McVay was the perfect illustration of that. The offense that McVay has been running the last couple of years is much different than – a Shanahan-style offense. It's much different than what McVay was doing the first few years.
Yep.
And it's that adaptability, okay, how do we make this offense best for these personnel with this quarterback, with Matt Stafford? And somebody told the story of a few days ago. It was one of the old Patriots from the Patriots-Rams Super Bowl. That was kind of the wake-up call for Sean McVay that, all right, man, 2 times that year, one, Vic Fangio, veteran defensive coordinator, had really put it to him. And offense and some of the predictability. And then in the Super Bowl, one of the Patriots players said that was the easiest game they ever played.
I saw those quotes. Yeah, they didn't even make any halftime adjustments. So they didn't have to.
The Rams didn't score a touchdown in that game.
13-3.
And it was, which is a shame because Wade Phillips had a hell of a game too.
He did.
You know, Wade Phillips, the
Brady
Rams defensive coordinator, had a hell of it, but it was lost to history, obviously.
That's right.
And I think that's what I'm hoping for with Nick Caley, isn't that he's going to run McVay's scheme or Belichick's or Tom Brady's scheme or anything like that. The guy's got a lot of experience and a lot of he was part of air raid offenses in college. Mm-hmm. He's got broad experience, and now it's just a matter of, okay, when he's the guy running the show and as the architect, what's the Nick Caley offense going to look like?
Yep. My favorite part of that whole Will Anderson clip was the visual I have of him just walking up to Nick Saban at practice and asking him, like, hey, what keeps you going, Coach? You know, he's just like standing there holding his helmet under his arm, and the two of them are talking like two buddies. You know, I asked Nick Saban, what keeps you going?
Remember that story Will Anderson told about when the first time he felt acknowledgement or approval from Saban was when he started calling him Will instead of his jersey number?
Yeah, I love that.
That was another thing. People chafed against Caserio when he first came in. He called
Deshaun the player.
The player or the quarterback, right?
He called him the player. So we're not trading the player.
Yeah, and I think that I liked it because if there's one thing I was hoping for and thirsty for after Bill O'Brien as the GM, it's that you need a GM who's calculating, and he needs to be able to detach himself from the emotional side of it. is Bill O'Brien. He's never far away from his emotions.
No,
like,
good or bad.
Yeah.
Like it worked both ways with Bill O'Brien. Like obviously the hot-headed part of it, but then the part where he just falls in love with guys.
Yeah.
And Nick Martin getting $11 million a year.
Right. Because he stole workout equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the thing that still bothers me about that Nick Martin story, about him taking workout equipment home. I was like, that's great for Nick Martin.
Right.
There's other guys on the team.
Yeah, I gotta go to his house now to use the
what the hell?
To use the Nautilus machines. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you live on Radio Row. Our final day here. We've had a great week in New Orleans. It's been fantastic. Thank you to Flight by Yingling for sending us here, our title sponsor. Headlines up next. Another bad night for the Rockets last night. NBA trade deadline has come and gone, and we've got one of the smallest Hall of Fame classes that we've had in the history of the Hall of Fame. We'll tell you who got in. That's coming up next.
Oh boy, listen.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Rockets in headlines as we welcome you back in here on Radio Row in New Orleans. Flight by Yingling, our title sponsor. It's good to be with you on our final day here on Radio Row. We'll start with basketball. The Rockets lose again last night. That's 5 in a row they've lost now. 127-114, the final score. Yet another game where the Rockets spit the bit in the fourth quarter. They were outscored 35-16.
They shot 3 for 13. The Cody Zeller trade was gonna
put them over the top.
Yeah, man. If that's not gonna put some juice in you,
yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. If a Cody Zeller can't get you fired up, then why are you even playing basketball? Why even show up to the arena?
Is this 5 in a row now?
5 in a row. Yeah, 5 losses in a row.
Guys, you know it's bad when Seth Payne can do the math in his head.
That's right.
That's 5 in a row.
Seth can count to 5.
5 in a row in signature Rockets fashion, too, where you collapse in the fourth quarter. You just basically you check out emotionally when the third quarter buzzer rings.
Yeah, leading by 6 going into the fourth, and then it completely unraveled down the stretch. It was still a close game. I think it was like 107, 106 at one point, and then it just completely collapsed in the end. Anthony Edwards had 41 points. One night after he scored 49 points against Chicago. He was good in the beginning, 18 in the first quarter. He had 16 in the fourth quarter. And the Rockets now, they've got one game left on this road trip. It's in Dallas. They're playing a team whose fan base has completely checked out on them and is canceling season tickets. On Saturday afternoon, they play just sort of a weird start time. That game's making me nervous.
If I don't see Cody Zeller get 40 minutes in this game and thrash, I'm going to be PO'd.
And Seth's bringing up Cody Zeller because that was the Rockets made that deal before the trade deadline yesterday. It's just a minor deal involving some second-round picks.
It's not a Kikuchi trade.
It's not a Kikuchi trade at all. But NBA trades are so funny to me because that trade gets reported and it's undetermined if he'll actually play for the Rockets. I'm I hate basketball.
I know.
God, I hate
the salary swapping and very complicated.
Okay, let me ask you this: there were rumors yesterday that, and I apologize, I forget. Oh, it's Brian Windhorst reported that the Rockets could be in on Ben Simmons if he gets a buyout from his current team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want Ben Simmons on the Rockets.
Yeah.
I have no desire to have Ben
I don't want
Simmons
anything that's not just an immediate and apparent and obvious, this puts them over the top and helps them be not a better fourth quarter team, and it's everything that you want in a bad. It was almost like it had to be a definite object of desire or not.
Well, I just don't know if Ben Simmons enjoys playing basketball.
That's what I mean. No, as far as culture and everything, they're really on the right path in a lot of ways. That's why this has got to be driving Udoka absolutely insane. Yeah. That he can get buy-in and production and performance for the first three quarters. I mean, Şengün, you look at the box score, Şengün and Jalen Green had good nights last night. Not in the fourth quarter.
Not when it mattered.
There wasn't a single player that scored more than 3 points.
In the fourth quarter, yeah.
And Şengün was getting, they were doubling him up down low, but it wasn't, it's just, it's got to be driving him absolutely insane.
Do you think that maybe there was a little bit, I thought of, when I'm watching the Rockets on this road trip, they had the 4-game road trip where they beat the Celtics and they beat the Cavs, and everybody they were the toast of the league. Amen Thompson was making a run at the All-Star game. Everybody was loving them. Do you think there's maybe a little kind of a version of what we experienced with C.J. Stroud this year, where the Rockets reached up, they won those games, and maybe they're like, oh, okay, well, this is. I don't want to say they're thinking it's easy.
No, I don't think so. I think there is still. Look, there's still parts about this team. Well, like last night, okay, if they're going to double Şengün, then get the ball out, and the guys that need to be taking the shots take the shots. And there's just not that flow to it. I think that at least part of it was Udoka's done some really good things with them. In the regular season in the NBA, energy matters a lot. Yeah. It matters a lot. And if you got guys playing with energy, but then when you get to the fourth quarter, and whether it's a good team or a bad team, that's when it really gets intense, and it starts to become more of a how skilled are you? Mm-hmm. And I think the Rockets have made a lot of progress in a lot of regards, but they're still not a genuinely veteran team in the fourth quarter.
Yep. NFL honors last night. The Hall of Fame class is 4 people in this Hall of Fame class: Jared Allen, Eric Allen, Sterling Sharp, and Antonio Gates. So that's a little surprising to me that it's such a small class.
Yeah.
And B, There were a few names. I think there's some who are a little surprised Eli didn't make it just because it had gotten so much buzz that he would get in.
It's still, for people who care about first ballot or not, and I think there's enough voters that still feel that way, Eli's not up in that same category of other quarterbacks who are first ballot Hall of Famers.
No question
right?
he's not. Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Whether you like that or not, I think practically that's the way it works out if you're an Eli fan or Stan.
Yep.
Luke Kuechly not making it was a shocker.
I told you yesterday, that's the one guy. Yeah.
Right. You always look at, okay, is this guy one of the very best at his position for a long stretch of time? That seems like a slam dunk, and he was. And I wonder, then you go back to the same Eli dynamic where I think more people because of the Super Bowls, but because he played for the Giants, it's because his last name is Manning.
Yeah.
Kuechly had the opposite going, which is he plays a nondescript position on a nondescript franchise.
Yeah.
And he didn't win a Super Bowl. And so it almost like his individual accomplishments just don't take on as much shine in the eyes. And all these Hall of Fame voters love to think highly of themselves. They act like, oh, no, that would never – it matters.
Well,
it matters.
It's insane that he didn't get in a class where they had spots available.
Right. It wasn't like he was a bottlenecked out or anything.
Right. Normally 5 guys make it, and they had spots available, and Luke Kuechly's not getting in? What are we doing? Like, he played 8 years. He was a 5-time first-team All-Pro, a 2-time second-team All-Pro. The only time he wasn't an All-Pro was in his rookie season in 2012, and he was the freaking Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
He's the one defensive player there. That stretch where J.J. had the 3 and 4 years, he's the other one.
And that's the part that bothers me about that is that because he plays a nondescript position in today's game. People don't care as much about middle linebackers as they used to. But then all of a sudden, when there is a bottleneck, those guys really get screwed. That's why I don't like voters making a big deal out of the first-time ballot just because of that dynamic.
Yeah.
There's time, we had that bottleneck of wide receivers forever, where Andre Johnson, one of them, and I don't know,
dude. I'm so glad Andre is not amidst all this nonsense right now, and that he got in last year.
Yeah,
because if Andre's still in this, can you imagine if Andre came and this year he doesn't go in and they only put 4 people in?
Yeah.
Like, they've got to be livid in Indianapolis about Reggie Wayne, and in St. Louis, I guess, Torrey Holt. I know he played in St. Louis. It's the Rams. If you're a Rams fan, you're probably that those guys, there's a bottleneck at wide receiver, and these voters just left spaces available. They just didn't put guys in when they could have.
The last time a class was this small was in 2005.
Yep.
And everyone since 2013 has had at least 7 members.
Yeah,
maybe they've got a renovation issue at the Hall of Fame. Maybe they need to expand or something.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if we got room for the Aaron Rayball, the onsite. You were there last year, were you not?
Yeah.
Did it look like there was room in the hall for more busts? He says yes.
There was space.
Yes.
There was space.
Aaron, by the way, found the. Okay, we got to say this quietly.
Yeah.
Aaron Rayball found the Pope Zaza hat. He discovered it.
The hat that will be on Pope Zaza's
The search for the holy Pope Zaza hat.
I like it.
He's like Indiana Jones.
Okay.
He swapped the sandbag.
Do you want to show it to the stream, or do you want to?
And we're speaking in hushed tones, not because of the holiness of the.
Because
we
might be stealing it.
Right. Yeah. Now this something that I'm guessing you can buy this for $4 at a Mardi Gras store.
Yeah.
But it's one of those crowns.
Yep.
It's a crown.
You know what else?
I'm going to fix. It sits precariously on the top of
you're
Pope Zaza's head right now. We're going to get a football chin strap.
I love that.
And I'll put a mouthpiece in the top, too.
I love
the
that.
way the kids do these days.
Yeah. Oh, that's beautiful.
So good job, Aaron Rayball.
Good job, Aaron Rayball. All right, those are your headlines. Josh Allen, MVP.
Don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
I don't need any of you Karens out there. Any of you that used to, you miss now that you can't call in the rules violations, so now you're going to call the Super Bowl committee.
For somebody to rat out.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Florio's up there. That's a really good point, Aaron.
That's a great
point.
Florio's
up there right now. Like, those guys are up to something.
Yeah,
I'm going to save this for February.
Steal that $4 hat. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're live on Radio Row, brought to you by Flight by Yingling. Up next, let's dig into this Super Bowl a little bit. These two teams played just 2 years ago. The most important and intriguing new faces to this matchup as compared to 2 years ago between these teams. That is next.
The most important and intriguing part of building your dream home is choosing the right builder. You hear all these stories about people.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Boy, there's some people that are really upset that I got my picture taken with Dak Prescott and posted it on my social media. Yeah.
Were you supposed to spit on him or something?
I don't know. He couldn't have been nicer.
I like Dak Prescott because I think ultimately he's not the guy. So for the Cowboys, he's a likable guy.
Keeps them
who
right.
He plays pretty damn well, but I don't think he's the guy.
I didn't say that to him last night.
Hey, Dak, I love you,
really
man.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, you're a Cowboys fan? No, I just think you're the guy that's not ultimately going to win them a Super Bowl.
You're the guy that's going to get them right here, and I love your tequila.
And there's
amazing tequila.
They'd be idiots to let you go, and yet I don't think you're the guy.
Yeah. So, I don't know what to say.
Sometimes you do run into. Usually, I always try to tell myself, like, all right, when people are jerks on social media, they would never treat you that way in real life. But you do, I'd say, 1 out of 400 interactions run into the guy that does say it to your face. Yeah,
he says exactly what he thinks.
And then I'm kind of like, I respect this game. I respect this guy's honesty.
That's funny. That's funny. Yeah. So yeah, some people, I'm getting these replies like, "Oh, this is a trash thing to do." Like, what? Take a picture with the guy at his event? Oh man.
Most of the time, we weren't here yesterday when Will Anderson was here.
Yeah.
And I don't think Derek Stingley's. I could Derek by Radio
at all.
Row.
No.
Derek Stingley likes to keep a low profile. Seems like he does anything social media or anything almost grudgingly. He just wants to play football and whatever else he does in his private life.
He just wants to get picks.
Yeah,
that's it, man.
And his personality is just he's not as outgoing and gregarious as Will Anderson.
No, he's gotten better though.
Yeah.
I say better, like it's not good or bad. It's just who he is.
There's a part of the job where you have to do it, and it doesn't. I think he's grown more comfortable in that regard.
He's got more talkative, for sure.
You know what I liked about Derek Stingley early this year was there were a couple times at press conferences where he didn't understand the question, and he just kind of asked them to ask it again or state it in a way that, not like in a jerk type way or anything.
No.
But it takes a certain comfort level there when you're somebody who's not naturally comfortable in those environments to just kind of slow it down and, be thoughtful about the answer.
He's incredibly thoughtful. That's the word I was going to use.
Yeah.
He's very thoughtful. He's really good that way. So, yeah. But if you haven't seen or listened to the Pivot podcast yet with Stingley, go out of your way to find it. It's really, really good. All right, so this Super Bowl, Seth, rematch from a couple years ago. A lot of the same faces. A lot of the main characters in this, most of them are the same as they were 2 years ago. That was a game I think a lot of Philly people felt like we should have won this football game. Mm-hmm. Jalen Hurts was excellent in that game.
Jalen Hurts played, you could say, on the sum total of it all, in this, played better than Pat Mahomes.
Yeah. Like if they won, Jalen Hurts would have been the runaway MVP in that game for sure. Maybe he should have been even in a loss. Who knows? But they lose that game. Ironically, I feel like that whole referee thing with the Chiefs, with that, I think it was a defensive holding call on Bradbury down the stretch there, and that allowed the Chiefs to kind of run the clock out, kick the game-winning field goal. So it's most of the same characters. The new faces here that are most intriguing, I've got 4. And if you want to add any in, you can text in 713-572-4610. I think locally here, maybe not for the sake of the national audience, but I think a lot of Houstonians are watching this game because of DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah,
see if DeAndre Hopkins can win a ring.
A lot of our listeners have said, as much as they hate it, they really want to pull for DeAndre Hopkins.
Yes.
So they don't want to pull for the Chiefs, but it would be real. At the very least, it would be a consolation if DeAndre Hopkins got to win a Super Bowl.
It's an emotional hedge. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're rooting for the Eagles because you don't want the Chiefs to get the three-peat. But if the Chiefs happen to win, oh well, at least DeAndre got.
It'd be like in the Revolutionary War if you'd gotten to know one of these English soldiers. They're kind of like, he's a good dude.
Right.
You hope he doesn't get killed.
Right.
Like you're kind of maybe I won't throw stones at him as they march out of town after the defeat.
But on the other hand, I hate getting taxed without representation.
If only he had,
on one hand here.
You know what? Yeah. You know what? Did this guy write a single letter back to Parliament? I doubt it. Screw him. I hope he does die.
I like how you talked yourself into hating the guy in 5 seconds.
Stupid red uniform.
Yes.
Way to wear a target.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, talk me out of this.
Okay.
The prop bet for DeAndre Hopkins receiving yards, depending on where you get it, is anywhere between 11.5 and like 14.5 yards.
Well, it makes sense because because he's not. I mean, he's had one catch in the playoffs
for 11 yards. Yeah. No, I totally understand that.
He is exactly the type of guy that Andy Reid, with 2 weeks of preparation, and not to mention, DeAndre Hopkins has been integrating himself into the scheme since midway through the season.
Yeah, we've seen him have good games.
That you could very much see that. Oh yeah, this is the
ambush. This is the ambush from Andy Reid. That's what I'm thinking. It's like that's one catch, basically. You know what I mean? That's one chain mover by DeAndre Hopkins. I don't know. I mean, I say talk me out of it. It's too late. I've already put like damn near max wager on DeAndre Hopkins going over 11.5 yards. Max for me, not max for the website I use. But so yeah, like I don't know, man. And so yeah, he's got one catch for 11 yards in the postseason. He had no catches against the Texans in that game, where they beat the Texans in the divisional round. It's just so jarring to look at a prop bet with DeAndre Hopkins' name with 11.5 yards.
And it seems like just from the way DeAndre Hopkins has handled it publicly, at least, it seems like he's at that stage in his career where he knows the deal. He knows he's a veteran, aging wide receiver, and he is genuinely happy to be on a Super Bowl.
I think he's sincere. Yeah, he said that.
He kind of wandered in the football desert for a while, and now he's genuinely just going to do whatever he's supposed to do for the team, and it's really cool.
Yep, absolutely.
Not that he was ever a big ego guy or diva guy, but
no, he wasn't. But it is cool to see. So DeAndre Hopkins is one of the 4 interesting new faces.
Blue Collar Gucci, still the best nickname I've ever given anybody.
Blue Collar Gucci.
He's Blue Collar Gucci.
Okay.
DeAndre, because he was always just he was also always dressed in funky fashion
drip
and everything.
Was amazing.
Yeah, but he was a very blue collar guy.
Big time, yeah.
He's Blue Collar Gucci.
Blue Collar Gucci. I like that.
It's like if Gucci came out with a workwear line. Yeah.
Construction vests.
You show up at the platform with bedazzled boots.
A hard hat, a sledgehammer, a diamond-encrusted sledgehammer.
The penguin case or whatever on your cell phone is jewel-encrusted, yeah.
That's great. New face number 2, and I know you'll like this one, Vic Fangio. This is a big one. Vic Fangio's
been in the league forever and has never won a Super Bowl, and he's still regarded as one of the best defensive coordinators of this era. Mm-hmm. And he's done some really good things this year and in the playoffs. This is where the two competing defensive coordinators get really interesting because they're both guys that are in their 60s, late 60s. And Spagnuolo is the opposite. Spagnuolo's got the most Super Bowl victories by a coordinator ever.
Yeah.
So when it comes to he's Dick LeBeau with more rings.
Right.
It's really, really impressive. And, emotionally, I really want Vic Fangio to win a Super Bowl.
So Fangio versus Andy Reid. And you've got Spagnuolo versus
Kellen Moore.
Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore.
I feel like Kellen Moore loses out there.
He's definitely the least decorated of all those guys, for sure.
So if we talk about, along with Vic Fangio, Steve Spagnuolo, this is the fourth quarter. That's when Spagnuolo just releases the hounds. He's usually done a bunch of stuff to set up pass protection issues in the fourth quarter. They'll show looks that looked exactly like a blitz in the first 3 quarters, or it looked the same, but the blitz came from the other side. All of those different dynamics. It puts a lot of stress on a quarterback, on an offensive line, all of that. The one stat or group of stats that I keep seeing is that, how bad Jalen Hurts is when pressured. Mm-hmm. I think those are always passing stats. The thing about Jalen Hurts is he's gotten really good at selectively scrambling and knowing when to run and when to hold or when to get rid of the football. I think that part of it is I think he's got more of an edge in that regard versus the Chiefs' defense than people are giving him credit for.
Okay, along those lines, as long as we're talking about prop bets, I've struggled with this one. Jalen Hurts rushing yards.
What's the over-under?
40.5.
I'll go over on that.
You'd go over?
Yeah.
Okay, now keep in mind, in the NFC title game, he was dealing with a knee. Yeah. So we'll see how the knee, because he hurt the knee against the Rams.
He was going to wear a brace and then decided not to wear the brace. Very first play of the game, they do a little bit of that little reverse pitch to Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, so in that game, he did rush 10 times, but it was only for 16 yards. It was all kinds of tush-push stuff.
The fact that his knee issue was something where maybe he would have worn a knee brace, but he chose not to. I feel like with 2 weeks of rest and recovery, it's not going to be as big a deal.
Yeah, 40.5. I struggled with that. I ended up staying away from it, but I talked myself into both sides.
I think he's going to be challenged enough in finding receivers because of Spagnuolo that he's going to.
Some
of those blitzes, all it takes is one blitz where they rush, but they're playing zone behind it, and he's got room to run.
Yep.
Yeah.
New face number 3 for this Super Bowl as compared to these two teams playing each other 2 years ago. This is the big one. Saquon Barkley is a Philadelphia Eagle.
And the Chiefs have not allowed a big rusher all year long, and it's weird because we've seen both in the Texans game, in the Bills game, there's times where it looks like teams can run at will against them. And I think that goes back to Spagnuolo again. I mean, he's just so good at adjusting and adapting to the game plan that it goes away at some point during the game.
They haven't allowed a 100-yard rusher, an individual to rush for 100 yards, I think, during the Mahomes era in the playoffs, during this run of dominance that they've had.
Yeah, so Saquon Barkley, it's combined. I would go, if I were going to go with the over on Saquon, it would definitely be for combined rushing and receiving.
Okay. Find a way to get him the ball.
Yeah,
that's a good thought.
That's what he has that, like Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry is capable as a receiver, but it's mostly because people are scared of him as a runner that he gets opportunities as a receiver.
Saquon's a legit good receiver.
Scary as a receiver.
You could line him up in the slot if you wanted to. His number for rushing yards that I saw was 112.5.
I would go under on that.
You would go under on that?
On just strictly rushing? Yeah.
Just rushing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
So what's the over-under on rushing and receiving combined?
I don't know. If I had to guess, probably somewhere around 145, 150, right?
The other thing, this is what really annoyed me about Conference Championship weekend.
Yeah.
The damn tush push.
Yeah.
It was all over the place.
Yeah.
That whole afternoon and evening. It was like I was in a niche on the internet or something.
Yeah.
And and the Chiefs were really good. They shut Josh Allen down.
Yeah.
And then the Eagles were not having the easy success with the tush push in the conference championship game. It was and then we got to that dynamic in the Eagles game where it was just false offsides
on the 1 yard line. Yeah.
After offsides. So even though you didn't get to see the tush push, it was still another one. And we're going to see so many in this game. There's going to be the Bills. Are the Bills going to adjust and realize, like, okay, wow, the Chiefs look, or not the Bills.
The Eagles going to
adjust after and think that the tush push might not be it tonight, and they get the ball to Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
Because that's where you might get a huge Saquon Barkley run is a line in the tush push,
but
then creatively you figure a way to get him out on the perimeter and break a tackle.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, the wrinkles in this game are going to be fascinating. These are really good minds that are pushing the buttons for these teams.
And they're really good wrinkleable personnel.
Yes. Yeah.
These guys, like, they haven't been ironed in months.
Yeah. A lot of wrinkles.
Yeah.
Last one. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce were not an item the first time these two teams played in the Super
Bowl.
We're going to get it.
Is this the first time Taylor Swift has been to a Super Bowl?
No. But when they played 2 years ago.
The first time. Last year she was all over the place.
Yeah, for the 49ers. But they played the 49ers. When these two teams played, there was no Tay-Tay back then.
Are people still talking about this?
About Taylor Swift?
Yeah, I feel like I've got it filtered out on my social media and everything.
Dude, there's like 90 prop bets.
I put her as a filter out phrase in my on Twitter, so I don't really see all the people talking about it and then people annoyed about people
missing a hell of a show.
And everything. Okay.
That's still.
Is the biggest pop star in the world still a story, Sean? Is that all right?
Is that what you're telling me?
Okay.
Yeah. So she's the other new face. Text in if I'm missing anybody on this. Those are the big one. I'm saying Taylor Swift, somewhat tongue in cheek. The big one is obviously Saquon Barkley. Like that's that's the big difference maker in this whole thing. So
in the last game, the last time these two teams played, they did a very good job. The Chiefs did a very good job against the Eagles' rushing attack.
Mm-hmm. Zach Bond, new face, someone is saying on the text page. First team All-Pro linebacker. That might be one of the best free agency signings of the decade. The
guy was a journeyman caliber dude, gets a 1-year contract
for $3.5 million,
and ends up being first team All-Pro.
Incredible.
I would guess he gets. They're going to retain him.
Yeah,
and
you would think.
Zach Bond's the kind of guy though that would probably, if they franchise tag him, he'll be like, hell yeah, all right.
Yeah.
It hasn't seeped into his brain yet that like he should be thinking of himself differently. He'll just say, okay, cool, like. You want me to play for that? And they're like, no, actually, we're kind of hoping you would negotiate with us a little bit.
Nope. $12 million it is.
I don't know. 1-year contract worked out pretty well for me.
Yeah. Someone said Kareem Hunt, welcome back, Super Bowl. And Kareem Hunt, that'll be interesting to see the Kareem Hunt, Isaiah Pacheco dynamic.
I do not touch Chiefs running backs for anything ever.
You never know.
Because of the Andy Reid dynamic.
It's very Patriot life. It was owning a Patriot running back in fantasy was just fraught with peril.
Yeah.
Because one week they'd get 2 touches, and the next week if you had LeGarrette Blunt,
yeah,
you're like, oh yeah,
well,
hey, use him down near the goal line, whatever. He touches the ball twice. Next week he scores 4 touchdowns.
Likewise, the thing that a lot of NFL GMs never caught on to is that signing a running back from New England is fraught with peril.
Yes.
Like, hey, where's the version that we saw when Tom Brady was throwing him the ball on these wheel routes? Yeah.
Text message. Ever since y'all went to New Orleans, the Rockets have been on a losing streak.
Oh, that's a good point.
Coincidence? I think not. So how about y'all bring y'all stupid asses back home? Toodles.
We'll be home this weekend.
Okay, you get extra points for ending your text with toodles. Yeah, that's a bonus point.
That's true. I feel we've forsaken the good people of Houston. We're off here telling stories about the good time we're having in New Orleans, and meanwhile everybody back in Houston is stuck watching
the Rockets,
a losing streak Rockets.
Yeah.
I apologize,
we're
everybody.
Having a blast.
I apologize.
Let's see. Dream scenario. This is on the text page. A minute left. 99.5-yard final drive, 23-yard field goal attempt for the win. Ball bounces off the lower goal bar and misses with no time left. I don't know if you're talking about your dream scenario being the Chiefs. If that's the case, it would hit the Chiefs would be the one that would double doink off the upright and the crossbar and go in this year. That's
it
how
would bounce off of a Chiefs player's helmet back over the
and go over the.
Yeah, it would defy the laws of physics,
That's
and then
right.
we'd have a whole new conspiracy to talk about.
Not a lot of people really in it for D-Hop on this thing. Don't want the Chiefs to win. Doesn't matter that D-Hop is on the team. That actually makes it worse.
Oh,
yeah. I guess maybe as a reminder
rubs
of the
it
trade.
in that you squandered.
Yeah.
Precious ass.
You know, man, with that, I'm like, okay, it sucked. I like where the Texans are right now. If it all led to this, we made it through the desert. You know what I mean? Like we've moved on. We should move on.
The most annoying thing about the Chiefs is the youth of Patrick Mahomes and the rejuvenated Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Not that I ever thought Andy Reid looked like he was on his dying. When Pat Mahomes signed that 10-year contract, my initial thought was, all right, cool, like Andy Reid's going to coach another 10 years. And now I'd be incredibly surprised if he's not still coaching at the end of Pat Mahomes' initial term.
I feel like he could coach another 10 from here. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. I know he won't probably, but, yeah, that's been an amazing combination, man. Absolutely amazing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Friday. Some sounds from Radio Row yesterday. There were it was buzzing here yesterday, man. We're going to do a segment later in the show where we repurpose some bad takes that we've heard throughout the week here. Yeah. Bad take of the week segment. Maybe this cut here is a little bit of a sneak preview. We're not going to do that segment now, but I thought this was funny. Seth Rollins, who's a WWE superstar, he's a big, one of the biggest names in WWE. He's a huge Bears fan, too. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to play this for you to get your take on his take. He was on with Kay Adams yesterday, a mere 50 feet from us here, and he had this take on the rookie quarterbacks, Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels.
If Caleb Williams was the quarterback of the Commanders, we're talking rookies, NFL honors tonight, what would the Commanders have done this year with Caleb under center?
I mean, they could have won Super.
You're saying Caleb's a better quarterback than Jaden? What are we saying here?
I'm saying that, yes, that's what I'm saying. I like Caleb more than Jaden, and I love Jaden. I think Jaden's great, but I do think if you switch those two, if you flip them, you're going to get very similar results.
Why?
I think because the system in Chicago was broken, and Caleb did the best that he could with what he had. Now, yes, did he take too many sacks? 100%. I'm sure he would tell you the same thing. But he was put in a position where he had to try to play hero ball a lot more than Jaden did in Washington. So I'm a Caleb Williams guy. You call me an apologist if you want, but he's my dude, and I'm riding with him, man. I'm glad he's in Chicago. I'm looking forward to the future. We got a whole new staff ready to rock and roll. Let's go. Bears to the moon.
Okay, so when I first saw the headline, I thought maybe he had screwed up and said that if Jaden Daniels had been the quarterback of he meant to say that they would have been a lot better. But no, he's full bore into Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is not wired the same way as Jaden Daniels. Caleb Williams is wired to be specifically the opposite of Jaden Daniels. Like, Jaden Daniels does a really good job of getting rid of the ball quickly. And I think Seth Rollins' argument would be that, right, and part of that's because Cliff Kingsbury does a good job with him. I don't think Caleb would have accepted. Caleb is wired to hold on to the ball. He took a lot of sacks. When CJ took a lot of sacks, it was a more obvious and apparent issue with the offensive line and the pass protection, including the tight ends, and Bobby Slowick and all of that. And he was to get sacked. Is aware of when to get rid of the ball much better than Caleb Williams. I don't think Caleb would have accepted the coaching and integrated himself into the scheme nearly as well as Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting because Cliff Kingsbury and Caleb Williams were together in USC.
Yeah.
So they,
and they really tore it up, didn't they?
He got a Heisman. He did get a Heisman.
Yeah, how'd it go the next year?
The next year, he
didn't have cat.
Yeah. I mean, it was the next year the defense stunk, but
yeah.
So more sounds from Radio Row yesterday. Greg Olson was on, I think, with Good Morning Football yesterday. Remember Greg Olson? There was that article last week, Seth, that you found that had those quotes in it from Greg Olson about how he has a hard time watching the games.
Yeah,
because
he's thinking about and he said he was very honest about it. I can't remember whether he used the term sour grapes or not, but he admitted to feeling a little bit of that.
A little bit of that.
You watch these games and you think, okay, how would I have? He didn't take a shot at Tom Brady, but he said, I think about, how would I have called that play or handled that situation?
But you know how society takes that quote and runs with it and twists it into either shade or anger with being upset with Tom Brady in some way, shape, or form. So he was on Good Morning Football yesterday, clearing the air, clarifying the comments.
I want to be very clear. And I know my comments last week kind of took on a crazy storm. I actually talked to Tom. I've talked to Tom regularly throughout this season. We've gotten to know each other really well. I have a ton of respect for him, which goes without saying as a player. But, I've really enjoyed getting to know him as a guy since he's joined Fox. So, this whole narrative of, I hate watching him call games and all that is not true. So here I am on national TV. Yes. I have no personal – I like Tom. I want to see him. I've tried to help him. I answer questions, again, to the best that I can help. But, I want to see him do well. I want to see him and Kevin and EA and Tom Rinaldi, have a great broadcast. I don't have any personal animosity.
That sounds like he hates him. Sounds like somebody gave him a talking to.
You can tell.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah.
It's just it's like a hostage video.
This is where you go, it's not so much what he's saying, it's what he's not saying.
No, I don't. I never interpreted those comments that way. I thought he made the mistake of trying to be very honest about his emotions.
Yeah.
And as soon as you do that, all it takes is the one little sliver that can be twisted this way or that way. And I think most people can relate to the position he's in, where you get it and you understand it, you're not happy about it, but it doesn't have anything to do with Tom Brady personally. It's just more the way the industry is and the things that Tom Brady can bring to the table that have nothing to do with his broadcasting ability. It's just that he's Tom freaking Brady.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have anything to do with Tom Brady the person.
Right.
It's just the whole dynamic of how things work.
Yeah. My wish is that Greg Olson gets fished out of Fox and winds up on an A-team of one of these other networks. He's really, really good. I miss having him on the broadcast.
Yeah.
He's excellent. All right, more sounds from Radio Row. You're going to love this one, Seth. Sean Payton was on with Kay Adams yesterday.
Kay Adams, who weighs 73 pounds.
Yeah, she's tiny.
She's incredibly like a small human being when you see her in person.
Yep. So Sean Payton, take a listen to this this little tactic Sean Payton has here, where he starts with the thought of receivers out to dinner at this steakhouse, and I was jealous, really missing this Super Bowl vibe. And he manages to quickly steer it to something that I think he was trying to actually impress Kay Adams with.
Last night we had dinner, and, man, when you see the Chiefs receivers were at dinner at Desi Vegas Steakhouse,
okay.
And I was jealous for them. I went over, we chatted, we laughed, what have you, and I thought, man, how exciting it is to be at a position dinner. And I kind of was paying attention to, they were just eating.
Mm-hmm.
They had practice today. And I thought, I need to buy them this dinner. So I said, Andy should have given you his credit card when our players went out.
Are you kidding?
Our players went out to eat in Miami. And I remember giving Breeze the credit card. And I said, don't do too much damage. And he stopped at $10,000.
Okay.
And so I had to peek over. It was just the receivers, and I know Desi Vega really well.
Okay.
And so, I bought the receivers dinner.
You bought them dinner?
The Chiefs receivers.
How many receivers?
There's, I think, 8.
What was the bill?
It wasn't bad, $1,900.
$1,900. You bought the Chiefs receivers dinner.
Yeah.
And that is a perfect way to end our talk.
Okay. All right, boy. For one, I missed it the first time. The little shot at Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Andy should have given them his credit card.
Right.
Which, by the way, Sean, you rube, maybe he did. No, Sean Payton.
Sean Urube. I'm like, what did I do?
Maybe Andy Reid did give him his credit card, and those guys were like, cool, thanks, Sean. We're going to go use this for something else.
Yeah.
But Andy should have given him his credit card. Like, that's standard protocol, don't you know?
Dude.
Oh, dude. What's it? It's the equivalent of name dropping. It's money dropping.
Yeah.
He money dropped.
He money
dropped on Kay Adams.
She didn't ask if he paid for the dinner. He volunteered it.
It'd be like somebody saying, like, hey, should I donate to this charity? Oh, yeah, it's a great charity. I gave him $100,000 last year. That's how much I care about him. There's which is a drop in the bucket for me. It's no big deal.
It's almost like that is almost like the question you're saying, like somebody bringing up a charity.
Yeah.
And like, no, I wouldn't donate to that one. I actually did donate $100,000 to this charity over here. You just start bringing up all your charitable works. He was definitely trying to impress Kay Adams.
I'm going to tell you another thing, too. This is the other thing that I deduced from that.
100% trying to get laid.
This is where I'm going to Sherlock Holmes this.
Yeah.
He specifically told them, I'm going to pay for their food, but not their liquor.
Ah.
I don't think they were out there hardcore boozing or anything, but they probably had a nice couple of bottles of wine or something.
I don't know. $1,900 for 8 guys at a steakhouse is not that much.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He specifically said, I'll pay for the food, but not the liquor.
I got you. Yeah. I got
like for it to be $1,800.
It almost would have to not have alcohol.
It was, because if they had just gotten a couple of nice bottles of wine or several, the math.
You're up into $3,000 or $4,000 at that point.
Yeah.
I like
so
that.
he's a frugal money dropper.
He is. He's a conditional money dropper.
Yeah.
It's a little airboat taking down the bayou. Good job, Sean Payton. Way to brag. And the whole $10,000. What did Bill get up to? That's like $10,000. I don't know. I lose track once it gets to $5,000.
Andy should have but I don't pay attention to stuff the way Andy does. Apparently, yeah.
Oh my God. More sounds from Radio Row yesterday. This was an interesting one. T. Higgins is listed at the top of a lot of free agency lists, among the best free agents, and he plays for the Cincinnati Bengals. A very noteworthy, frugal, to use your word, Seth. They're penny pinchers in Cincinnati. Here was Joe Burrow yesterday on First Take saying, I think kind of putting heat on the owners of the Cincinnati Bengals.
I have to confess, I'm very worried about you with what you're saying. We got to keep Jamar Chase. We got to keep T. Higgins. We got to keep Trey Hendrickson. You got to keep a whole bunch. This is Cincinnati now. I mean, this is that ownership. You confident that they're going to be willing to keep all of those guys?
The cap is going up each year. We just got new TV deals, so the cap's going to continue to go up.
TV money. Yep.
And we all want to stay together, so we're all going to do what it takes to do that. And we have great players that have done great things and deserve to be paid. They're going to be paid what they're worth, whether we do it or somebody else. I hope we do it. I think we've had the discussions that the guys are going to get paid that need to get paid, and so it's a big offseason for the Bengals.
This is awkward for me, Seth, with Joe Burrow, is that if you're the highest paid at your position,
yeah, exactly.
If you're the highest paid at your position, especially at quarterback, but where you take up the most cap space, I think it's a little gauche to be out there on shows saying that we need to bring this, and then and to say we're gonna do everything we need to do. Well, you know who did everything they needed to do? Tom Brady.
Yeah.
He took less money. Patrick Mahomes has taken less money. Josh Allen is like the 12th highest paid quarterback and hasn't uttered a peep about it.
You get put in that weird dynamic. Remember the story about Aaron Rodgers telling one of the receivers to do the good thing for the team when it was time for his contract to be up, and this was after Aaron Rodgers had already gotten his big contract.
The highest paid quarterback.
I mean, that's on the other side of things. That's where you're actually specifically being a hypocrite towards the players.
Yeah.
Burrow's trying to take the opposite route, which is like be a champion for the players.
Yeah.
Well, meanwhile,
pay them all.
You're the very reason that they can't. This is what happens when you get that contract.
Absolutely.
And that's why it's so fraught with peril to give a guy like Trevor Lawrence that contract.
Yeah.
Once you pay that quarterback, that's why by the third year you want your quarterback to be at that spot where you feel like, all right, this is a guy you can do more with less.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to be able to pay the Tyreek Hills of the world.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, if you're as good as Pat Mahomes, you got to learn how to make do without all of these guys that you've had.
Just Jamar Chase.
Those guys that earned you that contract, now you got to prove that you can go out and do it with less and fewer of those guys.
It's going to be interesting with CJ, man, to see where he falls on that it for the team spectrum there. I'll be anxious to see that because I could see either way. I could see CJ getting the highest paid, getting the next big contract,
One of our listeners made a great point about the Kay Adams, Sean Payton maybe trying to flaunt his wad of cash in front of Kay Adams a little bit. I mean, is she not engaged to Daniel Jones?
Is she?
I don't know, or she's with him.
They were dating.
Dating?
That kind of came and went. I don't know if they are or not.
Okay.
Yeah, they may still be.
Our listener says they're engaged.
They're engaged?
I'm going to take that as my source.
Okay, sources.
Yeah.
So Joe Burrow putting some heat on Cincinnati. Last one. Sounds from radio.
Oh, she's not even dating Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
I think they may have gone out or something.
Thanks a lot, Texter.
Yeah. This is Myles Garrett. I apologize. I forget which outlet he was talking to because he talked to every single outlet. I felt like I saw more Myles Garrett interviews. Boy, if you're trying to get yourself up and out of Cleveland, he is executing the playbook to perfection. Go to Radio Row and tell every show there that you want out of Cleveland. In fact, he went on this cut we're about to hear. He's talking specifically about playing for the Washington Commanders. He was asked about it.
I thought about the squads that could use a guy like me. I think the Commanders is definitely amongst one of them. Mm-hmm. I think they need a pass rusher. I think that's something that they dearly miss down there in the playoffs and some of the big games. And I feel like I can fill that role, but that's a role that multiple teams need. And I feel like not only a pass rusher, but I think I'm the best. That's invaluable in itself.
I mean, he's out there basically acting like a free agent. He's actually out there acting as a free agent. I asked Figgy about this, if he could get a feel for how the Cleveland fan base is treating Myles Garrett himself. And I think Figgy, I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Figgy's from Cleveland, for those who don't know.
I think Figgy's take on it was it seemed like there's maybe a majority or like a pretty large portion of the fan base that is actively hating Myles Garrett, despite the fact that the Browns are in a spot where, man, you could easily see the fans saying, like, yeah, I get it. They're
a
mess.
Dumpster fire.
They're right. Yeah, I get it. So who knows what the actual proportion is. There's some of it that feels like when Deshaun Watson first requested the trade and the Texans were a mess at the time, where initially people were like, yeah, I get it. It's 100%.
That's interesting. I wonder if because there's no Easterby type character with the Browns that we know of. I admittedly don't know the dynamic in the building.
Andrew Berry is the GM, and he seems to be Andrew Berry, though, I think people excuse Andrew Berry, the GM, from going after Deshaun Watson because they feel that was owner-driven.
Yeah.
So, but same thing. I don't think they're super stoked about the Haslams up there in Cleveland.
No.
You would think that I would have thought that it would have been more directed at the Haslams.
Yeah.
The different thing about Cleveland is that they did have Joe Thomas, who's a Hall of Fame caliber offensive tackle, who stuck it out there the entire time. And I wonder if that's the standard they're holding to Myles Garrett. Is like, hey, man, do the Joe Thomas
He's
thing.
that level of player.
Yeah.
He is that. He's basically the defensive Joe Thomas.
Yeah.
For them. We'll have to ask our compadres here from D.C. who are right next to us. Garrett is a big talking point up there. Going after Myles Garrett. The Commanders are in a similar spot to where the Texans were last year. In fact, I would submit an even better spot in that their rookie quarterback had an even better season than CJ. They made it further in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And there was all sorts of talk last year with the Texans, obviously. Like, man, you got all this cap space. You got a great quarterback on a rookie deal. Let's go do some stuff. And they did. They signed Danielle Hunter. They traded for Stephon Diggs. I wonder, without knowing what the Commanders' cap situation is or whatever, I'm curious if they view, look, we made it to the NFC title game. We were in that game, too. I know the final score doesn't look that way, but if they don't put the ball on the ground 3 times, it could be Washington that we're talking about playing Kansas City on Sunday.
Did you, last night when you were out, did you see more Chiefs jerseys or Eagles jerseys?
I've seen, in general, the last 2 days, more. I feel like more Chiefs.
Yeah, that's how I felt.
Is that what Aaron? You saw more Chiefs? I was out with Aaron last night.
It surprised me a little bit.
Yeah,
I thought that there'd be more, and who knows? Maybe it'll change. It's easier trip for people from Kansas City, I suppose.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think it's a flight from either place, but yeah,
well, it's definitely a flight from either place.
Yeah.
But, I don't know, man. It matters. Like a 3-hour flight versus a 2-hour flight.
Really?
Means a lot to me. Yeah.
To go to the Super Bowl?
I don't know. It's more of an obstacle than you would think.
Okay.
I don't know. That's all I would say.
Okay.
I would say, like, when I lived in Jacksonville versus when I lived in Houston, I just got a lot more visitors in Jacksonville.
Yeah,
it was just it was easier. My family, it's just you can drive from. So I don't know. It matters. Same way, like different in computer apps and everything, or on phone apps.
The same way that the FM band feels like it's in a different universe than the AM band on your radio.
We're way lazier than you ever want to acknowledge.
No, that's true.
Yeah,
I totally acknowledge the laziness. I just for me, if I were a fan, and my team were in the Super Bowl, I wouldn't be like, well, it's a 3-hour flight.
But then it turns into but I got to take an extra day off of work because if I have to take 2 flights or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to talk myself into there's going to be a huge Eagles presence.
I think there is going to be.
But more.
Yeah.
I want it to be like in the Seahawks versus Broncos?
Yeah,
where
in
the
New
Seahawks
York.
had it felt like they had a home field advantage.
Yeah,
and then the first play of the game, the ball goes over Peyton Manning's head.
Safety.
Yeah, it felt like a home field advantage for the Seahawks in that game.
If I had to guess, I think there's going to be more Eagle fans just based purely on the fact that Chiefs fans have been spending all kinds of money to go to Super Bowls the last few years.
Yeah, but you know what I
They
noticed?
might have Super Bowl fatigue.
You know what I noticed when the Super Bowl was in Houston last was that the Patriots fans, in talking to them, it was almost like they budgeted for it.
Yeah, you planned for it.
In years previous,
Yeah.
they were kind of like, well, maybe sometime 3 or 4 years from now. So it was more of it wasn't something that was sprung up on them. They've been planning on it for a long time.
Yep. Hey, listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app for an hour each day, and that's your entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest. If you win, you and 3 friends are headed to Vegas to stay at Circa. It's an awesome sports viewing destination. Their sports book is incredible. The stadium swim is amazing. It's the ultimate college basketball championship experience. They're going to put $20K in your pocket to spend while you're in Las Vegas. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Mock draft injection. Walter Football is today's mock draft injection, and we'll do it coming up next.
Hey, Texas.
Flag. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you live from Radio Row. Payne and Pendergast brought to you by Flight by Yingling, Low T Center, a supporting sponsor as well. Guests all sit in the exclusive furniture hot seat, and you're watching us right now live on YouTube and Twitch on the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live stream. We thank all of our sponsors for sending us here. It's been a fantastic week. We've had a really good time in New Orleans from beginning to end as a station. Hopefully we've been bringing you guys what you want all week long. Definitely looking forward to getting back home and settling in and watching this Super Bowl on Sunday. We'll talk more about this game in the next couple of hours before we hand it off to In the Loop at 10 o'clock today. Let's do our mock draft injection here, Seth. Daily mock draft injection takes place in this segment every day. If you're into the draft, as you should be, because it's a chance for the Texans to improve themselves, Seth and I look at a different mock draft each day. Today's mock draft, Seth, is from WalterFootball.com, and it is put together by Walt. That's what the the writer at the top. It just says Walt. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So whoever
Walt is behind Walter Football.
I like him better now that I know he's Walt.
Yeah,
okay.
He's Walt. So let's do this here. The Texans with the 25th pick in the WalterFootball.com select Gray Zabel, offensive lineman from North Dakota State. The commentary on this one goes as follows. The Texans have a pair of pedestrian guards starting for them, so they need help in this department. Gray Zabel is a versatile tackle guard prospect for the NFL.
The Texans guards are putting in 30,000 steps a day. That's how pedestrian they are.
Yeah, they are.
You want them to do something quickly? Not quite, but they'll walk the hell out of it.
They are pedestrian AF.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Gray Zabel, look, he's everybody's favorite lunch pail guy right now. Scrappy, tough guy. Went to North Dakota State. I've got a natural skepticism. Scrappy, tough guy from a smaller conference school like Trevor Penning.
Thank you. I think that's
Trevor
where you
Penning
were going.
was weird because his reputation is as a tough guy, and he's been a better run blocker. Like, that part of the tough guy part is good, but he's just absolutely atrocious pass protector.
You're in his backyard right now. He's a New Orleans Saint.
Yeah,
should have gone and found
he's
it.
the worst, man. But he played up that tough guy persona, which is. It's easy when you watch guys versus, and I went to a smaller school. I get it. It was easy for me to beat up on smaller conference guys.
Yeah.
But it's,
physics majors.
It's not the same as doing it against. It's not the same as doing it against full-grown men. And even when I watch Trevor Penning play now, a lot of the good stuff he does and the impressive stuff is versus like safeties and linebackers, but not as often against the actual defensive linemen.
Here's where I'll draw the distinction between these two.
Yeah.
Is that at the Senior Bowl, Gray Zabel was getting all sorts of love for his performance.
Right.
He was getting awards for his performance at practice.
So is Trevor Penning.
At the Senior Bowl, Trevor Penning, because he was beating people up after the whistle.
He was getting but it was all these.
He wasn't winning awards.
But the people watching including offensive line coaches and head coaches who don't genuinely know how to identify toughness in offensive linemen.
Right.
They get fooled by that stuff too. They get fooled by the extracurricular stuff.
Yeah.
They're like, wow, he got beaten pass protection, but he punched him in the ribs afterwards. On the guy as the guy was running towards the quarterback. Unfettered, Trevor Penning punched him in the ribs. What a tough guy.
You're not saying anything that's wrong.
Yeah.
The sense I get with Gray Zabel is he was getting noticed for actually,
doing football stuff, right?
Yes.
So he has that part of it, like the actual football stuff, but he's also got a lot. He's got short arms, and he can't get away with that in the NFL unless. Who were we talking with the other day who talked about that? Oh, it was Thomas Dimitroff, the GM.
Yeah.
Like, all right, if you got short arms, you got to really be dialed in with everything else perfectly.
Yeah.
And it's a huge projection. The scrappiness only goes so far.
Sure.
I always look at it when a guy comes out of North Dakota State and he's got this reputation as a big tough guy. All right, it's like an MMA guy walking into a real MMA gym for the first time. And the first time he has to, and he's cocky as hell, and I'm going to kick him. And then he goes to Hoist Gracie, just chokes him out in 15 seconds.
Yeah.
That's a little bit like a guy like that. You just don't know. So I don't feel as comfortable as a lot of people do with him, putting him in the first round, especially with his tiny little elfin arms.
Yes.
His little Tyrannosaurus Rex arms. Like, it's a big obstacle, man.
Yeah.
People make too much of the measurables sometimes, but if you got short arms, defensive linemen can just do the old Big Brother thing where they hold you off with one arm.
By your forehead.
Yeah, and do whatever that you want with dummies. Yeah. So that's why they have to be dialed in on everything else. So I'm skeptical of him right now.
Do you? This Walter football has done multiple rounds. You want to do a bonus second-round pick here for the Texans?
Oh, sure.
Okay, let's do it here.
I guarantee you I won't know who he is.
You may. And we can talk about positional need.
Ibuka fell into the second round in this one. That's the big issue I would have with this one is I don't like taking a flyer on a guard when Ibuka is less of a flyer.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you feel like it's overdrafting him at 25. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not you, Sean, but somebody listening.
Yeah.
I would prefer Ibuka in that position.
Ibuka's
the wide receiver out of Ohio State.
Yep. All right, let's do the 58th pick. With the 58th pick, the Houston Texans select Nick Scorton, defensive end, Texas A&M. He's an Aggie, Seth.
Yeah.
He's an Aggie.
I don't know.
He had 10 sacks this past year.
And I know if you're purely of the take the best player available sort, then I get it if that's the deal, and I don't think that would be a bad pick whatsoever.
Yeah.
I just do think that right now it's always a sliding scale. It's like, yes, you want to take the best player available at a position of need. That's usually the way it works out, and I don't think right now you need to be loading up on edge rushers.
Well, that said, though, this is the exact spot last year where they took Blake Fisher, to many people's surprise.
Right.
And that wound up mattering
But
this
they
year.
look at that as a position of need. Because it was that year, and having
tackle position in need
a swing
last
tackle,
year? A swing tackle. Okay.
They look at that as it's higher up there, I think, in the echelon of positions.
It's not a starter, but it's an important.
But it was we've seen 2 years in a row that swing tackle ended up being a really important thing.
Yes. Yeah.
And I would say 2 years ago, they had the guy that they feel good about for the future.
That makes sense. All right, so there you go. There's your mock draft injection. We've done 3 of these now, and all of them have the Texans taking an interior offensive lineman, a different one each day. We had Tyler Booker 2 days ago getting taken. Yesterday it was Donovan Jackson, kid out of Episcopal who played at Ohio State, and today Gray Zabel.
In this mock draft, Tyler Booker had already gone, and I think he is. And Tyler Booker seems like one of those guys that so many people are looking at him and saying, well, he'd be a bar. He's actually a kind of a steal at the end of the first round that somebody, in listening to all the scuttlebutt, feels the same way, and they end up taking him mid-first round.
The Ravens are going to trade up and take him, and then he's
right
above
the Texans.
Yeah, and he's going to end up being a Hall of Famer. That's how it goes. All right, speaking of future Hall of Famers, I'm doing this. I'm putting that on Will Anderson. You bet. After 2 years. Hey, he was on In the Loop yesterday. He had some really good stuff to say about his teammates along the defensive line, and how can the defense get even better than it was in 2024 next season. We'll hear from Texans defensive end Will Anderson here on Payne and Pendergast coming up next.
Hey, how can your relationship get a little bit better? Look, I'd
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I'll tell people all the time, like, what you see on my tape is not pretty. I'm not the type of dude that go out there and do all the fancy moves, all the cute moves. Like, I get right to the point of attack and try to get to the quarterback, and that's something I just want to do consistently and keep building off that. And, you know, my biggest thing this offseason is with my flexibility and stuff like that, and really getting the right training this offseason to help me do that. But turning that corner tighter and just having more precision on the ball and getting some more strip sacks and fumbles and stuff like that, and that's where I want to take my game to the next level.
Will Anderson's not here for your small talk. He wants to get down to business.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm not here for your fancy moves.
Did he say that to him?
Huh?
Did he say that to in the loop?
No, that's what I heard when I heard that cut right
Yeah.
now. You know, he's not a guy on fancy moves in your Euro steps.
No,
I'm gonna get to that guy right
like,
there.
If you watch the way he moves, Danielle Hunter's more like almost like a freakishly large gymnast out there.
Yeah.
He's very fluid.
Yeah.
And Will Anderson's more of a power and speed and strength guy.
Yep.
And it's just that, you got different types of pass rushers, but he can incorporate some of the things that Danielle Hunter does into his game. And with Will, and where he's really progressed nicely is in college you would see him, one of the knocks against him as a pass rusher was versus big guys, he would kind of just get stuck in bull rush mode.
Yeah.
And you can only bull rush so many offensive tackles in the NFL. They're pretty good at stopping it, so you got to offset it with something. And a lot of that with Will is hand fighting and getting his hands off of you, especially those long-arm guys, and he made a lot of progress in that regard.
Is that a luxury that D'Amico has with these two, that stylistically they're very different because offensive linemen, maybe, are there certain offensive linemen that can handle power better than Danielle Hunter?
That's a really good point.
You line them up, you get favorable matchups for the Texans.
It's not necessarily anything I think you would like weigh heavily, but it works out that way.
Thing.
That as you're going into games, you can kind of talk about like, hey, I think I match up pretty well against this guy, and they can flip-flop pretty well.
Yeah.
It's nice that Will also Some guys are, genuinely just better on one side than the other. I think Will's pretty versatile in that regard.
Yep.
So it's nice to have. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very good point by you, Sean.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Because they move him around a little
I'm
bit.
frankly fighting myself that, to suppress my ego that I didn't bring it up first. That's a very good point by you.
Thank you.
That's why I tried to diminish it a little bit.
Just a little bit. Got to keep me in my place.
Oh, we need to wait a couple days to where I take ownership of that opinion. Remember when I said on Friday morning, that point I made?
Yeah, I do, when you repeated me.
That's one of those. I told you about the book, 48 Rules of Power or Laws of Power, where it's like they're very effective at creating a better sociopath. That's one of the tips in there. It's like take credit for others' work. And I'm like,
that's
my
unbelievable.
God.
Yeah.
And it's true. Some people succeed, have vast success being insufferably able to take credit for other people's work, their underlings' work, and everything.
Even credit.
But it's not. That doesn't mean it's the right way to do things.
No, it just means it's effective.
Yeah.
Here's Will Anderson Jr. Speaking of Daniil Hunter, here's Will Anderson Jr. on his relationship. This is on In the Loop yesterday, his relationship with Daniil Hunter.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. He's a special guy, man. On and off the field. I have to commend him on the type of guy he is off the field. When I first met him, I was like, I don't know how this is going to go because, usually when you have two alpha dogs in the room, it's usually somebody got it. But it was great working with him. Like, he taught me so much. He learned from me the system and stuff like that, and we were open to learning from each other and playing for each other. Like, he spoke so much life into me this year, and he helped me, and he gave me so much confidence this year. And just to look at him on the side and be like, that's who I'm out there going to war with every time we got on the field, it was a great feeling.
Yeah, and I think it worked out exactly the way you would have hoped when you bring in a veteran guy to work with a younger guy. And it was the way I expected, just because Will is that kind of guy. He's going to accept coaching.
Yeah.
He's really going to work at it. It's all we get tired of prospects because people gush about lots of guys coming out of college, and especially how hard they work.
Yep.
With Alabama, you could just tell that it was a little bit different. And by the time we got to know Will Anderson, you see, okay, this guy's definitely wired differently than your average person or NFL player or anything else like that.
Yep.
So I think he's a guy that would – I hope they continue to have either Daniil Hunter or somebody like that in the building for a long time, or at least for the next few years while he's still a young player.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to get harder to afford having guys like Daniil Hunter.
Right. Well, and Will becomes that guy after a few years.
That's right.
He's dropping all the knowledge on the young folk.
Yep. Here's Will Anderson, his thoughts on the interior of the defensive line.
They did everything that we could possibly ask for, and we tell them all the time how appreciative we are of them. Mm-hmm. You talking about pushing the pocket. And before we even go to pass rush, you want to just talk about stopping the run. Mm-hmm. They handled that for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're a big part of the reason why we had a really great defense. Those big bodies in the middle, stopping the run, knocking people back, getting off blocks, and then pass rush, putting those guards and centers and, everybody in their own lane. We rushed together. And I thought that's what I really loved about this group. Nobody was selfish. Nobody just was chasing stats. Everybody was like, we want to see everybody eat, and those guys made it happen.
There's some the defensive tackles, I think, played above their pay grade this year. I do think that there's still room to get a genuine difference maker in there, and that's why I won't be surprised if they take a defensive tackle with the 25th pick overall. And one of those things is the Texans they did a disciplined pass rush, except that there's times when a defensive end takes an inside move. You want defensive tackles that, A, know that they got to go out and replace and become contained, and that, B, are athletic enough to do it.
Yeah.
And I think that's where when you get a guy that can not only push the pocket himself, but can kind of work improv style with the defensive ends, that when Will Anderson can have a green light to take an inside move whenever he wants, and you got a defensive tackle that can replace him and chase a quarterback to the sideline, or contain him,
not leave that whole side open.
And we just had a lot of moments that way this year where I think D'Amico is 100% still looking for that genuine difference maker at defensive tackle.
Mario Edwards Jr., Foley Fatukasi are the two big names that are free agents off of that line.
And I think at least I would be surprised if at least one of those guys isn't back.
I would agree.
But I think they're going to do exactly what we've seen out of other guys, other defensive tackles with the Texans, is that they come like Sheldon Rankins, plays 1 year with the Texans, and then gets a much better contract somewhere else.
Sure, yeah. I think you've made this comparison before, but I think the defensive line for the Texans is going to be sort of the equivalent of what pitching is for the Astros.
Yeah.
You're going to get the best version of whoever it is you bring in.
Yeah. And it's a fun the way they play in this scheme, you can get more stats and be more of an upfield player, a penetrating player than maybe you've been in previous types of schemes. So the scheme itself helps in that regard, and then I think D'Amico does a real good job of coaching it up.
From Will Anderson Jr. yesterday on In the Loop, how can the defense improve over this year's
game where we let up big plays, we let up explosive plays, and we can't have that. Like, if we want to go to where we want to go, which is ultimately the Super Bowl, we have to do a better job of executing and being detailed and locked in, and especially in those critical moments, especially when it's coming down to the last minute. How locked in, how can we execute, how can we be better not to give up those big plays?
You know, and a big part of that is Kalen Bullock, because Kalen Bullock is like, he came along way faster than I expected.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not criticizing him whatsoever, but he was a rookie, and there were times where on paper he might have been on the right spot, but where a veteran safety anticipates where the weakness is and what the threats are, and you tweak things based on that. And that's where I think he made a lot of progress with that as the season went along. But I think even some of his good plays where you're like, oh, man, boy, I'm glad Kalen Bullock chased that dude down. A more veteran version of Kalen Bullock wouldn't have had to chase him down because he would have been there. He would have anticipated it faster.
He's making up for his own mistakes.
And that's why, and again, I'm not criticizing whatsoever. Safety is a position where veteran savvy really, really matters.
Yeah.
And there's just only so much you're going to have of it your rookie year, and he made progress with that as the year went on.
I would add to what Will said. He's absolutely right about the big plays. Like, they've got to stop giving up massive chunk plays at the worst possible times. I would add tackling to that also.
Just tackling in general.
As a defense. Not Will necessarily. As a defense, I'm saying.
I think that, D'Amico and I, at least at the beginning of the season and last year, were, I think, philosophically opposed on this. Because D'Amico, early in the year, we've got sound bites of him saying that they don't worry about missed tackles.
That's right.
And the theory is always that, hey, if you got enough guys, swinkle doesn't matter. But that logic falls apart when you talk about those big plays, because there might only be two guys in position to make those tackles. We saw it in the Chiefs game. Azeez Alshire misses that one tackle on
Kelsey.
It was on Kelsey, right? And that's enough.
Yep.
And then nobody else has an opportunity to tackle him for another 15 yards.
Yep.
And it bothers me because it doesn't seem like that would be D'Amico's methodology.
Right.
I think what D'Amico wants is the big hits, and I think that you can't think that it's an either-or proposition. Ronnie Lott, if you go back and watch a reel of Ronnie Lott's biggest hits, because people always love to say, oh, Ronnie Lott would never make it, he'd be banned from the league. Go and watch his biggest hits. The vast majority of them are legal hits by today's standards.
Yep.
Ronnie Lott would have big hits, but also it would be part of a formed tackle.
Yes.
And he was really, really good at it. And it's something it's learned. And it's frankly taught poorly at every level of football, how to tackle but also get the big hit at the same time. And I think that D'Amico saw that, because by the end of the year, he was saying specifically, we can't have these missed tackles. We can't have these missed tackles.
Yep.
So as a point of emphasis in the offseason, I think they really got to streamline their system for teaching tackling, because it's unacceptable. For as good as this defense could be, it's unacceptable for them to be as bad at tackling as
something
they are.
like that. Yeah, like something as basic as tackling. Last one from Will Anderson Jr. Figgy asked him yesterday, Ron James.
So the streets are saying you kind of look like Bronny James a little bit. I don't know if you know that.
Wow. Do that again.
I don't know how you feel about them accusations.
That's my dad right there.
Okay.
You just want to make sure.
LeBron James is not my dad.
Just want to make You've heard that one before, I'm guessing?
Well, it could also be that is Will Anderson's dad LeBron James' dad. I don't know or it's just is some kind of connection there somewhere.
Something.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Where were you, Mr. Anderson, back how many years ago? 40 years ago.
Is Will Anderson better at basketball than Bronny James? That's I feel Will. I wonder what other sports Will played growing up. Football suits him perfectly. They had it was J.J. Watt's celebrity softball game last year.
Yeah,
and they had a home run derby. Will and Will was laughing the whole time, but he looked like he'd never picked up a baseball bat before.
Oh, that's right.
His swing was so bad.
Yeah, it was really, really bad. That's where we had that was interesting because we went way deeper into it than we should have. The point at which baseball really stopped becoming a mainstay. Every kid in America has played Little League Baseball. Yeah. It seems like sometime around in the early 2000s, late 90s, it just stopped being as much of a – I mean, I would imagine there for a 100-year chunk of history, there were kids that almost everybody grew up either at least playing in San, and that was what you did after school or what have you. And I think probably a combination of video games and like year-round club sports and everything that just started to fall apart a little bit.
The specialization where you feel like I'm good at football, so I got to go all in on being good at football.
Yeah, like okay, so you and I are in our upper 30s, and it's like I can't think of a kid at my school that wouldn't have at least played some baseball.
Every kid played Little League Baseball in my school.
Yeah, I think we probably had some. I mean, other than obviously kids that had disabilities or whatever. But even the kids with disabilities would play like messing around in the backyard and everything.
Sure.
You would like in your neighborhood. You played 500. You did all that.
Video games impact the Sandlot baseball stuff,
for
like
sure.
the free time, and I think the specialization in year-round club soccer and other sports. Kids are just they're not choosing baseball.
It was still when I was growing up. I can remember Sean and Casey Sanderson, the fraternal twins.
Yes.
Sean, I remember they were the kids I hung out with, and we used to get frustrated with Casey because Casey always wanted to be inside playing video games.
Yeah.
It was like that shows you kids how much video games sucked back in the day.
Yeah,
they weren't even appealing to. Casey was the only one, and be like, "Come on, Casey!
Let's
we need an extra guy. Come on!
No,
we got a football game set up.
I want to play Asteroids.
Yeah.
How'd your
he ended up marrying a rich woman. He did all right.
Oh, good job.
Casey did.
Yeah. Did you meet her online?
He's retired. He retired like 7 years ago.
Meet her online playing PlayStation?
Probably. Or at least her kids loved him because of that. She was I won't get too much into it.
Okay. Hey, you dominated the grip
shot when I kind of casually got up to demonstrate the technique you use at the combine for the 5-10-5
You can find it on social media.
Yeah, please don't. And in my mind, I'm like, I'm going to do this. Look, I know I can't run like I used to, and I'm just going to do it at teaching speed.
As a demonstration.
So, like, just kind of like, and I'm like, okay, no big deal. People should probably make some jokes about how I'm moving slow, but then I watch the video, and I'm like, oh, I'm moving slow. like I can't even move slow and look like you watch the video and you're like, yeah, but he probably can't move much faster than that. So my my pride was wounded.
Yeah.
So I get into this NFL health screening that they do for former players yesterday. It's awesome. They do like all this battery of really extensive tests and everything, but one of them is a grip strength. So I was kind of like, I'll tell you what. And I did. It was still way less than I used to be able to do. I can't remember what I used to be able to do. But the average, he said, of the retired players was like around 95 or something. And I hit a 150 on the grip strength.
95 what? Like, what's
I don't know.
the unit? But
I
95?
PSI or something.
But you were just above that number.
Newtons,
that's all you cared.
I guess. I don't know.
BTUs.
Yeah.
British thermal
But I got
units.
150.
Okay, 150.
Yeah.
And the average is 95.
But I haven't. So this is the off season, Sean.
Yeah.
My off season is from this point until my next health screening at the next Super Bowl.
Right.
I need to work on my 5-10-5.
Okay,
to the point where I can do it at teaching speed, but not make it look so. I was so stiff. And then my grip strength, I got to hit over 200. So the deadlifts start tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, so that's your focus. Notice it'll really hurt. He's got good grip strength.
The other test I think I did well on was the mental health screening. Because I didn't get flagged as needing to talk to the counselor.
Oh, yeah?
So I either faked it really well but the guy that, as I was leaving, that was the last thing you're supposed to go talk to is the mental health counselor. If it's on your box.
If you get flagged, yeah.
He was like, all right, man, you sure? The guy that was running it. He was like, all right, you sure? I was like, oh, yeah, man, I got the appropriate level of anxiety in my life. I checked on those boxes where it's like how many times in the last 2 weeks have you felt like you've disappointed people? And apparently several days is A-okay. Because I said several days.
Okay.
Several days. It lets you know that, like you're always dealing with something.
Yeah.
I checked several days on a lot of this stuff,
Yeah.
And
that's really cool that they do that.
And so he was like, okay, you cool? And I was like, no, I swear, man, I promise. I'm not lying.
I wonder if you.
And he's like, "Listen, man, I don't want to be seeing you go viral after this." And he goes, "I'll be like, no, Seth."
They probably put your name in. They probably like you got to that station. They put your name in, and the first thing that popped up was Radio Row in Minneapolis.
We were having fun with it.
Are you sure you're okay?
We were having fun with it. By the third time he asked, like, "Are you sure?" I was like, "All right, man. Now I feel like you're testing me."
Now I am agitated.
You're waiting for me to get up in your face.
He's
or
trying
something.
to force you to sit down there. Oh, that's really funny. I wonder if maybe your score was like a borderline kind of score. You know what I mean? Like, you were close to needing the
I feel
counselor.
like if it's borderline in the mental health, they have to go ahead and.
Well, good. Congrats on the grip strength
And the mental health, according to my self-report.
honor code. We're on the honor system.
Yeah, they probably shouldn't use the self-report for that part of it. They should probably make it mandatory for everybody. Because you get into these. This is what and it happens when I'm doing this questionnaire around a bunch of other former NFL players.
Yeah.
You start to get to that point where you're kind of like, you want to win.
Yeah.
And I have a tendency to lie about like how much physical pain I'm in or anything.
Right.
And I'm like, well, no, I feel awesome all the time.
Yeah. That was like you were telling the story about when you were doing your interview at the Combine, and someone's asking you a time where you had adversity.
Where I overcame adversity. I'm like, no, I didn't want to be a whiner.
But the funny thing is, you've overcome a ton of adversity.
I know, but I don't want to whine about it all the time. So I'm like, nope, never had any adversity.
Do you ever think you might have gotten picked like in the second round if you had some adversity, if you answered that question differently?
It's the dumbest thing anybody's ever done at the Combine.
I love that. I love that. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
People have smeared poop on the wall of their hotel room at the Combine.
Gotten drafted in the first round.
That wasn't as dumb as me answering that question that way.
No. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're live on Radio Row thanks to Flight by Yingling, thanks to Low T Center, Exclusive Furniture, Hot Seat, Mokaram Injury Lawyers with the live stream. We got it going here. We're with you for another couple hours here before we hand it off to In the Loop. Hey, up next, okay, bad take of the week. We had a really bad take by a very good friend of the show earlier this week, and there were several more on Radio Row. So some of the worst takes on Radio Row were worse than our good friend ... We'll let you hear that coming up next. First, Beck.
of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so earlier this week we had Ross Tucker on, our good friend, our Odyssey NFL insider, and we were talking about the Nick Caley selection for offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. And Ross made an analogy where there's been a lot of guys plucked from the Sean McVay coaching tree. And Ross Tucker made an analogy to where he was saying, Sean McVay may not want to be talking up how great his guys are so much. If he keeps, if he's talking them up, guys are going to keep getting plucked off his staff if he's so generous with his Yelp reviews, if you will, of his assistant coaches. And so the analogy Ross made was to a restaurant that he liked to go to where he doesn't like giving real positive recommendations for it because it makes it even harder to get a reservation there if the tables are all full. Here's Ross Tucker laying out.
There's a restaurant at the Jersey Shore that I absolutely love. And we told a couple people about it. And now it seems like word has spread and it's harder to get reservations. So my new thing is, if I really like a restaurant, I'm not telling anybody. And in fact, someone asked me about it, I'd be like, that place is terrible. You don't want to go there. Because I want to get reservations.
Okay.
I'm so flabbergasted by that. A, because of the sheer, almost the sociopathic nature of it.
Right.
The selfish nature of it. But B, that it came from Ross Tucker.
Yeah.
He's like the biggest, bubbliest, happiest dude on earth.
Yeah.
He seems like very generous in a lot of ways.
Yes.
And that he would add one more difficulty to the already difficult life of a restaurant manager.
It's a
or
hard
owner.
business, man.
No matter who you are or how good your restaurant is, you're always on the brink of failing.
Yes.
You are. You're like 5 bad Yelp reviews away from failing.
Amen.
How on earth? I still don't understand how Ross could have this take.
Okay, so you had that take, and you said off the air to me, you're like, that might be the worst take that we've heard all week, like that we will have heard all week. We should, do a bad take of the week, essentially.
Yeah.
All right, so that we just played Ross's. So that's the leader in the clubhouse, Seth. So I got a few more bad takes from this week I'm going to play, and you tell me if these are better or worse than Ross's take.
Yeah.
All right? Here's Seth Rollins yesterday. Here is Micah. Let's do Micah Parsons first. This is Micah Parsons, who yesterday said that T.J. Watt is pure pass rusher.
So what's your definition of a pure pass rusher then?
A pure pass rusher is a guy who just, rushes the quarterback, has moves, finesse, ability to create havoc onto the quarterback. When it's 3rd and long, you say, all right, this guy is it. Now, when you talk about football players, now you're in a different discussion. Pure pass rushing is a singular part of a football game. It's a very singular. You know what I mean? It's very vindictive of what football actually is, But when you say a full guy that creates TFLs, which T.J. Watt does, creates forced fumbles, creates, knock back in the run game and does disruption a little bit in the pass game. Now you're saying gets his hands in the air and get PBUs. When you talk about football, I think he's one of the best football players ever played football. But you guys just say a very singular part of what football is. I just say pure pass rusher, where I say he does all those great things, but he's probably not one of the top 5 pass rushers in the league.
I honestly understand where he's coming from.
You do?
Yeah. And I think that it's you could argue about the power rankings or anything. I think I disagree with him on his power rankings. But as far as, Danielle Hunter in a lot of ways is a pure pass rusher.
Okay.
I don't want to use him because that's a local example. But the thing that other pass rushers will use against T.J. Watt is that he plays in a scheme where they're bringing an extra rusher a lot. They're not always. He's not getting all his cover 2 behind you, where they feel like Myles Garrett is more of a guy that can line up, and it doesn't matter. You can pluck him down on any scheme, on any defense in the league, and he's going to thrive in that scheme. So I think there's a little bit of a bias against him from some guys that consider themselves the pure pass rushers.
Say no more. You don't even think that's a bad take.
I don't think it's an awful take.
Okay,
no.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's skip to the next one. Here's Seth Rollins, WWE superstar, saying that the Commanders would be in the Super Bowl if Caleb Williams was their quarterback instead of Jaden Daniels.
If Caleb Williams was the quarterback of the Commanders. We're talking rookies. NFL honors tonight. What would the Commanders have done this year with Caleb under center?
I mean, they could have won Super Bowl.
You're saying Caleb's a better quarterback than Jaden? What are we saying here?
I'm saying that, yes, that's what I'm saying. I like Caleb more than Jaden, and I love Jaden. I think Jaden's great. But I do think if you switch those two, if you flip them, you're going to get very similar results.
Why?
I think because the system in Chicago was broken. And Caleb did the best that he could with what he had. Now, yes, did he take too many sacks? 100%. I'm sure he would tell you the same thing. But he was put in a position where he had to try to play hero ball a lot more than Jaden did in Washington. So I'm a Caleb Williams guy. You call me an apologist if you want, but he's my dude, and I'm riding with him, man. I'm glad he's in Chicago. I'm looking forward to the future. We got a whole new staff ready to rock and roll. Let's go. Bears to the moon.
Okay. Now that's a much worse take than Mike.
Yeah, I think so. And but it also comes from the standpoint of a fan who's going to ride or die with his quarterback for at least a livable. It's a forgivable take, I think, but it's a bad take.
It's a bad take.
It's a forgivable bad take.
Is it better or worse than Ross Tucker's take about restaurants?
Oh, no, these last two don't even come close.
They're not even in the same universe.
Because there's no excusing Ross's take other than pure selfishness.
Right.
Like these other guys, at least, are trying to have nuanced opinions about it, about other people. And, for one, with Micah Parsons' take on T.J. Watt, he's explaining why he's putting other guys that he really expects above T.J. Watt.
Okay.
And in the case of Ross, it's just pure selfishness, that something that he really enjoys, he doesn't want anybody else to have. And it includes the person who's bringing him the thing that he enjoys. He's biting the hand of the food that's feeding him delectable food.
Okay, let's do another one here. Here's Charles Barkley. He's the only person I've seen in the national media stick up for and like the Luka Doncic trade.
A lot of general managers, when they make trades, they put out statements or they don't go right to the press conference. I want to give Nico his flowers for standing up, saying what he had to say, stand for. He stood on business. Now we're going to sit back and watch. This is going to be one of the best reality TV shows probably in the history of sports. Greta, this trade was a shocker for a couple reasons. Number one, it came out of nowhere, first and foremost. But secondly, what's really intriguing, normally when you trade a great player, you get a bunch of junk in return. The Mavs got so Luka's great. Anthony Davis is great. This is going to be one of the most fascinating things. And the thing is, it's going to be fascinating probably for the next 10 years. The Mavs won the trade for the immediate next three or 4 years, but the Lakers got a bright future if they put the right pieces around Luka.
So he thinks the Mavs are a better.
Won it in the short term.
He thinks the Mavs are a better team now.
The Mavs are they're a better team with Anthony Davis because the guy that got them to the NBA
Finals.
The Mavericks' rationale is that the guy that got them to the NBA Finals wasn't the guy to win you the NBA Finals.
Right.
So they're just saying, well, yeah, we're both going to get to the Finals and we're going to win it because we don't have this bum Doncic with us anymore.
That's basically, clearly that's what the Mavericks think. Barkley agrees with that.
I don't agree that Harrison stood on business when he got up there at the press conference. Like, standing on business would have just flat out been coming out and saying specifically why you didn't like Doncic.
That's true.
Just lay it right out there.
Yeah.
Because specifically you're saying that this guy who everybody else thinks he hung the moon, we know better, and frankly, Anthony Davis is just a better fit for this team.
So is Ross Tucker still the leader in the clubhouse?
He's still the leader.
Okay.
He's still the leader.
Okay. I got one more.
Yeah.
Here's Stephen
Ross didn't offer any rationale for it. All those other three guys at least offered a rationale that wasn't pure selfishness for their take.
That's why we're doing this exercise. Yeah, this to illustrate how out of bounds Ross was on this whole thing. Here's Stephen A. Smith comparing himself to Patrick Mahomes.
Why are they annoying? Patrick Mahomes get in trouble? Is he someone who's why is he annoying?
Listen, I would know something about that. I'm considered one of the most annoying people in television. Why do you think that is?
He compared himself to Patrick Mahomes.
My initial knee-jerk is that, he was joking, but then my secondary knee-jerk is, but he also means it. So,
he is probably the biggest star in that genre. That sports
right.
debate
Whether you love him
genre.
or hate him, he's the biggest. He's initialized. People know what you're talking about when you say SAS.
Yes.
Yeah. Except he's annoying specifically because of his personality.
Right.
Whereas Pat Mahomes, it's more of being annoyed for the greatness. There's lots of guys.
I think Pat Mahomes' personality annoys me.
So, okay, if Stephen A. Smith if you were to say that Stephen A. Smith might be the kind of guy that thinks people don't like him because they're jealous, which is always a projection. Whenever somebody says, like, well, they don't like me because they're jealous.
This is why
that sounds like a jealous person that says things like that.
Yep.
Well, there's other guys that make as much money as him who aren't as annoying as him. It's specifically because of his personality. This is a tough one. This is tough between Stephen A. Smith and Ross Tucker. Who had the worst
Two
take?
media moguls.
I feel like it's still Ross Tucker because Ross has a take and advice that he's giving that's actively harming,
it victimizes
people who are good at their jobs and that work their butts off.
Yeah.
I can't move beyond it. It might be the worst take of the century.
It might be the exercise we go through every week are the bad takes from the week worse than the Ross to the championship belt, and each week we're trying to knock him off that perch.
The sports version of Ross's take is that somebody should pull a Tanya Harding on Pat Mahomes.
Right.
Like, you know what? Which I would respect. I would respect that take. That, like, hey, listen, you know what? It's getting
That's
annoying.
standing on business
it's
there.
getting boring.
Yeah.
So what you should do with that person is, just go ahead and,
my God.
No, Ross wins.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Okay, so Ross, he is the belt holder right now. He's got the bad take belt is what he has.
It's hard to do in
It
this
is.
day and age.
Yeah.
You know how hard it is to have the worst take of the week in sports media?
It's heavy competition.
I don't think I've ever come close. I got to work harder.
Oh, you have.
Somebody on the text line's convinced that my take about the North Dakota State kid is the worst take in the history of football.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, man, that's why draft talk sucks, man.
Yeah.
God forbid you make a partial comparison to stuff, because we talked about Trevor Penning a little bit. So now in this
You're
guy's
in a Trevor
mind,
Penning
I'm
argument
making
on the text page?
a direct. No, I'm not arguing with him. No, he led with an insult, so I won't converse with him any longer. Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's a rule on the text line, people. You're going to get one response out of me, and then I'll ignore you forever. If you open with an insult.
If you open with an insult,
if we get into it and it's heated, and then you insult me, then it's one thing. But if you open with an insult, it's bad form.
An insult or a condescending
you do know.
Yeah, you do know. Yeah, you do know. Hey, listen to Sports
Especially
Radio.
with draft dorks.
Yeah.
Ultimately, this is hey, draft dork. This is how I feel about all these guys. They all suck.
Yeah.
This is genuinely, they all suck, and you guys are all idiots for thinking that you have a clue about whether any of them are going to work out or not.
There you go. Suck on that.
NFL GMs largely have a less ego about their draft assessments than the average NFL draft.
Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app for an hour each day. That gets you entered into our Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest. You and 3 friends could be headed to Vegas to stay at Circa, sit in their sports book, watch all the games, do what you do in sports books, and do the stadium swim experience as well. The ultimate college basketball championship experience, courtesy of just listening for 60 minutes on the Odyssey app and then winning the contest. You're going to get an extra $20K in your pockets as well as you head out to Vegas if you're the winner. So listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. The Hall of Fame class for this summer in the NFL has been announced. Who is the biggest surprise omission from this Hall of Fame class? That's coming up next.
According to Show, new Texans OC Nick Caley has one job to focus on first. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday here on Radio Row. Big thanks to Flight by Yingling. It's been an awesome week, and we appreciate them, and we have consumed plenty of their product. We've consumed a lot of it, and they gave us so much that I think we've got cases of Flight by Yingling. A reminder of the great week that we've had here in New Orleans on Radio Row. If you missed it last night, I would say the two biggest news items from the NFL honors last night. One, Josh Allen is your MVP, which is very interesting because Lamar Jackson was voted by this same voting constituency. The same 50 people voted Lamar Jackson first team All-Pro, but they voted Josh Allen the MVP of the league. So Josh Allen is now, Seth, inside the velvet rope of MVPs. He's at least check that off.
I think probably, and as you pointed out earlier, at the end of the day, it's probably 5 or 6 guys that make the difference, or 5 or 6 voters that make the difference in this, and that it easily could have gone a different way with both awards.
Yeah.
I wonder how much of it is that Lamar Jackson's already won 2 MVPs, and the fact that he hasn't had postseason success makes people hesitant to make him a 3-time MVP when there's so very few 3-time MVPs in NFL history.
Yeah.
And the quarterbacks have all won a Super Bowl, at least, have they not? The ones who have been 3-time MVPs.
Who? I think so. I closed that browser.
Right. So, Peyton Manning didn't win his 3rd MVP until after he'd won a Super Bowl. Because the knock on Peyton Manning in some regards is similar to the knock on Lamar Jackson. It's that he hasn't – early in Peyton Manning's career, he was thought of as a guy that wasn't the same guy in the playoffs, or at the very least, hadn't won in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson, the problem is the last 2 years in the 12 to win, or at the very least take it into overtime this last. I mean, he made the throw that would have sent that game into overtime this year.
Yep.
And
Mark Andrews dropped it.
Last year, Zay Flowers had a huge fumble that messed them up, where Lamar Jackson was playing as well as the quarterback on the other side of the ball.
You know, and we're going to talk about the Hall of Fame class here. Well, actually, I can lay it out for you. It's only 4 people. Jared Allen, Eric Allen, Antonio Gates, and Sterling Sharp. We'll talk about that in just a second. But as you and I are talking this thing through here, Seth, you know, Josh Allen wins an MVP. So now he's in elite company now. You win an MVP. There's only one of those every year, you know, except for one year there was a tie.
Yeah.
One of the things that Mahomes might be doing here, kind of similar to what Michael Jordan did in basketball, where he had such a period of dominance in the 90s. There's a lot of guys who are truly great players. They're just frozen out from winning title. Like, the AFC is stacked right now. Like, Lamar Jackson is, you watch him, he's a Hall of Famer. Josh Allen is a Hall of Famer. I'm just talking about watching them play, their productivity, the amount of winning they do in the regular season. Joe Burrow's actually been to a Super Bowl, but I'll add him to that list. You know, we'll see where some of the younger guys go, like C.J. Stroud. But definitely, like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes is, I'm not going to say single-handedly because it's a team sport, but Patrick Mahomes is the linchpin and key player on a team right now that is freezing guys out of the Super Bowl in their primes, you know?
But at the same time, it's understandable that he hasn't been the MVP the last 2 years.
Right.
It's a regular season award. It was clearly the best guy in the regular season and didn't get the MVP because people are tired of voting for LeBron.
Yeah, no.
So I think the next time, I think it's been enough of like a complete team effort with the Chiefs the last couple years that the next time Pat Mahomes has a really good regular season statistically, he's gonna get the MVP. Maybe in a year where he wouldn't otherwise have gotten it.
Yeah,
because there's a difference between the postseason and the regular season.
Yeah, I'm definitely not arguing Mahomes for the MVP. My observation is more like, okay, just on the heels of them announcing a Hall of Fame class, Mahomes is, I mean, look, Mahomes is directly affecting resumes of guys for the Hall of Fame. Josh Allen could be the second best quarterback of this generation and never get a sniff of the Super Bowl. Like, at least Jim Kelly made 4 of them. You know what I mean? Like, there's very few guys that I think Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, MVP caliber quarterbacks, at least haven't been to a Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes is freezing these guys out right now from getting any of them. Right through their prime. In their prime. So it's
I would say I honestly, I guess, I mean, it's not worth getting into
turning
debate
them all
over.
into Philip Rivers.
I'm not trying to, it's easy to try to insult Pat Mahomes or talk about the officiating or anything. I really think the story the last couple of years has been the complete team that the Chiefs are.
Sure.
I mean, it's not. Now, Pat Mahomes in the fourth quarter, in clutch plays, Nick Wright had that stat the other day of whether he's 9 for 9 when trailing in the fourth quarter on a game-winning drive, whatever. It's a ridiculous stat how good he's been since the last couple of years, that his ability to be clutch in the fourth quarter even mattered.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of other situations Pat Mahomes could be in where the defense wouldn't have kept him in those games.
Yep. So the Hall of Fame class is Jared Allen, Eric Allen, Antonio Gates, and Sterling Sharp. Sterling Sharp gets in via the seniors committee. He was not a traditional ballot guy. So it's only a 4-person class, which means that a lot of the ones that were nominated by senior committee or contributors and stuff, coaches, didn't get in.
I would imagine.
And those are, McClain always used to say, well, those are rubber stamps. Those are. It's just 4 people getting into the Hall of Fame.
It's the fewest since 1985 that have been inducted, and there have been at least 7 in the last 10 years or so. Every single class. Yeah. The guys I feel bad for are the guys who are totally indefinitely fringe guys. Like Fred Taylor's got to be sitting there and thinking, okay, well, if I'm not getting in this year where they only inducted 4, that almost feels like a conscious condemnation.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Well, the guys that I would be, if I were them or their families, that I would be seriously scratching my head would be the Reggie Waynes and the Steve Smiths and the Torrey Holts of the world.
Yeah.
We hear about all this wide receiver logjam, and it's only going to get worse with all these big space-age passing numbers that we have. Just to localize this a little bit, I am so glad Andre Johnson got in last year, because if he had still been a finalist and this was the class, and I'm not even talking about these players, they're all great players. Eric Allen, Jared Allen, Sterling Sharp, Antonio Antonio Gates, if he hadn't gotten in a class where there were still spaces available, I would be livid right now.
Maybe the Hall of Fame voters are just getting to be crotchety old men at this point. Maybe they're just they're getting to a point where, like, you know what? No, I'm tired. I'm tired of putting all these guys in. I know back in my day, a lot of these guys were already grumpy old men when these candidates were playing, and so they're still comparing everybody to Johnny Unitas.
Who's the one that you're most surprised didn't get in? Of the guys we've talked about?
I think honestly Kuechly.
Yeah,
I thought
me
Kuechly.
too.
Eli, people will argue about. I think he eventually gets in, but I think even people that really like Eli would have to, if they're being rational about it, understand that a lot of the voters just don't like putting guys in the first ballot unless they're slam dunks. I think most Eli supporters would even realize, okay, he might not make it in the first one. But Kuechly is a guy that was he was one of the very best linebackers for years and years and years and years.
He's
and
elite.
I do. It feels like him playing for the Panthers.
Yeah.
More than anything else.
Yeah.
At a non-marquee position might have hurt him on the fame part of the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he retired early. He retired where he was still at the peak of his game. He was a first-team All-Pro or second-team All-Pro, one of the two, his last season in the NFL. But I think the NFL has gotten a little more one area they've started to have some leeway is the length of your career.
Yeah.
Terrell Davis got in, and he had 4 good seasons.
Yeah.
I
feel like running backs.
Which I like.
Running backs, the precedent was set with Jim Brown already, but then also because the way that people look at the position, your flash of brilliance might be more short-lived than a lot of the other guys.
Yeah.
I wonder if with Kuechly, too, just playing linebacker, you don't really – you can be one of the best linebackers in the league and not have particularly impressive box score stats.
Yeah.
You're going to rack up a bunch of tackles, but lots of guys on bad defenses rack up a bunch of tackles, so it's not as obvious a parameter or obviously of an indicator.
Yeah.
Interceptions don't matter as much for linebackers, so without extreme success as a team, I think that you just don't get that same glow.
It's not as sexy a position as it used to be. Like in the 80s when teams ran the ball more, like Jack Lambert and Mike Singletary and guys like that. It was a more high-profile position back then, I think. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the 9 o'clock hour. Flight by Yingling bringing us to you back in Houston or wherever you're listening. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, we certainly appreciate that. Speaking of awards, if there were an award for NFL Offensive Lineman of the Year, would Laramie Tunsil have been on the radar for it this year? This might surprise some people when we discuss this. We'll do that coming up next. But if you're getting surprised right now by your insurance
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the NFL Honors was last night, and the awards all got handed out. Josh Allen is the MVP. Kevin O'Connell was Coach of the Year. Everybody, I think a lot of these awards, Jaden Daniels has been the Offensive Rookie of the Year since about week 6. But there's no award for Offensive Lineman of the Year, and I thought this was interesting. And I think it's a good illustration to remind Texan fans about how the market out there feels about Laramie Tunsil. As if we don't already know, he was voted a starter in the Pro Bowl largely by the players and coaches. The fan ballot did not do Laramie a ton of favors. But Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic, Seth, did an exercise of what an Offensive Lineman of the Year award ballot might look, at how it might look. And he's got some honorable mentions. Deion Dawkins of the Bills, their 2 tackles. Got a couple from the Vikings here. Tyler Smith from the Cowboys. Those are the honorable mentions. He has the finalists for the Offensive Lineman of the Year in his mind would be Creed Humphrey of the Kansas City Chiefs, their center, probably the best center in the game. Lane Johnson of the Philadelphia Eagles, offensive tackle. Jordan Mailata from the Eagles, their other offensive tackle. Quinn Miners of the Denver Broncos, guard. Penei Sewell of the Detroit Lions. Joe Thuney of the Kansas City Chiefs. And Laramie Tunsil of the Houston Texans.
There you go, Laramie. There's a postseason award.
Laramie Tunsil. They're doing. These are in alphabetical orders.
It felt like you. How many linemen was that?
7.
You just
they were
kept
finalists.
going. Okay.
They were finalists.
Oh, they were the finalists.
7.
All right.
Sorry.
I for some reason I was just waiting for you to get to Laramie Tunsil.
It went in alphabetical
order.
order.
Kept going.
My apologies.
So the whole thing about Laramie is that for one, I think that if you weren't watching Houston closely, then you don't realize just how bad it was with the false starts and the procedural stuff in the first half of the season. But I do give him a lot of credit for cleaning that up, and because basically this is the real issue I had with the false starts is that it's a selfish penalty. The really good all-pros generally have somewhere between 0 to 4 false starts in an entire season. And when you're trying to time the snap count as much as you are, like you're bad at it, you're being selfish, and drives are killed because of it at various times. But he cleaned it up. He figured that out. He also rededicated first time in his life to run blocking in the second half of the season. And I think it was a much more complete performance in terms of him trying to be good at all aspects of the game instead of just being known as a pass protection specialist. So that's the part that I'm leaning into and optimistic for moving forward, I think, is that Laramie needs to be that guy, especially as an example to the younger guys. And he was. He was a different guy in the second half of the season than he was in the first half.
Who do you think the best offensive lineman in football is?
I guess maybe right now it would be Payne Sewell.
That would be the one I would say. Yeah.
I think that, and it was, the Texans had some good rushes versus him in the first half, which is a rarity. It wasn't like I was thinking, oh yeah, Payne Sewell's overrated or he's trash, but Payne Sewell can do so many things that in the run game that other guys simply can't do. His ability to get out on the perimeter and move and block guys in space, it opens things up a lot. And then he's just a very good all-around player.
Yeah.
And so probably Payne Sewell.
Yeah,
that line now, to go along with that, the Lions are a very well-coached offensive line.
Very well-coached.
Yeah. When you watch them play, you can just see they're cohesive.
Beautiful.
There's uniformity to it. It looks exactly the opposite of the way the Texans' offensive line looks.
It's a thing of beauty, no doubt.
You got these stodgy guys that aren't Payne Sewell, who might not be great athletes, but they've got flat backs and their shoulders are in the right spot and they're using good hands.
Yeah, no doubt. Here's what there's a stat in here about Tunsil that's pretty remarkable. Tunsil allowed 2 sacks. He allowed 2 sacks in his snaps of the season. So in the first half of the first game, who did they open the season with? The Colts. He allowed 2 sacks. Then he didn't allow another one for his next 695 snaps.
Yeah.
So let me repeat that. He allowed 2 sacks in his first 13 pass blocking snaps of the season.
Yeah.
Then didn't allow another one for nearly 700 snaps after that.
I'm curious about that because there must have been a couple that they blamed C.J. Stroud for it because I'm not 100%. Some of these advanced stats, but yeah, it was very, very good.
Yeah.
It was. I distrust these advanced stats when they go to assigning blame for certain things.
Yeah,
because it's never entirely clear.
Yeah, and they're maybe PFF because they go on. Zach goes on to say it wasn't a great season for the O-line as a whole in Houston, but Tunsil remained dominant, ranking 10th in pass block win rate.
Yay.
He graded 5th overall among tackles, according to PFF, 5th in pass blocking, and 19th in run blocking.
Yeah, and I think this is with a new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley. I think you get in that position where, hey, everybody's kind of got a trial period here. Nick Caley's going to be on a trial period, but every single offensive lineman, no matter who they are, what their name is, or what their contract is, if Nick Caley is good as an offensive coordinator, it's going to be partly because he gets the absolute best out of not just guys like Jarrett Patterson or Drew Scruggs, but also Laramie Tunsil. And we'll see how this looks and evolves over the course of the next year.
Yeah, Zach Rosenblatt, who wrote this piece, his ballot, for what it's worth, he has Lane Johnson 1, Creed Humphrey 2, and Payne Sewell 3.
Good.
So there you go. Just throwing that in there. Asked with you here on Radio Row. There's a text message. I'm looking at the text page here. Where's Eli guy? There's a guy here very upset that Eli Manning is not in the Hall of Fame. Thinks it should be a layup that he should be that Eli Manning is not getting his just due by not getting in the first ballot Hall of Fame.
Basically, I could paraphrase what he said. It was something like, I can't believe Eli's not in. Look at who he beat in those 2 Super Bowls.
Right.
Which it's not the Hall of Super Bowl victories.
Right.
I'm sad to say, it's not the Hall of Super Bowl victories. It's a complete sum total of what you were in your career. And Eli had some magical moments in those Super Bowls.
2 good Sundays.
I would submit that a few of the Giants' defensive linemen had magical, awesome performances in those Super Bowls as well.
Yeah.
And they were just as much a part of it as Eli Manning. So, if we're going to base it on those 2 games, then there's 7 members of the Giants that should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of the size of the class. I almost want to talk to McClain about this just to see what those conversations were like, that they're leaving, that they're not taking the maximum number of people when there's so many guys that we've been talking about for 10 years. You just got to wait your turn and get in. I don't know how to process that. It tells me that clearly, that they are pulling the You're not going in on the first ballot with a few guys.
I know, and they all vote. I don't think they get together and kind of decide and make deals on the side. Maybe they do about who should or should not get in at any given time.
Yeah.
They get up. The way it's been presented to us is that the guys get up, they make their arguments, and then everybody just kind of votes how they're going to vote.
Yeah.
But it's more of a condemnation, acknowledgement of Kuechly than it is for Eli Manning.
Yeah.
And again, one of the hard things is that, okay, it's a Hall of Fame. What does fame mean? What does it matter? How do you exactly determine just who genuinely is the most deserving?
Yeah.
And I don't know. With Kuechly, it feels like it's a matter of just him playing a non-marquee position on a team that does not have a lot of notoriety as a team or attention as a team.
This is a take on the text page that I hate right here, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to read it. I hate this take. Maybe it's because I think Peter King has this take, and Peter King has a lot of takes I disagree with. The Hall of Fame is the story of the NFL. If you can't tell the story without mentioning the player, then that person should be, if you can't tell the story of the NFL without this person, that person should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Right? So you can't tell the story of the NFL without Eli Manning. Thus, Eli Manning deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. That's silly. The Hall of Fame is not telling the story of the NFL. The Hall of Fame is there to recognize individual greatness.
You can't tell the story.
You can't tell the story of the NFL without Bo Jackson. He's not going in the Hall of Fame. He played like 2 years and got injured. Like, that's silly.
You can't tell the story of the Hall of Fame without every single player that played on the teams of any of those players.
Yeah, like what are we doing?
There's a line of demarcation here, baby.
That's something that Peter King has planted in people's heads, like the Hall of Fame. If you can't tell the story of football,
okay, then David Tyree should clearly be in the Hall of Fame.
You can't tell
you can't tell the story of the NFL without David Tyree in the helmet catch.
Right.
Hall of Fame.
Oh my God. And you know what we're getting a lot of too? Bleep Laramie Tunsil. We're getting a lot of that.
Yeah. No,
I don't know if there's a player. I don't know if there's a player that's played for the Texans, at the very least played for the Texans, or in Houston, that I can think of where what their contemporaries think of them and what their fan base thinks of them is so diametrically opposed.
This is what it is. And this is where the false starts, some people try to diminish it or act like it's a no big deal or whatever it is. Laramie Tunsil has had false starts in very critical and crucial moments the entire time he's been here, and that drives a stake into the heart of a fan. When you see that yellow on the field and the Texans just converted a third down, and you can tell by where the flag is, and they're thinking like, freaking Laramie, it better not be Laramie.
And you're waiting for the number to come out of the referee's mouth.
And then
it's 78.
Until midway through this year, usually the camera would pan to Laramie, and it would be Laramie acting like he was a victim of something, that it wasn't his fault.
Yep.
That's what sticks with people, and it drives them insane, because in those most poignant moments where you're feeling really angry, you're watching the guy who made the error.
Yeah.
And it is his error. It's not the center's fault when you do it continually like that. Acting like it's not his fault, that drives people insane.
Yeah.
I remember this year, I can't even remember which game, one of his 12 false starts, when I spit out whatever I was eating because I was so angry.
It was a Minnesota game.
It was the Minnesota game.
Yeah.
As soon as you hear that number, you hear the 78, and it triggers you.
Trigger, man.
And I don't know if you
punch in the face.
Not that it matters to him or his career or anything, but in the minds of the fans, it's going to be really, really hard for people to move beyond that. That's what I'm saying. Like, when I try to detach myself from moments like that, or I'll tell you the other one. No, it wasn't the Minnesota game. Oh, it was, because that was that drive we had three consecutive pre-snap penalties.
Yep.
Were two of them false starts by Laramie?
Went from 3rd and 4 to 3rd and 19. I think so.
So that
might have been
really, really, really just it sticks with people.
Yeah,
so,
clearly it does.
So when I try to look at it objectively, I have to recognize that he did the part where I thought, okay, I think he's genuinely trying to change his ways, was when Nico Collins' touchdown got called back.
Yeah.
And it was because Laramie was illegally downfield. The camera panned to him, and he looked genuinely upset with himself.
He looked mad.
He looked like, crap, I screwed up.
And honestly, I'm not going to say that's all people want to see. They want to see you stop doing it, obviously. But they want you to be as angry as they are in the moment. As agitated.
Yeah, and it really is. The attention to detail when he was committing so many false starts, and he's a league leader amongst offensive linemen, one of the league leaders just about every single year since he's been here.
Yeah.
That's not what the genuine all-pros generally have from 0 to 4 false starts in a year. It's not something that just comes with the territory of trying to time the snap.
Can you think of a player who is viewed that we've watched? Can you think of somebody that regarded as great at his job?
I would say,
he is, but the fan base is largely anti that person.
The first guy I thought of was Dwight Howard is
okay,
but Dwight Howard, people feel that way about him in the entire nation.
That's a good one just for discussion.
In Houston, we were trying to – you're doing that thing where you're like, all right, there's things I might not like about Dwight Howard. But so I would say in the first quarter of a playoff game when they're trying to get Dwight his touches because he wants his touches in the post because he's got to try to prove to Charles Barkley and Shaq that he can play old school. That was frustrating.
That's a good one.
That was kind of
James Harden is probably a good one.
Yeah.
Like James Harden was here. I think he's still really good. He was unquestionably great as a Rocket. I'll say playoff James Harden. But I think a lot of the fan base, even in the regular season, and a lot of it is very similar to Laramie in it's how you carry yourself.
Yeah.
James Harden would turn the ball over repeatedly in games and just sort of jog back and have that look on his face like,
The thing that bothered me about James Harden he stopped doing it as much. Remember whenever he got hurt on the court, he would lay motionless, completely motionless.
And you always knew he was going to get up.
Right, because I don't like the completely motionless. That's disrespectful to the fans because when you see somebody completely motionless, you fear spinal injury.
Yeah, sure.
Or something. It's disrespectful to your parents back home.
Yeah.
like they see absolutely motionless. You think they either got knocked out or they're zero motion, which it's scary as hell. Yeah. I feel like you're abusing the emotions of the fans when you do that.
Let's see. Make the case. Here's a text. This Eli thing is going on here on the text page. Make the case that Kurt Warner is a Hall of Famer and Eli isn't. Stupidity. I'll make the case right now, Texter. Kurt Warner won an MVP. There was a 4-year period where Kurt Warner, you could argue, was the best quarterback in football.
Yeah.
Eli Manning's never gotten an MVP vote, let alone won an MVP. Eli Manning has never been a top 10 quarterback in the NFL.
Giants fans despised Eli Manning for almost
other than 2 years.
Not even in those years they despised him.
Other than 2 Sundays.
They loved him. They loved him
for 2 days.
Yeah. Giants fans are the worst.
Yeah.
They're collectively forgetting everything they ever said about Eli Manning the entire time he was quarterback, including when was his first good season? 4 years into it?
Yeah, he was bad for 3 years.
He was bad. He would have never made it in today's NFL.
Yeah.
Unless, his last name Manning helped him out.
Oh, that'll help. Yeah, that'll help. But hey, that's an easy case to make. Make the case. It's hard to do. Yeah, Kurt Warner. Again, my criteria is where you want to, and I think yours is too, Seth, where you wanted the best at what you did for an extended period of time. And in football, it's it's short windows in football. For me, 4 years being among the best. I think DeAndre Hopkins is a Hall of Famer. He was a first-team All-Pro, for 3 or 4 years there in a row, other than the Brock Osweiler year.
Yeah,
so,
Eli Joe Flacco'd it one more time than Joe Flacco.
Yeah,
Flacco'd it.
Someone asked, does Joe Flacco get in? No, Joe Flacco's not. I don't think Eli should be in.
Yeah.
I know he's going to get in. I would not Hall of Fame because he was never even a very good quarterback.
He's bad for America is what he is.
I don't know about that.
You know he is. He's bad for America.
I don't know about
He's
that.
an enemy of the state,
that
and you can't convince me otherwise.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
I think Nico Collins, by the way, somebody who's good for America. He's going to be on the Kay Adams.
He's going to be right over there on the stage when she starts up.
See if somebody can grab him and get him in the loop, guys.
Yank him over here. Yep, that would be good. All right. There is a team here represented on Radio Row that I feel is the equivalent of the Houston Texans offseason last year. The Texans had a big offseason. The NFL team that is going to have a Texans-esque offseason. We'll tell you who that is coming up next. Prize Picks.
giant American flag. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you live on Radio Row, brought to you by Flight by Yingling. And with the guys on In the Loop will be dropping by here. We'll pass the baton to them at 10 o'clock today. Big thanks to Mokaram Law Firm for sponsoring the live stream. Big thanks to Low T for bringing us here as well. And we're about to have our guest sitting down in the exclusive furniture hot seat. He is a 3-time Super Bowl champion. He is a former long snapper for the New England Patriots. And he is what of Ted Johnson.
Right, and there's and honestly, like I was intrigued.
Lonnie Paxton is joining us here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, boys.
I was intrigued when we saw that he was coming on with these light helmets, because the one thing I've noticed about these newfangled helmets, Lonnie, is it feels like when you look at guys on the field, it looks like they're wearing helmets that are too large for them. There's all this extra space, like between the hard shell and their heads than they used to be. Right. And I'm looking at the inside, and it looks so much more comfortable.
So comfortable.
Yeah.
And you can kind of maneuver those pads around so it fits. Some guys have lopsided heads like Ted does.
Yeah.
So you're able to
they're like totally square heads.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you can kind of maneuver some of the innards.
I'm a big phrenology buff, so that helps. Okay, so you were a long snapper for a long time. Back in the days when you had to be a real man to be a long snapper, because we used to beat the crap out of you guys about the head and shoulders.
Dude.
Like we would chop you on your neck.
Yeah, well, that's why I have 3 bulging discs in my neck. Yeah, it's just guys running over me.
Yeah, that's why you get those.
All I was a laughing pit. I'll just slowly rewind in game films. The field goal goes through, but I'm on my ass every time.
It was brutal, man. Yeah. I almost felt guilty about it because the technique was just one of the guys was supposed to beat the crap out of the long snapper.
Yeah,
and do everything as you could to hold him without making it look like a hold and everything. Yeah. So that's what so John Weeks he's the longest.
Yeah.
He's been with the Texans since 1837.
I know. I remember when he was a rookie, man. We he's had a solid career.
Yeah. So you with these helmets, how involved have you been with kind of tweaking them and everything?
So I'm a part of a player community called the Players Impact, and Light was a kind of a Shark Tank contestant there to get capital raised and get some guys involved in the company. So that's where I met them. It turns out they live their offices down the street from where I live, and I just love the technology. I'm really into brain health and safety, and not just in sports, but in the military and some of the other kind of products that I am involved in, a saliva test for concussions, a film documentary about the comeback from brain injuries. This just fits kind of in my personal portfolio of trying to find solutions to better equipment for the head.
And you guys, I know the NFL's had the fewest concussions in a long time, or at least since they started trying to accurately measure them instead of just
tracked.
The guy's unconscious. We think he's got a concussion. So the NFL's adopted him, and now is it trying to get high schools and colleges to get.
Well, it's got the highest safety rating of all the helmets, so it's in that kind of upper echelon of class of products. So it's just. It's a small brand up and coming, but the old guard has been there for years. Helmets relatively haven't changed since we've been wearing these trash can buckets on our heads since the 70s and 80s. So it's time for something safer, newer, and with the way youth sports is going, a lot of parents are scared that their kids play. To me, I'm like, I wouldn't be sitting here today if my parents didn't just buck up and let me learn football the right way, have good equipment, I can get on with their mission.
Were you with Ted when he cracked Jamie Nail's helmet open?
I think I was.
Yeah, it was. That's one of the best stories I've ever heard.
Oh yeah,
Jamie Nails was a big, scary.
And there's a split helmet sitting there on the turf.
Yeah,
Belichick. Yeah. Oh no, Belichick wasn't coaching Jamie Nails. Belichick would have made him go back in with the split helmet, wouldn't he?
Oh yeah. Just tape it up.
Right.
Just tape it up.
Some duct tape. Yeah.
Was there ever a part of Belichick when he was being the hard ass and everything where you're kind of like, listen, you squatty little fat man? Like, all right.
He was scary, dude. I'm telling you. You walk down the halls, you don't want to look up in the eyes. You feel like if you stared him in the eyes, you're getting cut. Yeah. So you just kind of keep going. And then when you get in the film room on Mondays, if you're called out, you're like, I'm cut. Like it's done. I felt for 10 years, like I was getting fired the next day.
Yeah, that's how everybody felt.
Yeah.
That was how I played for Coughlin. Those guys are both like following the Parcells model of make your players scared all the time.
All the time.
Yeah, and it's stressful.
It is, dude. I still have like some PTSD from potential cuts.
Because even the good, even the really, really, really good players for the Patriots will say that same thing. That you're just always kind of scared around him. Like Julian Edelman is kind of scared around him still, and like Edelman seems like the kind of guy that would just say anything to anybody, but he's petrified of him.
Totally, and I saw a different side of Bill at the roast, you know, because I was there.
Oh, were you there?
I was. So you got to see. You know, we always knew he had this dry humor and funny guy off. You know, when he's not your coach, as soon as you're done, you're like friends.
Yeah.
But you got to see that like side of Bill. Plus, we had a little tequila up there, so everyone was feeling good.
Yeah, that helps. A little lubricant.
What do you think?
I haven't been there yet, but you know, I'm sure a good girl. And
we were looking up you. I stumbled across one of my favorite websites, whodatedwho.com.
Oh,
and they evaluate the compatibility of you and your wife. You guys are you guys have 68% compatibility.
Oh well, you know, hey,
I don't know if that's good or bad.
I don't know. It feels like I'm in the sweet spot.
It feels like 100%. Yeah. It feels like 100% might be bad.
Not getting too far ahead, not falling too far behind.
68% of everything is 100% of good.
That's right.
I'm going to pull up Belichick and his girlfriend next and see how compatible.
Well, I married a cheerleader, so I got lucky.
Yeah,
was she a Patriots cheerleader?
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. Lonnie Paxton, former long snapper for the Patriots, joining us in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. Ted would tell stories about young Tom Brady back in the day, back in the early Super Bowl years, that the wives all like, oh, Tommy, he's so fun. And then now he turns into, he's one of the biggest, obviously the greatest player in the history of the game, huge media star, all that. What are your biggest memories from early Tom Brady when you were his teammate?
Well, I mean, we came in together. We literally flew on the same plane to rookie minicamp into Providence, Rhode Island, and introduced each other like in the airport. You know, we had that 2000 was just a horrible year for the Patriots, and then the following year was 9/11 and Drew's injury. We lost a coach in training camp, and so you know, got a chance to meet his sisters and his family, and you know, spent Easter mornings at his house. So like, we became really close friends. So you know, we got kind of that early day foundation to where you saw this transition into a superstar.
Yeah.
We for 10 or 12, we had on a guys trip every year. That was amazing.
I always wondered about him because he kind of, you know, as he's becoming like a star even outside the world of sports, but he's still also a member of the team and everything. Yeah. Like, did it seem like it was a hard thing to manage early on for him?
Well, I mean, it's hard for anybody.
Yeah.
You know, all he really wants to do is hang out with his boys, but then as soon as he steps into a room filled with people who know who he is, he's got to kind of step back and be on the defense a little bit. So you didn't get the Tom that you got behind closed doors. You'd have to put that kind of public-facing face on, which at sometimes, you know, you're out with them and there's lines of people waiting. They want to get in just to say hi. They have their one little reason they need to say hi. And I'm like, y'all can't get back here. Just let him be a real dude.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, did you watch the series? I think it was on Apple TV, the 10-part documentary on y'all. And I thought that was really interesting, the early Brady years, just showing him play. I mean, you were probably in some of that footage,
I was at the house playing pool.
And stuff. Yeah.
Those were all our roommates. I mean, that's what we did was hang out. And we got lost everywhere we went in Boston. And, you know, it was just – yeah, it's good old days.
I'm having flashbacks to what it must have been like for you. I'm having like sympathetic flashbacks to what it's like being a long snapper for Bill Belichick. Like, what was your worst moment? Like after probably not even a bad snap, but maybe the laces were a little bit off or something.
No, you know, I would tell a story that you know, in Denver when I hit the goalpost. It was Monday Night Football. It's a fast safety move all time because we took a fast safety, then we punted it to him. The Bronco missed the ball, and then we pin him back. They punt to us. We go down, kick a field goal to win a game. So everyone's like, oh, you're so accurate. You hit the goalpost and like this. And I was just trying to do what he told me. He said, throw it into the 6th row. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, huck that thing.
Oh, yeah.
But it hit the goalpost behind me. They thought it was this amazing trick, which I would do all the time. And, you know, like this thing over here, snap it into the boxes, hit a stop sign. I would do all that stuff before social media. So we get there on Monday, and he pulls the whole team up. He's like, all right, Paxton, do it again, and we aren't running. And, of course, I miss it. And everyone's running. And I was like, you kidding me? Yeah.
No, but you know what, though? Like, that's like kind of like the almost like the myth of Belichick there at that point. There would be no reason to try to hit the goalpost.
Yeah.
And yet, because you did, it was like, oh, my gosh, look at this. They must have, it was so beautifully orchestrated.
Exactly.
Incredible.
Yeah.
That's tough, man. I was like third-string long snapper, and it was the most stressful thing.
Were you really?
Yeah. Well, I was the long snapper in high school and college, and I wasn't that good at it, but I was willing to do it, and I worked at it a lot.
It's a great skill to have.
I didn't have the natural ability to actually like do it the way you guys do it. I wasn't even close. Because they knew I had long snapped, I was always like there as like the third guy that would do it. And one game, like somehow both the long snapper and like the tight end, whoever that was this backup, both got injured.
Payne, you're in.
And it was like in the fourth quarter, and
boy.
I've never been so nervous in all my life.
Yeah.
Plus, I've got my hands all taped up. I've got a wrist brace on and everything.
It's like you're set up for failure.
I would have. I can tell you right now, I would have. It would have been. I don't have to. There's no false confidence here. It would have been bad. I've always had great respect for you guys because it's underappreciated. How much pressure there is to do something that it seems like it should be really simple, but it is. It's like hitting 100 free throws in a row. Like, you got to have the perfect deft touch all the time.
Yeah, and plus when it's, snowing sideways in Buffalo and it's minus 10 degrees and you're dealing with the elements, you're dealing with the situation, the ball's in your hands, so the destiny of the team for that one play at least is in your hands. So and they're always coming at you. Like, we make it look easy because we're the professionals, but there's a lot of technique and rhythm that goes into it.
So absolutely. The light helmet spelled the normal way with a G, right?
Yep.
Yeah. It's not no fancy light. Where can they find them? Look, even the
I'm assuming lighthelmets.com, cool. and they're just great to explore. Like I said, the old guard hasn't changed for 30, 40 years, and these guys' technology.
They look great. We got an Eagles one here. People watching it on the Mokaram live stream here, taking a look at that. So Seth's going to go ahead and put it on his head.
But you can feel the difference, right?
I can feel the difference. It's too small for me.
Your head's, Lonnie Paxton, three-time Super Bowl champion, long snapper for that Patriots dynasty. Lonnie, we appreciate it, man.
Lonnie's muscles still look like he could play football.
Yeah, you look
My
good.
head is the only thing that still looks like I could be a football player. My head stayed the same size. The rest of the muscles.
That's a nose tackle melon right there.
Yeah, man. It's like I ain't like Ted Johnson though. That guy could still run through a wall.
Ted the head. He looks good. He looks good.
He looks great. Where I live in Carlsbad. His family, it's the Ted Johnson Family Gymnasium, so I see it every day when my kids go to school.
That's really cool. So, all right, well, we got to get a picture before you get out of here.
Let's do it.
For Ted. So that's a great Lonnie Paxton right there, three-time Super Bowl champ. Up next, guys on In the Looper here. I got my 3 Super Bowl prop bets I'm going to give the audience, and we'll do that next. First, real quick, I want to tell you about
from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment of the week. It's been a great week on Radio Row. Big thanks again to our friends with Flight by Yingling getting us here. It's been amazing, and we appreciate everybody tuning in on the Mokaram live stream, all the guests who've sat in the exclusive furniture hot seat, and we thank the Low T Center as well for being part of this big party that we've conducted for the last several days here in New Orleans. You know, it's funny, Seth, talking to Lonnie Paxton. We just talked to Lonnie Paxton in the conversation. He's the long snapper, if you missed it, long snapper for the first 3 Patriot Super Bowl championship teams. We got talking about Tom Brady a little bit. We did a segment earlier where we're like, these are the new faces in this game that didn't play in this game between these two teams 2 years ago. Saquon Barkley, Vic Fangio, guys like DeAndre Hopkins. We actually left a big one out of it. Tom Brady is going to be part of this game as an announcer, and that wasn't the case 2 years ago. He was playing 2 years ago.
I thought people are down on Tom Brady. I've enjoyed the games that he's done. I feel like at the very beginning, like anybody else who's new in a position, it's going to be a little uncomfortable. I think people forget that Greg Olsen didn't jump out the gates, at least from my perspective. The first season that Greg Olsen did it, I liked a lot of the things that he said, but I thought that it was clear that it was his first time doing it, and he needed to get better at it, and lo and behold, he did. So I think Tom Brady, likewise, is just because he wasn't all of a sudden the world's best broadcaster in year one, I don't think Tom Brady doesn't seem like a guy who's going to quit because he wasn't the best at it immediately.
No, not at all. No, it's quite the opposite. You know, the guy was a 6th-round pick as a player, so it's but this will be there's going to be millions and millions of people watching this game who didn't watch any Tom Brady broadcast this year.
Yeah,
I'd be interested. I'll be interested to see what the reviews are for him for just doing a game for what's going to be largely an audience of just casual sports fans.
I think for Brady, probably the hardest thing is knowing that you gotta simplify things,
especially this game.
And the hardest thing probably for a quarterback, a couple of decades doing it in the NFL, is that when you talk about a play, you might talk about the play for 20 minutes in meetings, and you're going over it in laborious detail, to minute little things that you would never even think to talk about.
Yep.
Now all of a sudden you got to synopsize it in 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And that's a challenge for somebody that's got to figure out, okay, what's really relevant and what are the people at home. A, what can I tell them in this limited amount of time? And B, how can I do it in a way that's going to be easily accessible?
I think he's gotten better as I haven't gotten to watch him a ton because you and I are, we're working on Sundays, but the games I've gotten to see over the last several weeks, I feel like he's gotten better and better each time.
Yeah, I think he's just gotten more comfortable.
Yeah. All right, so I have 3 prop bets that I'm placing in this game on Sunday. My 3 favorite prop bets. I'm in on that DeAndre Hopkins over on yardage. I'm taking the over on yardage for DeAndre Hopkins. You get it. I've seen it anywhere as low. I've got it at 11.5. I think it's gone up to maybe 13.5 or 14.5 receiving yards.
And that's for rushing and receiving, isn't it?
No, it's just receiving yards.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got him on a rushing and receiving because I could see them.
Looking for a little end around.
He doesn't have end around speed, but I could see him lining up in the backfield almost as an actual running back.
We know there'll be a wrinkle somewhere along the way. Now, I didn't do anything with Xavier Worthy prop bet-wise, but I may still between now and the end of the weekend. He's their go-to guy on offense right now.
Yeah.
Especially when they're getting gimmicky. He's the guy they want to get the ball in the hands of. But I like over on DeAndre Hopkins receiving yards. Literally, it's only like 11 or 12 yards. I like the over on Dallas Goddard Eagles. I remember the game that Dalton Schultz had a pretty good game against the Chiefs a couple of weeks ago in the playoffs, and Goddard, since he's come back from his injury, has been a huge part of their offense.
I remember my favorite Goddard play from Championship Sunday was he got a first down, and he was holding onto the ball like he'd watched. He had seen the Ravens game the week before.
Yeah.
He always runs that way, but it seemed like extra emphasis almost on it.
Yep.
I think that's a good one.
52.5 yards is the number for Dallas Goedert. So I have him over 52.5 receiving yards. And my gimmicky one that I like, first touchdown scored by a the player who scores the first touchdown, jersey number, under 15.5. So jerseys, so you get A.J. Brown, you get Devontae Smith, you get Jalen Hurts, you get Mahomes, 15. You get Xavier Worthy. You get Isaiah Pacheco in there. Now, the ones you don't get Saquon Barkley. That's the risk in this whole thing. His jersey number is 26.
You're voting against Saquon Barkley.
A little bit.
He scored on the first play of offense.
That's right. He scored the first
week.
touchdown in the last game. Against Washington. But it's a fun gimmicky.
I saw a couple of the gimmicky prop bets. One of them was the first person to have a blow up or an exchange on the sideline.
Oh yeah.
And I think A.J. Brown was pretty far up there. I don't think so. After he's read that book, Inner Excellence.
You wouldn't take him.
I wouldn't take him now that he's in the right place mentally. And I read that book. We had an opportunity to interview the author, and I'm like, I didn't know if it was, but he's. I think I predict no sideline meltdowns
for A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown, yeah.
Okay, is it for both teams? Because you know who a sneaky one would be if things aren't going right.
Who?
Mahomes has a little bit of a temper.
Mahomes or Travis Kelce?
Yeah.
They're probably pretty far up.
Yeah,
there.
but Travis
Kelce shoved Andy Reid.
He got right up in his face.
He assaulted an elderly man.
Right up in his face. Yeah, man.
That was last season, wasn't it?
It was during the Super Bowl.
It was in the Super Bowl last year?
I don't know if it was last year or
when
the year
he assaulted
before.
Andy Reid?
I think it was the last Eagles Super Bowl that it happened. I'm pretty sure. It was last year? Yeah, it happened. I know that. This I remember. It happened.
To be fair, he kind of grabbed Andy Reid's arm, but I think it was with more force than Andy Reid was expecting.
Yeah.
And Andy Reid isn't as agile as he once was back in the punt-pass-kick days.
Yeah.
And he stumbled a little bit. I think it looked worse than what it was.
How are we rating this week in New Orleans? How did New Orleans do for a radio road trip for us?
give it on a scale of 1 beignet to 10 beignets.
Yes.
I would say 9.5 beignets.
9.5 beignets. I think the only
without all the extra sugar in the bag.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I just
big bag of Coke. Yeah.
It's so much waste.
Yeah.
How much of that sugar goes unused? We could be giving that to underprivileged people who need diabetes.
Right. Well, we could be spreading high A1C. No, food's been amazing. Our the hospitality of the people have been great.
Our Airbnb has been really good, both in terms of the actual accommodations and then also the company.
This was fun. This was a fun.
We're gonna hear the roommate power rankings from Reginald at some point during the show.
Yeah, when's that gonna happen, Reggie?
I think that we've decided that we will cap out with that. We will
end the week.
We will end the week.
You guys end the
week with the roommate rankings.
Okay.
I believe.
You know where I stand right now on one particular person. I texted you earlier today.
Late developments.
Yeah. It was a big one too because this is
Stoerner held the parking pass hostage yet again.
40% of the days we were here, he failed to get the parking pass.
Ooh, next gen stats.
I feel bad for Clint because he was so proud of himself.
He
that
really
he learned
was.
how to cook and clean a pan. I went all Karen on him and complained about it, and he fixed it.
What you have to realize, don't apologize. Isn't he like 45? 40
years old?
Yeah.
There you go, Stern again.
And he's just
Next
now.
gen stats.
He's just now doing it.
What? Oh, cleaning a pan?
Yeah.
I can't. I'm in no place to talk about household
why am I looking
chores.
at you?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I know myself. I'm self-aware. I don't do any household chores. No, but he embargoed the parking pass again on us. So it's unforgivable.
You should have. You know what you should have done?
Smashed his windshield exactly. And got
should have smashed his window, and then he would have woken up because of the car alarm going off.
Right.
But the problem is you're punishing Lauren then because that's her car.
Oh, that's her car.
Otherwise,
Lauren's
for
on.
sure.
My favorite part of Radio Row this week was when I was taking my afternoon walk and I was listening to a podcast about minimalism and everything, and I'm like, I'm really going to do this. I'm going to really evaluate what I need and don't need and versus things that bring me joy. And I'm like, I'm basically going to be a new age hippie. And then 25 minutes later, I'm riding in Lauren's Escalade. I'm like, I need an Escalade.
That's right.
This is nice.
It really is.
This is worth every penny.
I need more Escalades and fewer minimalism podcasts.
I need a gas guzzler.
I'm going to minimalize.
I'm going to get rid of the smartphone that I was using to listen to that damn minimalism podcast.
That's right.
That's going to be my minimalism.
So anyways, I say all that to say, Reggie, I just want to – I don't know what the rankings are going to look like, but if I could do a follow-up video to my campaign, I would. This is where it becomes like a political campaign, where I'm like, I'm Sean Pendergast and I approve this mess. Well, not everybody, just Clint.
I mean, mudslinging is necessary at times in these endeavors.
Just Clint. And I love Clint. I hate to do that, but
you don't. You don't have to do that.
It was a fun group of. We got a good squad here. We enjoyed getting to know guys a little bit better. Yesterday, Reginald and Figgy taught me about watching video games online.
Yes.
Like I've never gotten the appeal of it, and then we got 2 minutes into watching somebody play
The Last of Us,
and I was emotionally wrecked inside. I was devastated, and now I'm going to go buy the video game and watch the Netflix the series on television.
Last of Us.
Yeah, or I'm going to watch people stream it mostly.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
right.
too lazy to play the game myself.
I mean, we are too, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
So
Okay. You guys just like watching it?
Yeah,
on,
absolutely.
What'd you guys do last night? Anything good?
I got my ass kicked.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You got
they went full Andre Johnson on me.
Teeth kick. They Finnegan'd you.
They absolutely.
You want to explain what you mean before people think that you just got your ass beat on bourbon or something?
Went to play craps, which is, as you know, the only game I really play.
Right.
And we'll get into it a little deeper in confessions. But yada, yada, yada. I was home by 9 o'clock, and I saw Sean Pendergast leaving.
Yeah, I was leaving. I met up with Aaron Rabe all day.
It wasn't pretty, my friend.
Yeah. The sea was angry that day, my friend.
The casino was angry that day.
Yeah, man. Yeah. You had a good week, Reggie.
I did. I think I checked off all of the things that I absolutely needed to do.
What was the best thing on that checklist that you did?
For me personally, and this is where I get to be a dork a little bit, is I got to go to Congo Square.
Yeah,
I'm a huge jazz fan, and so going to Louis Armstrong Park and seeing Congo Square, and if you're unfamiliar, Congo Square is where like enslaved Africans in like the early times in New Orleans would go and kind of on Sundays or just come together, make music, have general jubilation. That music becomes like the precursor to jazz music in America. It's called the birthplace of jazz. And so I wanted to make sure I hit Congo Square at some point, and I did. I made that happen.
Yeah. Are there at Congo Square? Are there places that are playing jazz music there?
No, it's actually that's kind of the nice thing about it. Of course, as you hear my voice, it was kind of wild. So I was like, I'm gonna take a couple hours and be silent.
Yeah.
And so I walked to Congo Square, and it's like a very serene park. There's like a water fixture.
Okay.
There's really nice statues that are dedicated to various jazz musicians. Obviously, Louis Armstrong, Buddy Bolden, some folks like that.
Yeah.
And so it was actually a really nice, peaceful time in that moment, which I really appreciated. But no, I got my jazz last night when myself, Figgy, Ron, B, Frenchman Street.
Yeah.
Which I didn't realize that not as many people know about Frenchman. I think people know about bourbon. Frenchman Street is kind of bourbon, but a little bit aged up and a lot of live music.
A lot of music. Yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
That's cool. Been a good week.
Great week, in
for
fact.
sure.
Frenchman Square is where you go when you don't want to genuinely abuse your own body.
Yeah.
You're just a little bit more low key.
Yeah, just a little bit, and a lot fewer people, urinating on the street.
Oh, that's a big plus.
That's why they wouldn't let me go.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't wait to get
They
there
looked you up and down. They're like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Our backyard knows you very well.
Here comes the urinator. The backyard of our house. Yeah. The grass got watered for sure. What do you guys got going on today? Anything big?
A couple of interviews. Aaron Schatz, FTN Fantasy.
Speaking of stats,
and I also found this interesting because he was one of the NFL honors voters. So I kind of wanted to ask him about his vote.
No kidding.
His vote on MVP because that's been pretty contentious on the backside of it.
Oh, was his vote controversial? Was he one of the ones that voted for?
No, that guy. Somebody had him fourth, right? Somebody had Lamar Jackson fourth.
I believe his name was Jim Miller.
Jim Miller. Yeah.
Oh, Jim, he's got to be
former quarterback.
That's interesting. I'll have to look at his. It's not like Jim is an idiot or anything. I'll be curious about his explanation for it.
Oh wow, fourth, huh?
Fourth.
Yeah, Jim Miller had Lamar Jackson fourth. I believe he went Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson.
Okay. I mean, Joe Burrow and Saquon Barkley had really good seasons.
They did have good
seasons. I don't think it's the most outrageous thing. Good. Well, let's stand on that business.
And thanks to you guys. I know you guys are going to be heading out here.
That's right.
You both brought it this week. It was a great trip.
You guys too.
I will let you know as a little bit of a tease just for you guys.
Yeah.
Neither of you are last on the rankings.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see how convincing my video.
I got a sneak peek of the video.
Yeah. Figgy put a big cut up.
It hasn't posted yet. It will here pretty soon. And I'm just disappointed that The Hairless Wonder didn't make the cut. I called Sean the Hairless Wonder in the video.
In your video, you did. I'm still going to use it. We'll see if we can get it to stick.
He's hairless all over, ladies.
I like that better. I like that. Amy likes it that way. I like that better than the finger.
Okay.
As a nickname.
We'll change it.
You were nicknaming me the finger because I point at people.
That's right. Lopez hasn't been really good with trying to coin things. He thinks he's a lot better.
I'm excellent.
Do I have a nickname?
Huh?
Do I have a nickname?
I can come up with one.
Yeah, come up with one.
It's going to be amazing.
Reginald can decide whether you should tell it.
You can have.
I can tell you right now that he probably shouldn't.
Yeah. All right, fellas. Great week. Enjoy, and I can't wait to listen to you guys in the truck on the way back to Houston.
Hey, we appreciate you, man.
Looking forward to that. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and a sack of sugar to you.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Thanks to everybody. Big thanks to Flight by Yingling. Thanks to Aaron Raybald, our engineer on site, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Low T Center, Exclusive Furniture, Hot Seat. We are out of here. We're on the road back to Houston, so we look forward to Monday and chopping it up about the Super Bowl with all you guys. Big thanks to the city of New Orleans. We had a great time. You're listening to KLTA on Sports Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Byron Matthews back in the studio. They are in the loop, and they start now.
All right, one more time here in
Let's go.
New Orleans, Louisiana. It is In the Loop on Super Bowl Radio Row. Happy Friday to you. Hope that you are having a fantastic Friday. We're feeling pretty good, aren't we?
Man, I'm feeling great, other than, the obvious at the casino last night. But you know what? I had a feeling I was going to lose, which is weird because the last 3 times I've been to a casino, I just crushed it. And I'm like, okay, I can't win four times in a row. But and I didn't. But I'm feeling really good because not only did I get a good night's sleep because of that, but just a great week. I was just really, really, really appreciating, how often have you heard former players, whether it's basketball, but mostly football, say, you know what I miss the most is the guys in the locker room.
Yeah.
What I miss the most is not the game, it's the guys in the locker room. I think that's what I'm going to miss the most about this trip. Not Radio Row, not necessarily all the interviews we've had, the celebrities.
We've had some fun ones,
the celebrities
and we're not
seen,
done yet either.
The celebrities we've seen, the game, so to speak, which is what we do here, but the fellas in the locker room.
No, yeah, that's absolutely been a large part of it, and I know people are eagerly awaiting the roommate rankings that I walked myself into having to complete. I think what we'll have to do is I put them together. I'm still ruminating on it, so I will say there's a possibility that adjustments happen, and I'll open this up. I'm open to being convinced.
You can be swayed?
I can be swayed at 1:40 p.m. That will be our parting shot on this Friday. Some other things that we'll have going as Figgy puts on his headset to be involved on this one. Man, you've been working all.
I just want to hear what y'all talking about.
No, I was letting people know that we're going to be doing the roommate rankings later on in the show. We'll also be talking to a few guests. I think we'll have Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy. He's the creator of DVOA. I love me my advanced analytics.
You're going to have to put a sock on the door.
Clear out.
Yeah, you're going to have to put a sock on the door.
We'll talk about some of the advanced analytics when it comes to this game. But also, this is going to be fun. And I believe 10:40 is when we'll get Erin Coscarelli.
I like that.
Formerly of NFL Network, now Believe in Rams. And if I mention the Rams, you go, hey, what's the connection? Hey, don't you think your offensive coordinator learning a little bit about him would be helpful? So we'll talk to her a little bit about that. But I want to start away from football because this is still a Houston show. And no matter what we were doing in New Orleans, I think there was various people in many different places, whether it was casino, the rental house. Some of us were having dinner in the French Quarter, and we were all either on our phones or looking at TVs, watching the Rockets play against the Minnesota Timberwolves last night. And I think we were all in a way not having a good time because they fall for the 5th straight time this year, clearly the longest losing streak that they've had. And it's really interesting timing as it happens. Like, you have this losing streak. Obviously, you've had the injuries. And it comes at the trade deadline where there's some teams in the West that have gotten better. Yeah. I kind of want to take a 30,000-foot view of this. We could talk about this game in particular if you want to, and I think there's some things. It feels like there's a little bit of a turning of the worm on this Rockets team.
Yeah, I did dig in on this game after I got back and watched. I watched it at the casino, and then of course dug in a little bit. And I'm with you. It's not so much. Well, I'll put it this way: this game was more symptoms than a standalone. Let's analyze this game. We saw symptoms in this game of what problem. I mean, here's the thing: 5 losses in a row is not a fluke.
No.
5 losses in a row is, you lose 1 or 2, maybe even 3, and you're like, okay, well, so-and-so's injured and, this and that. 5 in a row, and you're getting guys, you've gotten a couple of guys back and all that. That's not a fluke. And then after the game, I mean, Ime Udoka said as much. I mean, he was, we're soft. He said we're soft. And then he was talking also, and this is where I kind of honed in, about what they did in Minnesota. He said, quote, it's nice to have a special player that can get buckets at the end.
Yeah.
And he was talking about, Anthony Edwards.
Dropped 41 points in the 127-114 Houston Rockets loss to the Timberwolves. I mean, the Rockets only scored 16 points in that final frame compared to Minnesota's 35. And, you definitely nailed it. And, of course, Ime Udoka, the coach of this Rockets team, nailed it. Anthony Edwards was going off, and you saw it. And I think that there's definitely a conversation to be had about, hey, the ability to close. And I understand that I think that you can also point to, hey, who are the dudes that are missing, and point to that as, okay, they have some impact. Ime Udoka has given us a little bit of game over the course of this losing streak where he's mentioned, hey, man, effort, energy, some of these things defensively. Because in watching this game, in the first half even, we were watching that game, and I'm like, that's bad process there. That's bad process there. And I'm like, all right, right now you're staying close because this team finds a way to do some good things. But when you get to those final frames, if you're having multiple possessions, many possessions where you're not going through good process and you're putting up tough shots, that's when it gets tougher for that to happen. And that's when you need to lean. If you're not going through good process, you would need to lean on somebody who, is just like, I'm going to make the tough buckets like an Anthony Edwards, which you don't have. And I think that's when it becomes more incumbent upon the likes of Jalen Green, upon Cam Whitmore, some of these guys that they have even Amen Thompson at times. It's incumbent upon them to make sure that they're doing, going through the process, making sure that they're attacking weaknesses of the other team. And maybe that you could say that, hey, that's a playoff approach, but that's going to be the way that they need to do things because they can't just go, hey, we're going to roll this ball out to the ultimate score.
And like I said, the closer, Udoka flat out said it. That, we're not like out on this team. We were still very, very high. Our expectations have raised. That's what this is about. I think this can be a team that can make some noise in the postseason. But what are the symptoms that they have to fix to get well? That's one, and I don't know if they can fix that now. But they just have to get somebody who can be more reliable at the end. I still like Amen Thompson because he can do so much, but they got to figure that out.
Well, there's actually something to talk about with Amen Thompson, which is, he's a minus 15 in this game, and obviously pretty much everybody on the team was a minus. I feel like one of the things that was shocking to me, and Anthony Edwards is a very good player with good burst, good first step, so I don't this isn't one of those things where I want to make sure I contextualize it.
Yeah.
So I'm not completely being callous to this. But, man, Anthony Edwards and a lot of those Minnesota Timberwolves were driving and turning the corner way too easily on a team that had been previously. And I remember I mentioned that, hey, the defense is slipping in this month. Previously, before the turn of the calendar, had been a very good defensive team, especially at the point of attack with energetic defenders. And you had dudes not moving their feet and allowing dudes to drive by them, specifically Anthony Edwards, including a dude that we look at as a lockdown defender, a cooler of sorts, in Amen Thompson. And with Amen Thompson in particular, outside of those other guys, I do wonder the idea of, he needs to start. He needs to get those big-time minutes. Is that slowing him down a little bit where before I viewed him as kind of like a catalyst, right, as a jumpstart guy where he comes in, he brings a whole bunch of energy off the bench, him and Tari when they were the Terror Twins referred to. Right, that was one of the things they did. They came in and they brought a whole bunch of energy, and I wonder if the ability to bring that spark lessens as you have to spread that energy a little bit thinner over, instead of like 25, 28 minutes, now about 40 minutes. Does that then stretch that?
I think that's more than fair. I wouldn't change it, though, because he can do so much and as a starter and a regular guy. But the other thing, and you mentioned it, getting around the corner. Not only that, but their perimeter defense at the end.
Yeah.
Their perimeter defense at the end, it wasn't even bad. It was atrocious. It was really, really bad. They held Rockets, then you go to the offensive side. And the closer and having the guy and being able to run your stuff, properly. They had 4 made buckets. The ball went through the net in the pace of play 4 times in the fourth quarter. That's inexcusable.
Yeah, it's not sufficient, and they're not nailing offense in the same way where it's like, hey, the ball swings to somebody and making that instant decision, and some of that comes with time. But it does make me wonder, like, did we get ahead of our skis in a good stretch where you had been pretty healthy? I think that's also a thing. Again, I don't want to neglect the fact that Fred VanVleet did not play in this game, and he ends up being a very big calming force. He ends up taking a lot of the responsibility of kind of generating or maybe like initiating offense and kind of getting dudes in the right place. And then obviously we know that Jabari Smith Jr. isn't playing. In this game, you did not get any Steven Adams, any of those things. So I don't want to neglect those, but I do wonder, are we seeing this team come back down a little bit where they'd been hot for a pretty extended period of time, I will say.
No.
But we're seeing them fall back into a place where maybe it's a little bit more reasonable, the expectation with a young squad that is developing, as right now they're now fourth. They're holding the last spot. If the season ended today, where you would have home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs. Like, that is the slide that they are making on a 5-game losing streak here. And they're only a game ahead of the Los Angeles Lakers that they just got better in the West, right? Obviously, the Minnesota Timberwolves are playing well. The Clippers added some things in the West. You've got a little bit of buffer there. That's a 4-game one. But, you're looking around the West, and some teams got better. To sliding back to, I don't know, regression. I don't know what we'll ultimately
just sliding
back.
Yeah, just sliding back. And the other thing that Ime said, he called us, on the defensive side, one of the softest teams in the league. I don't think he was wrong in this stretch here, but that's something that has to be fixed ASAP. As you mentioned, there's teams behind them that are clearly better. There are teams behind them that can leapfrog them, and that's one of the things where, offensively and defensively, this is not a fluke.
No, and I'm interested. I mean, hopefully you can get yourself some level of, get yourself back to health. I know that there's a possibility of maybe looking at the buyout market. I saw a rumor.
Yeah, we don't know what that's going to be yet either.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what the buyout market will be. I know that there's rumors that the likes of a Ben Simmons is working on a buyout.
No, thank you.
You're not in on a Ben Simmons at all, even as a dude who can
absolutely not
be a passer. Dude has,
absolutely not. Are you?
I don't know that I am.
Yeah.
But, I mean, just the idea of adding something feels maybe I'm just grasping at things, looking at where this team is. I know there's some people that, as we came off of the trade deadline yesterday, there were some people like, hey, that KD thing feels a lot more palatable when you look at the stretch that you've had here. Booker, it does not seem like he was going to be available, but I know that the team would have loved a Booker in these circumstances. But here you are. I think this was the game plan that you had, and I think that if you had told us at the beginning of the season that this is where you would be without knowing the arc of it, we would be good with it. But I think with the heights that they had reached, as you mentioned, it feels like we might be back in that place that we thought of where they're going to this team as currently situated looks like they would go into a first round, give it a good run, maybe win that.
Maybe 2 seed.
And then, Let me ask you this. They might have to take their playoff knocks, just as they're currently constituted before the remainder of the season.
Let me ask you this, and I'm kind of processing it as it occurred to me here as we're talking. Do you think Ime Udoka, because he was very, very critical, not just about them being soft and their defense, very vocal, and he can do that, but also talking about Anthony Edwards, it's nice to have a guy. Was he talking to
Rafael Stone?
Yep. Were they in on something? Well, I'll put it this way. Coaches, especially coaches that have teams that think can go places, they want that final piece. They want that over the top. As good as they were, and before the trade deadline, they were so hot, and we were in the same boat. I'm not saying that we weren't wrong here, or at least we didn't voice this. We were like, nah, I think we're good. You know what I mean? But the coach always wants to add that final piece. Was he talking to Rafael Stone?
I don't know if that was if it's that level of passive aggression, right?
Yeah.
But I'm sure that that's just a general want. But I feel like there's a level of synergy on this organization. I understand how, from the different perspectives, if you're a coach, you're like, yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah.
But I think that he could probably look at this team and understand what they're building towards and what they're trying to get. I think they were very clear as a full organization that the objective this season is to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
They're still very much within a more drastic slide than you've seen just in a 5-game losing streak for that to go away. So I think that he understands the process. I think that that's just one of those it would be nice type situations. Sometimes it's a little tough because Ime seems to have the same kind of intonation all the way across.
Yeah.
I think that that's just kind of it would be nice, but he understands where he is.
He does, but I do think they were if nothing else, it was a sign that they were considering it. They were considering that big piece.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah.
I mean, if the reporting is to be taken seriously, like Kevin Durant being out there was something of a consideration of sorts. And then, of course, we know that their fascination with Devin Booker, and it seems like that's how they've set themselves up with these picks. But I think also, as an organization, they all understand. I think that's top to bottom is that you have a position of strength, and you don't want to find yourself running and chasing after things. You end up in bad places that way. And they've tried to operate from a position of strength. But no, these are the guys that they're going with. And I think that there's still a lot of development to be had. And I can make the argument that just going and grabbing a guy and going, okay, well, that will fix it, might actually stunt some of the development of these guys that need to work through some of these things, right?
But it does help you in ways that you may need certainly in the postseason.
Sure. Yeah. But I think that some of these processes of, making sure that you're, attacking the right way and not falling into ISO basketball when it becomes a little bit more difficult to keep your head in the game.
Absolutely.
On those types of things, and making sure that, hey, in the long, grueling grind of a season, that you're still giving defensive effort and that you're not losing that. That I think those lessons need to be had.
Yeah.
I do want to ask you as a coach before we go here. As a dude understanding how long the season is, how much of this is just inevitable of there's going to be dog days of the season. We're dead center in the middle of it, and there's going to be these moments where it's going to be hard for guys to keep that same energy, especially with the intensity that Ime Udoka requires of his guys.
I thought that when it was a 3-game losing streak. We talked about it on this show. I thought, okay, young team. We talked about it. Young team, it's going to happen. There are going to be lulls. They haven't really, been in this situation. And I thought, okay, it could easily be just that stuff happens. 5 games is different. 5 losses in a row, any coach, Little League, would be saying, all right, what's going on here really, you know?
And I get it, 713 said they just missed Fred. That's cool, but that missing Fred doesn't mean that you're not crashing the boards like you always are and bringing that type of juice.
Yeah.
Fred is not the dude who is making sure that everybody's playing perimeter defense at a high level. Like, I think there's a level of culpability that we can throw at these guys, and I think that they've gotten to a place where they've shown that they're good enough to accept that level of responsibility. Now it's incumbent upon them to take that responsibility on and show that they can do it. And I understand one of the things that we also need to consider within this, they had a 4-game road trip, 1 home game, and they're in the midst of another 4-game road trip. Yeah. That wears on you as well. But ultimately, this team needs to be able to show up soon because no matter what, all the reasons or excuses or whatever we want to say, like the record is going and you're starting to stack those up. And you will be playing again tomorrow at 2 p.m. in Dallas.
Those Mavericks. Hey, they got a little life in them for 1 game anyway.
Yeah, they beat the Celtics last night. And so, according to their general manager, they're a better team. But especially with all the heat on that one, on those Mavericks, hey, y'all better come out and play because the Celtics, they got to be a little bit of a laughingstock last night. You don't want to join them tomorrow by losing to the Mavericks, and especially extending a losing streak. You definitely don't want that to happen. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going. We are still on Super Bowl Radio Row here in New Orleans. Much appreciation of Flight by Yingling for doing that. But coming up next, let's move the question of the day up. We'll talk to Aaron Coscarelli at 10:40. Let's get into the Super Bowl mood of things. We need to dive in today, and we do that in some ways in a food way. Question of the day: what is your go-to Super Bowl food? 713-572-4610. Let's get to Super Bowl party top vibes next.
Live from Radio. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Imtis and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah. We're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, live from Super Bowl Radio Row, Media Row, as I've been trying to get myself to call it. It's been fun thus far. We have a couple of guests lined up for you today. Coming up in the next segment, we'll talk to Aaron Schatz, who is she works for Believe in Rams, that podcast that covers the Rams, and she should be able to give us a little insight into Nick Caleb, the new offensive coordinator of Houston Texans. So we'll do that at 10:40. But right now, let's get ourselves into the Super Bowl mood with our question of the day. What is your go-to Super Bowl food? I feel like that is a huge part of the Super Bowl party experience, is what the food is like. I understand that might be one of the more important things for some folks in this game, as some people have kind of gotten tired of seeing this team. I mean, we saw these two teams 2 years ago in this game in slightly different iterations, but largely similar iterations of the team. And what was a really tight game was that 38-35 last-second field goal to win it for the Chiefs. And we'll get that again. And I know some people are done with the Chiefs, but I know you ain't done with this food, right?
Heck no. It's crawfish season, baby.
Oh, wow. I've never had crawfish at the Super Bowl.
Here's the thing,
man.
Wait,
this is your answer to the question of the day. You do crawfish at the Super Bowl party?
Well, and here's the reason why. Some people will argue this, but I swear by it. The crawfish are never really big before Super Bowl weekend. It's uncanny how I go buy mine in Liberty. They have a great place there. I can't remember the name of it. I'd give them a shout out because I bought a bunch of stuff from them. But crawfish me right now. Some people 1st of February. I know Tyler's already hit some crawfish a couple times. But you actually just reminded me, and I got to put that on the list when I get back. Driving, go drive to Liberty or wherever you get your crawfish. They get nice and big, man. They get nice, big, and fat. Plus, it's a perfect Super Bowl food because it's something where people can gather around together. You got TV outside or whatever, and you're just eating your whatever, everything you put in there, sausage, eggs, and everything else, and big, nice, fat crawfish. They're going to be big this week.
I feel like Super Bowl foods are supposed to be a little bit easier to eat.
Well, it's not necessarily the only thing. We always do like meatballs and the normal stuff. But, no, crawfish for me, Super Bowl is like that mark in time. Okay, let's go get some.
Okay, there's multiple people that have come in. 346 crawfish from the 832. New tradition is food from the host city, so crawfish this year. Yeah. All right. Like, that had never crossed my mind. I like staying away from the overly simple because I feel like the answer for a lot of folks ends up being pizza. Yeah. And I hate coming with, like, the overly simple on that. But I like finding something a little elevated when it comes to the question today. For me, the answer is typically, like, spring rolls, egg rolls. I feel like those end up being the champion of it. Like finger foods that you can eat, but also has a little bit of like class, a little bit of elevation to them, a little bit of a more advanced flavor profile.
Yeah, like something quick and easy that people can just grab. I mean, I guess you could do like a brisket or something, but I generally do.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with like a solid brisket or whatever.
But you got to cut it up real small so people can just grab because they want to fill their plate. They don't want like a meal. You know what I mean? So. Something like sausage or some meatballs or something like that. But no, man. And the best thing, by the way, I feel like we just missed a golden opportunity.
Wait, what happened?
Golden opportunity. As you know, our engineer, producer here on site is Aaron Raybold, who's been doing a terrific job keeping us.
He's on the roommate rankings.
He's on the roommate rankings. And Keegan,
he's surprised at that. Were you a roommate? So you're in the roommate rankings. Come on.
Keegan-Michael Key was standing right there, right behind Parker, like within the people on the YouTube probably saw him standing behind you. And
I got to keep my head on a swivel.
Think about what I just said.
Aaron Raybold.
Aaron Raybold. We could have gotten him to at least do something. I feel like we missed a golden opportunity.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. We probably should have. All right, now I got to lock in.
You know what his name is for real? For real?
That would have been. I mean, you think he's tired of it though?
No, it's like.
Aaron immediately goes, "Do you think I'm tired of it?"
Well, it's that old thing. You got to play the hits. You do a concert, nobody wants to hear your new stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, the artists are always mad about having to play the hit over and over.
But they got very, very rich because of it.
Right, like that's the old Jay-Z line. You want to listen to my old stuff, buy my old album, right? Like that's. However, he's here. We've seen a lot of people here on Radio Row. Getting back to the question today, Fig, we were asking, what's your go-to Super Bowl party food? As we're, everybody's getting ready for that to happen. I have a feeling that you might have a very particular answer. That
you want me to say it for you?
Yes.
Wings.
Oh, I didn't think
I wasn't even going there, to be honest.
Oh, really?
I love.
But you're the wing king.
Yeah, I am. But I was going to say bacon jalapeno popper.
I figured that. Yeah. I learned about the greatness of this dip earlier this week, and I did not realize, because dip isn't something that I think is highly regarded. I think that it comes up a lot at Super Bowl parties, whether it's like a spinach artichoke dip or whatever, or something like buffalo chicken dip is one of those things that comes through. Yeah. Some people go big for that. Like, nothing chips and dippy is going to be like my go-to. All right, that's cool. That's over there. I might get a taste. But I'm never really big on that. However, I might make an exception for your wife's, what is it?
Bacon jalapeno
popper dip. That was phenomenal.
This is kind of crossing the line a little bit towards entrees.
Oh, and that's what we want.
Yeah.
We want that, that hearty, man, that it was, I think it was one of those 9x13.
Yeah, it was a big pan.
Casserole dishes.
Yeah,
it was gone in less than half an hour.
I got to get her to make Reggie some.
It was gone in less than 20 minutes.
Yeah,
it was gone.
Yeah.
It was gone.
Yeah, I was not complaining about that at all. Some other ones that have come in here on the text line. Somebody said Rotella dip, and then wings. Wings ends up being a big one on this. Someone said barbecue pig shots, and I'm guessing. I'm not sure exactly. Well, what are we doing there? Sliders is usually a very good one.
Yeah.
Right? If we're talking about
because people want a little bit of everything. Yeah,
it's got to be bite size. We got to be able to make our moves with it. I think this is courtesy together like a complete accounting of what every state's most popular Super Bowl food is.
Okay.
And I'm going to have you guys try and guess what the food that comes up for the state of Texas is, and then we'll see if you agree with what their research brought up.
I would say brisket.
Yeah, I was going to say brisket or barbecue.
It is not brisket or barbecue. Tell me if you think this is right, or if this is even a Super Bowl food. Hot dogs.
What?
Hot dogs is what they have as the most popular Super Bowl.
Who in the world is eating a hot dog?
I can't remember the last
during
time.
the damn Super Bowl.
I mean, I like hot dogs, but what?
Yeah, I can't.
If that's the go-to at the Super Bowl party, I'm out.
Yeah, this is not a party for me. This is not the one
Let me hit a Wingstop, man.
Yeah. So how are you going to do it? How do you do a party for the Super Bowl?
Well, I'm rarely the person hosting, as I'm sure you guys have learned from this week. I will pull up to your party and we will have fun. In fact, I think I'm going to crash. I'm literally going to crash Sean Pendergast's house. I think.
Okay.
I'm going to just show up. Maybe I'll bring some wings and I'll be like, "Yo, what's popping? What are we doing here?" I'm usually a show up to somebody else's Super Bowl party. Typically this week, I'm hitting people up like, "Yo, you got a party going?
Got anything going on?"
Yeah, what we looking at?
Because I'm here.
This is the time. This is the time to get yourself situated.
I'm just saying.
What about you?
Part of me is I like to have the party. We always have it at our house, as you can probably imagine. But
you spat cock in a chip.
And we're gonna have some crawfish, of course, and all the other stuff that we talked about. But I actually watch the game, but it's just a totally different way to do it. I mean, you can't just lock in. And then you have the responsibility.
You don't lock into the game?
No, I watch it, and I'll try to pick up the phone and put down a couple of notes, but it's nothing like a Texans game or another game or something like that. No, it's nothing close.
I think I wouldn't compare it to a Texans game because obviously we're going to be hyper-focused on that. Right. Would you compare it to just a Sunday night football game that doesn't
probably
have
a lot like that?
Yeah, I was like, I feel like that's probably the way that most people watch it. Although you have the additional lock-in of trying to watch the ads as well, which I imagine takes a lot of attention.
Yeah. How about you, Figgy?
Yeah. So I've never thrown a Super Bowl party before, but honestly, I guess my whole setup would be just bring a lot of food, man. A lot of easy foods to eat.
Easy.
Yeah, sometimes because, obviously when you go to somebody's house, it might not be a lot of places to sit. You might be a lot of standing, walking around.
Exactly.
So
and if your party is nice enough, you got just enough people to kind of mix and mingle a little bit. Not too many people because then, like, we're not watching the game. But just enough people to move around and mix and mingle with, and you got to have foods that transport well.
Yeah. I don't want to get stuff that you got to sit down at a table with a fork and knife.
And that's a good point about people are just always standing up.
You got to make it easy as possible, man.
Yeah. And just following up on that national poll, it seems like buffalo chicken dip is what goes down as America's favorite Super Bowl food. Some other foods that have come in on the text line. Somebody said deep from your Super Bowl party ad. I might have to come through. Brisket queso comes up.
Oh, I made that.
That's
strong.
That's a good call.
That's awesome.
Nacho bar, ground beef, beef fajitas, chickens, all that. I like what you're doing there.
Can't go wrong with that.
And then somebody goes with cheeseburger egg rolls.
Okay.
I don't know if I've had those.
I feel like that's a good solid secondary item in my feeling. Somebody said anything on a toothpick, and that's probably good. Like just catching some what do they call the little sausages, whatever. Yeah,
little
smokies. Yeah. That's not a bad look either. All right, so I grilled oysters or shrimp sprinkled with crab meat. Someone said.
Did you have the char grilled oysters yesterday?
I did.
Somebody, those look so good.
Y'all have oysters at the party, and I guess I was about to say that feels a little pricey.
No, that's a little fancy though. Man.
Yeah, that feels a little fancy. Feels a little pricey. I know brisket or something.
Yeah, I'm not judging that, but that's a damn good solid Super Bowl party. Yeah, you got the oysters.
Y'all at the Super Bowl with your pinky up? That's wild. Yeah. But that's the question of the day. What's your Super Bowl go-to food?
Anybody got mimosas?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I feel like people keep it real simple at Super Bowl with drinks. So usually kind of just beers. I don't know that I've seen a lot of people with a whole bunch of mixed drinks, at least in the places that I've gone.
It's a lot of beer, wine, whatever.
Yeah. And somebody said fajitas, brisket, queso, and wings. I feel like those are the kind of classic ones, those types of things when you're going.
That's the trio.
Super Bowl. Yep. And so, let us know what you guys are going for coming up Sunday with this Super Bowl between the Chiefs and the Eagles. But coming up next here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, we're expecting to sit down with Aaron Coscarelli from the offensive coordinator of these Texans. We'll do it next.
We're in the Big East. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on Super Bowl Radio Row. Much appreciation to Flight by Yingling helping us get out here. Also, thanks to Low T Center and the exclusive furniture. We're in the hot seat. We're expecting here shortly to hear from Aaron Coscarelli of Believe in Rams, talk a little bit about Nick Haley and such. And then, of course, you can get it on the YouTube. And I am trying to actively check the YouTube as well, where Mokaram Injury Lawyers, the live stream there, you can be seen. We can see all the people that are moving, hustling and bustling around us as Super Bowl Radio Row, as a media center, kind of winds down a little bit today and ahead of the Super Bowl with the Kansas City Chiefs versus the Philadelphia Eagles. We were just talking about in our question of the day, the Super Bowl, your go-to Super Bowl foods, Super Bowl party foods, I guess, is probably the way to go. And somebody was talking about this, and I hadn't thought about this. Like when you are a host, I mean, generally when you're a host, God, you go with God because you're doing the Lord's work, kind of hosting. But they were like, they hate dealing with the excess kind of stuff that's left over, whether it's food, beers, those types of things. Host. How much of a problem does that end up actually being?
It does. One thing we always try to do is kind of repurpose it for the week. Let's say we have some brisket left over. Well, then I'll make like a chili or something with it for later in the week. That's the key thing right there. But like some of those dips and stuff, I mean, you hate to do it, but you just got to chunk it, man. Ultimately, yeah. And I'm so adamant about, like, I hate wasting food, That's why I always try to, like, repurpose something. But so I always put it in the refrigerator, and then 2 weeks later it's still there. I'm like, all right, I guess we got to throw it away.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I try and be the person that, takes a little bit, especially if there's too much stuff.
Yeah, you give a lot away.
Like, that's something that we're dealing with at the house right now. Of course, Flight by Yingling took care of us in a big way. We had enough beer that I feel like if we were there for a month, we probably wouldn't have ran out of beer.
But it won't go to waste. It's going to be repurposed.
But we got I feel like everybody's got to take a case with them.
I got one for you.
Okay, very good.
And I know you don't drink a lot of beer, but it'll be nice to have in the house.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I will still be covered for a month with that. So thanks to Flight by Yingling.
Yeah.
I'm interested, like, we're going to get a chance to talk to Aaron Coscarelli about Nick Haley. And I'm really still kind of pondering. A constant run for me is just like what the mixture of the Shanahan experience, the Sean McVay experience and the kind of the Patriots offensive experiences that we're actually going to get with this team this year.
That's going to be the $1 million question, isn't it? I mean, we're going to be talking about that and watching it damn near halfway into the next season, and at some point we're going to have some access to all these guys, Nick Haley and Nick Caserio and D'Amico and all that, and it is truly the $1 million question. If I had to guess today, it's probably going to be a split. I can't imagine it. As much as I've been kind of kidding around calling it Patriots South offense, not West Coast offense, because of all the Patriots influence on the staff, I don't believe that it's going to be all old school, big tight ends and everything else, and all that with the Patriots with Texans offense. They have to be able to mix it up because of C.J. Stroud. I mean, they have to be able to use things from the McVay system.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I think that's fair. And I mean, I'm really interested in what the scheme's going to be. I think we've kind of hypothesized that they'll lean more into like a gap scheme. I'm still thinking about that Ryan Harris interview that we talked about yesterday, and like where this offensive line will be, because in trying to ponder which of those it looks like and how it ultimately merges together. That offensive line, where we had tried to kind of convince ourselves that maybe there's a way we can do this, I do wonder if we have set ourselves up for a situation where that offensive line still does not get it done no matter what the system is, and that is going to feel like a hopeless place if you get there. I really don't want to take the season to figure it out.
Man, you hit it on the head. Hell, we were talking about it all night. Depending on who I was with, you after the show, and obviously Sean and at the house and others at the house, because it kind of like slapped you in the face a little bit to get that perspective from a Super Bowl winning 12-year, whatever he was, I believe it was something like that, offensive lineman, very well respected, digs in on everything. And for him to say no, no, they should have. He should have been able to. They should have been able to run the system. It was eye-opening, man. It was eye-opening.
It was indeed. All right, let's pivot here because we're going to go around the NFL here in a second. But I think this was one of the big things. The NFL honors happened yesterday, and we got to learn who goes into the Hall of Fame. And I was kind of fascinated at the way it went. We got the first time a four-person Hall of Fame class for the first time in a very long time. And it did not include Eli Manning. So, I found that to be interesting. In fact, he just walked by us not more than an hour ago. And were you surprised to see the Hall of Fame class come down as it did?
I was. You had kind of convinced me about let's just get it over with because he's going to get in. And I didn't want to have to go through this year after year or however many times we were going to do that with Eli in the Hall of Fame. But now that I think about it, I mean, they did get that part right.
No, absolutely.
They did get it right. It would have been unfair. I mean, Antonio Gates, Jared Allen, Eric Allen, and Sterling Sharp. I wouldn't have replaced any of those guys.
No. They all rightfully get in.
Yeah.
Sterling Sharp was an interesting one because I thought about him and I was like, man, that career wasn't all that long, but Sterling Sharp had 7 seasons and I think maybe 5 of them. All-Star. Or Pro Bowl, rather. I'm mixing sports. Pro Bowl seasons. And I'm like, okay, yeah, no, that does it. 3-time All-Pro for him. And I think especially now, once Terrell Davis went in with the 7-year career where the last 3 of them were hampered by injury, I think that it feels like now what the expectation and the standard is, at least for longevity, is shortened and it allows people to get in. But it's kind of funny that you have that where it seems to kind of change in a shorter way. But at the same time, it's getting more selective to get guys into the Hall of Fame.
Well, we're going to end up talking today a lot at some point about the voting process and the voters, specifically as it points to MVP.
Smallest class in so 5, man.
I think we can talk about the voters in the Hall of Fame as well. It's 50-something guys in a room. And they lobby for people. They stand up in front and do presentations. John McClain has probably done half a dozen or more for particular players. And then they talk about it, and they try to influence each other. It's a really bizarre process. You should be able to, if you're a Hall of Fame voter, Reggie, you should be able to dig in, have your personal history, your own thoughts on a particular player, and vote. You're not supposed to be chatting it up and getting, I get,
Yeah, but I think the idea makes sense, right?
It doesn't to me, but go ahead.
Look, in covering this league, there's a lot of things to consider. And no, you're not going to know all the players intimately. I always view that process as being able to have the people that were closest, that were able to cover them, the player the closest, give you what that player meant, how that player operated, what their MO was, so that you have a better understanding of it as you vote.
Don't mind that.
Okay.
I don't mind the presentation. I can live with that. But it's like
they're whipping up votes.
It's like a 4 and 5 hour process or more. I remember John McClain talking once. We were in there for 8 hours, and because they're arguing with each other and they're doing all their lobbying. That's the part I hate. And here's why. And it does pertain to Sterling Sharp. He was horrible with the media. He was not Shannon.
Yeah.
And there were grudges. And a lot of times it's older school. It's not all. They've tried to fix and get some new blood in there. But by and large, it's older school, ink-stained wretches who were newspaper people, and they hold grudges. Sterling Sharp should have been in the Hall of Fame already. He was the best tight end in the league that's one of my criterion. And one of my criterion was he the best at what he did for an extended period of time, whether it's 3 years or 5 years or 15 years, because then that means he's probably a Hall of Famer because in his generation, with his class, with his group of players, he was the best. Sterling Sharp was. He had a neck injury, man.
Right.
His career was cut short. I don't care if it was 7 years or 8 years or whatever. He was the best at what he did. But you know what? He was an a-hole to a lot of people that vote. And that's why I hated the process.
Yeah, and that particular aspect of politics shows up in all sorts of Hall of Fame because you make sure that the right people are appreciated. But yeah, Antonio Gates, tight end Antonio Gates, cornerback Eric Allen, defensive end Jared Allen, and as we mentioned, wide receiver Sterling Sharp. Those are the 4 guys who will go in the Pro Football Hall of Fame August 2nd in Canton, and it's the smallest class since 2005. Do you remember anybody in that class?
2005? I would like to say no.
That's right. Dan Marino, Steve Young, Fritz Pollard.
I just saw Dan Marino.
And Benny Freeman. Oh, you did really?
Yeah, he's right over there.
And you didn't bring him over here?
Well, that was my guy. You know, we all have our favorites. Dan Marino, I was like, love that guy. Love that guy.
I feel like a lot of people do. He gets a lot of love for being and rightfully so, an incredidible quarterback. Yeah, everybody always wishes he got a ring, but that's that. History is as it is. All right. That's another way of saying it is what it is. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Let's chat up a little bit more about the NFL honors, including did the NFL get it right? Did the voters get it right when it comes to NFL MVP? We'll do it next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now. Let's talk.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop from Super Bowl Radio Row. And the Super Bowl is nigh. It's very close to happening. We've done many of the festivities. One of the festivities happening last night was the NFL honors, in which, you know, various awards were given out, or I guess awarded, right? Because these five folks earned them on the playing field, and of course, in certain instances, away from the playing field. And obviously, I think the biggest talking point that happened yesterday was the most prestigious award, as the NFL lets you know. It's the Walter Payton Man of the Year award that was given away to Jaguars.
That was it, huh?
Yep. Jaguars defensive man Eric Armstead. No, I'm kidding. I mean, Eric Armstead.
No, well deserved. He did a great award.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on.
So he'll get that patch. Yeah.
No, I mean, it's not. This is the NFL doing NFL things, like trying to act like they're this, you know, bigger than life.
No, the most important thing about NFL is being a man of
the community,
high
which
esteem
they do so
and
much.
good repute
I'm
in the
not
community.
downplaying what they do and how awesome it is, but come on. That's my answer. That's my answer to everything.
Sit down in the seat.
Look at Nico Collins walking by.
Sit down in the seat.
Nico Collins walking by. We'll see if we can maybe try and snag him. I appreciate
we got to work on that one.
I think he might be booked and busy, but we'll see if we can get him to come to the home of the Texans, Sports Radio 610. But no, the NFL MVP was a huge one, and officially it goes to Josh Allen. So he is now an NFL MVP. It was tight voting. Ultimately, I believe it was a 4-vote difference when it came to first place votes, 27-23 in favor of Josh Allen. And the voting got a little dicey because those votes are made public and seen.
Yes, they are.
So you can see who went with Lamar Jackson, who went with Josh Allen, and who put Lamar Jackson as a fourth on their ranked choice voting. That was one man named Jim Miller who put him fourth after Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, and Joe Burrow. But, I mean, ultimately, how'd you feel about the way that the NFL MVP voting shook out?
I said it yesterday. I thought I thought Lamar Jackson deserved it, but Josh Allen would win it.
Yeah, you were right there.
And I think that's what happened, and it's just sort of reading how these guys vote. It's it's crazy. Look, you can argue fourth place, the guys that finished second, third, they're in the MVP hunt. Yeah, but they're not Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, we've made this a quarterback award, and I think it's kind of weird, man. This voter fatigue thing sets in a big way. I was talking to someone else yesterday, and they were talking about, I think that it might have been his playoff thing. I'm like, it's a regular season award.
It's a regular season award.
And this is courtesy of Opta Stats. They were highlighting the fact that Lamar Jackson is the first player in the NFL history to have more passing yards, more passing touchdowns, fewer interceptions, higher completion percentage, more rushing yards, a higher rushing average than the MVP season that they had and not win the MVP.
Is that all?
His number. If you look at his numbers are insane.
They're insane.
Like, I thought it was fake.
Mm-hmm. Actually, he had more of those than the MVP this year.
Yeah.
Josh Allen.
I saw that one. Yeah.
Like more of those things than the Josh Allen. I mean, 40 touchdowns. What is it? Less than 5 interceptions. And if you go and really parse those out, some of those interceptions weren't, like, if you were to assign blame, we're not on him.
Yeah.
But I mean, this points to the idea that it's not going to just be a statistics award. Like, there's some other things in it. But it's always so hard to nail down what valuable means to folks and what that MVP award means to people.
Yeah, it seemed like people kind of felt a little sorry for Josh Allen.
That for sure.
And they said, you know what, Lamar won it twice already, so it's kind of I don't want to say becoming like the NBA, but it seemed like it's a little NBA feel to it where Lamar got to get, let's get Lamar, not Lamar, let's get Josh Allen one.
And
I'm happy that he had
kind of bad for him, in a way.
He balled out. He balled out this year.
But the same exact voters made Lamar Jackson, the Offensive Player of the Year.
Yes, and it almost felt like it was a consolation prize of sorts.
So you have a ballot in front of you, and you check MVP Josh Allen, who was a quarterback, and then Offensive Player of the Year, you check Lamar Jackson?
Yeah, I just don't see with those numbers how he is fourth.
Yeah.
On the
well,
list,
that's a different.
Yeah,
animal
I don't know. I just don't see it, man.
Yeah, amongst the other awards that were given out, your Defensive Player of the Year is indeed Patrick Surtain II. I mean, he had a phenomenal season as a cornerback. It's really interesting to see a cornerback get this again because it felt like we had gotten into a space where it was a lot of defensive linemen getting this award. So going back to a defensive back was kind of interesting. Jaden Daniels, of course, locks down Offensive Rookie of the Year. That one was to be expected. Jared Verse picks up Defensive Rookie of the Year, and that one felt like that one had kind of settled in. But yeah.
And let me correct something. First team All-Pro, not Offensive Player of the Year. So at the same,
yes, when you talk about the quarterback,
at the same position, Lamar Jackson, first team All-Pro.
Yeah, because Offensive Player of the Year was Saquon Barkley, and he ran away with it.
Yet Josh Allen, quarterback, MVP. Make that make sense.
I think that's
make it make sense.
Yeah, I feel more sorry for Saquon, to be honest.
Yeah,
because he had a legendary year too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and he's phenomenal.
It's just because he's a running back.
Yeah, the MVP award. We need to change the parlance on it to make it a little bit more.
It's like the Heisman.
More clear. Yeah, I mean, we need to make it more clear because it does stink for a guy like Saquon is about to put up one of the best running back seasons that we've ever seen. Mm-hmm. What was it? All he needs is 30 more to have like the most yards through the season
broke that
and
record.
Postseason. He would have if he had played in Week 17.
Yeah.
Understanding that he has the extra game, I always want to put that caveat on there. Some other things we mentioned that the Hall of Fame. You have a 4-person Hall of Fame set up. I believe it's. Let me pull it up and make sure one more time because I don't want to forget anyone. It is Antonio Gates, Eric Allen, Jared Allen, and Sterling Shepard or Sterling Sharp. Goodness gracious, I made him the Giants wide receiver, but Sterling Sharp. That's the 4-man class that will get into the Hall of Fame. They'll be inducted August 2nd. And one of the things that's also interesting is to remember that you've got a new class coming in that become eligible, and there's some big names that are becoming eligible in that way.
Oh yeah. It's going to be an even tougher road for Eli Manning next year.
Yes, it is, and I think that might mean that we won't be forced to have to deal with that, or maybe in a different way of viewing it, we might be forced to have to continue this conversation year over year. Do you think there's any chance that we can make it all the way through with Eli Manning not making the Hall of Fame?
No, he's going to make it. He will make it for sure. But there's going to be 2026 Drew Brees, lock. Larry Fitzgerald?
Larry Fitz.
Lock.
Who I maintain is the third best wide receiver of all time.
Might be. I'm not going to argue on that too much. Randy Moss.
I think that's 1, 2, and then I think Larry Fitzgerald is right there as third. So, those guys feel like they absolutely slide right in there.
So those two are absolute locks.
In my estimation, and you still got, some guys that
I got the list. If you want to go, tell me how you feel about them for next year if they get in. Jason Witten, no.
I don't think so.
Frank Gore, no. Although I think he will be a Hall of Famer. Julian Edelman, no.
No, I wouldn't.
Greg Olson,
I don't think so, but I think
he with Fox. So they might
just
get a little production.
Nah, you might get
live on set.
It's like Bill Cowher getting
they live
a
on
damn
set.
Hall of Fame jacket.
LaShawn McCoy,
no.
Des Bryant.
I can be talked into it eventually. That's fair.
Marquise Pouncey.
Yeah.
So there's 3.
Yeah.
Phillip Rivers.
No.
Steven Gostkowski. No.
Nope.
Geno Atkins.
No, I don't think so. Not on first.
So I think there's a good absolute case for 2 locks next year,
and there's
maybe 3.
And those are just the new guys coming in.
Yeah.
Actually, that makes me think of something that I was talking about with B. Scott when we had dinner last night. I think he had a point that I absolutely agree with. We should probably have an auto bid into the Hall of Fame. And I know that sounds insane, but I think the line of demarcation makes sense. What did you say, Lopez, that your criteria is for who goes to the Hall of Fame?
You were the absolute best for at least 3 to 7 or more years.
So I think
you were the best at what you did.
An easy way of telling who is the absolute best in the season, it's the way I use anyways, which is all pro or not. Yes, all pros.
Yeah.
Because you're probably top.
Sterling Sharp played, was it 7 or 8 years? I forget.
7.
But he had 3 all pros.
He was.
Yeah.
I feel like we should have an auto bid, and we can set the standard fairly high. If you have 5 all pros, go straight in, and then we don't have to put you in the consideration of the select few that are going in
5 no matter how long you played?
Yes. That's going to cut a lot of people out, though, man.
No, but then you vote on the rest.
Yeah, you still have the voting on the rest, but I think that moves some of those guys that you know are going out of that space where maybe you can have a better appreciation. But I don't know that anybody's going to be like, yo, let's – I think people enjoy the certain level of exclusivity that the Pro Football Hall of Fame carries. Yeah. So I think that wouldn't happen. But I was looking at it.
I don't mind that.
There's very few guys who have 6+ All-Pros. I didn't get that. I couldn't find all the way down to 5, but I think there might be 1 or 2 guys that are 6+ All-Pros that are not already in the Hall of Fame. Right. Like a couple of them still playing, like Zach Martin, and then I think one of them was like Brandon Tyre, who I believe he killed his wife, so I think that also has made this a lot more uncomfortable to put him in. But outside of that, it's like, oh, you have 6 All-Pros, you're in the Hall of Fame, and I think, we could probably make this easier by throwing some of those guys directly in there.
Because, like, for older players, the Veterans Committee, they use the All-Decade team, and hasn't it? I guess Drew Pearson was the last one, most recently. Yeah. If you're on an All-Decade team, you're going to get in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
Yeah. So that's kind of the same premise. If you make 5 All-Pros, you're going to get in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but we can ease some of the congestion that happens in those classes just off of letting some of these guys go in.
How y'all feel about Mike Evans? As far
he will be. He will put him in because he will be when he gets there. For sure.
I brung it up because Carrington Harrison actually been talking about this for a minute now. How he feel like he's not Hall of Fame.
Well, that's silly.
But he had no first-team All-Pros.
But he's got 10, 11.
That's actually interesting.
I disagree with it.
11 straight 1,000-yard seasons. And you're the only one to do it. You and Jerry Rice.
I think if
talk to Carrington Harrison about that.
No, that's silly.
To play devil's advocate here, if you do come up and you go, how many? We're in an era where there's a lot of passing, and all those 1,000-yard seasons is cool. But yeah, he has no All-Pros on the books. That's really interesting. I had not considered that. Because I frequently think of Mike Evans as one of the better wide receivers in the league. But how many years have you looked up?
Don't even think about it.
He was one of the top 3, 4 wide receivers in the league.
I disagree with it, but like when he said that, I'm like, really? He ain't got no All-Pros?
Silly.
That's an interesting.
Silly.
And can somebody get in the Hall of Fame with no All-Pros?
But also wide receiver. I'd like to know how many guys have been on the All-Pro list, second team or beyond, while Mike Evans has been playing. He's gone through 2 generations of receivers, and he's always been there. The list is Jerry Rice and Mike Evans. That's what if I was doing the presentation, that's what I would put on the whiteboard. That's my presentation.
Okay. My natural reaction was there, but seeing that he had not had any All-Pros, is like, oh wow, I might need to look at this a little bit more closely. Byron, did you happen to get the Justin Jefferson audio from the NFL honors last night?
Yes, sir.
So I wasn't watching the NFL honors, but I think we were out at dinner and I was actively monitoring who was winning the awards. So I did miss this moment. But apparently Justin Jefferson had a little trouble with the teleprompter out there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Playing wide receiver in NFL is a dream job. But playing the position in Minnesota, it means something a little extra. Oh, I'm sorry. Because of the tradition and excellence we've got going on there.
Yeah. Reading is hard.
The prompter, I'm sorry, guys.
He was just.
That's good right there. We're going to start it over. Playing wide receiver in the NFL.
Oh, man. I actually kind of don't blame him because I'm sure the NFL is very particular about it has to be exactly like this. Don't ad lib. You have to read this. You know what I mean?
Man, I would have been up there like, everybody make some noise. Ladies.
How's everybody? Oh, you went into DJ mode?
Ladies.
Make sure to tip your waiters. Your waiters out there doing a good job.
You got $20 your pocket, make
Yeah, no, I mean, and it's one of the reasons why I don't love like the award show dynamic that we've gotten in sports, because like they're not like entertainers in that way.
Yeah.
Like it's all kind of uncomfortable. It's especially the ESPYs.
Blame the ESPYs.
Yeah, it really is the ESPYs' fault. Like everybody wants to do this at an award show, and I get it's an opportunity to get out there on the red carpet and flex and everything.
Yeah.
I just feel like, hey man, just let these people know what the awards are.
And all these athletes are not outgoing. Some of them are very shy.
Yeah.
And you got
good
that
at
man.
playing
They're not actors.
Yeah.
You know, they're not entertainers.
Yeah, like they're
They
freak
are,
athletes, but at the end of the day, they're regular people.
Yeah.
They're probably shy as well.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, okay, someone disagrees with me on my Larry Fitzgerald take. They said Terrell Owens, anyone? Come on, Reggie, lay off the grenades in New Orleans. No, sincerely.
I think you can argue it, but I do agree with you, actually.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I love T.O. He's probably right up there behind those guys, but Larry Fitzgerald, long-term success, and he did it with not a lot of very good quarterbacks, if you even want to say that he had a very good quarterback. Now, I'm standing on that one, friend. Some other things that happened around the NFL. Actually, this was a sad thing to see. I think somebody tweeted it at us, especially as we talked about, various being around New Orleans. Seems like there was a reporter, Kansas City reporter, who was out here in New Orleans covering the Super Bowl, who passed away, unfortunately. I didn't see any details. I don't think that his station has given any details, but Adam Manzano, a reporter for Kansas City who was out here, passed away, unfortunately. So condolences to him and his family and the entirety of the Kansas City, media space and Kansas City, as a whole. I mean, that's one of the things that's been interesting about being in New Orleans is seeing like the increased police and military presence, and you would hope that like that would affect things. And of course, I don't know what had happened. I don't know if there was a medical condition or anything.
It was a car accident.
Was it really?
Oh man.
Okay, that must because I didn't see that anytime recently. So
it wasn't. It says car accident.
I was like, I didn't see anything that detailed how Adam passed, but that was a thing that happened. Of course, I just wanted to be sensitive and make sure to acknowledge that happened. In fact, speaking of people that passed away around the NFL, Virginia Hollis McCaskey, who is the owner of the Browns, also passed away.
Okay. His wife died in a car accident. Apparently, there was someone arrested in connection with his death.
Did I say Bears, rather, not the Browns? She died 102.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know she was that old.
She looked it. I'll tell you that. But yeah, she passed away.
That's a good run.
That's a great run.
That's a great run.
See, this is the thing. I feel a little bit more.
That's a Hall of Fame run, right?
That's right. That's right. Put her directly in.
102 All-Pro.
Yeah.
Directly in. No,
that's like Mike Evans. Just put 102.
Right. I always feel a lot better when somebody's like lived to triple digits because I'm like, they did it. They did the thing. They lived it. They did the damn thing.
Yeah.
And then also, NFL will be playing in Melbourne in 2 years in 2026, and they also announced that they'll be playing in Dublin.
Crazy.
They'll be playing in Dublin. I believe the Rams, in fact, are the team that's going to hold down. They're going to be the home team there, I believe. Is it Pittsburgh in Ireland, and then the Rams? Okay.
Yeah.
Got Melbourne. Okay. They've been announcing. They've been going hard on this international.
They're taking over the world, man, or trying to.
Like I feel like
Ireland. Australia, obviously, England,
Spain,
Germany, Brazil. Spain, Germany.
Like, I think they're packaging this thing up soon. They're spreading their media rights far and wide. The NFL are.
Yeah.
And the travel on this thing is going to be crazy. Like, I'm surprised that they haven't been pushing 18 games as hard because it feels like even just to deal with all this travel, the international travel, you're going to need that second bye week that I think people have proposed for an 18-game season.
Well, that's 6 or 7 different countries, off the top of my head that we just named.
All over the globe.
All over the world. I mean, the travel and all that. Something's, they're going to have the double bye week at some point anyway. Yeah.
All right. Coming up next in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. All right. I believe that we got this right. We're efforting for Aaron Coscarelli of Believe in Rams to join us, talk about the offensive coordinator of your Texans, Nick Caley, who were previously in L.A. But appreciation of Flight by Yingling, headlining our coverage out here on Super Bowl Radio Row. And coming up next, let's talk to Aaron Coscarelli.
Let's do it right now.
As Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It is a Friday here on Super Bowl Radio Row. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. With you here. Appreciation of Flight by Yingling, Low T Center, the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers who bring you our live stream where you'll be able to see our next guest, who's sitting in the exclusive furniture hot seat, and I hope that you're enjoying it. It's Aaron Coscarelli of Believe in Rams. How you doing,
Thank
Aaron?
you guys so much. Yeah, it's been a week. It's so fun. Thank you for providing comfort. The best chair in the house here at the Radio Row.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Thank you guys so much.
In fact, we were hoping to have you on earlier just to pull back the curtain. But what we've been experiencing in New Orleans, it seems like it got you, which is the expanding traffic has gotten crazy as the week has gone along.
You know, it was really interesting. I was at, have you guys checked out Bourbon Street at nighttime yet?
Just a few times.
Just a few times.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a scene, and it was really interesting because I would say coming here this week, I was nervous. I was Vegas last year, and then obviously, you know, went to honors last year. They honored, or last night they honored the people that were impacted by the terrorist attack.
Mm-hmm.
The way the city has prepared with barricades and tankers, it's insane. So, of course, there's tons of traffic, but I feel really, really safe. And I feel like New Orleans and the NFL has put on such a great show and made everybody really comfortable, feeling really safe. And honors last night was beautiful. Eric Allen got, into the hall. I worked with him when I was with the Raiders. So it's been fun. And it's nice when you can have comfortable chairs like this to
feel free to take
sit
a nap.
back and relax. I might need a nap.
Just not now. So about honors, obviously the big topics, and we were just talking this not long ago about just the disparity, not disparity, but the weirdness of the vote in terms of, like, you know, Lamar Jackson first team All-Pro but doesn't get MVP.
Yeah.
And, you know, some of those things. What were your thoughts about that?
You know, it was interesting, too. I was glad that, obviously, Jared Verse got in Defensive Rookie of the Year. But I think, I don't know. It just depends. It's hard because I was hoping, too, Saquon would get, MVP doing what he does. It's a quarterback's game. Josh Allen gets it. Fan of Josh Allen. I don't know if it's a disparity. I think a lot of people favored him. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, what Lamar Jackson's been able to do through the air, on the ground, makes him incredible. Mm-hmm. Does that make him a better quarterback than Josh Allen? Is that the debate we're going to have? I'm not sure, right? I mean, why do you think that Josh Allen gets the nod over a guy like Lamar
I
Jackson?
think, because he hadn't had it. And, Lamar has. I think voters are people, too. And I think they were just collectively feeling, let's give it to him.
You think a little bit of a popularity contest in some ways?
Absolutely. That's what I think it was. I mean, Lamar Jackson was in every category better.
Yeah. A lot of people say that. A lot of people. Tyler Dragon, who's my co-host, and he works for USA Today, is like, it's a non-starter, non-negotiable. It's going to be Lamar Jackson. And of course, I was like, well, I think it might be Josh Allen. Mm-hmm. So a lot of debate about it, and this is why we're in media, because I think it's what do the fans think, and I don't get the vote. So, but yeah, Josh Allen got the MVP last night.
Sure did. Now, you work Believe in the Rams. You keep track of that team in Houston. We've been pouring over video and various things about the season because our new offensive coordinator was just there as a pass game coordinator in Nick Haley. And it feels like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like if you touch the hem of Sean McVay's garment, you have an opportunity to become a head coach and have, move forward and have success. What is it about Sean McVay that prepares his staff to go on and excel?
I mean, it was interesting because when they brought Jimmy Garoppolo over, right, that was part of why he wants to come. Because every time these guys, their coaching tree, getting, Raheem Morris obviously going to the Falcons, when guys are under the tutelage of Sean McVay, and it's crazy, isn't he the same age as Matthew Stafford? Isn't Stafford going to be 37 in February, I think, or coming up? And look at what Stafford did. despite the fact that he's getting a little bit older, and guys like Cooper Kupp, I really thought maybe Cooper and Stafford were going to retire together. Little bummed that he's not going to, that he's probably going to leave LA. But yeah, that's why these guys, they love playing for Sean McVay and his team and his staff. They're just it is a Class A organization. Yeah. And we had Marshall Faulk on our show 2 days ago, and Faulk said, it's so important for the Rams organization to take care of their guys. They're going to make Cooper Kupp go somewhere where he can still compete. Whereas Marshall's like, when I came to the Rams, they thought I was coming to die. Yeah. So guys that are under Sean McVay, I don't know. He's just such a player's coach. He's so brilliant. He's like an Andy Reid. He just knows plays from 2018. Oh, yeah. And it's fun to watch. And I really, I always say, how do you treat the media? Because it's not always easy having to ask tough questions and cover the team. And he really is. He's so wonderful at training camp. And, it's not easy to do what he does and get the hard questions. I think it was funny because right after they finished the season, the question was asked, what's Cooper Kupp's future? And he's like, I could tell with his answer. Did you guys see it? He answered, I think it was the LA Times beat writer, and he's like, you're always asking me the tough questions. We'll see what we'll do this offseason. But it wasn't like a glowing endorsement that Cooper was going to stay. Look, Cooper's 31 years old, hasn't stayed healthy since 2021 for a full season. But yeah, Sean McVay, they love to play for him and they love to work for him. And I think at the end of the day, he respects people. So that's what I love.
You mentioned there Cooper Kupp, who obviously we know the news is that he has been informed by the team that, they will seek a trade for him. And you mentioned he's 31. He's had some of the injury issues. That's kind of the obvious. From your perspective as someone who's a little bit closer to the team, is there any other indication that you've gotten as to why? Because, I'm not sure if you know, Houston, we're dealing with a player that got injured at wide receiver and Stephon Diggs, and there's some interest in a veteran wide receiver. So there's a lot of fans that are looking at Cooper Kupp as maybe it's a possibility. But I'd like to get a little inside information, if you can, on maybe what is the reasons why Sean McVay and the Rams are moving on from Cooper Kupp.
Well, I think they saved $12 million in cap space. Yeah. They're kind of in the middle of the pack. They don't have a ton of money to move around, and I think they want to go younger. They've got a guy like Puka Nacua. When you have a guy like Puka Nacua, you want some, that was one of the things that Sean McVay said as we were entering into the offseason and the Rams were done. He's like, we want to diversify on offense. Sure. Cooper's last few games, he didn't have a ton of production. That doesn't mean you can't still respect his game, but when you have a guy like Puka making absolute video game-like catches all throughout the season, you have to take that into consideration, and Cooper was out for, several games. I want to say four games. I know for sure maybe 5 games. And when you can't rely on a guy like that and he's getting paid what he was owed, $57 million total. Yeah. So when he is that expensive, you need reliability, you need durability. And I think, honestly, that's been the biggest issue with him since 2020.
Ferry on the backside, so we're just talking ramifications.
I really think so. Yeah. Well, I really think it's a bottom line. It's a bottom line business in the NFL. It's not personal. Although he was beloved as a fan favorite, and he's such a good guy in the locker room, a true leader. Puka even tweeted how sad he was. Right, he made the joke about the NBA trade season. So I think people are going to miss him. Fans really love him, and I think he'd be a great addition to another team. But you got to work out the money.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about. If you can set the money aside, which I know nobody really can, but if you can work out the money.
Yeah.
As a player, his game, you mentioned it, what was it? His big 1,600-yard season was now 4 years ago?
Yeah, 2021.
Yeah, 4 years ago. Yeah. So what about his
1,900, in fact. I don't want to short him any of those yards, right?
So what about his game? If, say, the Texans, as Reggie said, we don't know about Stephon Diggs. He's been injured.
Yeah.
What about Nacua? Cooper Kupp.
Look,
his game.
If we can get Puka Nacua, go ahead and send him over. Yeah. I'm just saying, I feel like that's not going to get done.
But that's why Puka was picked up in the 4th round, right? Yeah. So it's like, Snead and McVay do such a great job at evaluating talent in the draft, and I think when you strategize, they restructure these deals year in, year out, and that's what Les Snead is so good at. No one's sadder.
But can Cooper still play? Can he still play? Can he still play 14 games?
No one is more upset about this than Stafford. Yeah. Can he play 14 games is the question. And I think as you get older and lateral issues become an issue, that's the biggest thing. I think he'd be a great addition to Houston, but I'm not paying the bill. I'm not paying. Again, I think Stafford was very sad, sources say, of course, to see that he's probably not going to be with the team next year, obviously.
All right, Aaron, I feel like we've been in the same situation dealing with all this talking this week, some of it on Media Row and some of it just out in the streets where we're – is that an iced coffee?
There might be like 4 shots of caffeine and espresso in here. I'm running on empty. I'm not
kidding.
Got you. Obviously,
I was like, is that the best for the vocal cords though? Because I was
probably not.
Okay, all right.
I've been making terrible decisions, staying out late, waking up early, talking to too many people, kissing babies, shaking hands.
So we're kindred spirits then, is what I'm hearing. Very good.
I love Radio Row. I love being here. Super Bowl week. I mean, honestly, first of all, I've been saying it all week. New Orleans is my favorite city in the States.
It's great
to see this place come alive. I was so excited to come here and hang out and party and be in New Orleans and, NFL Super Bowl week being here. So I was like, I knew I was going to lose my voice and, have to have a Super Bowl champion's diet of caffeine and snacks.
Now, this is apropos of nothing, but you're a USC Trojan?
I am.
A big fan?
Huge fan.
So you saw Rob Ryan?
Oh, yeah.
What were your thoughts on?
Oh God! You know what? I will say.
That's your guy.
I will say. So I went to USC. I'm gonna age myself. Whatever. Who cares? Pete Carroll was my guy.
Yeah.
And Matt Leinart. I was there. Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush.
Okay.
And Pete Carroll was the head coach.
I would like to throw in Lendale White.
Lendale White.
I just love him as a player, so that I just need his name to also be included.
Lendale White, excellent. And to see now that with the Raiders, who I still have an affection towards because they were very good to me, I think that, and now Tom Brady, I think that if you're getting Pete Carroll back with the Raiders, although I don't know if it's the best decision because, in my opinion, their issues are now offensive. And Chip Kelly.
Got Chip Kelly.
I love it. I love when guys are back in and there's some drama and there's some soap opera stuff and Rob Ryan. So I mean,
but you're avoiding your defensive coordinator being spaced out on the internet.
I am because I don't want to have an opinion. It was so funny because somebody put me in a tough spot. They're like, are the Rams going to draft a quarterback this next season? And I'm like, well, I mean, and when are they going to do it in the earlier rounds? And it's like, I know these things get recorded and then they get returned back to you and they're like, so I got to still be, nice to the people within the Rams organization and be able to be back in the USC stadium. So I understand how these things get recorded and people will play back the tape. No, but I'm excited. I mean, look, I think USC has a bright future. It had been tough. Like I said, when Pete Carroll left, I think I was a couple years removed from school, and what happened there was really tough, and it's felt like it's been kind of a rebuilding situation there, and I still love Pete Carroll. I still support and root for the Trojans. And I think it's just, everybody's just trying to figure things out. It was interesting. We had Marcus Allen on the show yesterday with Lorenzo. He's always just trying to make educated decisions and choices, and no one really knows, right? Like, we can come here this week and say it's going to be the Chiefs because it's like, it's Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid, but no one really knows how things pan out. I think take chances. I love that, with the Raiders, they're always kind of taking chances and risks, and I just like to see that people are competing.
Right.
So I am avoiding the question because I don't know. I just don't know how things will pan out.
With all that being said, before we send you out, who wins the game?
On that note, I would say the Eagles have the more talented roster. Kind of would love to see some new, fresh talent in there. I do love Saquon, even though they roasted us in the divisional round. But it's really hard to go against Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid. They're just so good. What's interesting? I know I'm gonna let you guys go, but they won so many close games, and you would go, that would be the disadvantage, right?
Right.
They're not as good because there were so many. But in my opinion, I see it the opposite because the close one-score games to me shows that you give Pat Mahomes 30 seconds, 40 seconds, and that guy's going to kill you.
Yeah.
So that's what the one-score games, what was it, 11 games this season? To me, that's what that means, is that they can, under pressure, 2-minute drill, take it to the house and get the win, and that just is always what happens. You heard it here first. If there's 30 seconds on the clock, y'all are not going to be feeling good. If the Chiefs are down by a score and Pat Mahomes gets the ball and drills it down the field.
There you go. Aaron Coscarelli, Believe in Rams. Aaron, we appreciate you giving giving us some time for us.
No, thank you. I'm going to go drink more coffee.
Excellent.
Thank you
very
much.
good. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Again, appreciation, exclusive furniture that gave us the hot seat for Aaron to sit in. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including how I think we might be under attack in a very particular way here on Super Bowl Radio Row. I'll explain it next.
Here at Sports Radio 610, we
Terms and conditions apply.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 6. 610 presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 live from Super Bowl Radio Row. Real quick, just want to, again, highlight or, mention the Houston Rockets, who unfortunately extended their losing streak to 5 as they fell in Minnesota to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Anthony Davis, 41 of them things on this defense. Anthony Edwards. Anthony Davis, I've been talking about. Actually, I've just been messing up names all day today. There's just been names up and down. Oh, you're also good with J.A. Adonde?
I've known him a long time.
You just know everywhere, don't you? There's J.A. Adonde right around here.
Think he know you?
Of course. I will say, in defense of Lopez, he saluted and J.A. saluted back. But no, Anthony Edwards put 41 of the things up on this Rockets defense, which was really problematic. I found this very interesting from Adam Spillane. I think I read it to you guys off air. He's kind of looking at this team from, before January 1st, back before the 2025 calendar turns over, and then from then on. And you look at it, and the defense goes from second in the league to 19th.
Unbelievable. It's crazy.
They have been 19th in defense from January 1st on. And, oddly enough, the three-point shooting has gone up to where I believe they're 9th in
But you
three-point
made a good
shooting.
point about that.
But they're not shooting well enough to where it makes up for the lack of defense, especially when the identity is built around defense.
Yeah, this is a little problematic. You can't sugarcoat it anymore. We mentioned it a little bit earlier in the show. If you weren't listening, 2 or 3 games in to the losing streak, I'm sitting there thinking, getting sort of tired and not used to being in this position, being attacked a little bit, targeted probably more precisely, and you're going to have those little lulls. Injuries, no Fred VanVleet, no Şengün for a while there.
Jabari obviously has been out
I'm thinking,
pretty much during this
happens.
entire span.
Almost nothing to see here, right? You go 5 straight losses, that is a symptom. There are plenty of symptoms, as we talked about, from the perimeter defense was just atrocious last night. And you mentioned other defense wasn't much better. Guys making the turn on some one-on-one defenders that should be. Yeah.
That's that same perimeter defense, that point of attack defense, as I call it, where you're one up with a guy who's dribbling, and your first objective is what? Stop the ball. Don't let him drive past you, and then we worry about navigating screens and all those things. First line of defense is making sure that there's not straight line drives, or basically as close to straight line drives as possible.
Yeah.
And Anthony Edwards was able to do a lot of that. And that's not just he got Reed Shepherd in the action. No. That was Amen Thompson up top. That was Tari Eason up top.
The guys that you expect to lock them up.
Our so-called defenders,
stay in front of
Ime
them.
had said.
Yeah.
Man, these guys, and some of it is just, Amen Thompson can lock down. He has the dexterity, he has the agility to be able to stay in front of guys. Similarly with Tari Eason, even Jalen Green, when he has put his mind to it, has done that at a high level. You could tell there's mental fatigue happening, and I understand that to some point, but also, that's what the money is for, to be callous.
Yeah.
That is what the expectation is at the NBA level. Especially if you want to be able to do this from a long stretch, and that Ime can reel them in and get them into that place, because there's going to be games where maybe Fred VanVleet misses, or you're not having Jabari Smith Jr. or whatever, what have you, and your guys who are now becoming more of your foundational pieces, they're stepping into more of those roles, with Amen Thompson starting. Tari Eason started last night. Those guys, as they get more minutes and more opportunities, I understand that some fatigue makes them stretch a little bit, but now this is the difference between getting 25 minutes and getting 35, 40 minutes, is you have to be able to keep that same energy, keep that same production for that long period of time. And so this is a growing moment, and hopefully it does exist as that, as opposed to a moment where we look up and we go, okay, they regress to the mean.
You hope it's a growing moment.
And this is who they are. Exactly.
You hope it's a growing moment. And then the other thing that I thought was very telling, at least a little bit of I see what you're doing here, was Ime Udoka talking about, sure is nice to have a guy that can finish a game and put up a bucket, no matter what's going on in the situation. And of course, talking about Anthony Edwards, and that's something that the Rockets maybe kind of, sort of, should have maybe approached at the deadline. I think they probably were talking about it a little bit.
Yeah, some other things that are what's popping as we are in Super Bowl Radio Row. The Super Bowl is popping, and I mentioned that there's a few ways where I feel like we're under attack, not in like a immediate personal harm way, but first and foremost, obviously New Orleans is well known for its seafood, its fantastic food spot. There's an oyster recall going on.
There is. That's very sad, first of all, but I think go ahead.
In the city of New Orleans, I just want to mention, it's not. I don't know that it's a nationwide, but I do know in the city of New Orleans, there's been people that have been getting ill off of that. And I don't know if this is related. I believe that it's actually been kind of talked about as the flu, but there's kind of
that's where I was
illness going around with the players. I know that Jalen Carter, defensive tackle for the Eagles, is dealing with illness, and that's going to matter. Interior pressure, especially with the Eagles defensively. If Vic Fangio has his druthers, getting pressure with 4 is the way that this works, so they have more of these guys in coverage. You can have Zach Bond in coverage. You can have some more of these guys, focused on being in coverage. Yeah. If Jalen Carter isn't there, and I know that they have a wealth of talent, but if you have some of these guys and you're pulling out little pieces of the Jenga stack, like how sturdy is this defense going to be? And it's one thing if it's like physical injuries. We know they're playing a physical game.
Sickness. To me, that's a huge story, and it's being talked about. I'm not going to say nobody's talking about, but I think it could be a hugely significant story if it is, in fact, the flu. The flu is all over right now. I mean, I think one of my sons has it, was just diagnosed. Figgy had it.
Figgy had it. He might be the reason why your son has it. We can blame Figgy for this.
Could well be.
Parker, can we file an HR report if that happens?
Exactly. But if it's the flu, we all know how you feel, man. And if it's rampant, I don't know how rampant or how prevalent it is.
He missed media availability.
Dude, it could be really, there's your boy Jameis, it could be really, really big,
Yeah. There's some other guys that are, not practicing or didn't practice yesterday. Devontae Smith dealing with the hamstring, which that's another level of this. And then defensive lineman Brandon Graham has an elbow injury. They were both limited, I guess I should say. Eagles are expected to activate Graham from IR. So add a few other guys to the limit, to the, I guess, injury report, I guess, what have you. But I guess in the benefit or in the positive way, a lot of guys were full participants, including Kenny Gainwell, who returned to practice, Goddard, Zach Bond. Like, the Eagles have a lot more of their guys coming back. But no, the illness that's kind of going around, that's a little tough. And that's just been society.
And the other thing I was thinking about when I saw this, could be whatever. We don't know how many people. We're not going to know, and if it is the flu or if it's something else. But I was thinking the whole time, freaking Chiefs. Of course they're going to have the opponent get sick, before the Super Bowl. There's probably going to be like 4 guys that are out there that have no right being out there. But, of course, the Chiefs and their damn luck are going to get that.
Yeah, they've been very fortunate. And we'll see. I mean, look, there's still a few days, right? There's the remainder of today. There's tomorrow before the game happens on Sunday. And so maybe those guys find a level of health. Maybe they could, load up on vitamins or whatever. But that's going to be something to watch, right? Like, usually you don't think of injuries necessarily impacting the Super Bowl in a stronger way because you have that 2-week span to heal up. I always harken back to Thomas Davis. You remember, was that 2015? It was, because that was the Panthers, where he breaks his arm in the NFC Championship game, and then with a cast, he is playing in the Super Bowl, which is that's sick behavior. Yeah. I'm like, look, man, if I get hurt at work, break my arm, you're not going to see me back at work in 2 weeks, and I talk for a living. So, like, no, these dudes fight to get in the game, and we'll see.
But if it just slows you down, if it just makes you a little lax,
and that's true.
Step,
it doesn't have to be keeping them off the field. Does it slow them down?
Sickness is almost worse than like playing with a cast on your hand. And to me, because you're just like, and you don't have the energy and the step and all that. It just really, really. I think it's a very, very big story that hopefully is not. Hopefully they're all going to end up being fine, but I think it's a big story right now.
All right, so one more thing that is popping. In fact, we've been loaded with guests, so there's been a few things that I've been pushing forward. And so I mentioned last week the idea, or maybe even earlier this week, Canelo Alvarez, Bud Crawford. There was early reports that, the fight is on between these two guys to make kind of a super fight where they're meeting in the middle. As Bud Crawford typically fights lighter. Canelo Alvarez usually fights bigger. They're going to find that weight in the middle and fight there. And then during the middle of the week, we found out that actually no, it does not seem like that's happening yet.
Yeah.
And then we found out earlier today, I believe earlier today, actually it's back on. Alvarez, Crawford is back on. I think Canelo Alvarez signed on to like a 4-year deal with like the Riyadh, the Saudi-backed fight promotion. So he'll have some fights in there. And yes, we will get an opportunity to see Saul Canelo Alvarez face off against Bud Crawford in September.
Look at you. And this is one of the mega fights that clearly, and he's got a stake in it too. So this is not going to be the last one that we of these types.
The tie like we previously thought, or maybe it will be. Maybe we'll still be at Allegiant Stadium. But yeah, September is when you're looking at it, and an undisputed super middleweight title bout between those two is coming. I'm super excited for that. We got some time on that. But yeah, that's what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Super Bowl Radio Row still going strong here as we're finishing out the week. Appreciation to Flight by Yingling doing that, and I guess I would want to remind you, and I hope that you're listening on the Odyssey app, because that contest is still going on as well. What contest, you ask? It is the Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. As long as you're listening to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app, make sure you're logged in. For an hour each day, you are entered into that contest, and if you win, you and 3 friends will be headed to Vegas to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, the premium sports destination, sports viewing destination. You can enjoy the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim as part of the ultimate college basketball experience. Plus, $20 grand in your pocket while you're in Sin City. Just download the Odyssey app, listen to Sports Radio 610 or any other participating station for an hour each day in order to be entered daily. All right, coming up next, let's get deeper into this game. You notice on Tuesday I didn't give you an overreactions, right?
No.
Let's get a Super Bowl themed overreactions, NFL overreactions. We'll do that next.
The Texans have their new OC. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, live from Radio Row here in New Orleans. It's out here, and then also thanks to the Low T Center, exclusive furniture for our hot seat, and Mo Karam Injury Lawyers, who I think everybody on the station is very appreciative for supporting the live stream, except one, Brandon Scott, because y'all been abusing him on the YouTube page, as he has been multiple times this week. Because
he gets in there too.
They got wings.
Leans in.
They got wings here on Media Row, and B Scott has made sure to get the wings frequently because he loves him some free food, and he is tearing them joints up. In fact, Hugh Douglas of WIP in Philadelphia, from a table over, looked over and was like, "Damn, he is messing those wings up."
Nah. He saw Parker messing that, and I'm taking cues from leadership over here. Parker was messing up wings early, and I say I'm not gonna let him be alone. Parker, I got your back, dog. We gonna mess up these wings together, man.
That is being a good roommate. And
I love the messages. My favorite time of the day. B Scott got them wings.
Tearing them up.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, man. You come in here and you see it's just boxes of wings everywhere. They let you take 2, 3, 4, and I'm actually, what y'all are seeing is a very tamed down version of what could be. What could be, because I could have 4 boxes here right now, but I'm trying to show a little tact.
Yeah, that's absolutely always necessary.
Yeah.
But no, it's been fun out here hanging out, and I'm just learning a little bit about everybody at various points, which I will try and utilize that as I unveil the roommate rankings for the week 140.
Yeah.
When we're headed into the handoff.
Hey, don't
with
forget
the
who brought your wings today.
Yeah. You're not getting no points for Hassan. Maybe give you some points for you were over here chatting with Jay Adane, not for that, but we had to let you know we were about to come back from break. You looked like you was about to plant your foot in the ground and turn. I was like, Lopez got a little dexterity, more than I had previously thought.
I don't like to brag about my glory days, but they were there. Jay is great. It was fun. It's fun because, like, you know how when you see a friend from high school and you start talking about high school stories?
Yeah.
We were just talking about old NBA and Wilbon and all the guys that we used to be on the circuit with, so to speak, that are now Collishaw and all those guys. So that's fun. J.A. is one of the greatest people you will ever know. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're not having him on because you couldn't get him in the hot seat. Well, thanks for that. So I guess we'll talk about the Super Bowl. All right. Let's get into it. And I feel like this is a good way.
It was just chatting with an old friend, man.
I just talked to him.
We're chatting on
air.
Said
he didn't know who you were. He didn't even know your name, man.
That's hilarious. All right, I feel like this is a good way of getting into talking about the Super Bowl, of course. Eagles-Chiefs, Super Bowl 59 at Caesars Superdome. Overreaction or reality is the way that we'll handle this. NFL overreaction or reality. And we begin here. The Eagles, Philadelphia Eagles, obviously these two teams met in Super Bowl 57, it would be 2 years ago, 2023. And the Chiefs won on a last-second field goal attempt, 38-35. It was a really fun football game. Overreaction or reality? This Eagles team this year is better than the one that took the field.
You would think it would be an easy answer because of Saquon, right? That was a hell of a squad. That was a hell of a squad they had. I'm still going to say this one. I don't think that's an overreaction. That's a reality.
Yeah, no, absolutely that's the case. I think one of the things that Sean was doing earlier, Payne and Pendergast, they did a little bit of the factors in this game that are not the same as 2 years ago. And you mentioned one of the big ones, Saquon Barkley being in this game has changed a lot of the dynamic of that offense. They ran the ball well with Kenneth Gainwell and stuff like that. Ain't none of them other cats that was toting that rock. No Saquon Barkley, and it's been evidenced by the fact that he's putting up literally one of the best running back seasons that we've seen in history. Of course, it's helped that he has a few more games to do it, but still up there as one of the absolute best. On top of, I know that Fletcher Cox, Linval Joseph, not on the team. Remember, and Ndamukong Suh there, but they've got young cats doing similar type things, and Jalen Carter. injury, flu pending, I guess. Jordan Davis, that's another guy to remember. Milton Williams. But then also, like, they're getting a great play out of some young cornerbacks. And then also, don't forget Zach Bond, who was previously on the team here.
Yeah.
Like, he's been playing an incredible play and linebacker. They've somehow gotten, well, not somehow. This is where why people fawn over Howie Roseman all the time as an executive.
Yeah.
They've added more talent in this run, which is something that you have to give him credit for. But they come through, I believe, truly as a more talented team than they were 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think they do. But you mentioned some of the guys that were here back then on the defense, and that there were no chumps.
No, Fletcher Cox,
yeah.
Fletcher Cox, Linval Joseph.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then Ndamukong Stu, he was the height of where he was, but that was, that's a solid interior defensive line, but still, it's been really good interior defensive line for the Eagles this time around. I think that especially if you have hopes of, can this Chiefs team be knocked off, if you're going to be a little bit of a hater, which I'll allow space for, that's one of the things that you look at. How about this for NFL overreaction or reality? The Kansas City Chiefs are a worse one than the team that took the field 2 years ago.
Oh, I see what you did there. Yes. Not a reality, not an overreaction.
Why you say that?
Because they have 17 wins or whatever.
Yes.
I mean, come on. It's clear. They only have, is it 16, 17? 17, right now? Didn't they have 15 in the regular season?
Yes.
Like that? Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
Well,
and, I mean, they basically didn't play.
I mean, I said it and it sounds silly. I mean, to say that, but I can't figure this out. I mean, we know why. It's Patrick Mahomes. And to be fair to them, they played much better, once it mattered more.
Yeah, they ticked up at the right time.
Yeah.
And, this is the tough part. Are we saying the actual are better or played better? Because that's a tough distinction. I don't know. You could maybe make the case that they're, that this isn't a worse team. But, like, it feels like this Chiefs team has reached a point in their dynasty or the era or whatever where they can flip the switch, which is what feels so disrespectful.
It looks
about
a
them.
lot like that.
Like that they started the season and they were like, look, we can get these wins without trying.
Yeah.
And that's the part that felt disrespectful. Like, they're like, hey, we'll run this up to the end and then we'll call in Patrick Mahomes to finish this out or what have you, right? And, of course, that's an extreme oversimplification of what it is and how they're turning it up. And so the tough part about it is I think that is in some ways a reality that this isn't as good of a team as 2 years ago. I thought that team 2 years ago and especially last year, the defense was monstrous, and it's still a very good defense.
And
don't
they
get me
had
wrong.
issues at receiver, and I mean there are some clear similarities.
Yeah, all those things remain the same. I think the problem though is that no analysis of the Chiefs seems to hold. I think we've reached that point in this lifespan of this team where any analysis where you're trying to put negatives on them pales in comparison to, but they just kind of figure out, right? Andy Reid, especially with 2 weeks to prepare, is still there. Doing that with 2 more years of experience than 2 years ago. Spagnuolo in the same way, 2 more years of experience comparatively on top of all the eons and decades of experience that he already had. And then Patrick Mahomes also, 2 more years of experience, especially Patrick Mahomes, that defenses got to a point where they were completely in the place where like, we're going to force you to be perfect all the way down because in theory, the more times we have you have to make the right decision, eventually you're going to make mistakes. And Patrick Mahomes is like, you sure?
Yeah.
You sure I am? And that's you mentioned again, 15 regular season wins, 17 wins to the point, and it's because
they're not as good.
They simply it's kind of crazy.
By the way, text says they're better because they're getting better help from the refs.
Okay,
and a texter said that we need a B. Scott cam, just eating OG's food.
Just when we get home,
just a one you can click to. It's like an offshoot of our main YouTube stream.
Like when they have like the bald eagle cam on and sitting in the office chowing down on brisket.
It should be the Wayne cam.
Hey, there is an idea being birthed here, man. I've been thinking about this since Monday, man. Like, hey,
Scott eating food.
We got to figure out a way. I did not realize the people would be so fascinated with how I eat these wings. I thought I was just handling up.
There were streamers that make their entire living off of this. B. Scott, you might have found yourself a nice off-ramp if you ever need a little extra cash.
Listen, hey, look, folks like Keith Lee, he made all of that money off of just being he not no food expert of any kind.
I mean,
just a cool dude that make videos talking about making, eating the food, man.
Dude, we're laughing.
I didn't think of it.
People would tune in like just like that, like just eating in front of the camera, anything.
Figgy, you creative, dog. We got to think of something, dog.
Gonna eat today?
Yeah, me and Figgy got to have a meeting of the minds, man, to figure out how we gonna what is it gonna be this get rich quick scheme?
Yeah,
how we gonna make it happen for the station too, by the way.
Like a little off ramp, a little side one.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
All right, so how about we continue with NFL overreaction or reality? And let's go here because we saw this up close and personal that the Chiefs are dealing with. It's one of the places where they are a little susceptible, and maybe if you can make the case that they're worse than that a couple years ago. Overreaction or reality, Lopez? The Chiefs' left tackle situation could cost them this Super Bowl.
That's a good one.
Because I feel like it's a reality. Even though, and it might be an overreaction, but I feel like it's a reality because, I mean, they've had to move Joe Thuney, who's been a fantastic guard. Actually, you know what? I'm sliding it back around. I feel like that's a little bit of an overreaction because Joe Thuney he's played so incredible out there at tackle.
Credit, but did it not cost him the one a few years ago against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
But that was before he got Thuney.
No, but what I'm saying, that was having a tackle issue has cost them a Super Bowl before.
Fair.
Thuney's incredible. It's not even a knock on him.
I mean, that was the whole story. But like the line was just so bad.
Yeah, that was the Super Bowl where he threw that parallel pass.
Yeah. Man, I cannot get that out. He was horizontal to the ground, dog.
He did the Michael Jackson Smooth Criminal on a pass, or on a pass attempt.
His feet were off the ground.
He was like, his feet were off the ground, but he was like leaning and it was like, man, what is this?
It looked like a Photoshop.
It did. Yeah. It did. But we all saw it, so it really happened. It's crazy. But no, I'm saying this because it's happened before.
How did you frame the question?
The Chiefs' left tackle situation could cost them the Super Bowl.
Reality.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and I think that's fair.
Especially as this Eagles front.
Right, and that's a great point, right?
That's why.
That's a really great pass rush that's gotten pressure with 4, and if they do bring blitzes, like that adds to the level. But here's the thing. I was saying that could cost them the game against the Texans. And Joe Thuney held up pretty well. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's had to play at that left guard, and he's been at left tackle, adding more experience, right? It's one thing about, hey, this is guard and the physical abilities of doing this. There's not going to be as much like, hey, how much experience aspect of it of him playing left tackle? Because he's done that a significant amount this season at this point. And you mentioned it's the highest stage. It's probably a bigger challenge, but I think he's actually better situated. Speaking of things that could cost games, overreaction or reality, fellas, Jake Elliott's kicking woes could cost the Eagles the Super Bowl here.
I mean, you expect this to be a close game, right? Like I don't think anybody's expecting a blowout either way. I would be surprised by one. I'll just say that. I'd be surprised by a blowout either way. It's going to be a close game. If he can't kick worth a damn, that's going to be an issue. Now, they're going to be in the Superdome, so he don't have no excuses for not being able to kick well in this game, I don't think. But it is I think that is a reality.
Well, I think the excuses would be like mental, especially with kickers, right? It's not necessarily about the win or whatever. In fact, the win probably is the thing that if that happens, you go, well, that happens once in a while. It's not always going to be a win situation. It's when you start seeing dudes make uncharacteristic misses.
Yes,
which
that's the thing.
It feels like that's what. Yeah, Jake Elliott is having a few of those. Yeah. And this Chiefs team is just, you want to put as much distance game script wise. You want to put as much distance as you can between them. Yeah. And dropping 3 points here or dropping an extra point there, that could be the difference, right? We saw that. What was that, the AFC Championship game, or not the AFC Championship game, but one of the divisional games with the Bills and the Ravens, where the Ravens started playing that 2-point conversion game, and I thought I understood why you were doing it, but those little differences, it's those little points that you could drop that could put you out of the way, especially in these single elimination situations.
You think it's a mental thing, though, for Elliott?
I do.
So, but this is my question to y'all. Do y'all think the break between the championship game and the Super Bowl is the break, the 2-week time period there, is that a benefit to the mental aspect or a hindrance to it? Like, does that give you more time to get in your head, or does that give you time to decompress and relax?
You want me to give you my real answer?
Yeah, of course. And it depends on the person too, how their mind works.
100%. It's individualized, but honestly, we gonna make it what it is off of the result. Like, it's the rest versus rust conversation in a different way. It's like, should they rest and help them get healthy, or is this gonna make them rusty because they haven't done? And we're gonna have some validation for whichever one we wanted to do on the backside of it.
Lopez, that's why I'm asking y'all on the front end. I'm trying to get y'all on the record.
I think on the record, I'm saying whichever one. Pick one and we'll see.
I think it gets in everyone's head. That the Super Bowl hype, the 2 weeks, it's all you hear and talk about and everything else. And I think it affects everyone, which almost kind of balances the scales a little bit. I'm not talking about just kickers either.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a little overreaction reality for the Super Bowl as we start really diving into this game. We'll get a little bit deeper into it, with a little win because, lose because. I mean, we might as well do it for the biggest football game of the season. But coming up next, about that time where we do a little bit of our lunchtime confessions, as I guess we're digging into wings. B-Sky's going to be on the camera. Shout out to Mo Cameron, injury lawyer. We'll do that next.
Live from Radio Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It really is popping right here. All right, my first confession is I'm a dumbass.
Congratulations.
So, Byron, can you just help me out by grabbing that? Thank you.
My first confession is I am a dumbass.
We getting somewhere now, man.
So
admitting is the first step, you know.
So all week long, we've all been pulled in different directions. So I've been waiting on. I circled Thursday as going to casino night, and I knew it was coming. I just knew in the pit of my stomach. I've had a pretty good run last 3 times over the. I don't go a lot, so like 3 times over the last year going to the casino. But this is just the start of it, by the way. Casino finally yesterday. Parked down there. It was bedlam with the NFL honors right across the street from Caesars and all that stuff, or close to Caesars. And so I went in there, and I lost money. I lost
undisclosed amounts of money.
Well, Figgy knows how much. It's going to be on the video. It's going to be on the video that he posts here in a little bit. But here's the biggest dumbassery that I did. First of all, I shouldn't have even gone. I guess you got to go eventually after a hot streak, 3 straight good days. But so I did go.
Oh, you're buying into the kind of.
No, I felt bad the whole time. Like,
okay.
I'm not feeling it today. I'm not. And the tables were up and down. I was up $700, like boom, right out of the chute, first hour. And then I went down to still being up, but only about $300. And then I took a little break, walking around, talked to Parker a little bit via text. And then I came back, immediately down about $400, back up to $700 up from my original stake, then down. And then I saw the ATM machine. And
no, man! You did the thing.
And I was like, "Oh, that's the stupidest thing.
Man.
That's the stupidest thing ever. Just get out of here with your original stake. Call it a night.
Of course. That's the whole point that you set a stake. So this is the amount that I'm willing to lose. If I lose it, I'm done.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
You did the sucker thing. You
got charged $20 per transaction.
Oh boy! And here's the other thing. My original stake, I have a limit on ATM, like we all do. A lot of us do anyway. So I went ahead and just did it on the credit card, baby. I did it on credit card.
Wait, so you're paying a service charge for this?
You damn right I am.
Wow. You really are. Like, at first I thought you were, like, sometimes you overdo it on selling in confessions where you're like, oh, no, you really were a dumbass. Like, that's flat out. Like, I usually will try and talk you back on that one. I will not hear.
I was a dumbass.
For a credit? Okay, very good.
Man.
So watch the video and we'll have the number.
All right, I'm going to be honest. In recapping this week for myself, I think I played perfect. I'm gonna be honest.
All the stops.
Like I was very cognizant about this. I was really thinking it through as we were going through things, and I wasn't certain that I was gonna be able to nail it. For me personally, I hit all the stops. We got some beignets. Yeah. I hit Congo Square. He went to Bourbon, went to Frenchman. Ended up getting some stuff I didn't even know I wanted. Like now I've got a gumbo spot in the French Quarter that I know that I need to go to every time. Seen a whole bunch of different people. Got to meet up with everybody except one. Got plenty of FaceTime with all the guys in the station. I don't think there's anyone that I didn't get a decent amount of FaceTime with. Ate really good. And minimize my responsibility to the rest of you. I think I did this. Pretty well.
I can attest. You told us on the drive over here, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do that. I'll be damned you did.
I knocked him, and I feel like the only other thing that I want to do that I haven't talked to you about, but I feel like you'd be good, on the way back, on the way out of New Orleans. Remember we talked to Garrett Wallow yesterday, and he was telling us about playing in
Metairie.
I think we stopped in Metairie, and then I think we will cap this.
These are my confessions.
So I want to ask y'all both, what do y'all think is the strongest drink in New Orleans?
The strongest, as one drink will light you up?
Yeah.
A fishbowl.
It's got to be Hurricane.
Fishbowl's a real strong one, though.
Fishbowl, you got Hurricane.
It really does look
grenade.
like I think I'd go with the fishbowl just because it's even more liquid. Like it's a big old fishbowl.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, it's done. It's done things to me, is what I'll say.
This is my confession. I think I had the strongest drink I ever had in my life. It was not none of those that we just named.
All right.
I had a doggone margarita. From what was the name of that place we was at?
Blue Nile off Frenchman.
Brother, this drink was so damn strong. This is the other part of my confession.
No, you have to hear what how strong was it response to this drink was so strong. This is really good.
Hey, this margarita was so strong. It felt like I was just sipping straight up frozen tequila straight.
Oh wow!
It was getting worse as more I was drinking. It was getting worse. Like I was making the nasty face every time I took a squig, man. it was so bad. I couldn't even. I had to throw it out.
He threw it away. That's how strong it was. He threw it away.
I'm getting lit.
I drank 3/4 of the margarita.
And
I'm like,
it's just a margarita,
just a regular frozen margarita.
Yeah.
And Ron kept saying, "Man, finish it. You got to finish."
Hell no.
I'm like, "Nah, I can't do this, man." That drink was so strong.
It wasn't even in for
I'm like, "How much liquor did?" And Ron said the same thing because he had it too.
Yeah.
Man, that margarita was so strong. I do not recommend anybody get the margarita from Blue Nile.
I'm going to need y'all to calm down on the text line, or on the YouTube, rather, and, of course, appreciation of Mokaram Injury Lawyers for supporting the live stream. But somebody said, can't be making Figgy's drinks too strong. You know with his stature is going to hit him twice as hard. Hey.
And now, to be fair, I was good. I got a little headache right now. I might have to get a Tylenol or something. But, dog, that drink was so – I never threw a drink away, even if the drink is nasty,
just to be whatever.
You take it on the chin. But that drink was so strong, I'm like, man, I can't finish this. That drink was nasty strong.
I just remembered my other confession.
Well, it's coming.
Oh no.
These are my confessions.
Okay, so as I'm walking back to my car because I didn't want to spend $100 in parking in the Caesars parking lot. Yes, you heard me right. It was $100 to park.
Did they wash your car?
And it was all because of NFL honors. So I went ahead and parked, a ways away.
Oh, that's why you didn't go? To the NFL honors?
Yeah, that's why. No, I went ahead and parked a ways away and walked towards Caesars. So as I left licking my wounds, feeling like a dumbass, and walking around, that whole area, and I walked around Bourbon Street and all that, or walked around the French Quarter, I should say, and all that, I realized something. I've had an incredible time here. We've eaten like champs. We've gone to places to have a beverage or two. We've, gone to all the hits. I actually never stepped foot on actual Bourbon Street.
Oh, look at you.
No, I was in the quarter,
No, I know,
peripherally. But I came to New Orleans and had a hell of a time, a great time. never actually walked on Bourbon Street.
I mean, honestly, most of the locals will tell you, nah, that's tourist.
Yeah.
And even you can still hit French Quarter and have some fun. In fact, I think you guys, B. Scott in particular, you saw what I was saying. Where like once you get past a certain point on Bourbon, it actually tames down to where it's a real cool spot. Where you're headed down that way.
Yeah. It gets real kind of grown after a while. Like it seems like it's just like frenetic in the beginning, and then you get past a certain point and you're like, oh man, this is a much more adult, calmer crowd. Now even that
and
crowd,
the places are just as good.
That crowd was wilding yesterday.
Even that crowd got rowdier as the night went on, though. After when we got there, what it looked like when we got there, and what it looked like when we left, was a little bit different. But I wouldn't change a thing.
But I mean, obviously, I've had all the fun. Just never actually walked on Bourbon Street on this trip.
That was cool. We just walked to the bar, and Hannah Storm's just sitting there like a regular person.
That's been the weirdest thing about Super Bowl. Like, I've been to New Orleans before, and New Orleans is a blast no matter what, right? Well, I guess not no matter what. You can end up in some places where it's not a blast. But, like, if you're doing it as a trip in tourism, it is going to deliver for you. In fact, I think B. Scott has probably the best view of it is – don't worry about work, right? Like, you will have a good time. Good times will be had.
Unless they take 90 minutes to make you
Yeah, that is fair, but that's a whole other thing that you can get into. But, yes, man, like, this place is great. But, yes, it's been so weird because also it's great, and you just run into people places.
Yeah.
You get Cam Jordan almost run you over in the street, Trey Wingo just walking by, Hannah Storm in the bar you're at. It's very weird. It's very weird.
These are my confessions.
I realized leading up to Super Bowl Radio Row, we said that we were going to do something as a show.
Okay.
And we promised the people on air that we was going to do it.
Oh, we didn't do it.
And I have to admit, we didn't do it. I've been putting money into the helmet as my penance for faux pas on air. Mm-hmm. And then we built up a little bit of cash in there. And I said that we was going to take it, and we was going to try and double it or make some more money.
Well, you didn't want me doing it.
By putting it, no, probably not you.
Dodged the bullet,
but take it to the.
Might have dodged the bullet.
Yeah, man. Taking it to the.
Charities ain't getting nothing.
Yeah. And then put it, bet it and see if we can make it flip. And we absolutely did not do that. So I apologize to the people because I realized that the one thing I said I would do coming in to the general public and the listeners in the loop, I did not do. And I only just remembered
we'll come up with another idea.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man, I thought my man B. Scott last night was about to squabble with the cook at this restaurant, man. It started to get a little restless, and I'm going to bring B. Scott right here so he can kind of explain what was going on a late night in New Orleans.
Look, this is the thing. I'm being honest with you. I was too sleepy to fight that man. He would have whooped my ass because I was this close to being like knocked out, and that's why I came back in. I went out to have my smoke, came back in and told Ron, "Hey man, let's just go ahead and get this lift." Figgy had already had his food by this point, right?
Yeah.
Me and Ron both ordered an omelet. I'm like, "Look, man, they have taken almost 50 minutes to make us essentially eggs, bro. Eggs. Let's go home. Let's charge it to the game. They can have the little $15 that I paid for the eggs and the whatever else, the grits and what. And the grits were not. Anyway. So yeah, man. Like I just, it is the first time that I have been disappointed in an eating establishment in New Orleans. As far as the guy goes, I think he caught me in my frustration talking to Ron. I was like, "Hey man, tell him never mind." And then he's like, "Hey man, I had to do this, I had to do that," and started giving me excuses. And at this point, I don't care.
No.
Bring me my eggs or let me go. I'm telling you, man. I wouldn't. Hey, look, and I'll tell you this. I'm not scared. But if you know anything about New Orleans, not everybody here is a gangster. Nobody here is afraid.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's a great way to put it.
They will all throw down. And I ain't scared either, but I was sleepy, bro. I was not fighting this man.
You didn't have the right agility.
I had the right frustration, but I didn't want to fight that man. I wanted to go home and go to bed.
It was so funny because Ron was sitting there like, "Hey, that guy, he came in after us and got his food." So he started pointing out everybody that got their food before we did.
Yeah.
And then B. Scott come in and said, "You know what? Just tell them cancel my order."
Yeah.
Like, nah, they can. I'm cool, man. I mean, it's taking so long to make some eggs, bro.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, if somebody had opted out of going to get breakfast at that point, they would have made the right decision? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
No, you definitely made the right decision,
bro.
bro.
You're the MVP, man.
That's right.
No, you definitely made that
Talk
right
nice
decision.
to me.
I'm trying to tell you, man, because this here, man, I got what you might call ignorant all of a sudden. They got to see my ignorant side. And I didn't even realize that's how ignorant I was. I was just like, hey, man, we ready to go, man. I'm out of here.
By the way,
Aaron Clark really emerged.
By the way, it's like 3 or 4 people there that was a little pissed off, too.
I bet they were.
They was like, hey, man, either he's saying the thing that we all thinking.
All right, yeah, those are our lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, shout out to Jamie who says, so let me get this straight. Lopez will blow an ungodly amount of money at the casino, but won't spend $150 to go break bread with the fellas? Shameful.
No.
Well,
let me explain.
We don't have time. We don't have time. We got a guest waiting.
Coming up next.
I knew I was going to lose 150. I knew I was going to lose 150. I thought I was going to walk out of the other place with 10
Coming
G's.
up next, joining us on In the Loop, he is the founder of FTN Fantasy. His name is Aaron Schatz. We'll talk to him next.
We're in the Big Easy all week long leading up to Sunday's big game. Yingling Flight presents Sports. 2222. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're on Super Bowl Radio Row. Have been all week in New Orleans. If you can't hear it in my voice, then I don't know what to tell you. But thanks to Flight by Yingling for sending us out here, and thanks to Exclusive Furniture for giving us a hot seat so we could do things like this. Joining us now from FTN Fantasy, one of my favorite sites when it comes to football.
It's Christmas Day for you.
It's up there. It is up there. He is the creator of DVOA, an incredibly useful stat. He founded Football Outsiders, now runs FTN Fantasy. His name is Aaron Schatz. Aaron, how's it going, brother?
Hey, it's good. It's been a really good week. New Orleans is a great place to have the Super Bowl. I've been talking to lots of people talking about this game. It's just everybody's really excited
about the game with you because the stats side of things is always so intriguing to me. But let's start with the stats itself. DVOA is your baby. It's the heart of what you do, and I love using it. But it's also like it's a wordy kind of title when you break it down, and also the explanation I don't do a great job of. So if you could help me, what is the elevator pitch? What is the easy way of letting people know what DVOA is and what it is to tell you?
It's defense adjusted value over average. What we do is give a success rating to every play, because 10 yards on 3rd and 1 is really good, and 10 yards on 3rd and 15 is a failure. Then we compare that to a league average baseline that is adjusted for situation and opponent.
Okay. So just you're getting a basic idea of like how successful a team is for the situations compared to the average across the league.
Yeah, and what's important about it is that it's tweaked to try to be predictive rather than just descriptive.
Right.
By doing things like treating all fumbles equal no matter who recovers them, and turnovers aren't given quite as much weight as they are in some other advanced stats because we're trying to be more predictive. And the goal is to sort of, have it be as consistent over time as possible.
How much has it changed?
A lot. I've redone it a number of times in over 20 years.
Because you've found some, maybe that is not as the accuracy I want, or maybe it's not as important.
Yeah, trying to make it more accurate, try to introduce new things, absolutely, yeah. And in the last couple of years, introducing new forms of DVOA, like cornerback coverage, which I can do because of the charting that we do at FTN Fantasy.
How does DVOA reflect on this Houston Texans team? Because we've got a couple of young guys.
Derek Stingley,
Kamari Lassiter, and honestly, sometimes Stingley got All-Pro this year, so he's starting to get his due. Kamari Lassiter feels like he hasn't gotten his due. How does it reflect on these fellas?
I believe that Lassiter came out as good, and Stingley came out as very good. Not at the top of the league, but cornerback, it's interesting. Cornerback stats, no matter how you try to measure a cornerback, are very inconsistent from year to year. It's part of, defense is more inconsistent than offense, but cornerback performance in particular is really inconsistent. So it can be really hard to measure. But obviously Houston was completely driven by the defense this year. They were either second or third in my numbers, and obviously they're really strong. Obviously the pass rush, and then also the secondary are really strong.
I was going to ask, one of the more difficult things for a lot of data analysts and such is to really know the assignments of the offensive line. Like where they should supposed to be, not just how their success on the block they ultimately did make. And the Texans' offensive line was a big topic on this show. Where did they rank? How did you evaluate the Texans' offense?
I don't really have a lot of the best offensive line stats at this point are stats that involve player tracking, like ESPN.
So there is no real DVOA per se, just
for
directly.
Offensive linemen. We do chart blown blocks and pressures allowed, and the answer is exactly what everyone expects, which is Houston's offensive line was much better in 2023 than 2024 when it comes to charting pressures allowed. What's interesting, guys, that's what I didn't understand about the Houston offensive line this year. Like, I saw the Texans play in person. I went to the game against the Jets, actually, in New York on Halloween night. And it's the same guy. And then you look up their numbers from, like, the ESPN pass block win rate, and they just collapsed. I don't quite know what happened because it's not like it was new, different people.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've, as you might imagine, we've been poring over that week over week. We haven't really come up with great answers. In fact, we were talking to Ryan Harris, former tackle in the league, and he was basically, It shouldn't be like that. It's coaching. You got to get your guys together. So that's something that this Texans team is going to have to figure out. But we were actually talking about the Super Bowl earlier, is obvious and is expected being on Radio Row. And one of the things we were kind of pondering is these two teams, we saw them 2 years ago. When it comes to like year-over-year DVOA, because I think that's one of the interesting things is that now it makes it. I think you found a good way of comparing teams over different eras or different years. Mm-hmm. How do these two teams compare to their own selves 2 years prior?
The shocking thing that I'm going to tell you is that 2 years ago they actually were a more efficient running team than they were this year. I know that's a shock because Saquon gets so many of those explosive runs. But sort of consistency of having success on a down-to-down basis, they were slightly better 2 years ago than they are now. But this defense, I was asked to compare all 5 Eagles Super Bowl teams by the Philadelphia Inquirer. And this is, we went back to the 2004 team, sat guys for 2 games and all that. This is the best defense of any of those 5 Philadelphia Super Bowl teams. This was the number 1 defense in my numbers, and especially from Week 7 onward. If you measure from Week 7 through the playoffs, they would be one of the 10 best defenses in my numbers going back to 1978.
Oh,
That's
wow.
that is how well this defense has played since mid-October.
What is your data tell you about why the Chiefs are so successful on the offensive side?
The problem is that all of us who do analytics are stuck with the fact that the Chiefs kind of underperform in the last couple of regular seasons and then lift their games in the playoffs. And there's no question they have been better in the playoffs, about 10 percentage points of DVOA on both offense and defense in the playoffs. And whether that is Andy Reid saving certain plays for the playoffs, or one thing I've heard suggested is that Patrick Mahomes is more likely to scramble in the playoffs because he cares for his body a little less with fewer games to go. I don't know which of those it is, but they absolutely have been better in the playoffs, and it makes it difficult for stat analysts because so much of our analytics is based on the idea of, we have 17 games to look at in the regular season. That tells us a lot about how good a team should be going forward. The Chiefs seem to be breaking that model.
Yeah, it's one of the things that's incredible as we're talking to Aaron Schatz of of FTN Fantasy. I almost did the thing here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. But yeah, man, that's one of the fascinating things about this Chiefs team. What you see is not quite what you get because it feels like they've gotten so comfortable to be able to, in a way, flip a switch.
Their best couple games of the year were at the end of the year. The Pittsburgh game in the regular season, and then Buffalo last week, 2 weeks ago, when Buffalo, that game was closer than it should have been because Buffalo recovered all 5 fumbles in that game, which is very random.
Yeah.
What about – go ahead.
No, one of the things I wanted to ask, as, again, a proponent of DVOA and somebody who likes to use it, sometimes with the things that I trust, the analytics and metrics that I trust, it can be easy to then lean on them too much. And one of the things I was wondering is, where are the places where DVOA maybe is not something that you should lean on as heavily, if that makes sense?
Well, you definitely – listen, there are things that analytics can't capture that are still important, like how well coaches manage the locker room and player psychology. One of the interesting things, I think, is that all the analytics that we do talk about passing being more efficient than running, and the idea that, even now, teams, the pass-run ratio should be more slanted towards passing. But you have to think about how that affects the psychology of offensive linemen, because offensive linemen would much rather be run blocking because pass blocking is passive and run blocking is active. Like you're imposing your will on the defense when you run. So how do you square that sort of need to get to player psychology with what the analytics tell you about passing being more efficient?
What did the analytics tell you about the awards last night, specifically MVP?
Thank you for getting to this.
Well, I am one of the voters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jack this year. And my number, now some advanced stats like EPA and people who try to do adjustments on EPA based on who how good your teammates are and such, have Allen and Jackson essentially tied.
Okay.
My numbers had Jackson higher. I had Jackson with one of the top 10 quarterback seasons of the last 40 years. So for me,
and that's,
it was
again to 78.
Yeah, back to 78. So for me, it was easy to say Jackson was my MVP this year, and I'm very famous as being that I was the only vote last year that was not for Jackson. Last year I voted for Josh Allen. This year I voted for Jackson. So as far as I'm concerned, they both have the right number of MVPs. They just got them in the wrong years.
That's hilarious. We're talking to Aaron Schatz here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. We appreciate you sitting down with us, and I hate to play jukebox here, but one of the things I love with dudes that are metric and statistically inclined is that sometimes you guys just stumble upon things that is fascinating. Is there anything in this game that you just kind of stumbled upon that is fascinating that maybe people haven't been thinking on?
Two things. The first is, and they both have to do with the Chiefs' defense against the Eagles' offense. The first is that the Chiefs were dead last in my coverage DVOA when covering receivers in the slot. They were number 2 when covering receivers out wide.
Wow.
Shamari Connor is a safety, but he's kind of their nickelback. Mm-hmm. He's going to be on Devontae Smith a lot. That is a really important matchup, and that is a matchup that favors the Eagles. Mm-hmm. Another stat, and we chart of games that we then build upon the play-by-play. Jalen Hurts is really bad against cover 3. And usually that's the kind of thing that's a weird quirk. It changes year to year. Mm-hmm. No. Hurts is bad against cover 3 every year. Mm-hmm. The team that played the least amount of cover 3 this year was the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, wow.
So the thing that he's really bad against is the thing they don't do. Mm-hmm. And when they played the Eagles in the regular season a year ago, they didn't play cover 3 against him once.
Yeah.
Interesting. And he had a fantastic game.
And he had a great game, and the Eagles beat the Chiefs. And despite his struggles against the blitz, the Chiefs blitzed him in the fourth quarter of that game, and they picked up the blitz, and he hit Devontae Smith down the right sideline for 41 yards. That set up the game-winning touchdown. That's when the Eagles beat the Chiefs in 2023.
That's really interesting. Fascinating stuff. This is you see why I absolutely love FTN.
How many
fantasy.
groupies do you have, and where does he rank?
I think you're pretty high, man. Yeah. I definitely have groupies. I mean, people. The funny thing about doing this for over 20 years now is I go to some of these college radio stations here. There are kids who grew up reading me.
Yeah.
There are kids in front offices now working on analytics for teams who grew up reading me, and it's kind of wild.
Yeah, well, we talked about just real quick off air, but NFL teams, you would think, they got you on their payroll, they tap into your knowledge all the time. But NFL teams, analytics in general has gotten so good, they're like, we've got to have our own department.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Every team. So I actually talked to teams less than I would have 10 years ago when they didn't necessarily have their own analytics departments. Mm-hmm. Some of the teams I used to talk to the most now have 5 or 6 analytics people in their front offices.
Yeah.
So FTN Fantasy is FTNFantasy.com is the website. My man here, he lost an ungodly amount of money yesterday at the casino. So how can we make him a better gambler?
FTN Fantasy is not just my analytics stuff, but tons of stuff on yearly fantasy, daily fantasy, and gambling, betting, and not just for football. I just do the NFL, but we have people who do other sports, baseball, basketball. Our golf picks have a really good record. If you're interested in betting on golf, we have a great record on that. So you can find all that stuff at ftnfantasy.com. And through the Super Bowl, we're doing a promotion where you can use code EARLY15 to get 15% off a subscription.
So what kind of analytics do you have on the craps table?
I like the don't bets.
You're that guy?
Don't pass.
Don't be that guy.
I'm that guy.
Well, it was going so well. Aaron Schatz, FTN Fantasy, joining us here on the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. Aaron, I appreciate you greatly for taking some time.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. FTNFantasy.com.
That's right. That's
appreciate
right.
It.
All right, in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're coming up on the final hour for us here on Super Bowl Media Row. And coming up next, let's do a little win because, lose because. What are the factors we think will determine who wins the championship in this Super Bowl on Sunday? We'll do that next.
According to Show, new Texans Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. Final hour for us here on Radio Row in New Orleans. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. You got Flight by Yingling helping us get out here. Low T Center as well. Exclusive Furniture, they are the real MVPs of this thing, man. I don't think that we've had a person sit down in the Exclusive Furniture hot seat that has not, smiled or been happy just at the idea that after being shuttled around from table to table, sitting on these plastic chairs, that they got to sit in a nice, comfy recliner. So thanks to Exclusive Furniture.
And coming up,
we'll have an opportunity to wait. What you mean?
Your rankings.
Oh, that's right. I was like, wait, did I forget a guess?
What's the tease?
I forgot a guess.
I thought you talking about the chair. Coming up with the chair.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was like. Somebody's supposed to sit in that. I think I've only sat in it once.
I did at the
which was earlier in the crosstalk or the handoff, because I was like, man, I haven't sat.
It is super comfortable.
It is wild comfortable.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I will give you our roommate ranking, or my roommate rankings, as put together by me for all 10 of us. Correct? 10 of us that stayed in the house this week and Ron, and then of course Figgy's mixtape we'll have a little bit later on today as well. But right now, 713-572-4610 is the text line. Let's do some win because, lose because. What are the things that are going to impact this game and determine who wins and who loses in Super Bowl 59? Apologies to me, by me in this game.
I think more than anything, it's Saquon. What does he do? What do they do against him? I think the biggest determinant in this game is going to be Saquon.
It does feel like that. Yeah. But what's interesting, though, is the inherent thought of all right, being able to run the ball consistently.
There's a lot of sub things that we're going to talk about.
Oh, there's a lot of them.
But if you say one thing, what does Saquon do?
Yeah, especially because, like I was saying, it feels like a ball control game. These are two great defenses. You just heard Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy saying that this Eagles defense has been an absolute great defense, especially down the stretch. I think he made the point of after week 7. It's been incredible. And we know what Steve Spagnuolo does with his defense, where not only is it good, but they turn up the pressure in the fourth quarter. I feel like, yes, you mentioned Saquon, but I almost wonder if the Eagles don't need to be more aggressive than I think we would think. Inherently, we would think you could run the ball, tote the ball, and then have Jalen Hurts maybe just throw it when necessary, especially as this year that's kind of been the up and down feeling of it is, hey, man, Jalen Hurts, the passing offense hasn't clicked all the way. I mean, that was part of what the beef or the seemingly strife that was there between A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts was just that they weren't utilizing those talents. I think you might need to be more aggressive, knowing that if you keep it close, when you get to the fourth quarter, one, the Patrick Mahomes thing happens where he just breaks your heart. But then two, and something that we know uniquely but sometimes we don't talk about enough, is that Steve Spagnuolo starts doing his tricks. Yeah. Where not only is he blitzing, but he's blitzing in ways that look like blitzes that you've seen before,
the one that got the Texans
but that are exactly different.
I don't know. I saw something he hadn't used it in 15 weeks or something like that. So the blitz that got the Texans at the end?
100%.
Then he dialed it up.
And don't forget, this ain't just a dude dialing up. This is a dude that's dialing up and has been dialing. He's had time to think about this for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing about the Super Bowl. Your coaching should be at tip-top shape. Yeah. And if you look at the coaches in this game, Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, problems. Vic Fangio, problems.
Yeah.
Kellen Moore, buddy, you're the low man on the totem, and that's not even disrespectful to you, but you better step up and handle yours.
He's getting a head coaching job. That's how and he's the low man on the totem pole. I think another win because, lose because, and this is not to be wishy-washy, but I think whichever between DeAndre Hopkins and A.J. Brown has the better game might be
That's
biggest.
Interesting. So when you think about the wide receiving core of the Chiefs, DeAndre Hopkins is the first one you think of?
No, in terms of if he steps up.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
That was a secondary question.
Yeah.
So that's my point. Apologies.
Xavier Worthy is going to be a big factor.
I think that's the one, especially because Isaiah Pacheco is the guy you think about running the football, but if you really look at it, they haven't done that a whole bunch. I think the injuries kind of hampered that.
Yeah.
And so they've kind of supplemented run as opposed to straight handing the football off with Moses and getting the ball out quickly. And when you think of that, Xavier Worthy is one of those guys that you get the ball out.
No, for sure. But keep in mind what Aaron Schatz just said. I mean, they're so good on the outside that it's going to have to be someone step it up. And then on the Eagles, A.J. Brown was kind of there was talk about what is he doing? Is he what kind of year is he having? It was sort of inconsistent or bad or what. And then all of a sudden playoffs hit and he starts turning it up.
Cam on the YouTube with a good point. A win because or a lose because situation here. The illnesses could play a big part too. Like Jalen Carter has been a real agile big boy in the middle with the opportunity to really hamper. I mean, we talked about the run from the Chiefs. If these guys in the middle are doing their damnedest, you could maybe completely neutralize the ability to run the football well by the Chiefs. And now they're really having to lean on Patrick Mahomes making the right decision time and time again. And not that that's a completely daunting to the Chiefs, but you get what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. If those guys aren't in their tip-top shape, which is a possibility coming off of illness, man, that could absolutely affect what we're talking about here.
And I think another one that immediately jumps to mind, and this sounds almost ridiculous, but Dallas Goedert has had a hell of a postseason.
I understand what you're saying, but you're right. You're 100%
right. He might have a better game than Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce, outside of the Texans game, we've all been talking about it, repeatedly. Like, is he might be ready for retirement? Which, by the way, he said he's got his heart is full of football, or heart still full. Football still fills his.
That's
arm.
Real poetic. It almost sounds like a song. Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to say, he's going to stick it up. But he has had some very average to below average games outside of the Texans. And Goddard has really stepped up. So that might be a big factor there.
Yeah,
too.
and I sincerely, and it stinks to have to say this, but I think that performance against the Texans game was more about the Texans. The Chiefs seem to be an offense that is
absolutely
they will hurt you wherever they can hurt you. And outside of that, like the Texans did not cover up. They didn't cover up. Are you trying to get Maria Taylor's attention right now? Figgy Fig distracted me as I'm trying to make a point about the Chiefs.
Starts waving.
Not just one arm wave, two-hand wave. Yeah. Like he's just like, Maria, look at me.
Hey, man.
Look at me.
She was distracting me.
That's fair. That's fair. You was just returning the favor.
Yeah.
Figgy ready to go home, man.
Hey, I'm washed up at this.
Not gonna lie, I'm washed.
Wash the tear.
Oh man, that's hilarious. But no, the Chiefs' offense, man, they're gonna take what the defense gives in some ways, and I feel like the Texans' defense, when it came down to it, just did not have a good answer for Travis Kelce in the middle.
No, I totally agree. That was a Texans issue.
Now here's the thing. Do you feel like the Eagles have a good answer? Because Zach Bond is a really good linebacker, but I don't know that I'm like Zach Bond in coverage is the dude who I absolutely am like, he's going to lock down Travis Kelce. So it'll be interesting. Maybe,
that's kind of my point. If Goddard has a better game than Travis Kelce, I think that's hugely important. What about you?
Man, on how this game goes?
The win because, lose because.
Win because, lose because. This is tough, man. Because honestly, and this is an easy answer, but I feel like we need to. And if they are able to, if they're able to create a turnover. Because it feels like this is, again, high defensive game on both sides. If you get an extra possession in this one, I cannot imagine the benefit that it causes in this game, especially because, look, the Eagles could very possibly just take a whole bunch of time possession off the clock. And the Chiefs, again, they are ramping this thing up. You let them get a little distance, and we've seen how that goes historically for this team, and then even in this season. So that's what typically will happen. Like in the third quarters, they'll get that little lead where it opens up a gap, and now it changes the entire way that their defense plays. Because not only are you looking at the score, you're also thinking about, we know what it's like if you are down to Patrick Mahomes, or if you're just neck and neck with Patrick Mahomes. We need to catch the back up, and that changes the way that you play, and that can even be a damaging thing. So I really do think like an opportunity for a turnover, even though I'm not certain that you'll get a turnover in this game. I think
there'll be some. Possession. I mean, these defenses are just too good. Both of them. They're just too good. There's going to be a turnover, maybe multiple, and they're just too good. And I think definitely, both quarterbacks might be prone to turnovers.
How do you see this thing playing out, Lopez?
I've been saying all week I can't get a real good beat on it because I felt like the Eagles are better everywhere except quarterback, and obviously we know how important that position is, and obviously we know what Patrick Mahomes has been able to do, especially in late-game situations. But I think I'm going to ride with that. The Eagles are better just about everywhere. And it might be, you underestimated Patrick Mahomes yet again. But I'm going to ride with it. I'm going to say Eagles. And I think it's going to be, as most people do, a lower scoring game. with maybe a little field goal with some separation at the end. I think it's going to be something like 21-14 late, and then a field goal, which we talked about the kicker, 24-14 Eagles.
Okay, I think that's really interesting, and I appreciate Toby on the YouTube saying for the Eagles to win, kidnap Patrick Mahomes tomorrow night.
I get it. I get it.
No, that's the guy that need to be sick.
Hey, Pat Mahomes. Hey, come get these raw oysters, dog. I feel like you would like these right now. No, look. I think you might have jarred me into something as Mad Dog Russo walks past our table. You picking the Eagles made me, because I was starting to lean towards, I think in having some of these conversations, talking to Aaron Schatz, I was like, I think I can get myself to pick the Eagles. But I don't think we can both pick the Eagles here, man.
Oh, sure we can.
Patrick Mahomes has done this to me too many times.
Yeah, I am aware.
He's done this to me too many times.
I am aware.
And I was gonna be like, I'm willing to be hurt again. But then I looked up and I was like, are we all just gonna be in this boat where we neglect the fact that Patrick Mahomes is over there and he keeps doing this? He just keeps doing. Andy Reid with 2 weeks time to prepare for anything, Vic Fangio's defense included, has been a monster. Yeah. And so you have that advantage. You have the way that this team seemingly just comes together as a team, and then you have just. Why is Patrick Mahomes Michael Jordan?
I know.
Just even when you think you got him, you don't. He's slippery, and I feel like it's just going to happen again.
So you're not going to go with what you feel is right.
No. What I feel is right never matters. She's beating this place to have an opportunity to three-peat anyways.
Yeah.
Or to what is it? To three-pat or whatever.
Yeah, three-pat.
Whatever that is.
Go ahead and just pay Pat Riley. Don't get too cute. Just go ahead and pay him.
I don't have money. Are we allowed to expense paying Pat Riley, boss man? I don't think I got the money for Pat Riley. But yeah, unfortunately, I think especially for a lot of fans of Houston, I think they get it done. I think they do it.
Figgy, you've been all around this town. What are you feeling?
I feel like it's the Chiefs, man. Look, I don't want it to be.
I would be very happy to be wrong.
I want Jalen Hurts to get his Super Bowl, man. Yeah. Maybe he could open up a crawfish spot.
Exactly.
Yeah. But, man, I just – man, that Chiefs – I know we talk about Patrick Mahomes a lot, but that Chiefs defense, man.
Spagnuolo.
I want to see how Saquon Barkley handle that defense, man. Mm-hmm. It's something about the Chiefs, man. I can't put a finger on it. I thought this was their worst season within the 3 years. And, hell, they back in the Super Bowl, man.
17 wins.
Yeah.
From the 3-6-1, Barkley is that pit bull that ain't ate in weeks and has a 50-pound steak hanging in front of him. That is a great point.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to view this on the larger narrative scale, Saquon Barkley played for the New York Giants that didn't sniff any kind of success, talk less of Super Bowl success. Mm-hmm. And he made his way to Philadelphia, and he has just been happy to be here. And he has been playing like he is happy to be here because he has been phenomenal. And just to be this close, I can't imagine what it's going to take to stop his legs from churning when he is running that football. That will be would vibe during a championship parade. Yeah, he'd be having fun.
Oh, that'd be cool.
He'd be smooth as silk. Man.
You know that video of Shamar Moore dancing on like the Soul Train line? We're gonna make that. We're gonna remake that. And then from the 4-8, John is overanalyzing. Mahomes in the Super Bowl, only one outcome. And yeah, it really does feel like it has been that outside of the times where Tom Brady, who is widely regarded as the greatest football player of all time, or at least quarterback, has been in the way. And so it does feel like all that comes to pass there. But I mean, regardless of what we say or think, what's going to come down to it is they're going to play there at the Caesars Dome on Sunday between these two teams. And what I do think is, while I have no crystal ball to predict exactly how it goes, I do think I can guarantee this will be a good game. Like
I think so.
It feels very evident that both of these teams are so well situated to play against each other and to play their best brand of football. I think we get a really fun one on Sunday. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're coming near the close of our tenure on Radio Row. But look, we've been doing it all week. There's been a couple of times where we've had to bounce, but, man, when we have the opportunity to, you know I'm going to. It's about that time we return it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape.
Yeah, so last week we talked about we discussed questions to identify the worst vacation roommates and which 610 hosts it falls under. We're going to revisit that list again, man.
See how it played out?
Yeah, we're going to see how it played out now. And I'm sure we probably going to have some different answers from last time.
Yeah.
All right. Now with more hindsight, let's do this roommate questionnaire. We'll do it next.
Flight by Yingling. Live from Radio Row.
Trey Wingo sitting in the exclusive furniture hot seat. Trey, it's great to see you.
Yeah, this is the coolest hot seat because I may fall asleep.
Discord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, live from New Orleans. Last day here on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. And last week we brought up a couple questions, or at least I brought up a couple questions about roommates. Kind of rolling with your roommates on vacation. And I want to see how these questions pan out now. Because we made well before, like on some type of vacation. And I feel like it kind of worked out well. We had a couple bumps in the road, especially Monday and Tuesday, a little early, a little drama going on. But I feel like everybody was pretty cool. Yeah. So I got this list that I used last week, and I kind of want to go through this list again and kind of see how I hold up now.
All right.
I feel like we kind of know each other a little bit since we've been staying with each other. So I'm going to go to the first one. Who would be the person to set 15 alarms in the morning and somehow sleep through them all?
I believe you said it was going to be you.
Yeah, but I've been up when I need to be.
No, I mean that last week you said it was going to be you.
Yeah, I thought it would be me, but I don't know. Is there somebody who? Well, first of all, yeah, B. Scott was
B. Scott.
Is that B. Scott?
Yeah, that does feel like B. B. Scott was in a lot.
That's
he was
a bunny.
In late.
Yeah, we had to check on him one time. We ain't hurt. Like Ron, I could tell Ron was really worried about him.
Yeah.
Anybody heard from B. Scott?
That was the day,
I'm about to call him.
That was the day where, the stomach ain't go well for him.
Y'all got any waters in here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But B. Scott definitely was the last one rolling out the room. Now, of course, he also is the one who had less, I guess, the latest call time, if at any call time. I feel like everybody else had, hey, I need to be here at a certain time. B. Scott was like, I'll roll over. I'll be here.
Yeah, he know what he doing. Salute to B. Scott. Who would bring the most luggage? A.K.A. who brought the most luggage?
I may need some help on this. It was either Sean or Seth. Y'all saw the luggage this morning. That was somebody had food.
You brought a lot of stuff, too. I know you cook for.
Yeah, that was like my hot box and my traveling barbecue kit and all that stuff. But
your hot box.
The hot box.
The hot box.
The warming box. You know, the thing you could put the brisket in to let it rest?
And your barbecue box?
And my barbecue box.
Okay, you got a barbecue box.
I have a traveling barbecue box.
A traveling barbecue box.
Doesn't everybody?
No.
I don't think so.
I can tell you for certain I do not.
You don't keep a barbecue box with spices and knives and a cutting board and all that in your truck?
You're the first person I've seen with that.
You don't keep that in your truck?
Nah, I'm not.
How about you?
Nah, I can honestly say I don't have.
Aaron would. Aaron would.
I don't keep it in my truck, but I take it when I go places.
There you go.
I pack up the stuff from the house.
But see, I got all my stuff. I got them separate.
But you keep yours in the truck.
I have all my stuff.
You have a constant go box in case you have a barbecue emergency.
Yeah.
It's your barbecue ambulance.
Yeah. I keep all my regular spices and stuff in
You
the
got
pantry,
a barbecue siren that you put up on the top of the truck?
But I got one. I could use one.
Lopez is the type that walk around with some seasonings in his back pocket.
I got them in my truck.
Just in case.
Maybe at the restaurant, pull out a bottle of OG sauce.
I feel like we've lost the plot
But
here.
that doesn't count luggage. I think it's Sean. It's either Sean or Seth. They had their bags out this morning because we're leaving.
Are we doing the thing where we're compiling both of their bags together?
No, because I saw like 4 or 5 by the door. So somebody had at least two bags. It's one of them.
Okay, which is interesting because those are not the guys that we guessed at all. I think people went with Ron. I think that was the big guess was Ron Hughley. Having a whole bunch of so that's another place where expectation was subverted.
Yeah, who is the let's wake up at 6 a.m. to maximize the day type?
I think that's still me.
That's
yeah. You were up early. And
I made coffee every morning. I was up around, but I didn't really stay up as late either.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
All right. This is where it's about to get tricky a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Who is to mysteriously disappear for hours without texting, only to return with a weird story and zero explanation?
It's either Aaron or B. Scott.
B. Scott.
It got to be B. Scott.
B. Scott.
Yeah, B. Scott was just moving on. He moved on his own beat. And again, he had the freedom to because he was not tied down in the same ways that we have been. But no, he was just moving and heading where he needed to go. I seen him go to the grocery store one time and was just like, wait, where did you go?
So I guess we ain't got to get into this one, the room temperature situation.
Well, you got to give Reggie credit. He didn't really raise it too much.
I would like to go to the room that was labeled as Rosa in our house, in which I had the bedroom, you had the couch, and the quick access to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Because just 2 days ago, I happened to veer up at the individual air conditioning units that we have in each room in the suites.
Yeah.
And I looked at mine, and it had the number 72.
Yeah.
And I looked at the one in the living room, and it had the number 73.
Yeah.
Lopez had it hotter than I did.
I got cold in the middle of the night. I usually kept it at 68, but I got cold in the middle of the night.
Tequila.
Don't talk to me about nothing.
No, but you were better because it wasn't 77. It wasn't 77.
It will be when I get home.
All right, who was that person that borrowed other people's stuff on this trip?
Ooh, Lopez, you're in there.
I borrowed the ring light from
You borrowed
Sean.
the ring light from Sean.
But that's it.
I don't know.
Anything else?
I don't know how privy I was to other people borrowing things.
Now, there was a lot. I shouldn't say a lot. There was some food taken out of the refrigerator by a certain hairless wonder. A couple of times.
Man.
Sean was just grabbing stuff, huh?
Yeah. Well, I just said hairless wonder. You came up with the name Sean. Yeah. So he was in there. I'm in there.
Wait, is this true? Did I miss something? Did Ron have to call his wife for underwear? Is that real?
Had to what?
Somebody texted and said, Ron, Aaron, you would know. You've been around.
I mean, I've been on every hour of this that we've broadcasted all week. He had to call his wife and thank her because she splurged and bought him $20 underwear. And she packed it for him. And then when he put them on, he all of a sudden realized,
these are good.
The 80 cents per in the pack of 20 probably isn't going to cut it.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, and this is an opportunity to just remind you, hey, man, if you can splurge on some underwear, go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
You will feel good. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, Lopez, you're up here.
I think myself, Sean, I'll take it. I had to borrow a ring light.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know that anybody else had to really borrow, because I feel like we came pretty packed. It helped out that we drove.
Yeah.
So you did not feel the limitations of a flight. So I think people largely got they needed so that they didn't have to do much of that.
All right, who was the let's do everything together guy on this trip?
There really wasn't. We all kind of felt it felt it out.
Ron was.
Oh, yeah.
I was. Yeah. You know what? I was going to say.
Parker had some of that.
I was going to say Clint. Because Clint is
I forgot that became a whole thing. How could I forget the dinner? And to be fair, I don't know that we got a single dinner where every single buddy went except for the family dinner on Sunday.
Yeah, we didn't.
So, B. Scott wasn't even there that day. So, I guess Clint gets it there. I was surprised. We got to do better, guys. We did not have one with every single body there at the same time.
All right, who was the person that left their stuff everywhere?
I never saw a lot of that. I saw your underwear a couple times in the bathroom hanging on that rail.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything. I think 3 days. I go and
not 3. You doing that thing where you add extra days?
At least 2.
It was 2 days.
At least 2.
It was 2 days. I'm going
to go take a shower.
I'm the answer here.
And
I'm the answer here.
By the way, you're a color guy. You like the reds.
Hey, you're not allowed to say that. It's 2025. You can't say that. What's wrong with you?
Color.
What is
color?
But
I saw a nice little red folded up right there.
How long you been looking at
some
that?
red in there,
man? You open the door and there's a pair of drawers right there.
Lopez over here, he got the red with the hearts and the trim.
It was kind of hard to avoid.
Trimming.
I was looking for some tongs to maybe put them back in his room.
The times where I left my backpack in the general space. Yeah. Literally today, I was like, where's my credential? My credential was in the shared space. I left my jacket in the shared space. It was me. I was the guy.
Yeah. Who is the let's stay in to save money person on this trip?
Seth.
Yes.
Bingo.
That's my answer.
Yeah, Seth literally went and bought food.
He bought dinner.
He bought dinner to bring it in.
Dinner for the house.
When the only planned
to go out.
Yeah, the only planned dinner in the house was Sunday night. We were planning on being out and eating. Seth was like,
but I'm talking about like yesterday specifically. And by the way, I'm not going to say I didn't get a couple of meatballs.
Oh no, those meatballs. Yeah, no, he did something there.
But it was much appreciated. But like all day was like, hey, Thursday we're all going out. Thursday we're all going out. And Seth says, I made dinner or warmed up, whatever he said. But I'm like, okay.
Yeah, Seth just didn't.
I didn't want to be rude.
Seth was ready to get back into the house.
Yeah.
You could tell. You could tell he was like, I don't want to be out in these streets.
Yeah.
All right, I got a couple more questions. Who was the biggest surprise on this trip? Because I have an answer.
Okay, go for it, because I can't think of one.
Clint Stoerner was the surprise for me, the way he cooked breakfast pretty much.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
I was not expecting that at all.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying Clint can't cook or anything, but
Yeah,
I was not expecting
kind of a
him to
surprise.
go down in the kitchen
No,
like that.
and you know what it was? You know what I immediately thought? I was like, oh, Clint misses babies.
Yeah, probably.
That was that is wake up early, make breakfast for your babies, get them to school. Like I was like, oh, Clint misses babies. Is what's happening.
No, that's a good one.
He got up and I guess he treated us like his babies in some ways. He made sure he got some eggs, some avocado, and some bacon and everything.
Yeah,
for
he
us
did
to
a
be
good
ready
job.
to go. So yeah, no, shout out to Clint.
And what was the most
disappointing thing?
Or not disappointing, but kind of shocking to you, like a disappointing,
Shocking in like a negative way?
Because I have one.
Okay.
I thought Seth Payne was going to go out a little more than he did.
Yeah.
I feel like he's more of a homebody. Go to bed early. Well, I know he got a morning show and stuff, but I thought he'd be hitting the town a little more.
Yeah, I just think about it. Like, he didn't – I don't know that what were, like, the outside activities that he did besides, like, kind of general walking around and going to, like, the store?
He did some stuff during the day.
He went to some good restaurants.
But
that's right, because we went to lunch on Monday. I think he just tried to confine it to immediately after the show. He had a little short period.
I noticed every time I go in that little shared space, he's just sitting there chilling, no TV on, just kind of relaxing. I thought he'd be.
I agree. That's a good one. The only thing I would add is, and it didn't affect us as much, but a parking pass would be nice.
Yeah, but that's on the NFL. That's on the NFL.
Well,
man. They didn't help us out.
Not
here.
when you say I'll have it to you. I'll have it to you.
Yeah, that's all I got, fellas, man. It was a great trip, man. I really enjoyed.
And real quick,
hang with you.
That guy right there, Parker.
Don't be saluting, man.
No, look, this isn't. It's not that. It's not that.
What was that noise again? I didn't quite catch it.
Lopez about to get a raise.
It's not that. I'll put it in more radio terms. He's better than pig vomit.
Okay.
Remember the movie with Howard Stern?
Nope.
He called his program director pig vomit.
Definitely not that.
You got to watch the Howard Stern movie.
No, I don't.
Yeah, it's about radio.
So? I've watched the movie Radio. I've seen enough.
So Parker, better than pig vomit.
He did solid. He did all right.
Salute to Parker, man.
I mean, the house was a cool. I mean, it was just a cool spot.
That
it was
alone.
really cool. Yeah, man. It was great. The only thing I could complain about is there's no restroom in the shared space, which was a little frustrating at times because you had to wait.
Might be a blessing in sometimes.
Yeah, I guess that is fair. Yeah, because we didn't have the opportunity for somebody to blow up the public restroom. Oh, I would have fought somebody.
Yeah.
That would have gotten me.
Yeah.
How you going to blow up the public? See, it didn't even happen, and I'm being mad. Yeah. All right.
Real quick.
Yes, sir.
So if we do this again next year, would you guys want to share space
100%.
again?
100%.
Yeah.
Do a share space again?
I feel like this is so much better than what it would have been.
I would like to know
hotels?
the accommodations.
Yeah, hotel.
I gotta have my own room though. I gotta sleep.
Like
I gotta sleep. Like this was perfect. This was. I don't. I could share like what we did.
But yeah, like you're not like a double bed situation.
Yeah, no.
No, I think the thing about I think the thing about having the like hotels is that even all the things that we did like in the shared space, we would have had to coordinate. Yeah. Right, like everybody would be in their rooms. You have to text and be like, "Hey, I'm going down to the lobby. You want to come down?" Like I feel like those things we wouldn't have been able to do, which was a good amount of some of the stuff was just coming in and seeing people coming and going. That I don't think you would have had the same experience.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it was fun, man. I really enjoyed it with you guys, man. It was a blast. I feel like we had some laughs. We had some a couple issues, but it was some fun.
It was great.
Yes, so that's the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig if you see something that you think that should be in the mixtape. But coming up next, we're getting ready to welcome in Clint and Ron of the Drive so they can hit the last leg of Super Bowl Radio Row on this little race that we are running, handing it off. But before we get there, I kind of talked my way into having to build the roommate rankings for this entire week on Super Bowl Radio Row. And so it has been done. I am still open to being swayed. 713-572-4610.
It's getting
but
late.
I have the list, and I will divulge it next.
Here at Sports Radio 610, we Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, final segment for In the Loop on Radio Row in New Orleans for Super Bowl 59, Chiefs, Eagles. Man, it has been a blast all the way through, and we have to thank a few people for that. Flight by Yingling for getting us out here with an ungodly amount of being a marginal dent in. And we will have to be porting back to Houston with us. But, man, it was nice to know that we were covered all the way through by Flight by Yingling. Also, the Low T Center. Appreciate them for helping us get out here. And real MVPs, exclusive furniture. This hot seat has been phenomenal. I feel like all the interviews went up by, I'm going to say, 17%. Mm-hmm. It was a 17% upgrade just off of the exclusive furniture hot seat, so appreciation to them. And, of course, the Mocarum Injury Lawyers to help y'all see everything that's been going on here on Radio Row, including the many, many people who have just been passing behind us.
Yeah.
Or B-Sky eating wings. All of those things brought to you by Mocarum Injury Lawyers. But there you go. Those are the 5 people that have helped us get this coverage out here. It has been a blast. I'll get to what I know you're waiting for.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
A little bit more preamble. I did want to tell you about your Houston Texans, or something that I guess in a way pertains to your Houston Texans. Seems that the New York Jets have signed Andrew Beck, fullback and tight end.
Sure, okay.
So he is over there. He is signed to a one-year deal.
Yeah. Cool story, bro.
We'll see if that means that there's not a fullback or if there's just a different fullback this upcoming season. And I know one of the things we talked about is if it's a Sean McVay type system, they like running a lot of 11 personnel. So that's something that we'll see. All right, I know. You're like, bleep all that. Let's get to these roommate rankings. We all had a house in Bayou St. John. Right nearest Treme here in New Orleans, and we all 10 of us stayed in it. And so we were trying to figure out who would be the best. I did what I could. I sat down yesterday after the show, and I really thought through it, pros, cons, and we'll talk through it. But I put together a ranking of the roommates. And you guys could tell me as we go.
We're going in reverse order, I'm
Reverse
guessing?
order. We got to make sure that we add.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Coming in number 10. On the Sports Radio 610 roommate rankings, Parker Hillis.
Oh, wow. Oh,
hey, good thing he ain't listening.
Now, here's the thing with Parker. He booked the rental, which was a great option.
Yeah.
Right? Booked guests here. Fantastic. That's his job. Right? All the pros I thought for Parker was his job.
Okay, you're stating a good case.
Outside of his job,
you're not wrong.
What did Parker bring to the situation here?
Man, I hadn't even thought about that.
How's that silence sounding to you? Sounds like number 10 to me.
I hadn't even thought about that. Dude, man.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting, ain't it?
Maybe he is pig vomit.
713-572-4610 is the number to text. Let me know how you're hearing this and how you agree. Now, it might get a little contentious here as we start getting into it for real. Coming in at number 9, Brandon K. Scott.
Oh, I'm good with that.
He was clean.
Yeah. No issues,
but he was kind of anonymous.
He was just there.
Yeah. We lost him quite a bit. He popped in.
He was low-key.
He was very low-key.
To himself.
But this is a roommate ranking, not just a trip. And so
didn't really offer, hey, I'll do that.
Didn't do a lot. Now, the one thing that sets a theme in some of these things.
Yeah.
We tried to have one team dinner. Mm-hmm. Now, we didn't like the place. B. Scott was one of 2 people that went along with the team dinner. That's a supportive roommate.
That's true.
And so he got a little bit of benefit from that. But B. Scott comes in 9. Coming in 8.
Okay.
Reginald Atatula. I cleaned up once. I coordinated a beignet run.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I basically had people, people went out sometimes, and I tried to mix them up with other people, which, maybe not great for the particular roommate group.
Yeah.
And then also, I was stirring up mess.
And you did stir up a little mess.
I stirred up some mess, and again, I bailed out on the Clint plans.
Yeah.
So that knocks me down.
And you got to watch Figgy's video, which is going to drop here pretty soon.
Yeah, it's going to drop later today.
Yeah. Okay.
So follow us on Sports Radio 610 on Instagram at @TheFiggyFig on Instagram and all that stuff.
And you'll hear us stating our own cases.
Yes.
Yeah. Coming in 7th, Ron Hughley. Wingman duties, I will say. He came through on wingman duties. Exactly.
He does
it was
that for
also
himself.
self-serving. But the wingman duties was there. I did want to make sure. He bought groceries.
Yes.
He did buy groceries.
Yeah.
And he was one of two people to go with Clint when that man made plans and a lot of us bailed out.
This is true.
So he gets those credits. But there you go. And then, there was a little bit of sassy stuff that happened. I don't know if I blame that on him, but that was in there. Coming in at 6th on the roommate rankings for Sports Radio 610, Aaron Raybold.
All right.
Producer Aaron Raybold worked 13-hour days in order to keep us on air. Let's do a few things in New Orleans at recommendation. He was a little anonymous, but again, because he worked 13-hour days, it's not his fault.
He was here. He was sitting right there.
So I wanted to be fair there. Yeah. Coming in 5, Sean T. Pendergast.
Oh, he's going to hate
you. He brought the beers.
He's going to hate you.
He brought a ring light. He was jovial.
Didn't clean.
Didn't cook.
What else you have on here?
Bailed on us.
Didn't cook.
And so Sean comes in 5. And also, he openly campaigned for this.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
If you do the work, you don't have to campaign for it. Coming in 4th on the roommate rankings. Coming in 4th, John Lopez.
Oh.
You thought you were climbing, didn't you? You thought you were doing something.
No. It just hurts.
If messy John Lopez, you was the big mess man this week. What you mean how?
How?
You was out here altering things that Clint did. Tattletelling, running back and forth.
Tattletale.
But
Juan Felipe acting like he don't know what
you know damn well what you was doing. But I will give you, Sunday dinner was phenomenal, and you brought that. You decided to take the couch. You're the only person who willingly took the couch without being forced to. And you had a lot of dinner recommendations as well while being a driver. I think drivers got a bump up in my ranking. And we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. If you didn't catch us earlier, coming in 10th was Parker. Coming in 9th was B. Scott. 8th was myself, Reggie. Coming in 7th was Ron. 6th was Aaron Raybold. 5th was Sean. 4th is Lopez. Coming in 3rd, Seth Payne. Seth came multiple times.
He did.
Seth went on multiple grocery runs.
He did.
Seth bought wine, although he drank most of it. He got a little sassy with Clint, though.
Yeah.
I knocked him down.
Yeah.
He ain't hurt nobody.
Yeah.
He was around. I know he didn't go out a lot, but he was around.
He was available.
He was available during the times that normally make sense for a morning drive host.
Yeah.
Seth comes in 3.
All right.
Coming in 2nd, Clint Stoerner.
Oh.
Now here's the problem, right? Because Clint Stoerner cooked breakfast 3 times. 3 times for us. He bought groceries multiple times. He chauffeured us around while being a driver. But here's the real knock on him. He forgot the parking pass. Twice now. Last night again, he forgot to pass the parking pass over. So I was like, this is where I said I could be swayed because I don't know. Do I have to knock him down for that? Because he did a lot of things to make up for the pan and for the parking pass, but then he made the same mistake twice. And here's the thing. I'll allow you to make a mistake. Making the same mistake twice is not good.
Hey, that's how you get benched.
But if you notice, one name has not been called out of everybody, and it is one Figgy Fig who comes out on the top of the roommate rankings. And I have all of 4 words. Two phrases, 4 words. Content king, because literally he did not turn off. He was all the fantastic content that you got on Sports Radio 610 was because of Figgy Fig, either generating ideas or just being everywhere to film it. He did all of that. It was great, and most importantly, he brought dip. That dip was the best thing that I ate all week in the city of New Orleans. Ain't that something?
Man, that's saying a lot. Shout out to my baby. My little baby.
Exactly. Exactly. So there you go. That was the roommate.
So you're saying
rankings.
he did his job.
Figgy Fig did more than his job. He went above and beyond the call of duty.
So Parker's 10th because he did his job, and Figgy's first.
Figgy's first, but he did more than his job. Figgy Fig was the life.
But see, the thing is, with the content stuff, that's technically not my job.
But it was your job here.
My title is producer.
But it was your job here.
And they brought me here to do extra stuff that's not my job.
I know. So here come number 7 and number 5?
2.
7, number 2.
7-2 on the rankings.
Yeah.
Number 7, Ron Hughley. Number 2, Clint Stoerner, fellas, welcome back to your last day on Radio Row.
7.
What do you have to complain about? I know it's coming. What you got? Come on, come with it.
7 out of 10, huh?
7.
Yeah, that's.
What was the reason?
That's personal right there.
All right. Well, you said
I saved your ass.
You was a wingman. You were.
I saved your ass.
But I'll say this again with Ron here. He did a lot of that for his own
Exactly. Your
benefit.
strongest sell was self-serving. You was out here like, hey, if you trying to get out here, I'll go. And I was like, nah, you want to get out.
Yes,
you can just say that. You don't have to lie about it.
I didn't want you to be alone.
You don't got to lie to kick it.
And if you was alone, you would have made a mistake.
I would. You're not wrong. I cannot deny that.
There and saved you.
And I appreciate it. And you bought groceries once. I want to make sure I put that on there. I appreciate it. And you went with Clint when he tried to set up a team dinner that we didn't. Yeah. You came and now Clint. You had some demerits. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. This morning you had a second mistake on the parking pass, but you had you stocked up on the good. Cooking breakfast, chauffeuring. Yeah. You did a lot of good at groceries, so you got there at 2, but Figgy edged you out just with all these videos and such.
Yeah, man.
Who did Sean make this list? 7.
5. Sean was 5.
No, I know. Did Sean make the list?
Literally make the list.
I know Sean would have me in the 10 spot.
Yeah, Sean would have had you a lot lower.
Yeah, look, I'm all right with 2, man. I get it. I like Fig. Fig's good people. I would consider everything I could hear as the job, but that's okay.
That's what I said.
Look, I don't think I got. Did we get for roommate? Did we get credit for doing 4 hours on air every day?
Yeah.
Nope.
I don't know. I don't know. But hey, I'm good with 2, man. I'm good with 2. I'm
good with 2. But here, let me tell you the reason.
Hey, that old sideline pass, that old parking pass. It just, I peeked over that thing this morning. I looked.
Oh, you did it again.
He did it again.
I saw it on my dash. I was like, damn, did I leave my door unlocked? Then they came by and slid it in there because we were talking about figured out how to exchange it because Sean wanted to get on the road and go.
Yeah.
I screwed that up.
Yeah. That one hurt a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
That was bad. That was my bad, man. I felt bad about that. I apologized 3 times this morning.
I got a real question.
And
what's up?
How that gonna get back?
Parker's coming back.
Oh, the exclusive furniture hot seat.
Yeah.
Again. How that?
What I will say, that's not my concern.
Yeah.
Is the way that
I
I'm
hear
operating.
you. I just. Yeah. I'm looking at that.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at that Subaru. And I'm looking at that. I'm trying to figure out how that sucker going to get back.
Yeah. He said he thinks it's strapped to the top.
He going to strap the thing up there.
Like Beverly Hillbillies.
That's right.
Oh,
Aaron's going to ride in it. Aaron's
you going to sit up there on the top of
it? Aaron, you going to be up there like this? I done rode with my father, Dirty Red, and held a chair up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did we dock Sean for the only guy with a pickup leaving and not taking the exclusive hot seat with him?
I don't think I did. I might need to. I might need to.
Come on, Sean.
I might need to slide him down on that one. Also, just the open campaigning. You know what I mean? Like, it's beneath him.
No, it's not.
That
is not beneath him.
And then also he took a picture with Dak Prescott. I think that also. There's a few things in there.
Sean was out there. Yeah. Sean was out there getting them pictures, wasn't he?
He sure was.
Sean,
Cowboys.
No, it was fun week with you fellas.
Oh no, it was quite a pleasure.
My week started Friday night. Spending 20 hours cooking stuff. But
all right, okay,
enough. 20 hours.
Enough.
20 hours of my own time. How the craps table treat you?
Nasty, real bad.
Oh, never mind.
He lost a whole bunch of money.
My bad. It was you. I should have known you didn't bring it up.
That's exactly.
It was you. No other day to make it up.
Nope. Unless you want to hang out a little bit.
We can make a stop now.
We're still in New Orleans.
That's what he told me last year. Oh, it's just Monday. I'll make it up.
Yeah.
No other day to make it up.
No more time to make it up. We are done here for radio. 6 keeps rolling on. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Finishing out Radio Row is these 5 fellas. Right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and we are live here as you see Clint right there. If you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, shout out to the great people on Mokaram Injury Lawyers, and you can watch us live as you have all week on Radio Row on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers video stream. And you can see Tyler. I see him. Hello, Tyler. Good to see you. There's the nipples.
Good to see you, boys.
Big day. It's Friday, closing out. We haven't gotten as much Super Bowl talk in here, Clint, but we will get there as well throughout the day. Got a couple of guests as well. We'll hear from Emmitt Smith, the Hall of Famer, as he was juicy yesterday, and he is continued to be juicy around.
Get your placement right.
Yes, I wanted him to hear that so bad. I saw him earlier. He looked like he was in better.
He was rolling. He cleans up nice. He recovers well.
Yes, he does. He recovers well. But we'll hear from him later on today as well. All right, Clint, I did want to pass across a little Astros news on the Bregman situation before we continue and get going here on Radio Row. The Astros, according to our guy Ari Alexander's, have improved their initial offer to free agent third baseman Alex Bregman.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
So, all right, we'll see. Now, he does say, however, that improved offer is unlikely to get a deal done. But this does seem like, Clint, that they are at least working to entertain him coming back. I mean, we haven't really heard like anything clearly that has knocked his socks off to say, "Ooh, I want to be back. I want to come back from any team, or I want to go to any team." Until now, and now he is saying, or the Astros are saying, they're up in their offer. So that is the latest there. It looks like they're making an effort.
Yeah, look, I mean, right after yesterday talking about I love the way the Astros are handling it. Now all of a sudden they jump in and they make another offer. I think the only thing I can make of this is that I think it probably leans into the validity of them wanting him back.
It feels huge
and being willing. It's not just it's not just talk, and it's not just a source. It's true. They're trying to at least make themselves more attractable or more attractive to Bregman and trying to play ball, but just not willing to seal the deal. So I don't know what to make of it, other than I think there's obviously just some validity to the reports now that they're clearly interested.
What you got? You got crawfish? I want some deep fried alligator.
Little Louisiana fish fry.
There you go. There you go.
Man.
Gator's good, man.
I've never had alligator. First time.
Very good. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I find it very, very interesting that this feels like this got to be Jim Crane, right? Like this has to be. But especially you're talking about raising the offer. This has to be Jim Crane, and now I would think it's been him the whole way in terms of pushing to potentially bring Alex back.
Yeah, look, we talked about it yesterday. Like I think Jim Crane is definitely signing off on anything Bregman that's out there.
I think he's kicking it.
Yeah,
off.
Yeah. he could be pushing it, right? So, look, I think they want him back. I mean, obviously they don't want him back tremendously, or they'd go make the offer that get him back. He's clearly available, and it's clearly not, the value isn't what he thought it was. But again, I like where the Astros are in terms of staying in the game with Bregman.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there, and that thing continues to roll through as we'll see if he is an Astro or going somewhere else. The other day, the thought was the Cubs were in the driver's seat on this, but we'll see what happens there. As we continue to roll through here, I do want to stop here and say, yes, we were the top 20 show, number 20 show in all of America and Mexico and Canada. So all over North America, we were a top 20 show, but Clint Stoerner's up for another award, Sports and Entertainment Specialist. Clint Stoerner is up.
Well, I'll be damned,
Star
boys.
Award finalist right there. Look at that, Clint. Clint's up right there.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. That's I need to do a little digging. I got to figure out what it's all about. Well, who I'm up against, what it's all about. What did I do to deserve even being on the list? I don't know. I need to do some digging on that.
I will say this, and I speak for Tyler on this. The Drive doesn't have space for second place.
Oh.
Hell nah, that's just the first to lose, baby.
Hey, look, I'm again, man. I'm just honored to be on the list, man. It's
I'm just honored to be on. Yeah, just
You're
tell me we
repping
got
us
room for
well,
second
man.
place.
That's big time. That's
I'm
big
just
time.
honored to be on the list, man. I think there's a list of about 5 folks: Randy McElvoy, Justin. My eyes are so bad. Kempisti.
Oh, that's it.
How do you say his name? Is that right? Did I say it right? Greg Bailey, Matt Thomas,
Greg
Uvalde Martinez, and then myself. There's 6 of us.
Well, that's big. There it is.
Yeah, man.
Go get a dub.
It's an
man.
honor. It's an honor to be mentioned, man. Be recognized.
That's 2 in a week, man. The drive is just shooting to the moon, you know?
Come on.
Yeah,
Come on.
shooting all over it.
Let's see if
all
we
over
can
the
get this
place.
dub first, boys.
Making a mess.
I'm just saying, we don't have place for
I
second
appreciate
place.
you bringing that up, though,
No,
man. I
man,
appreciate you bringing that up.
It's cool, man. And hopefully you get you a dub. And happy for everybody. And nominate a lot of people on the team being nominated as well. Shout out to Aaron Kapner, who's nominated as well, who just texted me and told me seventh isn't bad. 7th is lucky 7th. That's a bunch of garbage. Anyway, by the way, like Reggie, come on, me and Reggie gonna have a personal conversation on it. 7th.
Yeah, y'all spend a lot of time together.
Well,
7.
What happened with
y'all spend
7?
a lot of time together.
Well, Reggie did a ranking of
roommate ranking.
He did a roommate ranking.
Oh, I heard a little bit of that. Yeah.
And I was 7th.
Oh, you
3?
got 7.
Wow. And I was and I
could be
made
a
sure
good
that
roommate.
young man didn't go out alone.
Yeah.
I stayed with him.
You did.
I stayed with him. I got 19,000 steps the other day walking with Reggie.
I feel like you'd be well kept as a roommate. You seem to be like a very organized kind of guy.
I had Ron for one night, and he was solid, quiet in there. I mean,
Did he make it
was
worth
easy.
your while?
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely, man.
That's good.
It wasn't bad. All right, look, the Texans. This is we're seeing. We're at the Super Bowl. We're seeing the Chiefs who have won the AFC. We're looking at the other teams around the conference, and a lot of things that come about is preparation and coaching, and especially on the individual sides of the ball. And I think that is one of the advantages that when you see these teams, Clint, that are constantly in the mix, that are constantly up there, usually when you look at the guys that are the ball, offense and defense, they usually are guys that are exceptional, that are either about to be head coaches, were head coaches, and I think year one was probably something that you felt was good with the Texans when they had D'Amico, who was calling their defense, and they had Bobby Slowick, who was calling their offense, and you felt pretty good about it, and the thought was that will grow. Right now, when you look at it, they have a new signal caller over the offense. And when you look at them, it's D'Amico still on the defense calling plays, and now Nick Caley. Where does that compare to the other guys that they are going to have to be faced with? You got, Reed and Spags in Kansas City, McDermott, who calls the defense for the Bills, Joe Brady, who has really shot up. There are multiple guys. Baltimore, Todd Monken, who's gotten head coach opportunities, Zach Gore, a lot of people are excited about. Where do you think the Texans find themselves kind of in that range with their signal caller?
Well, look, right now, I think you're at the bottom of the list. D'Amico can only do too much. I think they've got it figured out at the defense on the defensive side of the football. Obviously, with the defensive coordinator, I think D'Amico's one of probably top 2, top 3 defensive play callers in the game. I mean, just absolute game changers. And that side in Houston is well taken care of. But the whether you look at it as Bobby Slowick and the way that this year he backslid, or you look at it with the new guy with Nick Caley that's never done anything in terms of calling plays or building a playbook or designing a plan, he's never done anything. So I would say that the Texans are on decision makers and play callers with really let's just say the powers that be in the AFC. Again, you mentioned the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens. You can even look at Cincinnati with Zach Taylor and Al Golden now, Greg Roman and Jesse Minter in L.A. with the Chargers. The Pittsburgh thing is interesting. You got Arthur Smith, calling the offense. Obviously, been a play caller, been a head coach. Yeah. And then Terrell Austin, I don't know a whole lot about him. I think he's a first-year play caller last year. That defense got better, I think, as the year went.
Yeah, he's been around. Yeah.
Yep. And then you got Peyton and Vance Joseph. Those are some pretty long in the teeth type of guys and type of duos that are calling plays, designing offenses and defense.
You look at Denver, that Sean Payton and Vance Joseph, two guys. Sean Payton's won the Super Bowl. Vance Joseph been a head coach, and you're talking about guys that were, and this is like a 7 seed, right? This is like a borderline playoff team in the Broncos that you have to, and that's where you say the mystery is with Nick Caley. You got to. Yeah, like he has got to.
Well, that's just what you're up against, right? Yeah. And so he's got to be good, and he's got to be really good quick for this team to be, have the staying power. I mean, the division, like I said before, it's a talented football team. They're going to win the division, but when you get into games and you're playing opponents that, hey, the polos on the sideline are going to be a major factor because the rosters are so tight and the teams are so clean that the scheme and the timing and the game management stuff becomes glaring if it's not right. And so in those moments, is Nick Caley going to be a guy that can get on the same level with an Arthur Smith, a Sean Payton, Greg Roman, Zach Taylor, Todd Monken, Joe Brady, Andy Reid? Can he get on the same page with those guys? I think in terms of if you just look at Nick Caley, I think Nick's going to do a good job.
The arrow's pointed up.
I think Nick will do a good job, right? I mean, good is 9-10 games, win a division.
All right.
I think Nick will do a good job.
Real quick, what would you say Bobby Slowick did?
I think if you look at the whole picture, I think Bobby Slowick did a decent job.
Trying to compare what's a good job.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, I'm not comparing him to Andy Reid. What I'm saying is these guys, like taking everything into consideration, never managed an offense, never led a team, never called a play, right? I think all those things taken into consideration, he's got a good roster. I think he'll be okay. I think he'll be a good play caller, and I think we'll see a lot of good from this team. Now the question is, can you make a already good team great? Can you be the weapon on the sideline that's not holding the team back? That's actually because this year, there's no doubt about it. There were times when Bobby Slowick, I think his stubbornness held this team back, right? I think whether it's the inability to do it or stubbornness to fix the protection, just schematically what they were doing, I think that held this team back. And so, you got to be great in those positions, not just better. So, there's no doubt that they picked a guy that can be probably a good offensive coordinator.
That was my thinking. I thought Bobby was solid. I thought it was really good his first year. But you look at everything, it's solid. It clearly, what they're saying is, yeah, there was some issues, but we want to. It looks like we don't feel like we're competing with those top lists, those top guys.
And that is
when we have to go up against, and obviously I hope they understand that some of it is dudes that they have in certain areas. But I think they're looking at it and thinking, we're at such a disadvantage maybe going up against Spags or going up against Orr and the Ravens. Like, we're at such a disadvantage. At some point, it's like, we feel like we can tread right here, or can we look and find something that can have us compete up at that level?
And that's what he's tasked with. We'll see if he can get it done.
Yeah, it's a tough roll of the dice right there for him. Hopefully they get him some dudes in here to help him roll through here. From the text line, 19,000 steps, probably could have started a fire.
Friction, baby.
With that thigh friction, you got Ron.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
It's not, man. It's not just.
I mean, they're Super Bowl Radio Row here has.
My dogs were barking after that.
Has birthed some nice.
Let me tell you about Disney.
Oh, and I got that.
That's where he's fixing to go.
Christ, I got that next week.
Sidewinders, right?
My feet haven't hurt that good or that bad in quite some time.
What kind of shoes do you wear? Should I get some Brooks?
Don't do what I did. I rocked the normal Vans. And,
you idiot.
Wasn't the look.
Your pictures look good.
Killing me. Oh yeah, I look damn good per usual, but my feet were hurting like hell.
What's those shoes that I see a lot of older people wear? God, my mom wears them. My father-in-law
or something.
On Cloud is one of the walk-in.
Oh, it's a weird name. They come in like weird colors.
I know what you're talking about. No. My wife's got a pair of hookahs.
Hookahs, yeah, that's it. Yeah,
I've heard of that besides the flavored tobacco.
Go look at them. A lot of people say the hookahs are. I might have to try to go and invest in those for I slide to Disney.
Big souls now.
Yeah, I know it. They look so weird, man. I saw like an all black pair one time that looked straight.
Dude, every day we were in Disney this past week, the minimum amount of steps that I took in a given day was like 21,000. It was wild. Wow. It was fun though.
21,000. Nah, I don't know. I got that in me. And you, yeah, I don't know, boy. Ooh, that's tough. All right, coming up as we'll continue riding here live. We'll speak to maybe a nice little person you'd like to hear from coming up here. Stay tuned with us right here live on The Drive.
Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Underdog, baby. Underdog Fantasy is rock.
610. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here, Radio Row. It's been a fun week, and we've had a good time here and enjoying ourselves, and hopefully you all have enjoyed the ride with us. But, Clint, I will tell you who has not had a good week.
Who's that?
The Houston Rockets.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I didn't catch it last night. I had a little party to go to.
Yeah,
it was bad.
Yeah, we were watching it towards the end before we took off, and it was not great. They lost their fifth straight, 127-114, and Şengün was back. Obviously, Fred VanVleet was out, but they had really everybody else, and it's not only have they lost 5 straight, they've now dropped the last 2 days multiple spots in the standings in the West. They had been in the 2 spot for, or as Tyler would say, the 2 hole for a long time, and now they dropped to the 3 spot, and then after their loss yesterday, Denver passed them up, and they're only 1 game in front of the Lakers right now, or they'll be in the 5 spot.
Holy mother of God.
Yeah, when you lose 5 in a row,
real quick, didn't it?
That's what happens. Ime Udoka, the head coach, you know when he gets himself good and ticked off, you know he likes to challenge people. Here was talking about the state of his team right now.
The identity we kind of formed was being a tougher team, aggressive team, and now we look like one of the softest teams in the league. And so,
I love it.
He loves to.
I love
it. He loves to hit them, right?
Yeah,
he
man.
hits it. There is nothing no athlete hates more than that soft word.
Well, there is, and you know, you're right. It is definitely
that's a trigger word, right?
Ain't no doubt about it. I was searching for the word. Trigger word is exactly right. But it's the thing is that it's one of those that is either blatantly obvious or not. Like if now he's obviously a guy that speaks his mind a little more freely than most coaches. And so other coaches may watch that and go, oh, that wasn't soft, that was this, or that. But he just feels like when his team plays a style of basketball that's not defined as any level of soft is their identity, and he don't feel like they're getting that done.
The softest teams in the league.
He explained the identity and then said, now we look like one of the softest teams.
Well, when I walked out the door, Dylan Brooks was locked up with Edwards, and so I'm assuming they went soft from there, huh?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, it all went flaccid.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards, he said Dylan Brooks is one of the dirtiest guys in the game. But with that, as we're saying, right, as I said, man, they have dropped. They are the 4 seed now, and they're a bad another week away from being the 7th spot. I mean, they can, as the West is really bunched up. Have you, and 713-572-4610, I see Guy Gene tweet, I think I know where he's leaning. Have you gotten to a place of concern yet with this group right now and the way things are looking?
Well, I mean, I didn't see exactly what last night looked like, so I don't want to lean too much into the soft part of Ime Udoka's comments. But yeah, I mean, look, I think anytime you start, you go on a run like this, and I'm less worried about dropping in the standings and more just now you start questioning when it happens 5, 6, 7, 8 times in a row. You start questioning which one are they, right? Which one are they, right? Are they the team that was killing it early on, or are they a team that has lost 5 and that's more their identity, right? Yeah. So we'll see, man. It's a young team, so it's going to be a little bit more of a roller coaster ride along the way, and we'll see how it all pans out when it matters the most, the end of the season and the playoffs.
All right, as we are joined here in the exclusive furniture hot seat. How you feeling in that seat right there? You got good and comfortable with you?
It's real comfortable. I can't complain, man. Nice little cozy joint.
All right, as we're joined by Stephon Diggs here. Man, we appreciate you jumping in with us. First off, man, how's the health going? How you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm just getting back to it, grinding, man, taking it day by day. Yes, sir.
What's that day by day look like for you?
Just eating right in the morning, getting treatment, light little workout, stretch therapy,
Same old stuff.
Same old stuff.
This ain't your first rodeo, is it?
Nah. Get ready and make the next of the best.
Hey, take us behind the curtain a little bit here. I mean, I know you're a professional and you got to kind of be a little bit guarded about it, but Bobby Slowick, moving on in Houston and new guy Nick Caley coming in. Just your thoughts on that offensive coordinator move.
I think it's a good move. I definitely think it's a good move. I think he's a good guy. Bobby's a good guy. And that's really all I got to say about him. I ain't going to say too much, man. Well, if you know, you know.
Right.
There you go. I got you. Talk about a little bit about the transition coming from Buffalo and not necessarily with the coach, but meeting the guys and getting a part of D'Amico's system and everything there. What was that like coming from a winning program in Buffalo to a team that's trying to get to that level?
Right. Well, I'm not going to say we're trying to get to that level. We're there. We're there. We just, we're just still putting it together. It's a camaraderie, and I feel like once we put more time in this offseason, we just come more together as a group, as a family. It's going to work out.
You coming back? You just said we. You just said we about 3 times, man. What's that?
Less is more. Less is more, brother. Less is more.
Well, I mean, at least is that in the thought process? I mean, would Houston be a place if you're choosing? Would that be a place you'd be open to coming back to?
Right people. We're just putting it together. What makes the most sense. That's going to be the move. What makes the most sense?
Yeah. Thoughts on just overall on CJ? I know you're high on him, but just your overall thoughts now that it's true. There's some true time together, time on task together.
Nah, CJ's that guy. CJ's that guy. I love him, man. I love him. That's a brother, and together, great things. Yeah, he's growing. I'm still growing, so we're gonna keep growing.
All right. Real quick, I do want to get your thoughts on the Tank Dell situation, man. What was being around him, and I know he seemed to just at training camp we watched seemed to gravitate towards you and seemed like you guys got close. What was that like? His injury and all of that, and what you've seen from Tank thus far.
Well, as far as gravitating, that's brotherhood. Just brotherhood, being in the same position, and it's gonna come together. We're coming together. What would I say? As far as injury stuff, he just got to, stay to it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Are you punking us?
Cause there ain't no doubt.
You ain't Stephon Diggs.
I'm not Stephon Diggs. Who thought I was Stephon Diggs?
I don't. Am I tripping?
No, you ain't. Not one bit. Okay. I've been sitting here thinking myself.
I thought about it when you sit down, man. Who are you?
Say it one more time.
I said, who are you?
Oh, I'm CJ Taylor. I'm a core and movement specialist. I work with a lot of the players.
Well, hey, I appreciate you getting this.
For sure. I had to run with it. Bro came and got me.
I got you.
That was you said that. I was like, that ain't Steph Diggs, man. What are we doing?
I don't know what. Yeah, I was sitting there thinking. This is. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, man. That's all we got.
Yeah, that's all.
You did it though. That was nice. That was nice. The glasses. I'm looking behind him. I was like, I know his teeth ain't that nice.
Hey,
where's Ashton Kutcher?
I appreciate that. All right, man. All right.
What the hell is going on over in New Orleans?
Hey, we got. We got. All right, boss man. I appreciate you. Coming up. I don't know. This is The Drive. We'll talk about the Super Bowl coming up next.
Clint, you know what? We'll talk in the break.
Yeah, let's get it.
Live from Radio Row, thanks to Flight by Yingling. CJ2K on that legendary Texans moment.
What about from the other locker room perspective, from where you were? How did that play out? Did you know it was coming, and the after effect?
The heat of the moment, they was battling back and forth, and it just happened. It just happened. Cortland is my teammate. Andre Johnson, that's like my brother. Yeah. And, it just happened.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right.
Live from New Orleans. Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right,
I can go ahead and make my petition to be on this Super Bowl trip next year so I can verify some identities.
there is.
Holy hell,
We
man.
have all the drive is in the driver's seat for the gold medal of the turtle is coming up on Thursday. Listen, I'm gonna apologize. That was my initial assessment was that is not, these glasses are throwing me off. That is not.
Didn't sound like him. Didn't look like him.
And I was looking, I'm sizing him up. I'm trying to go to the side. Like, it was so much so I didn't even say his name at first. And then I said, well, all right. And then he started answering these. At first, I give him to him, and that was bold, boy. He ran it.
That was ballsy. That was ballsy. When he sat down, I'm like, this ain't Steph Diggs. I'm waiting for you to introduce him so I could figure out who it was. I didn't know what guest it was. When he sat down, I'm waiting for you to say his name so it can dawn on me that I go, hey, this is. And you said Steph Diggs, and I was like, this ain't Steph. But the glasses were so big, and then he had the tattoo on. Did you see the tattoo on his right shoulder?
I'm looking up pictures. I'm in. And
my mind is blown.
That was Ashton Kutcher slid in here.
Yeah, he was.
He did. He was smooth with it.
He was smooth with it now.
Yeah.
The D tattoo on his arm threw me off too because the only letter I could see was the D. So I thought maybe it is a Diggs. Maybe it's the other Diggs, and we just said it wrong. What are we doing here?
No, I was about to say I thought it might have been the corner. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. No.
Odds are Steph Diggs ain't walking around Radio
Text
Row
line
by himself,
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, this is your time. You need to be all over our ass on that one. I'll read them all off. Text line coming through. All black guys look alike. You're right. Good one. That's a good one. You're going to have to explain that one. I got nothing. How the hell did you three dumbasses think that was Stephon Diggs straight off the bat?
First of all, friend, I ain't there, so you can shut the hell up.
I don't think they're talking to you. Wow. Jose Alberto, that was embarrassing.
Very.
I just didn't know how I wanted to approach it once I was clear. Dude, I blanked out. Who was the gentleman? Did anybody catch his name?
I think T.C. Taylor.
He's nobody. He's nobody.
He said I do. He's
already
train.
taken up enough of our damn airtime.
I do train some of those guys.
T.C. Taylor, Tyler. Look up.
Don't give a damn. He's a clown, is what he is.
I'm gonna try to do that.
Loser, and I can already tell you who's getting a golden turd next week. Good God, I am more dumbfounded in this moment right now than I have been in my entire radio career.
In the middle of it, looking at it.
No, yeah, I just holy.
Yeah,
hell.
hey, you gotta laugh at it. You gotta
laugh.
Maybe I will later.
You gotta laugh at it. Yeah. Wow. Well, I saw the real
Kevin
Davis.
Harlan later, right? The real Kevin Harlan.
No, I've seen him. That's definitely him.
Hey, no, I'm gonna make Kevin show us his I'm gonna have him pull out his driver's license. Kevin, I need to see that damn driver's license right now. I want to see it. Damn.
He's bare-chested.
All right. God, man, we're gonna be 25 next year.
I don't. My mind is mush right now.
All right. Let's jump into the Super Bowl. You all can continue to text in your thoughts. So just text in. I thought that must have been Denzel Washington. Show had too many drinks this week. Thought that was Stephon Diggs. Yeah. All right. So what text in? It was actually Radio Gold, was it? Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
No, that was Radio Turd.
It was memorized. It was a memory. I'll say that. All right, Clint.
That's a.
Are you?
Y'all should point that idiot out to any security that's around. That is so whack.
Well, does he have it? He has to have a.
He has to have a badge, right? Yeah. But it's hard to think about the next question when you don't know if it's a real guy.
That boy said less is more. twice.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Matchups in this game. What for you, Clint, in this game between the Chiefs and the Eagles? What are the key matchups?
I think there's two that, and of course, I think everybody's aware of, but I think there's the two. These are the two biggest ones for me, one on each side. Look, I think Travis Kelce is obviously everybody knows the player that he is, and how hell we in Houston definitely know how good he still is, and how big of a role he plays on that offense. And the Eagles' defense is one of, if not the best defense versus tight ends in terms of handling tight ends. And so that matchup right there, I think, is huge. Can they eliminate Travis Kelce ultimately from impacting this game the way that he impacted the Texans game?
It's always Kelce for you, isn't it?
Oh, it's always going to be Kelce for me, absolutely. But then when you throw in the stat that the Eagles' defense is really, really
in the middle of the field, that's where they've been attacked.
They've been really good. They're one of the better teams against tight ends.
Tight ends. But in the middle of the field, like their corners on the outside have been better. It's just, and especially since the injury, a lot of people are not talking about Nakobe Dean, especially since he's been injured. They've given up a little bit. Like Zach Ertz got him pretty good in that last game.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a spot to take advantage of.
Well, that's it. Look, I don't think that it matters. Like Travis Kelce's gonna get his more than likely. He's going to impact this game regardless of the way long or not. That's just a matchup for me that I think could impact this game, obviously. And then when you flip it on the other side and you look at the Chiefs defense and the Eagles offense, it's obviously Saquon Barkley. But Saquon Barkley versus the Chiefs defense, that defense has not given up a 100-yard rusher in 18 straight games, and I believe also 18 straight playoff games. And so, you look at one of Kansas City's best going against a defense that's been really good defending tight ends over a long period of time. And then you look at one of Philly's best in Saquon Barkley going against a defense that just flat out can't remember the last time they gave up 100 yards to a rusher. I think those two matchups for each one of those superstar players, if you take the quarterbacks out of the mix, I think those two guys are who you focus on first and foremost, stopping an offense. And they're going to have a work cut out for them. According to the stats, according to what the stats have looked like all year long, those two guys are going to have their work cut out. Those are two big matchups.
Yeah, the one to me is Saquon. This game is about him. I think Patrick Mahomes is clearly in this game, but Saquon Barkley is the most important player for either team in this game because he's going to dictate how the game goes. To me, like he is going to dictate. If it is a Jalen Hurts game, which is what the Chiefs want, the Chiefs want Jalen Hurts to throw the ball, north of 30 times. If that's not carries, that is a huge thing. If Saquon is being what Saquon has been all year long, where he is in control of the game and they're allowed to dictate how they want to run offense, and you got to bring guys in to try to help stop him. And then there's AJ when they want to throw it to him. That's the game. But that is it. Spags and the Chiefs defense have to try to win on first down so they can get to 3rd and 7s and 3rd and 8s and put it in. And Jalen and their passing game, obviously Brown and Smith and Goddard are good. But for them, you'd much rather have this be a game in which Jalen Hurts is having to throw the ball a lot as opposed to Saquon. So Saquon's the most important player in the game.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you take Saquon out of the mix and you take Hurts' legs out of the mix in critical downs, you do that in 3rd and long, then you obviously have a big advantage anytime you get a team in 3rd and long, but it's obviously magnified when it's the Eagles, and that just has to do it's not Joe Burrow, it's not Jaden Daniels, it's not C.J. Stroud even back there throwing the football. It's a little less polished of a passer, and a guy that's been less effective from the pocket than those guys. And so you get them in 3rd and long, it's going to be magnified times 10 because it's Philly. The key is I don't know how often they're going to be able to stop those guys and get them in 3rd and long.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think it's the key to the game is him. Like the Chiefs, Joe Mixon and High, they've given up to a running back.
Individual running back, yeah.
His 88 yards in that game. And if you look at it in both playoff games, obviously we all watched the Chiefs-Texans game. There was a period where Joe Mixon in the run game, even the Texans' offensive line, that third quarter, that long drive, and hell, really other parts of the game too, took it to the Chiefs' run defense. Now I think a lot of it the Chiefs were trying to pressure CJ, but you saw that the third quarter against the Bills started to go off with Cook. There ain't no way that Kellen Moore and the Eagles aren't looking at that and trying to replicate that for the game. So we've seen it, but 88 yards, that's the most anybody has gotten on the Chiefs. All right, someone text in, I am still cracking up. That was wild, bro. Y'all handled it like pros for sure, but I am dying laughing my ass off. Did we handle it like pros? I don't know how you're supposed to handle it.
Well, the thing that made it more difficult was he just sat there. Like when I said, man, that ain't Steph Diggs. That ain't Steph. He just sat there and looked at us and kept the headset on.
I don't even remember. Did you say it first?
Yeah.
Did I?
Well, I don't know. You said, "Are you punking us?"
Yeah.
And he just looked at you.
I just said, yeah.
I mean, that's wild. That is wild.
I'm down, Tyler. I need a shot.
I need several. I'm getting hammered tonight.
I mean, it would be.
Tyler.
No. You think it would be great if they had like cameras, TV cameras and stuff. Like that was just some kid walking around here, some dude walking around here.
Yeah.
Just thought he'd.
Do you think he knows who Stephon Diggs is?
Yes.
He said he trained some of those guys.
Did he?
I mean, I'm sure he knows who Steph is.
I blacked out. Yeah. I'm blacked out when he told me he was TC or whatever. All right. Once again, though, fake Stephon Diggs, who was there courtesy of the exclusive furniture hot seat. We appreciate you all from whenever they talk about the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. ... Tyler Milner. It will be fake Steph Diggs. We're living and dying with it. I'm just letting you know that. All the things, I could dye my hair 15 times. I could lose 100 pounds and gain it back. I could do whatever. The thing that they're going to talk about, fake Steph Diggs. That's what they're going to talk about. They're gonna talk about it. I could threaten to race Jack Easterby as many times as I want in the exclusive hot seat. Courtesy the exclusive furniture hot seat. Steph Diggs. Also, shout out to our title sponsor, Flight by Yingling. Every time as we've been here during Radio Row, they have been here fueling this thing. So we appreciate our title sponsor, Flight of Yingling. The beer was fantastic this week. Also, Low T Center. Those of you who watched fake Steph Diggs, you were able to watch that courtesy of our Mo Karam Injury Lawyers video stream. So we appreciate all of our sponsors here today. Coming up, now I know for damn sure this is Emmett. Coming up, Emmitt Smith, Hall of Fame running back, will join the drive. That's next.
Diggs was open.
We're in the Big Easy all week long, leading up to Sunday's big game. Yingling.
injury. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. Real Ron the Show, Hughley, real Clint Stoerner in the building, real Tyler Milner, I think. I can't. Could be Sterling in there. It's doing this.
That
bad.
would make more sense, at least, because we've been told we're voice twins. Good God.
What'd you say? Brandon Scott came in here and just said
Cecil.
He was Cecil.
No, he would sit down and say Pac-Man Jones. He said,
he's going to sit down and be Hopkins, DeAndre.
Oh, DeAndre Hopkins. That's right.
Nuke. Yeah, he came in off the practice field, right in here to sit in the exclusive furniture hot seat. No, we did have a fun conversation, and if you missed it, yesterday Emmitt Smith was all over the place and enjoying himself and pouring out tequila, but we were able to catch up with him yesterday, and we had a good conversation catching up with his old teammate Clint Stoerner. All right, welcome in, and the drive is live, and the drive is always in a good spot when we got a Hall of Famer in here. Oh, we got the best running back in the history of the game on with us, and a former teammate of my partner. Now listen to him, and he's been my partner the last 5 years, but I wonder what old Stoerner was like in his 20s when he was your teammate, because I got him late in his 40s. He's a dad and stuff now. I wonder what he was like when you ran into him.
He was cool. Very cool. When I say cool, I mean cool. I mean, he was a brother's brother. That's what he was. I mean, it's like having, a brother from another mother. That's the kind of dude he was. He was cool. He was consistent. And not only that, but he was a good quarterback, too, as well. And so we had other guys ahead, but still, he knew what he was doing. I could have played with him. They would have gave him a chance, I would have been fine. We had a couple times when we did get on the field together.
Yeah, we had a couple times. And one of the best memories with E, obviously, personally, was one of my worst football memories, obviously. I come out in New York in my first game, and we're ripping it up 11 to 1,200 some yards. All hell broke loose. The wheels came off, right? He was hurt at the time. He was on the sideline in street clothes. I throw 4 picks in the second half. And the best part of the story, once I get beyond the heartbreak of giving up the job, I remember my boy E just giving it to Campo. You got to let him finish the game, man. You can't pull him out, man. You got to at least let him finish the game. Anyway, he pulled me out and let Ryan Lee finish that thing. I thought he was going to get it done for me, but I appreciate the support. Always have, man. Always have. E, what's going on with you now, man? I know you got the Herradura stuff. I'm a big tequila guy. I'm going to tell you that once again. I'll probably hit you a couple more times
What's your favorite tequila?
It depends what I'm doing. It depends on what I'm doing.
You're doing now.
Fortaleza a really good, at a reasonable price point, good sipper.
Okay.
Right? I like Clase Azul.
Okay.
I know there's probably some additives or whatever. Everybody wants to talk about that. I tell you what I'm on right now is Cascanes. Cascanes. You had that yet?
No.
Okay, you probably ain't gonna have. You ain't gonna cheat on yours, are you?
No. I would not cheat on mine, but I'm gonna listen to what you got to say.
Hey, those are my three. I got a bunch of them, but those are my three go-tos right now.
Have you had this?
I have not. I told myself I'm not gonna go there until I see 2-2.
Well, I'll be honest. I ain't had it either. Just to let you know. Well, we only got 2 cups. Y'all might have to take out the same cups. Ain't nobody drinking out of mine.
hey, ain't nothing changed. I'll share with you with mine, man. We're good.
But okay. I'm glad you said that, because if you haven't had it, I'm gonna give you a sip of this one. Then I'm gonna give you a sip of this one right here. This Legends right here, it was distilled by a female distiller out of Herradura, out of Amatitan down in Calizo. And this right here is a high-end Cristalino. It's an añejo, but it's Cristalino. Now, you know
most añejos are darker. That's
most
obviously
of it,
clear.
Exactly. And so we're gonna go through that, and I'm gonna let you hit this one, then I'm gonna hit you with this one.
Okay.
And you're gonna be able to taste the different flavor profiles.
I love it.
All right. So, but outside of that, football-wise, Super Bowl Sunday coming up this weekend, big game. I'm excited to be here, as I am just about every year, walking the media floor and talking about this and other things as well. How are you doing?
Man, I'm good. You ain't gonna believe it. Got 2 little girls, 1-year-old, 3-year-old.
I know how that happens.
I need. I know how it happens too. Hey, man, I'm gonna need. I know you got several of them, but we got to circle back, and make some advice from you as I do this thing. But life is good, man. Life is good. Covering the Texans on a daily basis. I want to hit you on some Texans stuff, man.
Okay.
And more or less some basic running back stuff, more so than Texans. The Texans have obviously gone through some things in the last couple of years have been really good. They got Joe Mixon now. Joe Mixon's running that field, one of the better running backs in the game. But there's a lot of conversation about scheme in Houston, about this running back fits this scheme, this running back fits that scheme. Now, I remember the years with you, and I remember Emmett wasn't going to say, I'm just an outside zone guy. I'm a gap scheme guy. You can do it all, right? I'm curious in your opinion, is when you look at scheme, should a running back be scheme dependent, or do you see most running backs in this league are guys that can do it all?
Most running backs in this league is scheme dependent.
Okay.
There's few running backs that can do it all. Jacobs could probably do it all.
Yep. Saquon
could probably do it all. McCaffrey. I felt like Zeke could do it all as well. And I think the problem is certain schemes only suits their offensive coordinators.
Yeah.
And they want their players to fit that scheme. But if you don't have the player that has the capabilities of fitting the scheme, and that player has vision, agility to cut back, but yet you want to offset them versus putting behind in a neutral position and giving them the ability to read things in front of them and take advantage of what's happening, you just limited the guy's ability to be a great running back for you. So I think schemes and coordinators oftentimes want people to fit their scheme. Great coordinators adjust their schemes to great players because coaches' job is to put a player in a position to be successful. Not for me just to be successful, but for the players to be successful. And I think that's what Norv Turner brought to the table for Troy, Mike, and myself. And that may have been a scheme all by itself. It was a scheme for me.
Yeah.
It was a scheme for Troy.
It worked all right for you.
It worked all right for all the three of us. And so that's really a true scheme. If your scheme works for everybody, you do it. If it doesn't, you got to make adjustments.
I find it interesting to hear guys like you who did it in your time, and it seems like this was a huge year for like the return of the running back with Saquon and Derrick Henry and all those guys in free agency.
That was already here.
The narrative of the return of the running back.
There it is. The narrative.
I'm curious your thoughts of because it seemed like they were just trying to devalue the position and not pay it.
You know why they were trying to? The number jumps up. Because if he's leading the league, he wants money equivalent or close to a quarterback. And if you got to pay him, then you run the risk of putting a lot of money in one position, meaning running back position, and he's getting hit all the time. And so how you pay a guy that kind of money when you have when you have a running back by committee? That's the problem. Running back by committee is giving you and everybody the illusion that we're protecting the running back. That's a lie. You ain't protecting the running back. You're protecting the money.
Yeah.
And you shifting the money around to people that you want to give it to. And you want to leverage us when this guy throw 4 picks. And now you want to hand the ball to me and let me run.
Damn it. We just give an example. It was an example that was right
there. Did you not say that earlier?
It happened.
But that's what he just said. So now you want to hit the ball in my stomach and calm everything down.
But
so we can give him a chance. So we can give him a chance to get back under control, and then he can start throwing the ball effectively again. Because nerves get shot when you throw a pick, and your confidence can also wane when you throw a pick. So you have to learn how to overcome those obstacles, and in order to do that, you got to have some time to do that. And so the running back's always been poised and ready to go. You just got to call out a number.
Hey, let's talk a little bit about the Super Bowl before we get you out of here. I know you're busy, man. Super Bowl, just overall thoughts. Eagles, Chiefs, what do you think?
It's kind of hard to bet against Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
Such a great quarterback, and they have a great scheme, and they run their offense to perfection. He knows the inside out. I got to go with the NFC, and I'm going with the NFC because I'm an NFC guy. I want to see us get back in the winner's circle, and I also don't want to see them get 3 in a row. If they get 3 in a row, then everybody will talk about how great of a team they are, and try to separate them from our greatness.
From your squad. There you go.
And this squad could not handle our squad.
That's Kansas City guy right here now.
This squad could not handle our squad.
Hey, listen,
they could not handle Detroit, Irvin, E. Smith, and coming downhill.
Yeah.
Shoot, they didn't want to see that.
Yeah.
Trust me.
We'll see.
They didn't want to see that.
Emmett, we appreciate you joining us.
Those were tough times. They're like going back in the 20s when the Great Depression hit. We talking about tough times.
All right, Emmett, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Always a good time,
Let's
man.
get this drink on.
That was the first time this week I had to use my coping skills. Hey, you know, my back down's hard, and Emmett pushed me.
Hold on, so
he tried to push me because you know I wanted. You know, his people were telling us, "Hey, he's got to go." I had a rebuttal, but I said, "Let me stop."
They were winding us up, man. He had to get over there on NBC Sports.
I said, "Let me stop. Let me stop here." I like what he talked about, though, with the running back situation. He talked about so many running backs are scheme dependent. And the Texans are getting a new OC, and we talked about it yesterday. We're not sure which scheme he runs. Do you think Joe Mixon fits into this guy Emmett saying?
I think Joe's one of the guys that can do it all. Like I don't think Joe's scheme dependent. Now, if your scheme just sucks, and you know when I say scheme, I don't mean cut the wide receiver splits and then try to run outside zone and keep running the ball behind Dalton Schultz. Like I don't mean all that. But either way it goes, I think from a scheme perspective, whether it's a gap scheme or a zone scheme, heavy offense or heavy OC, I think Joe Mixon can do it all.
Yeah, I do too. The only thing is, how long can he do it all for? That he's getting to be 29 years old, so that's going to be the next move at the running back spot.
Well, I think, too, I think my point was more or less about the Dameon Pierce side of things and just the fact that he's been the topic of conversation on so many scheme or scheme fit or not fit. I don't think that the scheme fit was we talked about this many times with Dameon Pierce. Like, I don't think he went from being a potential 1,000-yard back to standing on the sideline because he wasn't a scheme fit.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think it's that drastic, but you can see where obviously you're not going to have a Joe Mixon type back behind him, so that guy needs to be a little bit more of a fit, maybe a little bit more special or specific skill set to fit a certain system. We'll see what they end up doing here. I don't know. I haven't watched enough Rams to know.
Yeah,
McVay and kind of what their running game looked like.
Their running game was good with Williams.
Well, no, I know it was good, but I didn't watch them close enough to know. How much personnel, too tight, heavy, and heavy personnel. How much of it was receivers cut split, doing a bunch of blocking? How much of it was just one back versus two? Like I don't know exactly what all they're going. How they went about it. So need to go back and look at some of that.
Yeah. So good conversation with O. Emmett. Is he another one? I tell you what, man. These former athletes, They look good, man. Like even Emmett, he took a lot of hits. Emmett still looks really good. I saw Dion earlier today. He looks really, really good. And we talked to several athletes. Al
Steph
Smith
looked really good.
Yeah, fake Steph looked really good. A former athlete looked like he was recovering from that ACL really well. Someone texted in, guys, did you look at his limp? I've actually watched real Steph Diggs in his workout. Steph's moving. Steph's running. Yeah, he's.
So to answer that question, no. We're sitting at a table. We walked from behind a sign and sat down. I didn't know. I didn't watch him walk for 20 yards. No, we didn't do that.
Clint said Steph
he looks good, man.
Looks good.
Still looks like he can play.
He looks like he can still go. He can still go. All right. All right, 713-572-4610. You guys can continue to do what family does, what bros do, and that is
pile it on. Baby.
Oh, pile it on, man. You get to. Someone text in, I'm a mailman, and I'm getting my stuff right in front of the customer. When old boy said, "No, I'm not him," I just rolled with it. because dude thought I was definitely golden turd winner next week. Hey, could you imagine what that dude he gave his belt to? Just say, what the hell are you?
He's trying to get a signature on for a package, and he's falling out laughing.
I know Tyler's pissed because he's a perfectionist, but I cannot wait till Tyler gets through this and we can really get comedy out of this and really break this down. Because that moment of, I want to know how long was it when I said, "Are you punking us?" I want to know how long it was.
Too long.
Before he actually spoke again.
I mean, he had to be higher than a kite, right? Behind them glasses, he had to be.
No, I think he was.
Because even when you caught him, he just was like. I mean, when you called him out, he was just like.
It just stood there. I don't know what my next move is. Like I got here. I got all the way here. I did it. What do you think he was sitting there thinking? These fools right here, they are still giving me.
I was trying to figure it out. I was suspicious from jump, so I was trying to figure it out.
I know I did. I texted Aaron looking her straight at. I said, "Are you? Can I tell you what tipped me off?" I said, "Steph wouldn't shake all our hands." That's what made me think. Well, that was weird. Steph wouldn't shake all our hands. It wouldn't be this exciting. As someone texted in, guys, I needed that laugh. I needed it all week. Well, look here, man. That's what we're here to completely make a complete ass of ourselves for your enjoyment. Hopefully, you still respect us enough to listen to us on Monday when we get back to Houston. Coming up. Luis Perez. Hopefully, Luis Perez has a great story, right? And Clint is hell bent on believing this kid should be in the league.
Oh, I've been on Luis.
You've been talking about
you talk about all of it, which I'm fond of because I've been in NFL Europe and all the developmental leagues, if you want to call it that, minor leagues in for football. This dude rips it up every year, every opportunity he gets, and it's crazy. I'm shocked that he's not a dude that is a backup somewhere in the league for 10 years straight, and he can't get with the team. But anyway, he's definitely one of those developmental league sensations. He's doing his thing, man. He's fun to watch.
We'll have a conversation with him and much more coming up next right here live on the Drive.
What about cold beer, Clint?
Yeah, well, you like it? Do you like cold beer? I love cold beer. I want to take a minute. I want to tip my cap to all my fellow Coors Light drinkers out there, man. They're drinking the world's most refreshing.
guaranteed for life. Attention Sports Radio 610 listeners. A slam dunk trip to Vegas could be yours. How? By tuning in to Sports Radio 610 for an hour a day on the Odyssey app. 60 minutes earns you a daily entry. If you win, you and 3 friends will be wheels up to Vegas in March. Staying at the Circa Resort and Casino with an extra $20K in your pocket and access to Stadium Swim for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are live here at Radio Row here in New Orleans, final day. It has been some kind of a week here, live on The Drive, as we have been here bringing you the coverage of the Super Bowl and starting to wrap up here, and we'll head out and be back here in Houston. But Clint, as we await Luis Perez. In your opinion, in this game Sunday, does Jalen Hurts have to? Because let's be honest, the first Super Bowl, me and Tyler disagreed with you, but I think you clearly had an argument. The stats would say it. If he didn't play with, not only played with at the level of Mahomes, there are some that could fairly say, yeah, he outplayed him, right, with what he did with his legs, what he did with his arm. And they still lost 38-35 in that game. And Clint, that may have been the best game Jalen Hurts has ever played in his career.
Agreed.
I'm not going to sit here and say I've watched all of Jalen's games, right, every one of them. But I'm hard-pressed to find one, obviously the moment, the team he was going against, and all of that. Does he have to do that again? In your opinion, in this game for Philly to win it, does Jalen Hurts have to play in a manner in which he plays at least to the equal of Mahomes, or even has to outplay him?
I don't think he does. I don't think he does. I think the way the Eagles win this game, now the stats may be, the stat sheet may be blown up. I don't, that's a lot can happen there. But I think if this game becomes a game where Jalen Hurts has to play at that level, I think Kansas City wins. Running away. Because that means they're stopping Saquon Barkley. That means that they're keeping him in 3rd and long.
Because you're right. Kellen Moore wouldn't on purpose say, Jalen, this is. I don't think he would. I don't know. Actually, we've seen Kellen Moore in Dallas.
Yeah,
say Dak.
He will have a tendency to do that. Yeah. But he seems like he's. I've said it before with Kellen Moore. Like this year with Kellen Moore, to me, has completely changed my take on him, what he's been able to do. Now it took getting Saquon Barkley and having Jalen Hurts as your quarterback to happen. So he may go the other direction once he gets a guy that can spin it around, at the elite level. But yeah, no, I think it's easy. It's easy, man. I think the answer is no, Ron. I think if they can stay ahead of the chains, if they can kind of dictate to Kansas City, hey, you're going to close the middle of the field, you're going to give me soft corners, I'm going to throw the quick game, I'm going to throw the boots, I'm going to, that kind of deal, then I think that's the game plan. I think they win the game with that approach. I don't think – I wouldn't bet on Jalen Hurts duplicating that outing that he had in that Super Bowl. Like you said, it's the best game that I've ever seen Jalen Hurts play, I think, and that'd be hard to duplicate that one.
And he shouldn't have to. I think you're right. If he shouldn't have to, if they have to beat him, I mean, if they've got to do that, to me it'd be hard pressed to say, yep, they're going to win this way. That's how.
Yeah.
That's how they're going to win. So we'll see how that works right here. As Luis Perez joins us, courtesy, get comfortable in that thing right there. There you go. You needed that, man. There you go. Everybody sits in there and forgets about putting the headsets on because they just lay back. There you go. There you go. Luis Perez joins us, man.
Hey, do you have an ID real quick?
I do.
Can I check your ID
Can I
real
check
quick?
that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You
We
do.
need to check to make sure your lease ID. Please.
Let me check that.
Okay. Check me out.
Let me check that.
Look at that.
Ron, you want to check it again?
Make sure I'm good. Am I good?
Yeah.
I'm going to match it with what I got.
Hey,
all right.
We'll explain later, bro. In fact, you'll probably hear about it.
I'm going to tell you what, man. Welcome into the drive here in Houston. This guy right here has been one of your biggest supporters. He's been talking
outside of your mother and father. I'd be willing to bet you there ain't nobody.
And I think, listen,
we're going 2-3 years back now.
I think it may be close with your mother and father, but he has been a huge supporter of you and thinks you should be in the league. And clearly, that is the goal. How close are you achieving that, and what are you doing to go about trying to get there?
Yeah, so right now, I was with the Chargers 6 months ago, right?
Yeah.
So I'm knocking on the door, right? Haven't got an opportunity to make an active roster, so I'm just grinding relentlessly, right? It's the pursuit of the NFL, right? It's hard. There's a lot of people that are great out there that, you just got to get that break to be able to get in. So right now I'm just preparing for the UFL. I'll go back to the UFL, get some more film, hopefully win another championship, and then, we'll see what happens after that.
Let's let everybody know, because not everybody is up on the UFL and exactly where you're at, because I've been telling folks about you and who are you with, what does the season look like for you?
Okay, so I'm with the Arlington Renegades in the UFL. We report in 3 weeks for camp. Our first game is March 29th of this year.
Okay, it's easy. And they're all over TV, Luis Perez. And what do you think it is, man? I mean, and I know, look, you seem like a humble. This is the first time I've ever spoke to you. You seem like a humble dude to where it's, hey, man, I'm just going to keep grinding, and it's hard to get there. But I'm going to tell you, man, you clearly have the skill set to play at the pro level. What I think is most impressive, I'm an old quarterback, and so I evaluate and watch and kind of through a different quarterback eye. The most impressive thing about you to me is every time I turn the TV on in a developmental league where you have minimal time to learn the offense and be with your teammates and learn the terminology and be the coach on the field you need to be, every time you step on the field, it seems like you're a veteran in that system. And a lot of the times we can hear you talking on TV, communicating on TV. You're directing traffic out there, man, like you're a 10-year vet with these guys. What's the trick to learning these offenses so quick and being in such good command so quickly in these developmental leagues?
Yeah, it's a phenomenal question. So for me, right, I started off in high school, or I started in Commerce, where my play call was like doubles 90, right, and that's the whole play call. Then I get to the Rams where it's Y short to south right clamp, pass 18 Wanda, Y bend, lick, X strike, Z bench, can, 3 jet, F, so whatever, right?
I got no idea what you just
So, right, you talk about 2 words to 15 words, right? So I found a method throughout that process where I would literally sleep with headphones on with a tape connected to plays that I recite the next day. So I'll put them on and I'll sleep and I'll just have them on repeat all day. And that's kind of a hack that I learned when I was with the Rams. And I'm like, okay, I'm starting to pick it up. And I've used that hack through everywhere I've been. Now, as, my progression in pro football has came, you start learning more systems, right? As a quarterback, it gets easier. Things are kind of similar, but a little different. You just got to, I remember we used to call that same concept something else over here, so I can correlate that. And, it just becomes an easier mesh the more you're in it. But, again, the number one hack that I saw was I'm sleeping with headphones of just tape recorder on repeat.
When you talk about that, man, shifting from system to system, from like all these different leagues that you've played in for that one dream and goal, what is it that's motivating for you to keep doing that? Because, there could be a space where it's just like, and I'm sure many people have done it like, all right, man, that's it. Now it's time for me to kind of take the next step in life. What motivates you to continue to do this?
So my path has been really unconventional.
Yeah.
And it's been really difficult, right? A lot of obstacles to even be here where I am today. So my thought process every single year when I tell myself, hey, am I going to hang it up or am I not? Well, I ask myself these questions. I say, okay, do I enjoy waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning, going to go train, having this routine of what it takes to be a champion, like all in, not just, I'm going to try this on the side and do football. No. It's all in or nothing for me. So I'm all in there, right? Yes, I still want to do that. 2, am I healthy? I'm healthy. 3, am I playing at a high level? I am. So why would I stop all this adversity and I'm knocking on the door every single year to quit now? I'm right there. I mean, it's like you're on a marathon and you're 25 miles in. You're like, why would you stop?
Yeah.
What have been the reasons that you've heard that you didn't make a team? Like what is?
So that is the most frustrating part, is you never get a clear answer.
Really?
Yep. Right? That is the most frustrating thing, right? If somebody tells you, hey, maybe work on your accuracy, maybe work on your arm strength, maybe work on your mobility, whatever it is, well, then you go work on it, right? But when they tell you every time, hey, it's, numbers, hey, we're going to go with this guy or this, like they never tell you a straight answer. It's always gray.
Sure, yeah.
So that's been the most frustrating part. Again, one team may say, oh, you're very accurate. One guy might say, you know what, you need to work on your accuracy. So they're like, okay, well, what is it, right? So you never really know. So you just have to constantly I try not to worry about those things and just focus on my craft and do what I feel like I need to work on and just keep betting, polishing my strengths and, improving on my weaknesses.
The interesting thing with him or with you is that I would imagine coaches have a hard time finding a real reason to justify cutting you. You're gonna keep 3 guys on the roster and 1 on the practice squad or 2 and 2, whatever you do. I was up against this, like I'm sure you are. The 6'4" guy or the guy that's super athletic that you don't fit either mold, but every time you get in the game, you move the rock, you score points. It's hard for a coach to look you in the eye and tell you, hey, accuracy, or it's your arm strength, or it's this or that, because it really isn't. It's about the ceiling of this other guy over here that hadn't pissed a drop, right? But that's interesting, man. That's cool to hear.
Yeah, man. It is. What's your support system like, man? Because that's got to be a big part of you continuing to get where you're doing and going to camps and doing all of this.
Yeah. So I have a wife. We just turned 10 years married. I have 2 daughters. Ariel, she just turned 5, and then Sienna's 3. They're my rock. They're my everything. I mean, they enjoy going to games. Financially we're okay. We can continue to play in the spring leagues. And it's kind of one of those things where my family enjoys watching me play. And like I said, I answer all those 3 questions every time I'm after the season. And I'm, why not? Like, why would I stop playing? And they're a huge part of my success, right? Everyone that's made it to the very top hasn't done it alone. I mean, it's not a secret. Everybody needs a good support system, people to help along the way. And, chips have to fall in the right place, right? I mean, you have to have a little bit of luck in that too.
All right, man. Appreciate you joining us, man, and good luck, man. And we'll be looking out, and hopefully this thing happens for you down the line.
Yeah, appreciate it. Well, one last thing I wanted to touch on real quick was I'm writing a book.
Okay.
I'm writing a book about my story, about my journey, how to deal with adversity, and just what it took to be a champion and be where I am today from a professional bowler to now, right? And I think it can really impact a lot of people in a positive way. And that book's going to launch at the same time as the UFL, so late March, and it's going to be called The Spring King. So I just want to put that out there.
The Spring King.
The Spring.
Where can people?
So on Amazon. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, man. Appreciate you, man.
Stuff, man.
Yeah, appreciate
That's
you
good,
guys.
man.
Thanks so much.
All right, coming up, Josh Allen. From one quarterback to another, Josh Allen. He wins the MVP. The question is, did Lamar Jackson get screwed out of his 3rd MVP? We'll discuss that. Coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Generator Super Center. Look, y'all, I mean, the truth of the matter is,
real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
The best burgers in town and so much more at Beck's Prime. 10 Houston area locations, Beck'sPrime.com.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row.
All right, welcome in back to The Drive. Clint Stoerner and Ron, the show. Tyler Milner in with you. Shout out to Luis. Appreciate the conversation with him, and good luck with him. Clint, the MVP award was announced yesterday. I know Figgy and Brandon, they were there for a little bit, but the MVP awards were announced yesterday, NFL honors. And first, who did you think was going to win that award? Going into it, what was your top three?
I thought Lamar would win it.
You thought it'd be Lamar, Josh,
Josh, and Saquon. I thought Saquon deserved it.
Oh, you thought Saquon? If you had a vote, you would have voted Saquon.
I would have voted Saquon.
Why? Saquon.
I mean, I just think he's
a quarterback like that. Well, I'm just surprised by that.
Well, just because it's clear, he carries that team. It's clear that the dynamic of adding him to that team made them significantly better. Now, obviously, there's an argument 2 years ago they went to the Super Bowl, so what does that look like? But I just think Saquon Barkley chose to not pursue literally breaking records that have stood for 30 years, right? 30. When did Dickerson make that run? So I would have voted for Saquon Barkley. I think Saquon Barkley, this was the year, man, that he was special. And all these guys are obviously special, but I think it was those three: Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Saquon Barkley. Now, I thought
you thought Lamar was
going to win it, because as I've told you before, I mean, it's Lamar just those 8,000 interceptions or something. Like, I don't know how you don't watch and go, Lamar is the most valuable player to his particular team. Remove him from that equation, and all of these guys, the team obviously struggles, but it just changes everything that you do. And so Lamar Jackson should be in the conversation, if not winning a damn thing, every single year that he has a good year. So I thought Lamar Jackson would be the guy.
Well, he wasn't. Josh Allen won the award, and it is interesting. If you look up and down it, Lamar Jackson is probably ahead in most categories, if not all of them. They played head-to-head in Week 4, I believe, and Lamar and the Ravens blew out Josh Allen in that game. Now, Josh Allen's team had a better record. They were the 2 seed, and then you look at it here. Lamar had a higher completion percentage. He threw for a good amount of more yards per pass, averaged more yards per game. He threw 41 touchdown passes to Josh's 28. Josh's big thing this year is, man, he's taking care of the ball at a rate that we've never seen him. Lamar threw 4 interceptions to Josh's 6. Passer rating higher. Rushing
First team All-Pro.
First team All-Pro. Rushed for 915 yards to Josh's 530. Now, Josh got him on the rushing touchdowns. Josh had 12 rushing touchdowns, but as Tyler said, the same people who vote for All-Pro voted Lamar first team All-Pro, so I think a lot of people thought it was. I don't have a problem with this. I don't think that Lamar got screwed, and I said it. You could jump in 713-572-4610. Do you think Lamar got screwed out of his third MVP? Champ Slice, thanks for taking a break from killing us and saying Lamar was robbed. I don't know. I don't agree with that. I don't think he was robbed. Yes, those numbers rolled through it, but it's valuable, right? And for me, when I look at Lamar's got Derrick Henry on his team.
Yeah.
And Derrick Henry, if there were no Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, I think, would be the Offensive Player of the Year. Derrick Henry would be the first team All-Pro. And the help that he gives and brings to the table for Lamar is big time. That team had 9 Pro Bowlers and I think 6 or 7 All-Pros on it. Josh is the only All-Pro on their team. Maybe Dawkins, the tackle, isn't All-Pro, but I know they only had 2 Pro Bowlers on the team. And to me, Josh had the 2 biggest wins and the biggest moment. He broke that long winning streak of the Chiefs, and then he went into Detroit and beat the Lions when the Lions had a long winning streak. And those were the two biggest wins, and they were on TV. And then he had that moment on 4th and 2 where he just ran through the entire Chiefs defense and won that game for him. So I just when it looks to the word valuable, I think Josh was more valuable this year than Lamar was.
No, I think that's fair. I think it's more than if Josh was going to win it, this was a year. This was a year. It seems like they shifted gears mid-year last year to a more Josh Allen-centric attack, and there's no doubt about it that Josh with the run game and the pass game obviously is a major part of what they do, and he deserves it. I don't have a problem with Josh Allen winning it. I don't need to. The numbers obviously point you towards Lamar. I wouldn't have had a problem if Lamar would have won it, but I damn sure don't have a problem with Josh winning it either.
Yeah, they were both really, really good, great years this year, and it's just crazy. Lamar's won the MVP twice, and this by far was his best statistical season, and he comes up short. Yeah, and I know what bothers you. Saquon didn't get one single first place vote.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah,
but
there is a thought like Clint. They might as well change this
to a quarterback award.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they kind of have. They've given the offensive player of the year is never the quarterback. Like last year, I think it was McCaffrey. I think Tyreek has won it before, and they seem to do that. But if he's not going to win, not just win it, right? If he didn't just pick up 5 first-place votes, if that was the case, it's they're never going to win it. And I thought the point you just made is we value the quarterback position as much more, impactful. And he is the quarterback of it's crazy. They get almost all of the majority of their big plays are not throws to A.J. Brown. They're 60-yard runs to him. He gets chunk plays and you're right. If he's not going to win it this year with what he did, I just don't know another running back that will.
Yeah,
I don't know what season.
It's going to have to be a year where a guy does take down Dickerson's record.
What do you think would have happened if he took down Dickerson's record? I think he would have finished in third place.
I think he probably he probably wouldn't have won it, but I think he'd have had at least one first place vote.
One vote.
Yeah, absolutely.
One first place vote. Yeah, that's wild. As someone texted in, Mount Rushmore show moment. LOL. I thought nothing could beat Paige this week, but now it did.
Oh, Paige and fake Steph.
Tyler Miller, you are the greatest producer in the world.
Tyler needed that. You needed that one.
Sure as hell did, my man.
Thank
you, Paige.
Don't say it like that. Thank you, Paige.
Sexy.
Okay. Tyler, man.
What?
Megan listens to this, man.
I'm sorry.
That trail off, man. That's the creepy.
Call it like I see it.
Sexy ass. Trail off. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
All right, we got that big contest I got to remind everybody about, and I got to let y'all know about my night last night, man. I saved it for the last night, and I let it rip last night, or shocked us the most in the Big Easy. Super Bowl week, a lot going on, a lot of action, a lot of players, a lot of media members. What surprised you the most? We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll do that next. Dr. Matorn, no, hey, look here. If you are
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's get it on, baby.
It's my favorite position to watch.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. We are. It is Friday, Radio Row Super Bowl in New Orleans. Wrapping this thing up, man. It's been a hell of a week, and big shout out to Mokum Injury Lawyers, Low T Center, Flight by Yingling, as well as Exclusive Furniture. All of them coming together and making this happen. It's been a good week. It's been a fun week, and looking forward to getting home to the beautiful city of Houston, where all you fine folks are at, and to my family. And listen, I want to take a minute, and I want to give a shout out to my oldest little girl. She is 3 years old today.
How about that?
Liv Lewis Stoerner is 3 years old today, and she is eating it up back at the house. Happy birthday, baby. I love you. Can't wait to see you. I'll be there when you get up in the morning. Happy birthday. I also want to remind everybody out there about the contest we got going on here throughout Odyssey. It is a big-time contest. You're going to want to listen to this, man. All you got to do, download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. You got to log in. And when you log in, search for Sports Radio 610. Listen to Sports Radio 610 for 60 minutes a day. And you listen 60 minutes, boom, you get an entry into this contest. Now, you can get one entry per day, and you can get an entry every day until February the 23rd. That's when it's all going to wrap up. And here's the contest. You can win airfare and accommodations for 4 people to Vegas for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tourney. That's right, you heard me. You plus 3, airfare and accommodations to Vegas, first 2 rounds of the college basketball tourney, plus $20,000 to do while in Sin City.
$20,000, huh?
$20,000, Ron. Airfare and accommodations for you plus 3 people. And it's a hell of a deal, man. Odyssey is putting on a hell of a contest there for all of our listeners. And all you got to do is listen every single day to get several entries and give yourself a chance to win this contest. It's gonna be fun when we crown a winner to this big time contest that Odyssey has thrown out there. So if you have already downloaded the Odyssey app, we greatly appreciate it. If not, download the Odyssey app. Dang it, AUDACY. Find it, download it, keep it on your hip, take us everywhere you go. Ron, I think for once, this is I'm kind of maturing and developing, growing up.
Huh?
Well, I mean, I'm just kind of maturing and growing and developing as I go, man. You know, there's a lot of room to improve for me, and I feel like my approach this week was tremendous. I was nice, cool, calm, disciplined. All week long.
You were more disciplined than I was.
All week long, I wasn't comparing. I wasn't going to put you out there. I'm just talking about, for me, I'm a little older than you, man. You still got some tread on the tire. I don't. I was in bed early most of the time. I was up, eating breakfast, getting some good fuel in my body, drinking a lot of water. And then last night rolled around. And I didn't have big plans, and my college roommate's out here, and he said, hey, man, I got tickets to this party. It's Ron Jaworski, and Mike.
You get a chance to party.
Yeah, you do. And I did. I thought we were just going to be some regular old Joes in the building over there, Ron.
There's more than some regular old Joes, huh?
We got VIP access. We're up there with Chris Berman, Ron Jaworski, Sal, what's Sal's last name?
Sal
Palantonio. Yep, that right there. John Randall, Donovan McNabb. VIP and drinks, and tequila was flowing. And I'm not a big cigar guy. I enjoy cigars, but you know how you go to a place and they have the little samples at 10 different little kiosk things. They literally had that in cigars the entire time. There's probably 10 or 15 of them. Grab as many as you want. Grab as many as you want. I had both. I didn't have any pockets, but my back pockets. I had both my back pockets full of cigars.
Did they give you a bag? Or
they did, but I didn't want to carry it around the whole night. And then I didn't want to jump in an Uber and carry it to the next place and all that kind of stuff. So I filled my back pockets up. I got me about 15 of them, boys. I didn't know. My roommate apparently is really good friends with Ron Jaworski's daughter, and who's really involved in this party and all this stuff. And they're all really close to Donovan McNabb. So we ended up in Donovan's crew last night.
Ooh.
Strolling down Bourbon
Name
Street.
dropping?
Strolling down Bourbon Street with the old QB. And I'm going to tell you.
I saw him walk through the other day.
Donovan's a big dude. I heard somebody walk up to him and tell him, like, hey, man, if I didn't know your name, I'd think you played linebacker or something. And so I said, Donovan, you and I, we don't have much in common. I said, but one thing we do have in common is when people think size-wise, that probably didn't play quarterback. Probably played something else, linebacker, fullback, something like that. So I had a good night. Ended up on Bourbon Street smoking cigars.
I was going to say, you was lighting up them cigars?
Oh, my taste buds are torched right now, man. Just smoking cigars all night. It was after 3 when I rolled in.
I'm about to say, yeah, you weren't disciplined last night.
You lose track of time when you're on Bourbon Street, boys. You lose track of time. So I'm proud of myself for waiting until the last day to do that. If I'd have done that on Tuesday, y'all would have lost me. I mean, it would have been hard. It'd been hard for me to make it the rest of the week now. So it was a good time, man. I'm proud of myself for getting out and getting loose a little.
It was probably good for me not to be there. I'd have really tried to. I don't know, probably show my ass if I was out there.
I tried to catch up with you when I got down to Bourbon Street to get you to come through. Playmaker Michael Irvin came through. Came through.
Did he have one of them sweaters on around his neck?
Mike had leather breeches on, and a long black shirt.
That's good. He's been rocking this little number around his neck, like he does the sweater, like he's preppy.
Hey,
I'm glad.
Hey, no, Mike.
He went leather, huh?
Ooh. You was worried about Emmett when he left here the other day. Mike was beyond that. Mike was having a good old time, boy. Mike was having a good, no fewer than 6 cops with him. 6 New Orleans Police Department. I mean, literally.
Well, well, good for him. That's smart.
I mean,
that's where he needs to be right now.
It was wild. We had a good time, man. We had a really good time. Everybody was great. Bourbon Street was great. Ended up with an influencer, a cigar influencer, Manolo. I had no idea who he was.
First timer.
I had no idea who he was, but big time cigar guy, golfer. He's a golfer, actually. He's an absolute character. But had a big night. Let me ask you this, Ron. I think every year we come out here, there's always, like, you see somebody or something that kind of takes you back, kind of surprises you a bit. Was there anything or anybody that you saw this week that you were like, man, I didn't. I'll give you mine. I saw Greg Olson. And I can't even look at Greg Olson without thinking about the rap song.
Greg with the third leg?
Greg with the third leg. Somebody played that the other day. I can't.
That's Brian McKinnon. Well,
I can't even look at him without thinking about that damn song. But he is a much bigger human being than I expected.
Greg is.
Yeah.
For me, like especially if we're looking at that, I hadn't got starstruck yet. I didn't get starstruck yet, but oh God, who was that with the dreads? Oh God, he's just so. I mean, he was so much. Oh, Brandon Marshall.
Yeah.
When we were at the event, and Brandon Marshall's retired, a wide receiver. That dude is enormous. Like, I mean, and not like, I mean, Brian McKinnon just walked through here, but I mean, I'm just like, we were sitting, me and Figgy were standing there at opening night watching him, and I was like, Figgy was like, could you imagine a 5'10" corner having to cover that guy?
Oh my!
I mean, God. he is huge. Just I guess you don't realize the size of these guys until you get them out. That happens to me with Nico. When I see Nico, when I get close to Nico, right? Who's it with the huge forearms for the Chief or for the
Daniil Hunter?
Daniil Hunter. Oh my God! Like every time I see him, I say, "There's no way he's 255."
Yeah.
There's no chance that he is 255. So, yeah, Brandon Marshall caught me, boy. That man is huge.
The other thing that surprised me, Tyler, you'll like this. We talked about this on air a while back. Talked about Maria Taylor. Wonder if she was if Maria Taylor was mad at me for the cricket phone comment. Remember when her phone was breaking up?
Yeah, I remember that.
Kind of that didn't end real well. And I was wondering if she I just saw Maria Taylor and got a huge hug, and it was very authentic, very genuine, sincere. So
Love to
her
hear
not.
that.
Yeah, her not being back in good graces, her not being mad at me, that was a big plus as well.
Looks like a power forward.
I tried to get her to come over here. I tried to get her to come over here and get on the show, but she didn't have her ID. So I said, you can't get on our show unless you have your ID.
Sure,
she didn't have her ID.
Yeah,
at this point,
Maria Taylor, she may get me.
She did.
I don't know
that she may get you, huh? Hey, one thing. Another. We talked a little bit about the Cooper Cup deal, Ron, earlier in the week.
Yep.
Where are you at right now in the potential of Cooper Cup?
For me, I don't get the sense right now that this team is a move away right now to getting to where they want to get to. And to me, I would say try to find that receiver in the draft. That would be from my thought. Now, of course, Clint, they can make a couple more moves. Like they made a couple more moves last year coming into the season, like when they brought in Real Diggs, when they brought in Danielle Hunter, and they brought in Aziz. Like you were like, okay, this looks quite a bit different than the team that got blown out in the divisional round. So they could make some moves to get there, but right now, it to me, it doesn't seem like if they get a Cooper Cup or they're one move away, they're with the Ravens or the Chiefs or something like that. So to me, I would go younger in the draft.
You go younger in the draft. The odds are, the reason I ask is because the odds are out for Cooper Cup's next landing spot, and Houston's not on the list.
Yeah, I haven't been seeing them.
Well, that's strange to me that they're not even on the list, Ron. You're talking about a wide receiver needy team beyond Nico.
Where the OC is coming from.
Yes, the system is a match. The guy that just left there and came here, like I'm wondering, like I don't expect the Texans to be the favorite, but I'm thinking, what am I missing here? The co-favorites are the Steelers and the Bengals at plus 500. There's 4 teams at plus 600. And it's the Broncos, Commanders, Patriots, and Chargers. I thought the Texans would for sure be in there.
Yeah, that would. Especially with the connection with Kaylee. That's when he became a free agent, and not just the connection with Kaylee, but clearly the Texans are a wide receiver needy team. Like I've seen the list on their draft boards of positions of importance, and it's O-line and then wide receiver. So it is odd that connection isn't made.
You think just a draft a receiver in the first or second round? You think that's all, or you think they go with a veteran as well?
Depends on if they think that veteran is Robert Woods. Depends on if they bring back like I'm just saying some of the vets
right
on their team.
Or is it a Diggs type move?
Yeah, I don't.
No, I mean that caliber, not necessarily Diggs, but that
just depending on the price.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think, because as you said earlier when we talked about, do they need to break the bank? Yeah, they need to. They got to get something across that offensive line. Like they've got to get. I would say 2 spots. I think maybe they think 1, but I would say 2 spots. But that like one of those guards have to be replaced, and I think they've got to spend big money on that. So I don't know if they feel like they need to go get 2. It is because right now, who are the starting wide receivers that we know will play next year? Like the receivers is Nico and Mechie?
Nico, Mechie,
and Hutch. Yeah, so they'll have to go in the draft and probably bring in a veteran, but I don't know if that veteran's going to be to the caliber of costing them, huge money.
I think I asked you this off air, but I'm interested. I don't think we got a chance to really flush it out and talk about it. Would you be opposed to Brandon Cooks again back in Houston?
Yes, I would be completely opposed to Brandon.
You're opposed to it?
Yeah. I would go a different direction. I think
he's a free agent. Just he's done in Dallas. Well, I don't know if he's done in Dallas, but he's a free agent, so he can go anywhere he wants.
Yeah, I think he's just done.
You think he's done overall?
Yeah. Yeah, to me, I think he's like maybe a third receiver that I think is dropping. Yeah, and the injuries are starting to pile up, even starting when he was here in Houston. And, I just can't see Nick. Can't see Nick in that.
That's the kicker right there. I just can't see. I can't see Nick going back with Robert. I mean, with Robert Woods, with Brandon Cooks.
I think they'd rather do Robert Woods than Brandon Cooks, and I think I probably would too.
Yeah. Ooh, I wouldn't. No, I don't believe I can get there with it.
Yeah,
but Nick damn sure can. There's no doubt about it. The movement at the wide receiver position is going to be big for the Texans. It'll be fun to watch because they got to go multiple directions. I don't think I don't think it's just a draft, an early draft pick, and I don't think it's just in and out vet. I think they got to do both.
Let's that early draft pick is Brian Thomas. I know Ocho's probably texting it. Brian Thomas has jumped up and he has moved right up to be the number one receiver for Jacksonville. And so, as you know, Clint, receivers they've popped.
Well, I can get good and turned on if that first round pick is a wide receiver.
But receivers pop first and second round more than we've seen other positions pop as well. All right, coming up here in a little bit later on at the bottom of the hour. The man that'll be calling the Super Bowl for Westwood One, Kevin Harlan, will join us. That's just such a cool dude, great pipes. He will join us coming up at the bottom of the hour. But next, we got to look at these Rockets. Let's think about this. Text in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, they've lost 5 in a row. They have dropped in this week from the 2 seed, and now they are 1 game away from being the 5th seed. They're the 4 seed right now. Have you reached a concern level for this team? Are you concerned for the Rockets? We'll discuss that next.
Afaran Sengun.
We sucked.
Texans have their new OC. Former Rams tight ends coach and passing game coordinator Nick Caley is coming. Orleans. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as we are live here in New Orleans. As it is, this was hustling and bustling when we walked in here. And now, man, people are taking down sets and people are getting ready for the game on Sunday. Big game on Sunday coming up between the Chiefs and the Eagles. And it's been a fun week. We've appreciated everyone who's hung out with us and watched everything and seen everything and listened to us all the way from Payne and Pendergast to In the Loop and to us. We appreciate everybody. I said this on the other side, and I want to get some thoughts, and I see some people texting in their thoughts. And I said this, are you at the point now where you've reached a level of concern with the Rockets? All right, are you at a point where you've reached, they lose last night 127-114, and if you haven't heard the head coach, Ime Udoka, Tyler will play that for you here in just a second. But they've dropped 5 straight, 2 of those to the Nets. They've been swept by the Brooklyn Nets, who I wonder at times, are they trying? And they lose last night. Dylan Brooks gets into it with Anthony Edwards, and Anthony Edwards calls him a dirty player and calls him out. And then after the game, here is Ime Udoka, the head coach of the Rockets, giving you the stats.
The identity we kind of formed was being a tougher team, aggressive team, and now we look like one of the softest teams in the league. And so
now he went the S word. He went and called him soft. But, Clint, this has been a struggle here for a bit. And now they've lost 5 in a row, but it's even been going into that before some of these games they've lost here in this 5-game stretch. Have you reached, and I see some people texting in, but have you reached a level of concern, like concern for this team, that you feel differently about them that you did maybe a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, definitely different. There's the level of concern is there's a level of concern of who are the Rockets, right? I mean, because they were really good, and like Ime Udoka said, they had really developed this toughness, this hard-ass persona, if you will, and it was working for them. And now, your coach is back to calling you soft. You lost 5 in a row, and so I just wonder, who are the Rockets?
I feel like Kobe.
Are they a team that we watched for the first, up until, these last 5 games, the skid, or are they the team now and that we've watched the last 5 weeks, and there's, the defense is just tightening up, and the injuries are a bigger problem than we thought. Who are the Rockets at this point in time? I'm not concerned that they're just wondering, like, who are the Rockets specifically?
See, when you say that makes me concerned.
Okay.
Because that's the one question I didn't think you would have to ask about the Rockets.
What, the identity?
Who are they?
Yeah, who are they? Yeah.
That's I know they struggle to shoot. I know it's hot and cold. I know it can go up and down. I know there's some things with, all right, man, at the end of the game, like, what's the best set? What's the best 2-man game? Who should we put the ball in the hands? All that. But the one thing I didn't think we ever had to question about Udoka's Rockets is, what's the identity? Like, the way you're sounding right now is starting to sound like the Texans offense from last year. Thought we had something, but now it's like, where are they?
Right.
And they got to get back to that, right? Like, that was the thing that I think for me that was like, hey, how about this? The foundation is there set, and now it's, can these young cats grow? But now we're looking at Udoka's coming out, and it's calculated. Don't think that he's not thinking about when and where he wants to say that. It's calculated. Now he said what the identity of what we are, and then came out and said, but nah, we're soft right now. We're one of the softest teams in the league. That's the part. I am growing concerned, Clint, because the teams around them are starting to do things to get better and have made themselves better.
Yeah,
Denver's coming and all that.
But I guess we're in a different spot because I'm excited about the Rockets.
I'm so excited too. Yeah.
I don't know that I ever looked at the Rockets as a 2 or 3 seed in the West and said that's legit.
Your expectations never shot and changed to like, hey,
we never had the conversation specifically, so it's convenient right now to say it. But no, I never thought like the Rockets were a team that were going to be seated higher than the Nuggets. Or play better than the Nuggets and be better than the Nuggets long term. Like I don't know. I didn't see that. And so it doesn't like those caliber teams jumping them really doesn't bother me much. The truth is this is a young team, and with that team you're going to have inconsistencies in a big way.
Let's go Rockets.
This is obviously a rough stretch.
Yeah, someone texted, I can't still understand why everyone is down on the Rockets. One of your best players, your point guard, is out. Your center was out. He's played the last couple of games. Your starting power forward has been out in Smith, and they've been really competitive lately, including against Ant-Man and one of the best teams in the league. Well, the Timberwolves are like a 6 or 7. So they haven't played as one of the best teams in the league. And I'm not down on them. For me, I'm not saying it shifted to – like I think they're with OKC and Boston and the Celtics, the Nuggets. I didn't say that they shifted to championship contender, but what I did feel like is this team's going to make the playoffs. And now what they've done, you go and sweep Memphis and Boston, and you didn't have Şengün in the game. Who else did they sweep? Oh, you go and beat OKC. And sweep them in a game. Like, that to me changed a little bit of the expectation and a feel for them, right? And now to go back and then you get Şengün back and you lose to the Nets twice. And you blow a game the way that you did. And we were starting to see, like, the question of what's coming down at the end of games. And then you go out and lose this game. I'm not down on them. The expectation to me shifted a bit. And it damn sure didn't shift to a place where Clint Turner's asking, who are these guys? Yeah. Like in that short of a time period.
Yeah, well, look, I think it's a young team.
I probably should come back a little bit more to your, hey, they're still building. This is still a build year. They didn't go out and make a huge move that would signal, hey, we're going now.
I mean, I can't remember the stat or the record. They said not record, but the way they beat 5 teams and those 5 teams were what the top team.
They have the most
top team in the East and the two other top teams in the West.
They have the most wins against teams
5.
with more. It was 8 with 30 wins. They had the most wins against teams that have 30 wins.
No, what I'm talking about though, they had the 5-0 against the teams that were highly ranked. No team had ever done that.
Okay.
And
talking about Thunder and the Cavs and the
Cavs and Celtics. That stretch right there when they were 5-0 against those teams. Nobody had ever done that in terms of, and I don't know. I watched that and said this team's coming together and they play hard and they are rocking and rolling right now. I didn't look at that and say, boy, this is one of the best teams in history. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it was fun to watch. But it doesn't shock me at all that this young team's backsliding.
Up and down, some up and down. And I think maybe I jumped the gun on taking them from building to, if this works out, maybe there's a chance they could be like the Pacers and end up in the Western Conference Finals, like the Pacers did last year with Halliburton. So maybe I need to pull back just a bit on my thoughts there. All right, as we continue live here, as we said, I see people still texting in if they're concerned or not. We continue live here at Radio Row here in New Orleans. We will hear from the guy calling the game for Westwood One on radio. You'll be able to hear it on Sports Radio 610. Kevin Harlan, one of the best in the business in football, basketball, whatever. Kevin Harlan, he'll join us coming up next.
All right, take your big game experience to the next.
At mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
The great Kevin Harlan joins us.
This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston? Man, woman, or child, right?
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Looking to be joined by the man who will be calling the Super Bowl for Westwood One, and you'll be able to listen to that right here, Sports Radio 610. If you are rolling around in Houston looking for the game, you can find it right here on Sports Radio 610, and you will hear the voice of Kevin Harlan.
Somebody stop that man!
Here comes. And hopefully he will be joining us coming up in a matter of moments in this as we get ready for this game. And I'm curious to him how he sees this thing like going into it, the storylines and everything that's surrounding the Chiefs, not only the potential for 3 in a row, but also the other outside stuff, the dynasty stuff. Be good to hear from him and get his thoughts on that coming up. As we look on the text line, someone just said you guys for you all's interaction.
Yay!
All right.
As well we should.
That's right. Yep. As well as we should. Yeah. I wondered if that would be the case. In my mind, I wasn't thinking it till I just saw that. Just till I just saw that right there. But no, it should be, man. All right, hey, make a name, I guess, somehow.
Some goofball in a hat.
But no, man, I do want to get in this with him. The Chiefs fatigued. How real do you think that is? We talked about the Chiefs fatigue of because it feels like I don't know. Was there? I don't remember it feeling like there was huge Cowboy fatigue. When they won those 3 championships in 4 years. I don't even the Lakers. I don't remember there being huge Lakers fatigue when Shaq and Kobe. Not like to this point where it was just like so badly. I don't want to see this. Maybe it's because they've had repeat Super Bowl matchups with the Niners and the Eagles. But how much do you believe in that Chiefs fatigue that's going through right now?
Yeah, again, it's I don't. I guess I just don't live in that world. I don't sense any kind of Chiefs fatigue. I do think from a fan's perspective, like you get tired of seeing your team not win and their team, that team, continue to win, and so you get a little bit of obviously a little animosity there, a little bit of hate there. I think that's natural. I mean, of the Chiefs winning and Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid doing amazing things. I know I personally am not fatigued with any of it. So thank you. I don't know. Yeah, no, it doesn't. I mean, I enjoy the hell out of watching it, man. Them dudes are great, and shoot, like I said before, I love seeing things happen in my lifetime that's never happened before.
Have you hit it, Tyler? Have you hit the fatigue?
I mean, fatigued with the refs always looking out for him, maybe. I'm just kidding. JK.
Get one in.
But, no, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I say that, but I'm very sorry, Ron, but I'm rooting against them on Sunday. I don't want to see them continue to dominate not only football, but the AFC and everything that entails. But I wouldn't say I'm fatigued of greatness, no.
The only team I remember that was like this that I got fatigued over was the Spurs. They were just boring to me. Like they were like I was good on a Spurs Pistons final again. I was like the Spurs and I recognize the greatness of Tim Duncan, but they did nothing for me. I did it was a deal of sometimes I watch Duke to lose. If a game's close, I can get in there and roll in to hope Duke loses, or or watch teams to enjoy. I watch the Spurs. Hey, just get it over with. Like that. That's the only team that I think was on a dynasty that was great. You know what I am intrigued to watch?
What's that?
I want to see how Tom Brady is in that booth. Because Tom Brady is calling this thing. Like, I want to know if there is a prop bet on somehow Tom mentioning the fact that Patrick Mahomes has been beaten 3 times, and 2 of the times it's been by him. Like, I wonder in some form or fashion, because you know what the talk is going to start. Like, I do think, Glenn, if Mahomes wins this Super Bowl and he wins the Super Bowl MVP like he has done, and that's 4 by the time he's 29, I do think we will start to hear that conversation of the Brady-Mahomes thing really pick up.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, Tom's in that booth. I feel like Tom is going to make sure that competitive son of a gun, you're going to, I feel like we'll get a, and I remember when I faced the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
And like, I feel like he's going to let you remember.
What we had to do was this.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to be up there to let you know and have you remember that Patrick ain't never beat me in the playoffs. I've ended his season twice. He's done it all to everybody else. I've ended this because damn sure, Clint, we ain't gonna get no. Yeah, man. I think this puts him as the best of all time.
Sure. Yeah.
I feel like Tom might think about suiting up for the Raiders. Like I'm not joking. I think Tom, it would cross Tom's mind.
Well, I don't think he can as an owner.
They take that from you. You can't. Can you?
I'm pretty sure you can't.
Is that true, Cheryl? Can you not play for the team if you're an owner? Well, why would they stop?
Cheryl?
I know you can as a coach, or at least in other sports. Can you? That would be a first if I didn't know that. I think. Well, then
I'm about 60% sure.
Clint's correct.
Is it correct?
No, NFL players cannot play for the team that they own because the NFL prohibits non-family employees from acquiring equity in any given team.
Well, can NFL owners play for other teams?
That'd be a hell of a deal, wouldn't it?
Talk about fixed games.
Could he go back to the Patriots? No, I didn't. Yeah, man, I didn't. Wow, I didn't realize that you couldn't do that. Well, I guess he won't do that.
Great job,
from the text line, you could say the Patriots fatigue was during the whole time that Tom Brady started winning Super Bowls. See, I didn't get Patriots fatigue. I thought I was impressed by Tom Brady.
I think the only fatigue I've experienced is that mouth guard chewing SOB and all the Warriors during that run.
Oh, see, that was fun too.
I was so sick of those turds,
and I was getting my heart torn out of it by LeBron losing every time to him. But that was, see, I didn't like the fun, great teams that are interesting, and the Patriots were interesting, and Tom and his greatness. When he doesn't look like he's supposed to take over the league, that was entertaining to me.
Yeah, that was entertaining to me as well. But I will, since you make that point, Brady and New England, I did, like in my group over in Baytown, like there's a couple of them that just hate Brady, and I think it has to do with the fact that he won it so much. You know what I mean? And so there was probably some Patriot fatigue there.
They stopped the Texans.
Mouth kisses his son. Yeah.
Does he really?
You ain't seen that?
Yes, I have.
So we're going to be joined by the great Kevin Harlan here just soon as he's walking over to us. Take your time, Kevin.
This is drive time, isn't it? Back in Houston.
No, I want Kevin to take his time. Kevin is moving though. Kevin looks like he does get a good jog in every day here. But no, man, he's one of the best in the business. As he calls it all, man. Let's take a load off, Kevin. Get your nice comfy seat here. Yeah, get in the big chair. Lean back on that thing a little bit there. There it is. There it is. Yeah, as Kevin Harlan puts on the headset here as he is here.
Holy smokes. I'm going to fall asleep.
As Kevin Harlan joins us in the exclusive furniture hot seat.
All right, that sounds like the real Kevin Harlan.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I don't need to check this ID. Kev, we need a little help.
What? What do you need?
I mean, you've been in this business a long time. I got to know how you would have handled this.
All right, we got Kevin.
We got a gentleman sat down in that chair, claim.
Yeah.
And we got about damn near 5 minutes into it. The whole time we're going,
Could you tell something was up? Did you guys?
Yes.
I did from the jump.
But he did look like an athlete. He had big sunglasses on, so you couldn't really.
He favored him.
And so it was one of those. We got about almost 5 minutes in, a few questions in, and finally he goes, "Hey man,
421.
Are you punking us?"
That's
and the gig was up at that point.
And he said, "Yeah."
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And he just sat there with a headset on, like we were going to keep talking to him.
You know, I work with Craig Sager at TNT, and he went up in the stands one night, and he was told it was Chris Webber's dad up there, and he started interviewing this guy. As the play-by-play is going on, the game is going on, back and forth. They're missing baskets because he's talking to Chris Webber's dad. And then about 2 minutes into it, they said, Craig, that's not Webber's dad. That's not Webber's dad.
So how did he get out of it?
I think he's, all right, Kevin, back to you.
That's what I did. I said,
how did they let a Stephon Diggs look-alike or act-alike get in here?
That's beyond us two.
And this is Houston, right?
This is Houston.
You guys should know what he is.
Yeah.
But, sometimes the glasses, a hat, I mean,
I thought it at first.
Immediately it was one of those, like, this doesn't look like Steph Diggs.
Who brought him over here? Like some handler, or did he just?
No, I don't think he had a handler either.
That might have been a giveaway too. Now that's after we were sitting here in the middle of the segment and sit down and thought, "What is that Steph?"
Oh my gosh!
And then I
did you? You should have beat the crap out of
him. I'll be honest with you, Kev. Like the whole time, I realized it wasn't him when he sat down. We were told it was him before he sat down.
But you thought, this is
but I thought it was a different athlete, so I didn't want to be a jackass. I didn't want to be like, man, what the hell are you doing? You're not that, because he looked like an athlete. So I didn't want to disrespect him. And so it was one of those where he's texting this guy going, hey man, this ain't what's going on here. So we really didn't know how to handle it at that point in time.
I just find
that's very awkward, isn't it? I'm so sorry that happened.
Well, now it's funny.
But at the end, did you say? Get your fanny out of it.
It was weird how he responded.
I personally was like, hey, man, you got us for a good
move on.
3.5 minutes, man.
So he took off the headset? Did he sit and talk with you guys or no?
No, he walked off.
I think he said his name was TC. Yeah. Well, if I told him, I'd have told him to enjoy listening to you on Westwood One coming up as you'll be doing the Super Bowl. We were just talking about this, and I wanted to get your thoughts because you're calling games around the city. And you've called some Chiefs games. You had the great call in the Denver game where the block was there, and the Chiefs have won. It was a great call. The fatigue factor. Are you feeling that? Is that a narrative, or are you feeling that around the country that there is a fatigue factor with the Chiefs, and they're always winning and being at this point?
Well, I think there clearly is. 5th time in 6 years they've been to a Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Did people feel it with Jordan and the Bulls? Did people feel it with Kobe and Shaq and the Lakers? Do people feel it with the Yankees back, when we got into the 2000s, late? I don't know. Listen, I get. Here's the way I look at it. Is that what the Patriots did in the 2 decades prior to this? And it's weird that we've got 2 dynasties back to back, but we do.
Yep.
And the Patriots did it over 2 decades at different stages. But to think how hard, with a salary cap and with parity the way it is, to get to the Super Bowl 3 consecutive years and 5 times in 6 years. Like that to me just is unfathomable in this day and age with the player movement and all the things you've got to deal with. And when you get that big quarterback, it then cuts what you can do at positions around your roster. When you look back at Cowboys of the 70s, 80s, and into the 90s, when you look at Pittsburgh in the 70s, Green Bay in the 60s, San Francisco in the 80s, how many Hall of Famers are on those teams? I mean, countless. And like double digits. How many Hall of Famers did Tom Brady play with in New England? He played with the tight end.
Gronk. Yeah.
He had the head coach.
Teddy Bruschi, did he get in? I can't remember. Richard Seymour, I think he did.
No, I don't think Seymour is in. Is he not? I don't. It doesn't seem like. The point is, you can count them on one hand and that's over 20 years. How many are on the Chiefs now with Mahomes? Head coach, the tight end,
Jones,
maybe the defensive line. Because would be his 5th win. Not many.
Yep.
So what these organizations are doing is making the biggest game against the strongest odds in the salary cap era, which is just incredibly difficult to do, and then do it consistently. So my response is just appreciate what this is. We're a little spoiled that we've had back-to-back dynasties and these runs and these quarterbacks, which are going to be, maybe 1 and 2 overall when we look back at it. So hard to do, so hard to pull off. I guess I just admire it.
Yeah. What about? I want to talk about this game specifically with Jalen Hurts. We know how great Pat is, and we know the respect Pat gets from all angles, right? But it seems like Jalen Hurts. I don't want to necessarily say disrespected, but he's always questioned of his ability and his can he get him to the Super Bowl? Can they win the big one? Can they this? What's your viewpoint of Jalen Hurts in a nutshell?
Well, I think that he's clearly an unconventional quarterback, but Mahomes is unconventional too. His angles of throwing, the way he uses a different moving pocket to release the ball, but Hurts is. First of all, he would have been the MVP in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago had they won. I mean, he played an unbelievable game. He was incredible. But I think Hurts is on just a skill level. All that he's good to very good. I think what makes him special is his ability to feel the defense as the play is unraveling or unwinding, and making the move to throw on the run or to run it himself. And his running ability is terrific. Is it as good as Lamar? No. Is it as powerful as Allen? No, but close. But he just plays winning football. He was a winner at Alabama. He was a winner at Oklahoma. Every place he's won because of the way he's played. He's never been the flashiest quarterback, and he's never been the most talented quarterback, but he's a winning quarterback. And you know what? In the NFL, they've been 2 now the last 3 years in the Super Bowl, the Eagles, with him as their starting guy. He's doing every bit of what he should be doing. And I don't know that he'll ever win an MVP in the regular season. I don't know that he's got that kind of individual skill set. But he can be as commanding a presence on the field, and he can change a game by what he does at the line of scrimmage. And those are qualities that make him about as well-rounded a quarterback as you're going to find. Some, he's a runner. Or some, he's a passer. Some, big arm. Some, he'll outthink everybody else. This guy, I think, touches all of those points, which makes him incredible.
One, you can hear it right here live on Sports Radio 610. He will have the call for the Super Bowl. Before we get you out of here, is Saquon Barkley, is he the most important player in this game?
He is indeed. Yep. If Barkley runs the way he's run all regular season and how he's done in the 3 postseason games that the Eagles have played right now, I just don't know. Even as good as the Chiefs are in stopping the run, I don't know that they can get him. And if they get him, they got to worry about Hurts. And if they stop Hurts, then they go back to Barkley. Or they've got these receivers who are probably underutilized a little bit. And I could see them playing a bigger role than the passing game has shown during the postseason. Their defense is lights out. Their offensive line is the best in pro football, even with the Dickerson injury and how they're trying to maneuver the center position. But I'm a big believer that this is the Chiefs' sternest challenge. And the weight of trying to win a 3rd in a row is incalculable. It's not been done.
Never seen it, yes.
Except the 30s Packers and the 60s Packers in professional football history. So they're trying to do something that no one has ever done. No quarterback has ever been to this many Super Bowls under 29 or under 30 years of age. And Mahomes is on a trek now that who knows where it's going to end. And he's all about winning. He's the personal. They didn't have a 4,000-yard passer. They didn't have a 1,000-yard rusher. They didn't have a 1,000-yard receiver. So they really did it with connectivity and as a team. They are such a team. And they believe in that game plan so much that at the end of the day, if it's, as close as we think it's going to be, it's hard to say the Chiefs will not win.
Kevin, talk about you specifically in preparation for something like this. I'm listening to you talk, and I'm going, yeah, he's got most of the points down, and that's just, you got a running bank of all these, doing it so often. But like between now and game time, like what's your prep look like for the game?
You know what? The shows like this and all the newspaper articles and all the notes that have come out over the last 2 weeks, this is the easiest game to prepare for. But at the end of the day, only thing I'm concerned about is our call, and our broadcast will not be judged on how many quick little nuggets we get out there. It'll be because it's been covered for 2 weeks. Most people are going to know all the storylines.
Yeah,
there'll be a pertinent statistic we can throw in there, and we're all into that, and we get that. But at the end of the day, it's going to be our call, and what I think about is not okay. I cannot forget that he hasn't thrown a pick since week 11. I cannot forget that Kelsey is the all-time leading. Whatever. What I think about is making sure that I've got my mechanics in place and that the gravity of the game and the spectacle of the game, the festiveness of this event don't, overpower my emotions. And it's another game. It's no different than calling the Texans against the Cowboys on Monday night a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's no different. And if you treat it that way, with this in preparation, hopefully it falls in the right lane for us. So I'm more concerned about that.
Kevin, we appreciate you joining us. You're one of the guys that I think universally, I've never met anyone who says, "Oh, I can't watch a Kevin Harlan game." You always make the game feel bigger.
Well, you're sure nice to see.
And we appreciate you joining us. Enjoy the game and the weekend, and good luck on the call.
Thanks, and good things are heading for the Texans. And I love the Rockets. We even talked about the Rockets. I've done 2 of their games.
More. There we go.
I did one in Sacramento 2 weeks ago, and then last week did one in Memphis. Man, are they dynamite. Amen Thompson.
Come on now, he's coming.
5 game skid, Kevin. You worried about him?
Nope. Right coach, right players. Everything's right. Don't panic. Just enjoy a young team getting its traction in the most competitive conference in the NBA with players that will be stars for you in your home team colors for years to come. They've built this team beautifully. They've done, Raphael, a beautiful job constructing this team. I'm so high on the Rockets. They've become my favorite team in the league.
All right, you just switched that fast. All right, just switch sports that fast. All right, you're going to break down the Kraken for us? No, I'm kidding. That's Kevin Harlan.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. Why he's one of the greatest. He gave us a little nugget to think about. Is this the greatest test the Chiefs have had in the Super Bowl? Also, the Astros have a little change to their offer. We'll give you that. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, all my fellas out there need to listen. You listen up one time. Hey, my ladies out there, too, you can listen up. You got men that you love in your life, whether it's
Hotel.
Ron's got some juice to him.
Game changeness.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Lord have mercy. It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you are off work. But luckily for you, Old Dirty, the blonde tip bomber, as well as T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest for you. And the latest is, it is 5 o'clock fire. We are live here, Radio Row, finishing this week out. It's been a great week, a fun week, a lot of memorable moments here on all three shows. And shout out to Figgy for documenting almost all of those moments. You can check them out on YouTube. You can check them out on YouTube and Twitch. You can check them out on all of our social media platforms. It's been a great week, and we've been here for the Super Bowl. But Clint, there has been a little Astros news that's flown through. We've been monitoring the Bregman situation the entire way. The other day, I believe yesterday, was talked about as the Cubs looks like they're the front runner. Ari Alexander reported this, Clint, that the Astros have improved their initial offer to third baseman Alex Bregman, but sources tell Ari and KPRC2 that it doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to get a deal done. It actually says that the offer is unlikely to get a deal done.
It's not ideal.
And what we've heard is that Bregman is looking for 6 to 7 years, near the $200 million mark. We understand the Astros, at least reportedly, offered 6 years, $156, and so they're saying they've improved that offer. I'm a bit surprised that they have moved up and said, "Oh, we'll give more money or we'll improve this offer in some way." And to me, it clearly stands out and says, this is Jim Crane. Jim Crane, to me, is the one heading. Whenever you hear, the offer, more money or whatever, it feels like this is a Jim Crane move. And I think maybe Jim Crane is the one who is pushing to get Alex Bregman back.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've talked about it multiple times. I doubt I don't doubt that. Clearly, Crane, it's Altuve and Bregman, I think, are the top two guys when it comes to ownership being in love with them. What this tells me, though, the new offer, I think, instead of sitting around and wondering, they're having internal conversations about it and yada, yada, yada. You don't ever know really what to think. Are they really still interested? They've already made moves to counter him leaving. Are they really interested? I think the one thing this tells me is clearly the Astros are interested, and it wasn't just a bunch of smoke. Clearly they were having the internal conversations. Clearly they were trying to get to a number that they could increase to. Clearly they want him in the building if indeed it ends up making sense, right? Money sense to them. But this, to me, this just confirms that they are legitimately, to some degree, pursuing Bregman and wanting back.
Yeah, it's crazy though. They've improved the offer, but doesn't seem like it's likely to get a deal done. Is what the report is. But we'll continue to monitor this. Hopefully, it comes to an end at some point.
Is Brady being ridiculous?
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we will get to our Super Bowl predictions coming up at the end of the show. We will discuss where we see this game going. But Clint, I thought Kevin Harlan, who we just spoke to, had an interesting thought, and I wonder from you and the people, you can jump in on this. Do you agree with Kevin Harlan? Do you think, since there's been 5 Super Bowls in the last 6 years, is this Eagles team to you the toughest test they've had? Is this particular team? They had the Niners last year with Brock Purdy, but all that talent with Christian McCaffrey. Actually, those teams really are kind of similar when you look at it, what they have. Do you think it was, the first Niners team that they had with Jimmy Garoppolo, first Eagles team? Is this the toughest test you think the Chiefs have had to face in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, probably. I mean, when you look at I think when you look at Jalen Hurts, I mean, contrary to popular belief, and I understand the stats will say that he can't do this and he can't do that. I think he's an absolute problem with his legs. I think one thing that Kevin didn't mention to me that is a big part of Hurts is like just his overall control, whether you're talking about the way he runs the football, always being in control, always being aware of the situation, the way that they can control the game when Saquon and Jalen are counterpunching in the run game, the way that they can control the game and run the football in the red zone, again, using those quarterback +1 runs. I think the Eagles are probably the more complete team with the others had weapons, obviously, but you got a playmaker, a difference maker at the quarterback position, not just a facilitator. I think when you look up, now he doesn't always do it with his arm. A lot of it has to do with his legs. But when you look up and you see Jalen Hurts in this offense across from you, it scares you a bit more than a Brock Purdy or
the 49ers team. The Brock Purdy thing, it's how close do you think Jalen and Brock Purdy are to me? Because when you look at it, you got George Kittle, who's really good, but Dallas Goedert's pretty good, but I think Kittle's obviously better. They've got bigger Debo. Ayuk was on that team last year. I think Philly's offensive line's probably better, but Trent Williams is a pretty good player. McCaffrey and Barkley had really great seasons last year.
I think it's Jalen's legs are just
that's probably the difference. Yeah.
Well, it's something that you have to prepare for beyond the quarterback just distributing the football. You know what I mean? Like it's
because I think this Eagles team's even better than the Bucs team that beat them. That Tom Brady Bucs team that ended up beating the Chiefs. I think this Eagles team is better than that.
It's a good team, man. Yeah. It's a good team. There ain't no doubt. When they're healthy, they're solid.
Yeah, it's to me it's either this Eagles team. I don't know, man. That first Eagles team was cold-blooded too, but they didn't have Barkley. They had all those pass rushers with Reddick and all. But I think it's either this Eagles team or last year's Niners team. Those to me were the toughest tests they've had to run into in this Super Bowl run. All right, coming up, as I said, we'll give our predictions a little bit later on. Let's look at the Texans here, and one metric that they're going to have to improve upon for them to be able to play in games like this coming up on Sunday. That's next.
to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here still in New Orleans, Radio Row, which is, I mean, this sucker's clearing out, ain't it? I mean, they are breaking stuff down. Hell, I see our guys is breaking stuff down, getting up out of here ready to roll. Some are staying for the game on Sunday, and then some are like us, rolling out, getting up out of here. You think Pendergast and you think he's already made it home?
Oh, yeah.
When are you two heading on out?
Right now.
In about 35 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we out of here. Yeah, we're heading out. Yeah. And the midday guys, they may be close if they aren't already there. But
when you get back into town, hit me up. I might be out still drinking.
I'm telling you what, I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow. I'm not hitting you up to now. Not then, baby. I got to get in my bed.
Yeah,
baby.
That makes sense.
I got to get in my bed. Oh, hell, Cordy will be sleeping. No.
Let's go.
Let's go. I know where you're gonna be. Heights it up. No. Before we get into it, I did want to congratulate the latest. One of the cool things, Super Bowl, is they announced the Hall of Fame class, the Pro Football Hall of Fame class, and Jared Allen, Sterling Sharp, which Shannon Sharp's brother, Sterling Sharp, and he was cold-blooded. Some people don't remember. He got his career cut short with a neck injury, and but he was great with Brett Favre.
He was one of my favorite in Green Bay with Brett Favre.
Yeah, was he?
Ooh, yeah, man, I love watching him.
Yeah, Eric Allen, the corner, the Eagles, he gets in, and then Antonio Gates with the San Diego Chargers gets in. I'm telling you, man, them videos of the way they do it now, they usually get a teammate or a friend or somebody to knock on the door to bring them in.
Yeah.
They had Sterling, and Shannon sold it. They had Sterling come into his house. Shannon was downstairs. Yeah. They had the film crew and Shannon in his jacket. And I mean Sterling, and now he taking his time to get down these steps, boy. Like he's breaking down. He get down these steps. He get down there. He's they country as hell. The hell y'all got going on down here?
That's what he said.
Yeah. And he sees Shannon. Welcome home, brother. I mean,
that's awesome.
That about got me, dog.
Yeah,
that got me.
Yeah, that's cool.
Got me.
Did y'all know? Fun fact.
And he's still. What you talking about? He said, "Welcome to the Pro Football Hall of Fame." But I mean, I think Shannon beat him to the punch in the tears. My man Sterling said, "Whew, I need a seat and I need a drink."
It's feeling like I am today.
That's what he said.
Milner, fun fact for you. Did you know my one and only brother, my younger brother, Sterling, his name's he was.
That's right. Your dad is a huge Packers fan. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
All right there. How about that? Named after Sterling Sharp. We got a white Sterling rolling around.
White one running around over here.
Sterling Sharp.
A little different shade.
By the way, hey, Eli didn't make it. I thought he was going to slide himself in. Eli didn't make it. Steve Smith still holding out there. Darren Woodson, your old teammate, still out there. Some guys that Luke Kuechly, some guys that have been close didn't make it, but a pretty good class, man. So
I cannot believe Eli didn't get in.
You can't.
Well,
do you think he should be first ballot?
I think it's questionable. I think it's up in the air. We can chat about it.
I know he's going to get in.
I thought with that last name, I thought he was for sure first ballot.
Yeah.
I mean, because his career got him close. The Super Bowl performances got him close enough, and I thought Manning would take him over the top, and it did not. I'm shocked.
New York and Manning, but if you go peek in there, they had two real magical years. Outside of those years, there's a lot of hit and miss there for the Giants and Eli, but I think he gets hit. I think you're right. His Super Bowls, he's got two of them.
And he's MVP in both of them.
He's MVP in both of them, and it's who he did it against.
Yeah.
Right. Like the Patriots should be sitting here with nine and maybe 8 or 9, and Brady with a couple more make plays to help win that game. So those games. So congratulations to those guys as they get into the Hall of Fame. All right, I thought this was something interesting. You were looking at, Clint. We now know that Nick Caley is going to be the guy as the OC, and looking at, all right, who is the Texans offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator? They're two play callers, which is now Nick Caley on the offense and obviously DeMeco Ryans on the defense. How do they compare to the other AFC teams, especially the other AFC teams that are in playoff contention, the ones you're chasing?
Well, with the Texans obviously hiring an offensive coordinator, I think it's a good point to look back and look at what they're chasing from a weapon on the sideline. I always call them your polos have to be weapons, right? You got Andy Reid and Spags in Kansas City. Everybody's talking about them right now with the Super Bowl this weekend. McDermott, ultimately, and Joe Brady on the offensive side of the football in Buffalo. Todd Monken in Baltimore on the offensive side of the football with Zach Orr on the defensive side of the ball. The Zach Orr, he's not real long in the tooth in terms of being a play caller. Zach Taylor and Lou Anarumo was there. Al Golden is now there. Those are two pretty long in the tooth, pelts on the wall, a lot of experience. Greg Roman and Jesse Minter, along with Harbaugh out in L.A. with the Chargers. The Pittsburgh one's interesting. Arthur Smith, former head coach, obviously several years calling plays, but Terrell Austin, I think a first-year guy out in Pittsburgh, kind of young, unproven. But Mike Tomlin is a defensive-minded head coach and is there obviously to help him. Sean Payton, and Vance Joseph out in Denver. I'm not sure, but I think I rattled off all 7 of the other playoff teams. Other than the because who didn't make it? Who didn't make it in the group? The Steelers.
What?
No, the Bengals. The Bengals didn't make it. That's right. Okay, but yeah, so that's who you're up against if you are DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caley. I mean, that's where you're at. Right? That's what you're up against. And the question mark is can Nick get him up to speed and be able to compete with these guys right here?
Yeah.
Can he be able to call offensive plays for a defensive-minded head coach the same way that Joe Brady can?
And they're looking to improve. They're looking to improve off of what they had, because I think they have one of the top 5 defensive play callers in the game. I think DeMeco Ryans,
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
I think they have, and I can't fault the Texans and DeMeco if he's the one who made this decision. DeMeco and Nick and company, I can't fault them if they looked and said, maybe Bobby gets better, but we feel like maybe we've seen a ceiling on Bobby, and we feel like we need to have somebody that can have go toe-to-toe and beat guys like Spags, beat guys like McDermott. Hell, be able to beat a guy like their own defensive play caller in DeMeco Ryans. I think I can't fault them looking at that and saying, at least let's take the chance to get better than where we are right now. Mm-hmm. And I didn't think that would be something that would be said. I think if we did this last year, you'd probably put the Texans play callers up higher on this thing, and you'd be excited about this thing coming out of last year.
You'd feel good about him in the Terrell Austin and Zach Orr kind of range of youngsters kind of up and coming. You'd feel really good about it. But after Bobby, fell apart, and now you go to Caley, it's Bobby. Like, now I think you're back with a big question mark on the offensive side of the football as it pertains to bumping them up against the best play callers in the AFC.
Yeah, so we'll see. And I give them that. They try to bet on getting better and improving that. All right, coming up, we'll give our predictions for the game. Also, T-Mill will get you out the best bets, and I think these will not just be for tonight's. This will be for the weekend. A lot of Super Bowl action on this thing for T-Mill's best bet. So stay tuned for that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
What's up, T-Money?
What's up, Bird Gang? I like that one right there.
Flight by Yingling presents Sports.
estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live here on The Drive, and it's been a good week here. And one thing, want to shout out some salutes. My guy Aaron Rayburn, or
Raybold.
What do I call him, Burn? Hey, listen, man.
It's been a day. Man. Salute to Aaron for sure, though, man. Aaron Raybold has been working his ass off.
The burn came from either. Raybold, who is. It was not Raybold.
At least you didn't think it was Wes Welker.
He is, and he's been here many times from the morning show all the way to the end like we are today. He's about to pack some stuff up. He's about to do something or be a part of something that I cannot wait to see occur. And he's done a great job holding it down, just like he did in Vegas, doing it here. So we appreciate him. Figgy for a lot of things he's doing. Brandon Scott somewhere around here. These guys have done a great job supporting us. Everybody around here. And also Tyler. Tyler, it's a crazy, crazy week. Chris Santiago, who was here earlier in the week.
Mm-hmm.
Byron, I know who was doing it. Big Ben was doing it as well. A crazy week. We appreciate you guys. And I believe we created the moment of the entire week.
There ain't no doubt about that. There is no doubt about that.
Right? Like there's been a lot of things that occurred this week. And
Feels like a fact.
On any show, I think we created the moment of the week.
Identity theft is a crime.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
if somebody walks up and gives it to you.
Yeah, yeah. It's so it was. So yeah, if you missed it, yeah, we were punked, baby. We were. The fake Stephon Diggs will live forever. Fake Diggs. And we got no choice but to do something and have fun with that. So, but no. It's been by the moment of the day that I think was coming today. All right, before we get to T Mill's best bets, we can go on around and hit our predictions. Tyler, let's hear yours for this game. What's your prediction for this game as the Eagles and the Chiefs have a little tango coming up here in New Orleans?
Yes, indeed. That big game is closer than it's been all week. It's coming right around the corner.
Fair.
And I got a prediction for you. Ron, you might want to close your ears. You're not going to like it out of me. But I'm going with the Bird Gang. I'm going with the kid from Channelview, Jalen Hurts. I'm going with the Eagles to win this one. Maybe a little higher scoring, in my opinion, than some are expecting. I think Eagles win 34-27 come Sunday.
There you go, Eagles 34-27. That's a high-scoring game right there, baby, 34-27.
Obviously, as long as, the refs don't get too involved like we've seen here lately.
Yeah, and also maybe I guess if Patrick Mahomes doesn't get in the way either. Yeah.
That is awesome.
Yeah, that too. You can text in your predictions for this Super Bowl 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. I'll give mine. I do think this is going to be a difficult game for the Chiefs. They have been the best team all season. They have had the best record every single week of the season, and they are trying to get 3 in a row. And with these games, I think the defenses are both pretty good defenses. I just got a hard time seeing Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts beating Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes with 2 weeks. I just got a hard time seeing that. I think 27-20 in this game. I'll go Chiefs 27-20. I don't think it'll be as high scoring because I think both of these teams have long possessions. I don't think it's going to be up and down like it was that Super Bowl 2 years ago. So I'll go Chiefs 27, Eagles 20, and they win their 3rd straight Super Bowl.
I'll make it quick. I'm going to Eagles 27, Chiefs 23.
Got the Eagles. 27-23.
What's up, Bird Gang?
I think the Eagles get it done.
Yeah. Saquon Barkley, we'll see what happens. Yeah, it'll be a fun guy. I think it will be. That's one thing with the Chiefs playing. Probably gonna be close. Probably gonna be tight. They don't lose or they don't play blowout games. Somebody just texted in. What happened to the Diggs thing? Missed it. What's the fake Diggs thing?
Use the Odyssey app, rewind, go back and find out.
You want to give them a description of what happened, Clint?
Yeah, we were told probably 30 minutes before the guy showed up that Stephon Diggs is here, and was spoken to his face, and thought of him, and one went over, spoke to him while we're doing our show, and invited him over. He said, sure, I'll be over in about 20 minutes. And so we're sitting here, middle of a segment, guy walks up and sits down in a chair. And I think everybody's antenna kind of went up immediately, like, is this Steph Diggs or not? It doesn't, I mean, to me, I know the skin tone was different immediately. But had big sunglasses on, and we lasted about four plus minutes.
I didn't immediately want to be a Richard Head and just challenge that you're not Stephon Diggs, because in your first mind, who does that? And then
loser.
And then I'm like, I immediately, for the first thing we said, I'm thinking, I think I text Aaron, who just became Aaron Rayburn for some reason earlier, but Aaron Rayburn. I texted him. I said, "Is that Diggs?" Like, I know I'm not tripping. I'm looking at the side. I know it's not. And I
doubted it immediately when he sat down, and I thought, well, if Ron, because I didn't get a text that he we didn't have any information, but we were told
earlier in the show
that he was coming, and you went like I was. Is Ron going to introduce this guy? Is he going to introduce him as?
I was so trying to figure it out. If you go back, I think I was so trying to figure it out. I didn't say his name. I didn't even say his name. I just said, "Oh hell, I guess he's sitting down. I guess I better leak this thing."
No, you said you didn't say it the first time you said it, and then like the next sentence you said Steph Diggs.
Okay, all right.
And so I look over and I'm thinking, maybe it's his brother and it's just wrong. In my mind, is Steph the one that was in Houston? Like, Steph's the one that was in Houston, right? And I'm going through my mind. And then I see
that's crazy what's happening in real time.
Diggs was open.
He's got a tank top on, and he's got like his name on his right shoulder, kind of into his chest, and you can see the letter D. And I'm thinking, damn, am I wrong? What am I missing? And then when he started talking, when he said something, I can't remember what word it was. Something he said, I was like, that's not Diggs' accent. That's not Steph. And I kind of looked over at Parker, but Parker's just standing there, like, yeah.
It is going great with Steph.
Yeah, no, it was. Whew. It was a rough one, boys.
And I just said, are we getting punked? At that point, I just looked. I said, no, that ain't him. We getting punked? I said, this is a moment. This is a moment.
His reaction was the best.
Yeah, I did. So I said, I think I said, well, who are you?
Yeah, that's what you said. You're not Steph Diggs, are you? He said, no, I'm not Diggs.
He said, I wish one of y'all would have punched him in the throat.
He said, I do train a bunch of those guys, though.
Nah, man, hell, he got it, man.
That's weird, dude. Like,
that's not who it's at. Just punched him in the throat.
A little bit. I mean, that's a really odd thing for a human being to be doing.
It's a hell of a ruse to try to pull off. Like, maybe the NFL just crack down on who they're getting.
Well, that's the thing is, like, you got to, in order to really appreciate the story, you've got to understand. Like, I've got to scan my badge around my chest multiple times to get in the building. And anytime you go down a hallway, you got to scan it again. And like this place is locked up tight. So to get somebody in here that is going to sit down on a radio show and tell them that there's somebody else is like that takes you back at first. You're like, wait a minute, what? Like, how? I remember sitting there going, like, how does this happen? How? And then he was short answering. So then I'd have to figure out a question. Do I call him out or do I ask another question?
I couldn't take. I didn't have another one. I had to just. I knew, and then I needed a little. I'm trying to figure out how do I handle this? How do I do this?
Mm-hmm.
And Ashton Kutcher came to mind. Is what came to mind. Are we being punked? Right, good for you, man. You pulled that off. Just slid right in and made a moment.
Y'all handled it a lot better than I would have.
Well, I'm being honest with you. The whole time I was still shocked. Like I went from thinking this is not Steph Diggs, and when I heard Ron say his name, I said maybe it is. I'm doubting myself. And then I'm thinking
this is a hell of a 3 minutes.
I'm thinking there's no way this is not Steph Diggs. And then he short answers. And when he kept saying we got to keep working, that's why I asked him. I said, "You said we coming back?" You said we 3 times. That's when it really I knew. That's when I knew this ain't Steph. But I was like,
he had a solid answer to that, man. Say less.
Yeah. Well, he just like his. I went from thinking it was Steph. Like when you said his name and second guessing myself to thinking maybe it's his brother, and I just don't remember what his brother looks like. And then I was like, no, his brother's taller and darker. So I went thinking, okay, he's another athlete, so let's not be disrespectful. He's a player somewhere. I don't want to be a prick to the guy. And I'm just like, and the whole time I'm trying to figure out what questions to ask him. Bobby Slowick.
Y'all think I can get a ticket to Radio Row next year? I'll be the ID guy.
I was just gonna say you could take them damn headsets off, man. Take them damn headsets off.
Well, again, the best part is when Ron called him out and he said, "No, I'm not." He just sat there. He just sat there and looked like real quiet. Just sat there and looked.
Freaking weirdo.
What I want to go back to here is what was my tease? If I know myself, I probably lost on the tease. I wonder what my tease.
I think you just threw your headset down and went to break and you walked that way. I don't think you walked as far away from Parker as you could get.
I couldn't find any words. I was just like dumbfounded. And I knew Clint had to read, and I wasn't sure if he was ready for that.
God, dog, that's big.
Hell, I shook his hand.
Did you?
I mean, good God.
All right, T-Ville, let's get your best bets. You can't do nothing but laugh at it, man.
Yeah, we need to end on a high note here. Last night, first night, and a bid on best bets did not really go our way.
Damn it, Chris.
But, yeah, damn it, Santiago. Just kidding. Appreciate you, Chris. Best bets for this year's Super Bowl, folks. The big game is Sunday. Chiefs, Eagles, I got 6 of them. I'm going to list them off real quick. As always, if you miss anything, go check out my Twitter. I got them there. As well as some NBA best bets for tonight, if you want those on my Twitter.
Them out.
Yes, but here are my Super Bowl best bets real fast. First off, that national anthem prop. It's a fun one. A lot of people do this.
Who's okay?
Yeah, he's a guitarist and vocalist. I did a little research. Great. You're going to want to take the over on this. Over 120 and a half seconds for Batiste to sing this year's national anthem. 5 more for you very fast as we're wrapping up here at Radio Row in New Orleans. I got Eagles over 23 and a half as a team versus the Chiefs. Y'all heard me pick the Eagles in the overall game. I'm on Eagles +2. Like those odds. And then 3 player props. DeAndre Hopkins, former Texan, anytime touchdown. Tremendous odds on that. I got it at +370. Next, Pat Mahomes. I'm on the under for his rushing yards. It's set a little higher than I expected. 31.5 rushing yards, under. And then Mr. Swift himself, Travis Kelce, over 6.5 receptions. Pat will be looking for him early and often. Booked it. What do you think?
I like the Travis one. Hopkins has 1 catch in the postseason, so for 11 yards. So I don't know. I mean, they could use him in the red zone. I'm not sure on that one. I love the Kelce one a lot, but I don't know about that Hopkins.
I like that one right there.
Those Eagle stuff.
Let's ride.
That Eagle stuff. Deal with that.
You boys be safe going home, man. Great week.
Hey, you be safe too, man. Calm that dirty water down.
Yeah.
You know.
Say, hey, get out there in the street, see if you run into Steph Diggs, the real one.
Don't forget.
Because he is not here.
and don't forget about the diet. Don't go straight. Bro, just get about.
Yeah, I'll probably go on the rocks tonight.
Oh God! All right, great job all week, Clint. Great job, Tyler. Great job. I am Ron the show.